Chapter 1. A Tragic Death and Rebirth. In the lounge, the television screen broadcasted a piece of news. Congratulations to President Zhao Hui of the Zhao Corporation, who today weds his first love, Chu Ran. A couple in love has finally become a family. On the screen, a domineering strolled down the red carpet, arm in arm with a beautiful lady, amidst the chorus of blessings, evoking envy from onlookers. Ruan Yunyun, upon hearing the news and witnessing the harmonious scene, could not help but burst into laughter. Yet, as laughter erupted, a sharp pain pierced through her chest, and soon after, uncontrollable tears began to flow. Ruan Yunyun had loved this man for 8 years, serving as his devoted admirer for the same duration. In her desperate bid to marry him, she transferred the company her father had left her entirely into his hands. Ruan Yunyun yearned for his love, but he sought her very life instead. On the day they acquired their marriage certificate, Ruan Yunyun had just transferred her shares to Zhao Hui when her husband, Zhao Hui, sent her to this mental asylum. It was from that moment onward that the Ruan family's assets morphed into the Zhao family's. Had she not acted as Zhao Hui's devoted admirer, she would not have found herself in such a dire predicament today. Doctor, bed number 5, Ruan Yunyun, is having another episode. Nurse Lu Xian promptly reported Ruan Yunyun's condition to Dr. Zhang. Administer a sedative immediately. Understood, doctor. Lu Xian's lips curled into a wicked smile. In the next moment, Ruan Yunyun was forcibly restrained on the hospital bed by several attendants, her limbs bound roughly, a cloth gagged in her mouth, and she was thrust into a solitary room. Soon after, she saw Lu Xian entering with a syringe in hand. Upon seeing the syringe, Ruan Yunyun's pupils dilated. Her body began to resist, struggling and trembling. God knows how terrified she was of sedatives. She was allergic to them. Whenever a sedative entered her body, every organ would rebel against it, a sharp pain akin to thousands of ants gnawing at her, followed by breathlessness, foaming at the mouth, and incontinence. I'm allergic to sedatives. Ruan Yunyun managed to mumble through the gag, desperately trying to convey to Lu Xian her condition. Yunyun, I know you are saying you're allergic to sedatives. Don't worry, after a few more injections, you might develop an immunity and won't feel so miserable, Lu Xian replied while injecting the needle into Ruan Yunyun's flesh. In just a minute, Ruan Yunyun's eyes rolled back, foam bubbled from her mouth. Her body began to tremble, convulse, and contort, an onslaught of unbearable agony crashing over her. Yet her consciousness grew increasingly clear. 2 hours later, her suffering began to subside. Slightly, she was drenched in sweat, her spirit somewhat revitalized. But her awareness remained acute. The torment was far from over. With a creak, the doors swung open, and a figure in a white coat entered, heightening Ruan Yunyun's inner terror, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. She emitted faint whimpers of protest, for she knew the inhumane ordeal that awaited her. With a click, the door was locked behind her, and Ruan Yunyun felt her pants being torn off as a body pressed down upon her. At that moment, she wished for nothing more than to die. Exhausted from the torture, Ruan Yunyun's frail body could barely keep her eyes open. Only then did the figure in white finally rise from her. After a while, several male attendants entered, brusquely unbinding her hands and feet, removing the cloth from her mouth, and disregarding her as a woman. They hastily changed her clothes before callously tossing her back onto the bed. Throughout this ordeal, Ruan Yunyun had been subjected to the unwanted advances of these individuals. Once the male attendants left, Ruan Yunyun was finally afforded a moment of peace. Cousin, congratulations. You finally tied the knot with your ideal partner. Now I have a grand gift for you. Consider it your wedding present, Lu Xian said, capturing Ruan Yunyun's image on video. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lu Xian, is this wretched creature really Ruan Yunyun? When did the esteemed young lady of the Ruan family fall to such a state? It's utterly chilling. Cousin, I promise to take good care of Ruan Yunyun. I've been quite busy. So, what do you think of the result? Lu Xian showcased her handiwork via video to Chu Ran. Very satisfactory, Lu Xian. Rest assured, your cousin's work is in my hands. Thank you, cousin. Ruan Yunyun recognized from the voice that the person on the video call with Lu Xian was Chu Ran. She forced herself to open her eyes, realizing this was her final opportunity. Chu Ran, please tell Zhao Hui that I know I was wrong. Could you persuade him to take me out of here? Ruan Yunyun began to plead. Take you out? How could you even think of that? Zhao, we only agreed to marry you to gain control of your company. He worked hard to send you here, wanting you out of his sight. Do you honestly believe he would retrieve you? You might as well face reality and resign yourself to spending your life in this hospital. No, Churan, I beg you, for the sake of our sisterhood, spare me. I'll kneel and apologize right now, Ruan Yunyun exclaimed, using all her strength to rise, but her weak limbs could not support her, and she tumbled to the floor. Sisterhood? Who do you think you are? You're Ruan, and I'm Chu. Get a grip, you fool. Chu ran. Consider how my father has cared for you and Zhao Hui over the years. The Zhao Corporation you both enjoy now is because of me. Please grant me a chance to live. Ruan Yunyun no longer wished for Zhao Hu's love or to remain by his side. She had given everything she could to them. All she desired now was to escape this place, to simply survive. Ruan Yunyun, how dare you speak? If it weren't for me, your family's company would have been ruined by someone as useless as you long ago. Besides, a deranged person like you deserves to stay in a mental hospital. The voice on the other end had changed to Zhao Hu's. Zhao Hui, Ruan Yunyun cried out, hoping to plead, but the video call was abruptly terminated. She howled in anguish, only to be met with her second dose of sedative, the torment beginning anew. Ruan Yunyun could not comprehend how she had descended into such depths. Had she not been Zhao Hu's devoted admirer, had she not transferred her company to him, even if she sold it, she could have lived comfortably for the rest of her life. Alas, it was too late for her to choose again. Half an hour later, Ruan Yunyun closed her eyes in pain. When she reopened them, she found herself back in her soft, comfortable bed. Yunyun, it's time to get up. If you don't hurry, you'll be late. Zhao Hui and Chu Ran have already gone to school, Aunt Wu said as she walked into the room. Ruan Yunyun sat up, gazing at Aunt Wu, who was tidying up the room. She picked up her phone nearby and checked the time. April 6th, 2021, 7:14 a.m. Oh my God, she had been reborn 3 years into the past, during her sophomore year of college. Chapter 2. No longer a devoted admirer. As the class bell rang, Ruan Yunyun finally entered the classroom. Ruan Yunyun, why are you so late? Did you bring the stomach medication I asked for? Zhao Hui questioned bluntly upon her arrival. Ruan Yunyun glanced at Zhao Hui, who was in the prime of youth. Even though he wore a displeased expression, it could not overshadow his handsome features. It was no wonder she had fallen for him. Zhao Hui, emboldened by her affection, spent her money, relished in her special treatment, and lived like a pampered young master, all while dating Chu Ran, showering her with kindness and turning her into a princess. Meanwhile, Ruan Yunyun was treated as a servant, summoned at will, often met with his displeasure. Fortunately, Ruan Yunyun had lost interest in him, no longer needing to concern herself with his moods. Beside her, Chu Ran clutched her stomach, clearly unwell, which was the source of Zhao Hu's ire. Ruan Yunyun had already seen Zhao Hu's message before arriving. Ruan Yunyun, listen carefully. Chu Ran forgot her stomach medication. Bring it to me? I didn't bring it. Ruan Yunyun replied nonchalantly as she took her seat. What? You saw my message, yet you deliberately chose not to bring it. Zhao Hui then realized Ruan Yunyun had indeed seen his message. Ruan Yunyun, what are you up to? You just want to see Chu Ran in discomfort, don't you? Go by it right now. Hearing Zhao Hu's commanding tone once more, Ruan Yunyun found it amusing. Why did he have the audacity to order her around? Was it simply because she had once adored him, serving him, hoping for his affection? For 5 years, this had been their dynamic. She pampered him, obeyed his commands, played the role of a devoted admirer. And he, without hesitation, exploited her, commanded her, and trampled her dignity. Why had Ruan Yunyun failed to see this before? Now, reborn, having experienced death once, she found Zhao Hu's arrogance laughable. Why did he think he could once again command her, dictate her actions, and demean her? Why aren't you going yet? Can't you see Chu Ran is suffering? Zhao Hui, noticing Ruan Yunyun's hesitation, ordered again. With that, he turned to Chu Ran, speaking gently. Chu Ran, are you feeling all right? Charan cast a glance at Zhao Hui and offered him a faint smile. Zhao Hui, perhaps you should refrain from sending her to buy it. I can endure. It's all right, she enjoys doing such things. If you prevent her, she will only be displeased. Ruan Yunyun was acutely aware that in the past, she had been the devoted admirer, eagerly accepting such tasks, ready to kneel and comply, dutifully scurrying to fulfill Zhao Hu's commands. She feared his discontent, for if he were displeased, the consequences could be dire. He might ignore her for a day, or even weeks. Each time Zhao Hui turned a cold shoulder, Ruan Yunyun would proactively apologize, expending both money and effort to placate him. Thus, Zhao Hui felt emboldened to issue commands with such audacity. Regrettably, he remained the same Zhao Hui who overlooked Ruan Yunyun's worth. While she had transformed from a devoted follower who placed him above all into someone who no longer prioritized him in every aspect. What is our relationship that I should fetch her medicine? As Ruan Yunyun uttered these words, her mind recalled her last plea to Charon in her past life, to which Charon had coldly responded, Ruan Yunyun, my surname is Chu. Yours is Ruan. Who among us is a sister? Fool. Zhao Hui, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. He had not anticipated that Ruan Yunyun, who had always been subservient to him, would dare to cross him twice today. It seemed his kindness had bred her boldness. It was time for her to reflect. Very well, Ruan Yunyun, heed my words. Do not blame me for ignoring you later. Do not come begging for my forgiveness. Such disregard for his words would surely lead to graver consequences. Ruan Yunyun regarded Zhao Hui, once again finding amusement in his remarks. Begging him? Absurd. Rest assured, you are not worth my entreaty, nor do I require your forgiveness. Her retort drew the attention of those around her. What was happening? Ruan Yunyun, the once devoted admirer, had undergone a transformation. She dared to stand up to Zhao Hui. Even Zhao Hui himself was momentarily taken aback by her words. He gazed at Ruan Yunyun with a haughty expression, thinking to himself that she should relish this moment, for even should she kneel to implore me, I would not grant her forgiveness. Ruan Yunyun, you've grown bold. You shall see the consequences shortly. Having said this, Zhao Hui departed to procure medicine for Charon. Meanwhile, a subtle smile graced Charon's lips. She delighted in witnessing Zhao Hu's fluster as he confronted Ruan Yunyun. Ruan Yunyun remained unfazed by Zhao Hu's words, retrieving her textbook in preparation for her studies. Ruan Yunyun, you've grown audacious today. You dare defy the orders of young Master Zhao. Be wary, he might cast your parents aside and leave your family to suffer. A male classmate interjected. Curiously, Ruan Yunyun inquired, he would cast my parents aside? Zhao Hui was merely the son of a comrade of her father's, brought into their home due to their friendship. Dressed in the fine clothes and shoes she had purchased, he had transformed into a young master? Everyone at school knows you are merely the daughter of a servant in Zhao Hu's household. You attend school with him, dreaming of becoming a phoenix from a mere chicken. You should awaken to reality. Only a lady like Charon is a true match for Zhao Hui. The disdain and contempt in the male classmate's words were palpable. Charon is a lady? Ruan Yunyun found the notion laughable. How could Charon be considered a lady? Her mother was merely a former girlfriend of Ruan Yunyun's father, who, while dating him, had also been unfaithful. She had tragically perished in an accident during her infidelity, and Ruan Yunyun's father had taken Charon in out of pity. Ruan Yunyun glanced at Charon, who was resting her head on the desk, adorned with a designer hairpin Ruan Yunyun had discarded, and wearing the expensive shoes she had also rejected. Her pretentious demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a lady, which likely misled their classmates. Did Zhao Hui inform you that I am the daughter of a servant? Ruan Yunyun's father was the affluent Ruan Dahai of City A. Zhao Hui and Charon were merely beneficiaries of her father's kindness, taken in out of compassion. The Ruan family not only supported them, but also a host of others. For instance, Zhao Hu's uncles and aunt worked as drivers and servants for the Ruan family, while Charon's relatives were also employed in the household. It was Zhao Hui and Charon who were the children of servants. The boy rolled his eyes at her. What else could it be? Do you think you are a lady? You should hurry and kneel to Zhao Hui and apologize. Perhaps there is still hope for you. Servants should behave like servants. Kneel and apologize. Ruan Yunyun found this notion utterly amusing. The phrase servants should behave like servants was more fitting for Zhao Hui and Charon than for her. Chapter 3. Reclaiming her position as the morning class came to an end, the servant from Ruan Yunyun's household delivered a meal to her. Residing in a villa atop the mountain, it would take an hour for a round trip, Hence, she typically did not return home for lunch, opting instead to have the household staff prepare food and bring it to her. When the meal was placed before her, Ruan Yunyun was taken aback by the sight of the vegetables and shrimp in her bowl. "Aunt Zhang, is this meal meant for me?" "Not at all, Yunyun. You've always allowed Zhao Hui to eat your meals. I've already given your portion to him. This is Zhao Hui and Chu Ran's meal." Aunt Zhang replied. She was not mistaken. Her father had always ensured she had the best food, and previously, in an effort to please Zhao Hui, she had willingly swapped her meal for his. But that was in the past. "Go and switch it back," Ruan Yunyun commanded directly. Why should she relinquish her own meal to them? From now on, Zhao Hui could forget about enjoying anything that belonged to her. If she gave him something, she would demand it back in kind. "Why should I switch it back?" Aunt Zhang, who happened to be Zhao Hui's aunt, had learned to wield her influence, dismissing Ruan Yunyun's authority. "Aunt Zhang, you are a servant of the Ruan family. Shouldn't my meal be served to me first before others? Furthermore, you didn't even consult me before giving my food away in your eyes." "Who is the true young lady of the Ruan family?" Ruan Yunyun questioned sternly, yet her words fell on deaf ears. "Yunyun, you've always done this before, it's just a meal. Can't you make do today?" Aunt Zhang said, preparing to leave. "Bring it back to me," Ruan Yunyun reiterated her command. "Such a fuss over nothing," Aunt Zhang muttered under her breath, clearly disregarding Ruan Yunyun's order as she turned to walk away. Left with no other option, Ruan Yunyun called her father, knowing he would handle the situation. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Aunt Zhang returned with Ruan Yunyun's meal. "Yunyun, I apologize. It was Aunt Zhang's mistake. I've brought your food back. Zhao Hui and Chu Ran were just solving a problem and haven't had a chance to eat yet. Hurry and enjoy it while it's still warm." Aunt Zhang, eager to appease Ruan Yunyun, opened the food container to reveal a small steak, braised ribs, 2 small abalone, and broccoli, all tokens of her father's affection for her. "Remember, from now on, serve my meal first." "Of course," Aunt Zhang replied, eagerly handing Ruan Yunyun chopsticks. "You may leave now." As Ruan Yunyun took her first bite of steak, a wave of satisfaction enveloped her. It had been a long time since she had savored such delectable food. And within moments, she had finished every morsel. How had she once thought it acceptable for such a delightful meal to be wasted on those with less gratitude? Just as she set her chopsticks down, Zhao Hui stormed over, visibly irate. "Ruan Yunyun, are you unaware that Chu Ran cannot eat shrimp due to her stomach ache? And what of it? What does that have to do with me? She has no claim to a princess's privileges. Yet she behaves as if she does. Just being able to eat under someone else's roof is a privilege. Should she be so picky?" Ruan Yunyun replied, wiping her mouth with satisfaction. Seeing that Ruan Yunyun had finished her meal only fueled Zhao Hui's anger further. "Ruan Yunyun, how can you treat Chu Ran this way?" "Why?" Ruan Yunyun pondered this very question. In the past, she had given him all the best things in a bid to win his favor. Yet he had taken it for granted, believing it was his due. Now that she was withholding it, he had the audacity to be angry. Accustomed to using others' possessions, he now assumed them to be his own. "Listen carefully. I will not only treat Chu Ran this way today, but every day henceforth." Chu Ran had no connection to the Ruan family. Providing for her was the utmost kindness the Ruan family could extend. Zhao Hui frowned. "I know your actions towards Chu Ran stem from my affection for her. Ruan Yunyun, you must understand this. I like Chu Ran, and I do not like you. Your actions will only serve to increase my disdain for you. Furthermore, I warn you, do not bully Chu Ran, or I will make you suffer." This tactic of declaration and warning had worked well on Ruan Yunyun in the past, but today, she was no longer the same. Ruan Yunyun found his words amusing. "Zhao Hui, on what grounds do you dare to warn me? Do you truly see yourself as a young master?" Zhao Hui felt a twinge of insecurity at her words. "Also, is it you who has been spreading rumors that I am the daughter of your family's servant?" These rumors were merely conjectures from classmates who saw him driving a luxury car to school daily, and he had chosen not to clarify. He could not possibly explain that his father was merely a security guard, and that he was living in Ruan Yunyun's home, with the luxury car provided by her. "Ruan Yunyun, what are you trying to achieve? If you treat Chu Ran with kindness, I will reciprocate. Do you not comprehend this fundamental principle? This commotion would only serve to deepen Zhao Hui's disdain for her. Which of your eyes saw me causing a commotion? The ones who need to adjust their positions are you and Chu Ran. Know your place. Do not grow accustomed to using what belongs to others." Thinking it your own, Zhao Hui, frustrated by Ruan Yunyun's refusal to heed his advice, felt his temper rise. Ruan Yunyun, you should understand that I am genuinely angry now. When you come to apologize, I will ensure you realize the consequences. Very well, Ruan Yunyun, this is all self-inflicted. I hope you can endure this for a few more days. Zhao Hui seemed to believe that his threats would intimidate Ruan Yunyun, but she had already chosen to ignore him by in the afternoon. As school ended, Ruan Yunyun arrived at the school gate only to see Zhao Hui and Chu Ran casually getting into the luxury car and driving away. Her male classmate, aware that Ruan Yunyun had offended Zhao Hui, eagerly awaited her humiliation. She is just a servant's daughter, daring to openly challenge the young master who provides her meals. Look, she has hit the young master's sore spot this time. She won't even be able to catch a ride, indeed. I heard she finished Zhao Hui and Chu Ran's meal today, leaving Chu Ran with a stomach ache. Fortunately, Chu Ran is kind-hearted and didn't hold it against her. Zhao Hui and Chu Ran are just too good-natured. If it were me, I would have had her parents fired long ago. Ruan Yunyun remained unperturbed by the mocking voices around her. Instead, she took out her phone and made a call. In under a few minutes, Zhao Hui obediently returned the luxury car to its original spot at the school. Ruan Yunyun, quickly kneel and apologize. Zhao Hui is sure to be magnanimous and forgive you. Perhaps he will even give you a ride, otherwise you'll have to squeeze onto the bus with us. Ruan Yunyun ignored them entirely and walked directly towards the luxury car. Zhao Hui, filled with rage, confronted her. Ruan Yunyun, is this really how you wish to act? Not at all. Ruan Yunyun replied coolly as she snatched her car keys from Zhao Hui's grasp, opened the door, and took her seat in the driver's seat. Chapter 4. Setting an example. The moment Ruan Yunyun settled into the car, she locked the doors, having no intention of giving a ride to those two ungrateful individuals. Zhao Hui, supporting Chu Ran, approached the car, intending to open the door, only to find it securely locked. Zhao Hui was seething. Previously, Ruan Yunyun had endeavored to win his affection through constant flattery, yet she still failed to capture his heart. Now, realizing that this tactic was ineffective, she had resorted to coercive measures. The way Ruan Yunyun had schemed to make him like her was truly repulsive. Onlookers could not help but berate Ruan Yunyun. What's wrong with Ruan Yunyun? Isn't this clearly Zhao Hui's car? How dare she deny him entry? Exactly. As a servant's daughter, she should be grateful for the opportunity to ride along. Yet she refuses to let Zhao Hui in? If Zhao Hui were not so kind-hearted, someone as presumptuous as her should have been dismissed long ago. I can't stand the classmates chimed in with their criticisms of Ruan Yunyun. Zhao Hui's expression grew increasingly tense. He truly did not harbor feelings for Ruan Yunyun, yet he was reluctant to give up the advantages she provided, including the facade of a well-off young master. Today, Ruan Yunyun seemed to have lost her mind, continuously provoking him. Did she not realize that the more she acted out, the less he would come to like her, and the more he would despise her? He released Chu Ran and approached the front of the car to knock on Ruan Yunyun's window. Having just fastened her seatbelt, Ruan Yunyun lowered the window upon seeing Zhao Hui. Do you really want to carry on like this? Zhao Hui questioned. Ruan Yunyun met his gaze, silently conveying her displeasure. I am already quite angry. If you continue, this will be the end of us. I am not causing a scene, Ruan Yunyun replied calmly. Ruan Yunyun, I can overlook the fact that you didn't bring Chu Ran her medicine this morning, or that you didn't switch meals with her at noon. However, if you persist in this behavior, I will not forgive you. His typical declarations and warnings were no longer effective. Zhao Hui, noticing Ruan Yunyun's silence, assumed his words had struck a chord. He was convinced she could not possibly be indifferent to him. So, are you scared? If you are, just open the car door. Not going, Ruan Yunyun replied leisurely to Zhao Hui. Furthermore, your forgiveness is not required. After speaking, Ruan Yunyun waved her hand to Zhao Hui, signaling goodbye. Seeing Ruan Yunyun prepare to close the car window and depart, Zhao Hui knocked on the window once more. At this moment, Zhao Hui's expression was as grim as could be. After all, he had cultivated an image of a wealthy heir in the eyes of his classmates. If Ruan Yunyun refused to give him a ride, wouldn't that expose his true identity? He couldn't comprehend why Ruan Yunyun, who was usually so easily manipulated, had suddenly become so unyielding. No, it must be that he had shown too much concern for Churan today, which had incited jealousy in Ruan Yunyun, leading to her unusual behavior. Zhao Hui resolved to take a softer approach. Ruan Yunyun, let's resolve this at home, shall we? Churan has an upset stomach. Please give her a ride. Not going. Rwan Yunyun, do not push your luck. For you and your kind, pushing too far is never excessive. Move aside, it would be a miracle if she didn't run her over. Why would she give her a ride? Ignoring Zhao Hui further, Rwan Yunyun revved her sports car and sped away. Watching Rwan Yunyun drive off, Zhao Hui gritted his teeth in frustration. This time, Rwan Yunyun had truly crossed him. Even if she turned back now and knelt on the ground begging for his forgiveness, she should not expect him to grant it. Upon returning home, Rwan Yunyun felt exhilarated. The days ahead should be even more delightful. After resting for a while in her room, Rwan Yunyun felt a pang of hunger and went downstairs to ask Aunt Wu to prepare dinner. As she sat at the dining table, Aunt Wu immediately began to arrange the dishes. Aunt Zhang, noticing that Zhao Hui and Churen had yet to return, voiced her objections. Zhao Hui and Churen didn't get to enjoy a decent meal at noon. We must wait for them to return before we start dinner. Aunt Zhang obstructed Aunt Wu from continuing to set the table, all the while wearing a playful grin as she spoke to Rwan Yunyun. Yunyun, let's wait a bit longer. Zhao Hui and Churen haven't returned yet. Rwan Yunyun scoffed inwardly. Aunt Zhang really treated Zhao Hui as if he were the young master of the house. Aunt Zhang, have you forgotten that the Rwan family only has one young lady, and that is me? My father asked you to care for me, not for anyone else. This was already Rwan Yunyun's second reminder to Aunt Zhang. The saying goes, once is an accident, twice is a pattern. Aunt Wu pushed Aunt Zhang aside and continued to bring the dishes to the table. Today, Yunyun had been enlightened. In the past, all the delicious food she prepared had gone into the mouths of Zhao Hui and Churen. And these two outsiders had not even shown gratitude, truly two ingrate wolves, of course. Aunt Wu had complained a few times before. Yunyun not only ignored her but also scolded her. Hearing such words now, Aunt Wu couldn't contain her joy. Indeed, the Rwan family has only Yunyun as a young lady. As the servants of the Rwan family, our primary duty is to take good care of Yunyun. Yunyun, just look at this table full of dishes, all your favorites. Rwan Yunyun gazed at the array of dishes on the table, her heart filled with gratitude for Aunt Wu, the only one in the household who was not related to Zhao Hui and Churen and the one who treated her the best among the servants. Of course, this was all a consequence of Rwan Yunyun's past actions. Anyone who mistreated Zhao Hui was expelled by her. She had wanted to drive Aunt Wu away as well, but her father insisted on keeping her. Thus, aside from Aunt Wu, all the other servants were relatives of Zhao Hui and Churen. After her father's passing, Rwan Yunyun found reasons to send Aunt Wu away, which left her feeling abandoned and subsequently sent to a mental hospital. Reflecting on the past, seeing Aunt Wu now evoked a flood of emotions in Rwan Yunyun. Her misfortunes were inextricably linked to her sycophantic behavior. Thank you, Aunt Wu. Everything here is what I love to eat. If it's delicious, eat plenty. I simmered this soup for a long time. Aunt Wu immediately served Rwan Yunyun a bowl of soup. Rwan Yunyun drank the soup down to the last drop. Aunt Zhang, witnessing this, immediately turned sour and slammed the door shut as she stormed out. The sound of the door startled Rwan Yunyun. She had just thought that things should not go beyond 3 times. She had long found Aunt Zhang displeasing, just a servant, yet she dared to show her displeasure. Today, she would make her the first target. This uncouth Aunt Zhang, behaving so rudely in our home, has frightened Yunyun. Are you all right, Yunyun? I'm fine. I just thought of Aunt Gue after finishing the soup and craved the pastries she used to make. Aunt Gue was Aunt Wu's cousin, who had also been a servant in the Rwan family. Zhao Hui had expressed his dislike for her, prompting Rwan Yunyun to have her father send her away. Afterward, Zhao Hui brought in his aunt, Aunt Zhang. Since Aunt Gue left the Rwan family, she has stayed at home. Yunyun, if you want pastries from her, I can call her to make some for you. Okay, and when you call Aunt Wu, please also ask her if she would be willing to return to the Rwan family to take care of me. Really? Truly? Aunt Wu seemed to find it hard to believe. Rwan Yunyun nodded, and Aunt Wu excitedly rushed to the room to make the call. Rwan Yunyun took out her phone and dialed her father's number. Rwan Dahai's company was too busy, leaving him little time to care for Yunyun, which made him feel guilty. Thus, he had engaged so many people to look after her. Upon hearing that Aunt Zhang had dared to show her attitude, he promptly instructed the butler to inform Aunt Zhang to pack her things and leave. Rwan Yunyun hung up the phone. Aunt Zhang was merely the first step. Next, she would not spare any of Zhao Hui and Churen's relatives. As for Zhao Hui and Churen, she would expel them from the Rwan family as well. Perhaps the hardships of her previous life had been too severe. Yunyun found tonight's meal particularly delicious. And her appetite was especially good. Unconsciously, she ate more than she intended, and by the time she set down her chopsticks, she was already quite stuffed. After resting for a moment, Ruan Yunyun planned to take a walk to aid digestion. Chapter 5. What would have happened if I had chosen Han Qin back then? Not long after Ruan Yunyun left, she noticed a little dog following her closely. When she turned around, the little dog stopped, and as she walked forward, it followed right behind her. Clearly, this was a clever dog. Ruan Yunyun crouched down and waved to the little dog. Sensing no malice, it wagged its tail and ran towards her. Ruan Yunyun picked up the little dog. "It likes you," a male voice interjected from the side. Ruan Yunyun turned her head and saw a handsome young man standing nearby. She recalled that this was Han Qin, the older brother from the Han family across the street. Ruan Yunyun remembered her father mentioning Han Qin, saying that he liked her and wanted to get to know her. Her father had also expressed his fondness for Han Qin, intending to have him marry into their family to take over his business. Unfortunately, at that time, Ruan Yunyun had her heart set on Zhao Hui, stubbornly pushing away such a handsome suitor. If only she had listened to her father back then. She wondered what the outcome might have been. Ruan Yunyun found herself somewhat hopeful for a positive outcome with Han Qin. After all, in terms of appearance, family background, education, and refinement, Han Qin surpassed Zhao Hui in every aspect. Han Qin, is this your family's little dog? Ruan Yunyun's thoughts returned to reality. Han Qin realized this was his opportunity. Yes, but it really likes you. It has followed you all the way here, if you like it. I'll give it to you. Ruan Yunyun held the soft little dog, unable to let go. Thank you, I really like it. But if you give it to me, wouldn't that be taking someone else's beloved? It wouldn't be. This isn't taking someone else's beloved. From another perspective, by giving the dog to you, it gains another person to love it, which is a good thing for it. Han Qin had liked Ruan Yunyun for many years. Previously, she had always ignored his advances, but this time, he had finally captured her interest. Thank you. Ruan Yunyun was truly enamored with the little dog in her arms. However, I have one request. Han Qin cautiously stated his condition. Han Qin offered his family's dog, hoping to draw closer to Ruan Yunyun and find an opportunity for his future. What is it? Ruan Yunyun's mind was solely on the dog.as, the original owner of the dog. I would like to visit it often. Of course, you are welcome to come anytime. Ruan Yunyun readily agreed without a second thought, realizing that Han Qin was right. Having another person to love the dog was indeed a good thing. Han Qin, does this little dog have a name? Not yet. Why don't you name it? Seeing the little dog's black fur, Ruan Yunyun thought of the name Little Black. How about we call it Little Black? Great, as long as you like it, Yunyun. After Ruan Yunyun picked up the little dog, it kept licking her hand with its tongue. Han Qin, what is wrong with this little dog? Why does it keep licking me? I suspect it might be thirsty. Then let's hurry and take Little Black to get some water. Thus, Ruan Yunyun and Han Qin returned home with Xiao He. The two fed the puppy some water and then sat down on the sofa to chat. At that moment, Zhao Hui and Chu Ran walked in. He had just received a call from Aunt Zhang and was aware that Aunt Zhang had been dismissed by Ruan Yunyun due to her own matters. He had come back to confront Ruan Yunyun, believing that her decision to fire his aunt would lead him to compromise and accept her. Such naivety. Dislike is simply dislike. Ruan Yunyun cast a cold glance at Zhao Hui and Chu Ran. Noting their late return, which suggested that public transport was not easily accessible. Those who are oblivious to their fortunate circumstances, assuming that they are entitled to everything, truly need a wake-up call. Chu Ran had also heard about Aunt Zhang's dismissal. A fierce showdown was inevitable tonight, so she returned home early, waiting for the drama to unfold. Zhao Hui had initially come to question her about the dismissal of his aunt, but upon seeing Han Qin in the house, his displeasure grew. Ruan Yunyun, why is he here? In the past, Ruan Yunyun had made it clear that Zhao Hui was her sole focus, avoiding interactions with other boys. Although Han Qin had visited her home several times before, Ruan Yunyun had always found excuses to send him away. Yet now, here he was, sitting on the sofa, laughing and chatting with Ruan Yunyun. Ruan Yunyun felt a surge of annoyance. Zhao Hui had begun to see himself as the master of the Ruan household. Han Qin is my guest. Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Hui scoffed. Ruan Yunyun, enough. Who doesn't know your intentions? You specifically invited Han Qin to sit here, waiting for my return, just to provoke me. Am I right? Ruan Yunyun was well aware of Zhao Hui's disdain for Han Qin. They had attended the same school in high school, and though Han Qin was a year older, both were regarded as prominent figures. Often compared to one another, Han Qin consistently overshadowed Zhao Hui in every aspect, most notably due to his favorable family background. The very presence of someone Zhao Hui despised sitting in his home was the catalyst for his fury. Ruan Yunyun thought that Zhao Hui was over-dramatizing the situation. Zhao Hui, you're overthinking it. You're not that significant. Please don't inflate your own importance. At that moment, Ruan Yunyun realized that not only was Zhao Hui petty, but he was also exceedingly arrogant. Such a person, whom she once considered her world, had her spinning around him. She now found him utterly detestable and repulsive. The thought of having once liked someone like him made her feel nauseous. Ruan Yunyun, you're the one over-dramatizing this. If you think I would be angered by seeing you with another boy, you're mistaken. I would be glad if you were with someone else. To spare me from your incessant pestering. Ruan Yunyun was baffled. It seemed Zhao Hui was not only inflating his own role but also envisioned himself as the protagonist in this narrative. How laughable, moreover, Ruan Yunyun. I've heard you dismissed my aunt. Don't think for a moment that using her to coerce me into submission will work. I've made it clear that I no longer have feelings for you. No matter what you do, it will only serve to deepen my dislike for you. With that, Zhao Hui arrogantly puffed out his chest and stormed upstairs to his room. Ruan Yunyun felt utterly speechless. Once Zhao Hui had left, she turned her attention back to Han Qin, who was now looking at her with a complex expression. Han Qin, please don't listen to Zhao Hui's nonsense. Everything he said is unfounded. Let us continue. Han Qin immediately broke into a gentle smile. All right. Han Qin was aware that Ruan Yunyun was infatuated with Zhao Hui, but Zhao Hui's affection for Chu Ran was reciprocated. While Ruan Yunyun remained his unattainable ideal, he had harbored feelings for her for quite some time and did not wish to give up. This time, he had come with the intention of taking Zhao Hui's place. One must have ambitions, and with ambitions, one must take action. Who knows, perhaps success awaits. After ensuring the puppy was settled, Ruan Yunyun saw Han Qin to the door. They chatted for a while at the entrance before Ruan Yunyun waved goodbye. Han Qin, goodbye, goodbye. Chapter 6. You are not that important. After seeing Han Qin off, Ruan Yunyun returned inside, only to find Zhao Hui descending from upstairs. At that moment, he had already bathed and changed into a clean, comfortable set of pajamas. As Ruan Yunyun watched the handsome Zhao Hui approach, she couldn't help but admire him, despite his subsequent misdeeds. Though he possessed a heart of malice, his visage remained appealing. In the past, Ruan Yunyun had been captivated by his striking appearance, overlooking his venomous nature. However, now, regardless of how handsome he was, he could no longer penetrate her heart. As Ruan Yunyun attempted to leave, Zhao Hui called out to her, Ruan Yunyun, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Once again, his tone was commanding, indicating that Zhao Hui had yet to shed his entitled demeanor. It was high time for him to awaken. What is it? Why did you dismiss my aunt? Ruan Yunyun, being the young lady of the Ruan family, felt no obligation to explain her actions regarding the dismissal of a servant. Do I need to explain my dismissal of a servant to you? Ruan Yunyun retorted, making it clear that she was the mistress of the Ruan household. But she is my aunt. Zhao Hui's voice unconsciously rose. Ruan Yunyun, let us resolve our matters without involving others, shall we? If you have the capability, then go ahead and throw me out. Throw you out? Ruan Yunyun had been seeking an opportunity for this very moment. She hadn't expected him to present it so readily. Very well, Ruan Yunyun. Do you even know what you're saying? Zhao Hui was taken aback, having merely spoken on a whim, never expecting Ruan Yunyun to agree so readily to his provocations. To throw me out? Ruan Yunyun, I am completely lucid at this moment. Please don't assume I'm jesting. Are you certain? Does Uncle Ruan know of your decision? Zhao Hui shrewdly brought up Ruan Dahai. He remembered that Ruan Dahai had promised his father to take care of him until he could support himself, and Ruan Dahai had also told him that as long as he wished, he could live in the Ruan household for a lifetime. Ruan Yunyun had already guessed Zhao Hui's intentions. Indeed, her father had mentioned caring for Zhao Hui, providing him with food and shelter. But Zhao Hui's ambitions extended far beyond that. Her father had long seen through his motives and had discussed with Ruan Yunyun the necessity of having Zhao Hui move out. However, he had assured her that he would continue to send money until Zhao Hui could sustain himself. At that time, Ruan Yunyun had still harbored feelings for Zhao Hui, and her father's suggestion had been promptly dismissed. Rest assured, my father has long intended for you to move out. Even after you leave, he will continue to pay your tuition and living expenses. He won't let you starve, so go ahead and move out. Zhao Hui, upon hearing this, Couldn't he help but let out a series of cold laughs. Ruan Yunyun, don't think for a moment that I don't understand your current intentions. What? You claim to know my intentions? This was merely an introduction to his self-aggrandizing narrative, as expected. You merely want me to leave Chu Ran and then pursue a relationship with you, right? Ruan Yunyun, you're still a student. Your focus should be on your studies. You ought to improve yourself through learning, thereby increasing your appeal to me, rather than resorting to threats and coercion to force me into submission. Threats? Coercion? Ruan Yunyun echoed. You're envious of my rapport with Chu Ran and unwilling to be amicable with me. You re-upset. Today, you didn't bring medicine for Chu Ran or provide her with food, and that's evidence of your intentions. Seeing that I wouldn't yield, you dismissed my aunt in an attempt to pressure me into submission. When that didn't work, you invited Han Qin over to provoke me, yet I still wouldn't relent. Ultimately, you sought to expel me, thinking that by doing so, I would capitulate. Just wait. I would prefer to leave than to be with you. Illustrating just how much I detest you. Ruan Yunyun gazed at Zhao Hui, astonished by how adeptly he spun his narrative. Zhao Hui, what gives you the confidence to believe that my actions are motivated by a desire to be with you? Now, please leave immediately. Without the Ruan family, without her father, Zhao Hui was nothing. Fine, getting me to leave is easy, but don't think it'll be so simple for me to return. He truly believed himself indispensable. Just then, Chu Ran descended the stairs, grabbing Zhao Hui and pushing him back upstairs while attempting to mediate. Yunyun, I know you two are arguing again because of me. Ruan Yunyun watched as Zhao Hui nearly left, only for Chu Ran to intervene. This White Lotus was truly insufferable. What gives you the audacity to think I'm arguing for you? Chu Ran had come looking for trouble. No, Yunyun, I'm not in a relationship with Zhao Hui. He merely feels pity for me, which is why he has been more attentive. Compassion has always been an external label for Churin, while her true nature is that of a heartless vixen. I care not whether you discuss love. It bears no significance to me. If you wish to remain in the Ruan household a while longer, I suggest you conduct yourself with decorum. And remember, there is but one young lady in this family. And that is I. Yunyun, rest assured, from this moment forth, I shall maintain my distance from Zhao Hui. Please do not force him away because of me, all right? Churin feigned vulnerability once more, but Ruan Yunyun was not swayed by such tactics. Churin, there is no need for you to play the innocent before me. Do not presume that I am unaware of the sordid affairs between you and Zhao Hui. If you truly pity him, then leave the Ruan family together. Ruan Yunyun had long been aware that after high school, the two had clandestinely taken refuge in each other's arms. Ruan Yunyun, what gives you the right to vent your anger at Churin? If you have any grievances, direct them towards me. Zhao Hui stormed down the stairs, taking Churin's hand. Churin, pay her no mind. Let us return to our room. Ruan Yunyun glared at the two as they ascended. Seething with rage at the audacious couple, that evening, Ruan Yunyun conveyed her decision to expel Zhao Hui to her father. On the other end of the line, her father expressed his full support, stating that the next day, he would instruct the butler to remove Zhao Hui's belongings. Furthermore, Ruan Yunyun recounted her encounter with Han Qin, mentioning that he had gifted her a puppy named Xiao He. Ruan Dahai was elated by this news. In truth, he had long harbored an interest in Han Qin, but lamented that Yunyun was hopelessly smitten with Zhao Hui, disregarding his suggestions. Little did he expect that recent events would unfold in alignment with his wishes. Could he possibly contain his joy? After a delightful conversation with her father, Ruan Yunyun felt content as she retired for the night. Presently, everything was not only aligning with Ruan Dahai's hopes, but also progressing in the direction Ruan Yunyun desired. She held a favorable impression of Han Qin and hoped to kindle some sparks between them in the days to come. After all, dating someone of superior caliber could bring her joy and distance her from scoundrels. Chapter 7. The enchantress Zhao Hui returned to his room in a fit of frustration. Were it not for Churin's soothing words, he would have resolved to pack his things and leave. Ruan Yunyun lacked Churin's gentleness, her understanding, and her reason. In truth, aside from her wealth, she could not compare to Churin. What right did she have to vie for his affection? Zhao Hui, Yunyun is simply too fond of you. Which is why she has acted so today. Churin began to console him. What does her affection matter? The one I have always loved is you, Churin. Why don't we move out together? I am confident in my ability to provide for you. No? Zhao Hui, you must not entertain such thoughts. I believe in your capabilities. Otherwise, I would not be with you. As Churin spoke, her cheeks flushed with warmth, igniting a spark within Zhao Hui. Noticing his burgeoning feelings, Churin realized she had ensnared him. While Zhao Hui could manipulate Ruan Yunyun, she could wield the same influence over Zhao Hui, thereby claiming everything that belonged to Ruan Yunyun. Now is not the time for you to display bravado. Consider this. Yunyun dismissed your aunt today. Tomorrow, she could dismiss your uncle, and the day after, your elder relative. Zhao Hui contemplated her words. While he could leave, what of his relatives? Where would they find such a comfortable and lucrative position if expelled from the Ruan household? Moreover, if you do not make amends with Yunyun, her wrath will inevitably fall upon me. If she expels me, I can seek employment elsewhere, but she will also dismiss my relatives. This was Churin's strategy to persuade Zhao Hui. If he angered Yunyun and was cast out of the Ruan family, she would be the next to follow. In truth, the one who ought to be expelled was Ruan Yunyun. And Churin had been nurturing a wicked scheme in her heart. But Churin, you know how much I detest Ruan Yunyun. Zhao Hui's expression betrayed his resistance. Zhao Hui, I am not asking you to truly be with Yunyun. Besides, we are already together. I will never relinquish you. Indeed, Churin, you know how deeply I care for you. I could never forsake you to pursue Ruan Yunyun. Churin's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. Zhao Hui, I understand your feelings for me. I am not asking you to genuinely like Yunyun. I merely think that for now, you should not let your relationship with her deteriorate. The little concern on your part will suffice to appease her. Churin's intention was to have Zhao Hui stabilize his relationship with Ruan Yunyun, allowing her to continue enjoying the comforts she had grown accustomed to. After all, if Zhao Hui were expelled from the Ruan family due to their relationship, her own good days would likely come to an end. Currently, in the Ruan household, there was food, drink, and all manner of luxuries. Such a favorable situation was not one she was willing to relinquish. After graduation, she hoped to stake a claim within the Ruan Corporation. Given Ruan Yunyun's intellect, she would hardly be capable of safeguarding her uncle's company. If she and Zhao Hui could share in the spoils, it would be the best outcome possible. With such calculations in mind, Churin sought to control Zhao Hui, thereby gaining leverage over Ruan Yunyun and ultimately seizing control of the Ruan Corporation. Churin, what should I do? Zhao Hui, under Churin's persuasion, had already acquiesced. Zhao Hui, I will head to school early tomorrow. You should wait for Ruan Yunyun at home, show a hint of weakness, and accompany her to school. Yunyun cares for you, and with just a little sweetness on your part, she will be taken aback. Once her temper cools, a simple word from you can have your aunt reinstated in the Ruan family. Zhao Hui frowned at this suggestion. The thought of spending time with Ruan Yunyun was utterly repugnant to him. Seeing his reluctance, Churin immediately moved closer to him. Zhao Hui, I am not asking you to genuinely like Yunyun. She is simple-minded and easily placated. Considering all she has provided for us, it would not hurt to indulge her a little. If you feel wronged, you can always seek comfort from me. As Churin pressed against him, Zhao Hui's heart melted. Having previously tasted her warmth, he found himself utterly captivated by her proximity. Churin, Zhao Hui, for the sake of our future, I must ask you to endure this. No, Churin, it is you who should be the one to endure. Churin settled herself upon Zhao Hui's lap. So, you agree then? Zhao Hui tightened his embrace around her waist. Churin, for our future, I am willing to endure the charade of remaining close to Ruan Yunyun, but I will not allow her to lay a single finger on me. I am solely yours. Very well. After their exchange, the two collapsed onto the bed, continuing their intimate discourse. As dawn broke, Ruan Yunyun awoke gradually, stretching her limbs with ease. She had enjoyed a restful night, awakening naturally without dreams. After freshening up, she descended the stairs. Expecting that Zhao Hui and Churin had already departed, to her surprise, she found Zhao Hui seated at the dining table, waiting for her. Recalling Zhao Hui's fervent declarations from the previous night, that he would never compromise to like her, she wondered what his presence signified. Ruan Yunyun took a seat and began her meal. Why did you not leave with Churin? She inquired. Zhao Hui recalled Churin's instructions to be kinder to Ruan Yunyun. Thus, for the sake of his future with Churin, he chose to humble himself before her. I hope you do not misunderstand. Churin and I are merely friends. Ruan Yunyun pondered the implications of Zhao Hui's early disavowal of Churin. Could it be that he had yielded? That such a proud man would bend. This outcome was not what Ruan Yunyun desired. Or perhaps Zhao Hui harbored ulterior motives? I do not care about your relationship with Churin. I merely wish to know when you intend to leave. The thought that had it not been for Churin's interference, Zhao Hui might have already been expelled, filled Ruan Yunyun with indignation. Yunyun, I will leave, but not just yet. Ruan Yunyun deduced from his words that he had no intention of departing. However, it mattered little. Her father had already assured her that he would arrange for the butler to remove Zhao Hui's belongings. I wish to bid farewell to Uncle Ruan in person before I go. That is unnecessary. If you wish to say goodbye, you may call my father now. I spoke with Uncle Ruan last night. He asked me to remain for the time being, and we will discuss it upon his return. In truth, Zhao Hui did not call Ruan Dahai last night. Instead, a phone call was made to his father. Early this morning, his father contacted him, stating that Uncle Ruan had temporarily allowed him to stay over until his return. Chapter 8. Indignation. Ruan Yunyun had already realized that the situation had changed. Her father had evidently been persuaded by them, and the only possible persuader was Zhao Hui's father, Zhao Huang. Very well, we shall wait for father to return to discuss this, she thought, recalling her father's mention of returning in a few days. A few days would not make much difference. After finishing her breakfast, Yunyun prepared to drive to school. To her surprise, just as she got into the car and had yet to lock it, Zhao Hui opened the door and sat down in the passenger seat. Seeing Zhao Hui beside her, Ruan Yunyun said irritably, Zhao Hui, what do you mean by this? Did you not claim to dislike me? If that is the case, why subject yourself to the discomfort of sharing a car with me? Zhao Hui felt a surge of annoyance. Were it not for Chu Ran insisting that he comfort her, he would prefer not to be in the same vehicle as her. Were it not for his aunt wanting to return to work, he would not deign to speak to her so amiably. Realizing she could not drive Zhao Hui away, Yunyun decided to drive to school regardless. Yunyun, what wrong has my aunt committed that you wish to dismiss her? Ruan Yunyun replied, Today the sun shines from the west. Zhao Hui has chosen to sit with me in the car, and it turns out it is for the sake of his aunt. Zhao Hui, I told you last night that I do not need to consult you regarding the dismissal of a servant. Why aunt has admitted her mistakes. She asked me to apologize on her behalf. There is no need for that. I have no obligation to keep a servant around. She should seek other employment, Ruan Yunyun firmly rejected. Getting rid of Aunt Zhang was merely the first step. There were still second and third steps to follow. Chu Ran stood by the classroom window, which provided a perfect view of Ruan Yunyun's car parked in the school lot. Shortly thereafter, he observed Zhao Hui alighting from Ruan Yunyun's vehicle. A surge of joy filled Chu Ran's heart. It seemed Zhao Hui and Ruan Yunyun had reconciled. If Zhao Hui's crisis was averted, perhaps his own could be as well. Chu Ran, Zhao Hui is quite the temper. How dare the daughter of a servant be so arrogant? If it were me, I would have kicked their entire family out long ago. Remarked Li Li, who had also seen Ruan Yunyun exit Zhao Hui's car. Zhao Hui mentioned that it was his father's instruction to take care of Yunyun. That must be why he tolerates her. Chu Ran casually provided an explanation. So that is why Zhao Hui does not hold Ruan Yunyun accountable. Zhao Hui's choice to overlook matters was his affair. Chu Ran's reluctance to act was his own. But Li Li could not abide Ruan Yunyun's behavior and felt compelled to teach her a lesson. As for Chu Ran's deception, she knew that by maintaining Zhao Hui's reputation, she could also preserve her own. No sooner had Ruan Yunyun stepped into the classroom than she was confronted by Li Li, who blocked her path. As Ruan Yunyun attempted to move left, Li Li mirrored her. When she tried to go right, Li Li followed suit. Ruan Yunyun, exasperated, said, Step aside, I will not. Ruan Yunyun, I have seen shamelessness before, but never in such a degree as yours. Yesterday, you brazenly forced Zhao Hui and Chu ran out of the car and drove off with Zhao Hui's vehicle. Ruan Yunyun looked at Wang Li and retorted with a light laugh. You live by the seaside and concern yourself with matters that do not concern you. Furthermore, who told you that sports car belongs to Zhao Hui? Seeing Ruan Yunyun's audacity, Li Li felt an itch in her palms, tempted to strike her. If that sports car does not belong to Zhao Hui, then whose could it possibly be? Yours, the servants? Zhao Hui and Chu Ran are kind-hearted and do not hold it against you, but I cannot stand by, today. I must make them feel avenged. I'm sorry, but you are mistaken. That sports car is indeed mine. And Li Li, if you cannot grasp the truth, then perhaps you should refrain from speaking. It will only make you the subject of ridicule. Ruan Yunyun was not intimidated by them. Truth? Pray tell. What is the truth? Let us hear your so-called truth and see if there is any justice in it. Seeing Li Li persist, Ruan Yunyun realized they would not relent until they faced the consequences. So she pulled out the vehicle registration and placed it before Li Li's eyes. Open your eyes wide and see what this is. Rwanda High. Who is he? My father, without a doubt. Rwan Yunyun presented her evidence, eager to see what they would say next. Upon hearing this, instead of retracting, Lily burst into laughter. You amuse me, Rwan Yunyun. We are all well aware of your identity and standing. You still cling to the delusion of being a young lady? We have discovered that your father is merely a driver, working for Zhao Hui's father, which explains why that sports car is registered under your father's name. Furthermore, your entire family works for Zhao Hui's household. The reason Zhao Hui does not confront you is that he is kind, and his father instructed him to look after you. Yet you push your luck and bully Zhao Hui and Chu Ran. Even fantasizing about taking Chu Ran's place beside Zhao Hui. Were I Zhao Hui, I would have long since expelled your entire family and let you all fend for yourselves. Li Li, being close to Chu Ran, who was recognized as Zhao Hui's partner, had naturally garnered the trust of their classmates with her words. Rwan Yunyun could hardly believe that Li Li, an outsider, would so fervently defend Zhao Hui and Chu Ran while mercilessly attacking her. She would not let this go unanswered. She would show them her true strength. Li Li, if your family employs a driver and the car is registered in the driver's name, do not display your ignorance. It will only invite mockery. Zhao Hui stood at the door with a somewhat stiff expression. To be frank, the words spoken by Li Li, misunderstood by classmates who were unaware of the truth, seemed to be an insult directed at Rwan Yunyun. Only he and Chu Ran knew that Li Li was actually criticizing him. Chu Ran immediately gave Zhao Hui a look, urging him to quickly defuse the situation and help Rwan Yunyun, perhaps even earning her favor in the process. Rwan Yunyun, you, Li Li began to retort, but Zhao Hui's face turned pale as he stepped up to her. What nonsense are you spouting? Step aside. Upon hearing Zhao Hui's command, Li Li reluctantly moved aside, allowing Rwan Yunyun to return to her seat. Rwan Yunyun chose to ignore the cacophony of absurdities from those around her and simply sat back down. She saw no need to engage in a verbal duel with them. In the future, she would find ample ways to counter those who misrepresented her. Li returned to her own seat, having nearly avenged Zhao Hui and Chu Ran, only to be thwarted by Zhao Hui himself. Chu Ran, what does Zhao Hui mean by this? I was merely trying to defend him. Li, do not overthink it. Zhao Hui simply wishes to keep Rwan Yunyun's identity a secret. He is concerned that she may feel inferior, which would not be good, as his father has instructed him to take good care of Yunyun. Chu Ran could only offer an excuse for Zhao Hui's actions. Zhao Hui is simply too kind. Someone like Rwan Yunyun is not worth his concern. Lily still expressed her discontent with Rwan Yunyun. Chapter 9. Will he still like me? Not long after Rwan Yunyun sat down, she received a friend request on WeChat. Upon opening it, she saw that the request was from Han Qin, and she immediately accepted it. In her previous life, Rwan Yunyun had rejected Han Qin because she liked Zhao Hui in this life. If her father continued to act as a matchmaker and Han Qin still had feelings for her, she would not hesitate to throw herself into Han Qin's embrace. However, would Han Qin still like her? Would he continue to wait for her? Before long, her phone buzzed again. Rwan Yunyun checked and found a message from Han Qin. Yunyun, are you free tonight? Upon reading this message, Rwan Yunyun felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating the possibility of her father playing matchmaker with Han Qin, and if Han Qin still liked her, she could not afford to miss this opportunity. Yet, so soon, Han Qin had reached out to her. How should she respond? If she played hard to get and said she was unavailable, would that push Han Qin away? Conversely, if she said she was free, would he think her too easy and be frightened off? Just as Rwan Yunyun was lost in her thoughts, her phone vibrated again. Han Qin had sent a picture, followed by another message. I passed by the pet store today and bought a toy for Xiao Haid. I want to personally deliver it to him tonight. Looking at Han Qin's message, Rwan Yunyun felt a pang of disappointment. It turned out he was asking if she was free to see Xiao Hui. Seemed she had overthought things. Her moment of excitement had been in vain. Rwan Yunyun quickly replied to Han Qin. I finish class at 5:30 and will head straight home. After 6:10, I will be at home. And you can come by to see Xiao Hui anytime. Great, see you tonight. After responding to the message, Han Qin nearly leapt for joy. He reiterated his belief that with a goal in mind, one must take action. After all, success might just be within reach. Although he was acutely aware that Rwan Yunyun still harbored feelings for Zhao Hui, the two had yet to be together. And besides, Zhao Hui did not reciprocate Yunyun's affections. Zhao Hui's window was directly across from his, allowing him to observe the situation clearly. Last night, Chu Ran had stayed over at his place. a sight he had witnessed before. 2 years ago, when Ruan Yunyun graduated from high school, he had caught Zhao Hui and Chu Ran in an indiscreet act within the confines of his room, not out of any intention to spy, but rather due to their carelessness and lack of discretion, as he merely stood by the window and witnessed it openly. Ever since he learned of Zhao Hui and Chu Ran's relationship, and realized that there was no possibility of Zhao Hui ever being with Ruan Yunyun, he had been making an effort, both intentionally and unintentionally, to encounter Ruan Yunyun. Unfortunately, she had always regarded him as invisible. However, just a few days prior, a small dog had inadvertently validated his efforts. As Ruan Yunyun finally took notice of him, he was determined to seize this rare opportunity to foster a deeper connection with her. After Ruan Yunyun and Han Qin made plans, she began to focus intently on her classes and take notes. Currently, she was studying design, a field she had chosen not out of passion but solely for Zhao Hui's sake. Her father's company, Ruan's Corporation, might eventually be passed down to her, as it represented her father's lifelong dedication, and she wished to preserve his legacy. Thus, she contemplated switching her major from design to business management. Of course, she needed to discuss this decision with her father before making any final choices. Once the class bell rang, Chu Ran glanced at Zhao Hui and exited the classroom, with Zhao Hui following suit. They found themselves beneath a sprawling tree. Zhao Hui, did you make any advances towards Yunyun today? I'm not sure if that counts as making advances, Zhao Hui replied. I waited for Yunyun in the dining hall this morning. Just as you advised. Did she show any surprise? Zhao Hui shook his head. No, she merely asked why I wasn't leaving with you. Later, when I got into her car, she seemed rather unwilling. Chu Ran looked incredulous. That can't be. In the past, whenever you gave her a kind word, she would be overjoyed. Today, not only did you share breakfast with her, but you also accompanied her to school, yet she remained indifferent. Her demeanor so unremarkable. This is inexplicable. I find it strange too. Normally, even when I treat her coldly, she clings to me like a persistent adhesive, refusing to let go. But since yesterday, Ruan Yunyun has been acting out of character. In fact, this morning she even asked when I would be leaving the Ruan family. And what did you say? I simply told her that I would wait for Uncle Ruan to return home and bid him farewell before making any plans. While in the car, I also mentioned my aunt, asking if she could give her a chance, but she outright rejected the notion. This new side of Ruan Yunyun left them both puzzled. Zhao Hui, I suspect she may have misunderstood and thinks you and I are together. Perhaps she's simply heartbroken. Let's maintain our distance for a couple of days and observe how things unfold. Agreed. Just as Zhao Hui finished speaking, his phone vibrated twice. He took it out to find a message from the hotel. Dear esteemed guest Zhao Hui, greetings. This is the Jinzhu Grand Hotel. Your birthday is on the 10th of this month, and your friends have arranged a VIP room for you. Please join us for dinner by 6 o'clock that evening. We eagerly await your presence. Both Zhao Hui and Chu Ran finished reading the message simultaneously. Chu Ran felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Ruan Yunyun still cares about you. Her indifference over the past couple of days was merely her way of sulking and expressing her displeasure. She likely wants to capture your attention. Zhao Hui also felt relieved. It appears Ruan Yunyun is indeed putting on a show. I should not have made any overtures towards her today. If I ignore her, she might manage to hold out for a day. But tomorrow she would come running to me, eager to admit her mistakes. This time, if she wishes to seek my forgiveness, I will demand that she kneels before me before I consider forgiving her. Do as you wish. But Zhao Hui, I know you don't harbor feelings for Ruan Yunyun, yet I hope you can still keep her in check. After all, she is Uncle Ruan's daughter. If she remains as foolish as she is, Ruan's Corporation, which is his life's work, may not survive in her hands. You ought to think about alleviating Uncle Ruan's burdens. This was the first time Chu Ran had mentioned Ruan's Corporation in front of Zhao Hui, who, being astute, understood her underlying implications. After pondering her words, Zhao Hui realized that she was right. Uncle Ruan had only one daughter, and Ruan Yunyun was indeed rather naive. If the corporation fell into her hands, it would likely suffer irreparable losses. If he could assist in managing it, he would not disappoint Uncle Ruan's expectations and would ensure the company remained well organized. At last, Zhao Hui understood Chu Ran's reasoning for wanting him to placate Ruan Yunyun, prompting him to reconsider the nature of his relationship with her. As the class bell rang, Ruan Yunyun hastily gathered her belongings and sped back to the villa in her sports car. Aunt Wu was busy in the kitchen, and Aunt Gue greeted Ruan Yunyun warmly. Yunyun. Aunt Gue, you're here. Yunyun responded cheerfully. Now Aunt Wu has company. After exchanging pleasantries with Aunt Gue, Ruan Yunyun hurried upstairs. The weather had begun to warm, and after taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, she quickly descended once more, eagerly awaiting Han Qin's arrival. Aunt Gue poked her head out from the kitchen and inquired, "Yunyun, dinner will be ready in 5 minutes, Dotto." Suddenly, Yunyun remembered that if Han Qin arrived at that moment, he might not have had time to eat. It would be best to invite him to dinner. "Aunt Wu, I might have a friend coming over shortly. Is there enough food? How many people? Is it a male or female? What does he like to eat?" This question caught Ruan Yunyun off guard. As she knew nothing of Han Qin's preferences, "Aunt Wu, it's one friend, a boy. I have no idea what he likes to eat. So anything is fine at a boy? A classmate?" Aunt Wu inquired with curiosity. "Aunt Wu, please don't ask. I still don't know if he will come. Don't worry, Yunyun. There will be enough food for two. Shall we start serving now?" After considering, Yunyun replied, "Yes, let's begin." "All right." Just as Aunt Wu finished setting the table, a knock sounded at the door. Ruan Yunyun guessed it was Han Qin and hurried to open the door, confirming her assumption as Han Qin stood at the entrance. "Han Qin, come in and have a seat." Aunt Wu emerged from the kitchen, recognizing Han Qin, and it's Han Qin. "What perfect timing. We were just about to start dinner. Come join us." Aunt Wu invited warmly. "Thank you, Aunt Wu, but I came to see Little Black." "My timing is unfortunate," Han Qin replied, having just rushed home to shower before arriving. "That's quite unfortunate. Before you came, I had already taken Little Black for a walk and fed him some dog food. He should be asleep by now. You two can eat first and afterward go for a stroll. By then, Little Black should be awake before them." Han Qin appeared handsome, well-mannered, and from a good family, making Aunt Wu believe he was a suitable match for Yunyun. She hoped there would be a budding romance between them. Thanks to the little dog, Han Qin would soon be able to share a meal with Ruan Yunyun. "Thank you, Yunyun. Thank you, Aunt Wu. In that case, I shall graciously accept the invitation," Han Qin said, taking a seat at the table to dine with Ruan Yun. As they enjoyed their meal, Zhao Hui and Chu Ran entered the room. Upon seeing Han Qin in the house, Zhao Hui's expression darkened immediately. What was Ruan Yun thinking? Was she truly so intent on provoking him? Such actions were utterly beneath her, serving no purpose other than to deepen his disdain. "Ruan Yun, could you please refrain from such childish antics to gain my attention? This behavior is not only immature, but will only serve to increase my aversion toward you." Ruan Yunyun was taken aback, bewildered by what she had done to provoke Zhao Hui. Why was he still lost in his own world? Not feeling satisfied after scolding Ruan Yunyun, he turned his ire toward Han Qin. "Han, do you truly have nothing better to do? Why is it that I see you every day? Are you so oblivious to the fact that Ruan Yunyun invited you here solely to irritate me? Do you enjoy being used? You can't possibly have developed feelings for Ruan Yunyun, can you? It's hard to believe that someone who looks as good as you would have such poor taste to like a girl I wouldn't even consider." At this point, Zhao Hui felt a surge of satisfaction, and no matter how exceptional Han Qin might be, he would never attain what Zhao Hui deemed worthless. How laughable, even if it's a woman I don't want. "You still can't have her." Zhao Hui reveled in his superiority as he spoke. "You should know that for the past few years, Ruan Yunyun has been shamelessly devoted to me. If I were to smile at her, she would be elated for days. If I merely waved, she would do anything for me. She clings to me like a persistent burr, impossible to shake off." As Han Qin listened to Zhao Hui disparaging Ruan Yunyun, he felt a surge of anger. However, it was precisely because Zhao Hui failed to appreciate Yunyun's virtues that he was afforded this opportunity. Thus, he chose not to retort. His sole desire was for Yunyun to awaken to the truth and gravitate towards him. Zhao Hui, still unsatisfied, declared, "Even if I don't want her, she stubbornly clings to me, and no matter what you do for her, Han Qin, you will never win her over." Zhao Hui's tirade ignited a blaze of fury within Ruan Yunyun. This Zhao Hui truly seemed to have lost his senses, concocting wild narratives as soon as he entered the room. For the past few days, Yunyun had been quite clear and straightforward in expressing her disinterest in him. How many more times must she reiterate her feelings before he comprehended? It was utterly unreasonable. "Zhao Hui, are you finished? If so, kindly take your leave," Ruan Yunyun snapped, her patience wearing thin. "Leave? Ruan Yunyun, do you think I would shy away? If I were to depart, certain individuals would soon be weeping and begging for my return. So please, do not resort to such tactics, as they will only deepen my disdain for you. Disdain me all you wish. It seems you believe I care. Understand this, I have no need for such games. Furthermore, this is the Rouen residence, and I may invite whomever I please. You, an outsider with the surname Zhao, have no right to criticize my actions. Han Qin is my guest, so I expect you to treat him with respect. Apologize to him immediately, or else apologize to him. Not a chance, Zhao Hui retorted defiantly. Refusing to bow to Han Qin. Refusing to apologize is acceptable, but you must vacate my home at once, Ruan Yun commanded, leaving no room for negotiation. Ruan Yun, listen closely. I may leave, but mark my words. Even if you were to kneel before me, I would never return, Zhao Hui warned, laying his cards on the table. Ruan Yun found his arrogance laughable. It was the most absurd joke she'd heard all day. Did Zhao Hui truly believe she could not live without him? Immediately, gather your belongings and depart. Very well, you have my word, he replied smugly. Zhao Hui, you cannot leave, Chu Ran interjected, grasping Zhao Hui's arm. Chu Ran had not anticipated that Ruan Yun's argument with Zhao Hui would culminate in his departure. Zhao Hui was being overly impulsive. She had advised him twice, last night and earlier today, to appease Ruan Yun. Why had he not heeded her counsel? As Chu Ran felt her grip on Zhao Hui slipping, she exclaimed, Yun, you cannot let Zhao Hui go. Silence, Ruan Yun interrupted Chu Ran. Chu Ran, if you cannot bear to part with Zhao Hui, you are welcome to leave with him. Zhao Hui glanced at Ruan Yun. Ruan Yun, you are something else. I look forward to seeing you cry. With that, he shook off Chu Ran's hold and ascended the stairs, heading to his room to pack his belongings. Zhao Hui, please calm down. If you must leave, at least wait until Uncle Ruan is home to say your goodbyes, Chu Ran urged, hoping to temper his rashness. Chu Ran, spare me your advice. I am determined to leave today, he asserted, already retreating to his room. Thank heavens, Ruan Yun was finally going to rid herself of this nuisance. As Chu Ran realized she could not persuade Ruan Yun, she followed Zhao Hui, continuing her attempts at reasoning. Seeing Zhao Hui still packing, she approached him patiently. Zhao Hui, please do not act on impulse. If you leave now, what will happen to your uncle, your relatives? You must understand that as soon as you walk out the door, your relatives will face expulsion from Ruan Yun's home. You ought to think of them. Don't worry, Chu Ran. Within a couple of days, Ruan Yun will be on her knees begging me to return. Zhao Hui replied confidently, continuing to pack his belongings. A quarter of an hour later, he descended the stairs with his suitcase, only to find that Ruan Yun and Han Qin had vanished. The imagined scene of Ruan Yun crying and pleading for him to stay had not materialized. It had all been a fabrication. Seeing that neither side could be swayed, Chu Ran resigned herself to escorting him out. Chapter 11. Misunderstanding. Han Qin had visited Ruan Yun's home twice, and on both occasions, he had witnessed her in a heated argument with Zhao Hui. It was undeniable that he felt a sense of discomfort. Han Qin, I apologize for the embarrassment, Ruan Yun said, offering a sincere apology. Han Qin remained silent, continuing to stroll with Ruan Yun. Indeed, he was angry. He had thought he would be unaffected, yet witnessing the altercation stirred jealousy within him. Han Qin, are you upset? Ruan Yun inquired, noticing his silence. It was understandable. If Zhao Hui berated her, she would certainly be angered if he directed his ire at Han Qin as well. Upon hearing her question, Han Qin stopped walking. Yun, Zhao Hui is not worthy of your affections. Han Qin had many things he wished to convey to Ruan Yun, including the fact that Zhao Hui was now with Chu Ran. Yet, he feared that such revelations would only push her away, jeopardizing any lingering affection she might hold for him and risking her future willingness to see him again. Ruan Yun halted as well, fully aware that Zhao Hui was unworthy of her affection. Han Qin, thank you for your concern. Yun, you do still have feelings for Zhao Hui, don't you? Han Qin ventured, already suspecting the answer. Yet, he clung to hope. Yearning to hear her deny it, however, upon asking, he dreaded the response he might receive. As he posed the question, it felt as though a heavy weight was pressing upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Yes, Ruan Yun replied without hesitation. Han Qin's heart sank at the confirmation he had anticipated. However, that was in the past. I no longer have feelings for Zhao Hui, Ruan Yun hastily added, attempting to alleviate his distress. What? Han Qin could hardly believe his ears, hoping for this very outcome. Yun, do you understand what you're saying? Absolutely. I am quite clear about my words. But when did this happen? I mean, Yun, when did you stop liking Zhao Hui? Ruan Yun held great trust in Han Qin, eager to share her innermost thoughts with him. Han Qin, you may find it hard to believe, But just a few days ago, I suddenly realized that no matter how much warmth you extend to someone who does not love you, their heart remains frozen and unyielding. Upon coming to this understanding, I retracted my affections for Zhao Hui. Retracted? Han Qin mused, considering that withdrawing one's love did not necessarily equate to no longer caring. Rather, it could be hidden deep within. Isn't it strange? Ever since I retracted my feelings for Zhao Hui just days ago, I have come to see his true character. I now recognize how foolish I was to have loved someone so unworthy. I regret having been so devoted to him. And now, not only have I withdrawn my affection, but I also harbor a deep-seated dislike for him. Ruan Yunyun's feelings were conveyed rather subtly. Her disdain for Zhao Hui was, in fact, a profound hatred. Han Qin gazed at Ruan Yunyun in disbelief. Did her rejection of Zhao Hui signify an opportunity for him? Yunyun, are you truly sincere in your words? Of course, Han Qin, I trust you, which is why I chose to confide in you. I no longer have feelings for Zhao Hui, and I have extricated myself from my previous infatuation. I feel liberated now. As for Zhao Hui, he remains ensnared in the delusion that I am still enamored with him. Unable to break free, he mistakenly believes that I am seeking his attention. So, over the past few days, you have ceased to regard him as significant, yet Zhao Hui still assumes you are employing some ploy to capture his attention. Indeed, to be honest, now that I no longer like him, I wish to sever all ties. Zhao Hui has no connection to the Ruan family. My father merely wished to extend a courtesy due to his friendship with Zhao Hui's father during their service. Now that he is an adult, my father has long contemplated having him move out. You have heard the arguments between us. It was always Zhao Hui embellishing the situation. After you left last night, he approached me again, and I candidly expressed my desire for him to leave the Ruan residence. He agreed then, but this morning, he reneged on his promise and refused to go. Just moments ago, I reiterated my request for him to leave, and he assured me he would, but whether he genuinely departs remains to be seen. Hearing Ruan Yunyun declare that she had moved on from Zhao Hui and was now attempting to expel him from her life filled Han Qin with a sense of elation, alleviating the tension that had previously clouded his heart. Yet, he remained somewhat apprehensive. While she may have let go of Zhao Hui now, there was no guarantee that her feelings would not reignite in the future. Yunyun, I am truly delighted to hear you express such sentiments. Frankly, Zhao Hui does not deserve your love. You are worthy of someone far better. After uttering these words, Han Qin resolved to pursue Ruan Yunyun, determined to win her heart before her affections for Zhao Hui could resurface. Yes, my next step is to ensure that Zhao Hui, that scoundrel, remains far from me, and then to embark on a new chapter in my life. Han Qin felt that his appearance beside Ruan Yunyun was perfectly timed. After their conversation, both of their hearts were unburdened. It seemed that a stroll truly had the power to disperse inner discontent. Upon returning from their walk, Ruan Yunyun and Han Qin spent some time playing with Xiao He. The little dog, after a brief period of play, grew weary and retreated to its kennel for a rest. When Ruan Yunyun saw Han Qin to the door, they engaged in a bit of idle chatter before reluctantly bidding him farewell. Just as she settled back inside, Chu Ran descended the stairs to find her. Ruan Yunyun had already surmised that Chu Ran's visit was concerning someone specific, so she took a seat on the sofa. Chu Ran still believed that Yunyun, accustomed to being a devoted admirer, could not let go of Zhao Hui. Yunyun, you shouldn't have acted out of spite and let Zhao Hui leave. Once he has gone, it will be difficult for him to return. Chu Ran's words were unwelcome to Yunyun. Spite? Chu Ran, what makes you think this is about spite? The two were equally stubborn. Chu Ran continued to assert that Ruan Yunyun was employing tactics to win Zhao Hui's affection. Yunyun, it's quite late now. Aren't you worried about Zhao Hui leaving? Worried? Chu Ran, is that why you came to speak to me tonight, to utter nonsensical words? Yunyun, are you truly not worried? Zhao Hui is neither kin nor relation to me. His departure from my home is quite natural. Besides, he is an adult. Why should I be concerned for him? Moreover, as I mentioned, if you are so worried about him, you are perfectly capable of tidying up and leaving with him. After all, I have no ties to him, and you are his girlfriend, are you not? Ruan Yunyun decided it was time to lay everything bare. Upon hearing her words, Chu Ran felt a surge of anxiety. To be candid, her greatest fear was that Ruan Yunyun would care about the situation between her and Zhao Hui, and her suspicions were not unfounded. Ruan Yunyun had indeed sent Zhao Hui away today. She was next. Yunyun, you're misunderstanding. Zhao Hui and I are completely innocent. Our relationship is not romantic. That has nothing to do with me. All I know is that you and Zhao Hui have no connection to the Ruan family. It's about time you took your leave. Chu Ran finally realized that her suspicions were correct. Ruan Yunyun was intent on expelling them. She would not allow things to proceed as Yunyun wished. The one who ought to leave this household was Ruan Yunyun. Chapter 12. New love. Chu Ran still placed her hopes on Zhao Hui. She could not believe that Ruan Yunyun, just days ago a devoted admirer of Zhao Hui, could so easily let go of him. This was merely a tactic employed by Ruan Yunyun to win Zhao Hui's love. The birthday party she planned for him was proof enough. As long as Ruan Yunyun still harbored expectations for Zhao Hui, he could very well return to the Ruan family. If Zhao Hui returned, she would not need to leave the Ruan household. Yunyun, please don't speak in anger. If you wish for Zhao Hui to like you, perhaps I can assist you. Chu Ran's assertion was not without merit. Zhao Hui had already fallen into her gentle trap, listening to her every word. For the sake of her future with Zhao Hui and the Ruan family's assets, she was willing to have Zhao Hui feign affection for Ruan Yunyun. No need, Ruan Yunyun replied firmly, and Chu Ran, Zhao Hui has already left. It's time for you to prepare to depart from the Ruan family as well. Ruan Yunyun was acutely aware that the two individuals the Ruan family had taken in were nothing but ingrates. Harboring no gratitude for the family's kindness, but rather coveting the Ruan family's company and assets, in her past life. Ruan Yunyun's fate was evidence enough to in this life. She would ensure they experienced the consequences of their betrayal. After uttering those words, Ruan Yunyun ascended the stairs, leaving Chu Ran seething with anger. Ruan Yunyun, just you wait. If you think expelling me will be easy, you are sorely mistaken. Once back in her room, Ruan Yunyun took a deep breath. She wished to expel these scoundrels from the Ruan family and her life, and to embark on a beautiful new chapter with her father, but it seemed a daunting task. However, having already sent Zhao Hui away was a positive sign for her. Next, it would be Chu Ran.as. Ruan Yunyun prepared for bed. She received a message from her father. Yunyun, are you asleep yet? Glancing at the time, she noticed it was nearly 10 o'clock. Dad, I'm still awake. What is up? Are you at home or somewhere else? Curious, she pondered where she could possibly be at this hour. Dad, it's almost 10 o'clock. Where else would I be? After editing her message, she yawned and I'm just about to go to sleep. Her phone vibrated with a new message. Dear Mr. Wan, your account ending in 9888 was charged 6,999 yuan at the Supreme Hotel on April 8, 2021, at 21:32. Wishing you a pleasant day. Upon reading the message, Ruan Yunyun understood her father's concern about whether she was at home. The black card was a supplementary card given to her by Ruan Dahai as a birthday gift last year. He had never paid attention to its usage, but seeing a charge at this hour raised his worries. Typically, Ruan Yunyun did not enjoy going out at night, and it was out of paternal concern that Ruan Dahai decided to check the message. Upon seeing the hotel charge, his anxiety intensified. Logically speaking, Yunyun was now an adult, and having a boyfriend was perfectly normal. Yet, Ruan Dahai was not concerned about that. Ever since he had welcomed Zhao Hui into the Ruan household 5 years ago, Ruan Yunyun had developed feelings for him. Over the years, she had pursued Zhao Hui relentlessly, but he had shown little interest in her, instead favoring Chu Ran. As an observer, Ruan Dahai saw through it all. He refrained from interfering in matters of the heart because he understood that even with all the wealth at his disposal, binding Zhao Hui to the Ruan family would not bring Yunyun happiness. A forcibly coerced affection would only lead to heartbreak for her. This was the reason he wanted Zhao Hui to leave in the first place. Upon seeing the hotel charge, he feared that Ruan Yunyun might be with Zhao Hui, which would only lead to her being hurt further. Thus, after careful consideration, he chose to text her to gauge the situation. Dad, I'm at home, I didn't go out. Tonight, Zhao Hui and I had a small disagreement, so I sent him away. Ruan Yunyun could only tell her father the truth. Then what about this charge? This black card was a birthday gift from you. I gave it to Zhao Hui to win his favor. So he has been using it all along. So all the charges over the past year have been made by Zhao Hui? Yes, Dad. Ruan Yunyun then sent a crying emoji. Dad, how much has this card been charged over the past year? Ruan Yunyun felt rather foolish, about 1 million or so. What? Zhao Hui claims not to care for me, yet when it comes to using my car and my money, he is completely unrestrained. What a double standard. Staying in a hotel costs 6,999 yuan a night. He truly spends others' money without a second thought. Dad, let us suspend the card for now. Ruan Yunyun had no intention of continuing to provide for that ingrate. Zhao Hui. Are you not afraid Zhao Hui will be upset? Ruan Dahai understood Ruan Yunyun well. She had always doted on Zhao Hui, despite his consistently cold demeanor towards her, fearing his displeasure. Dad, I suddenly feel that Zhao Hui does not deserve my affection. Ruan Dahai was taken aback, expressing his disbelief with 3 question marks, unable to fathom that his daughter would utter such words. Ruan Yunyun anticipated her father's doubt. Her rebirth was not something easily explained. For now, she could only concoct a reason. Perhaps I encountered someone more outstanding than Zhao Hui, and in that instant, I realized this person is far superior, making Zhao Hui seem incomparable. Suddenly, I thought what? I thought I must have been blind and foolish to have liked someone like Zhao Hui, fickle of heart. Though Ruan Dahai expressed this sentiment, he felt immense joy within. He had long feared that his daughter would suffer in this relationship, so he was relieved to see her break free. I never imagined I could be this kind of person. But, Dad, ever since I met someone more exceptional than Zhao Hui, looking back at him, all I feel is disdain. Moreover, the things that once captivated me about him now disgust me to the point of nausea. I suddenly realize how poor my judgment was in the past. I suspect this person who has captured your heart is Han Qin. Ha, Dad, you're so clever. Since you already understand your daughter's feelings, then her happiness is in your hands. Understood. I'll make the necessary arrangements. I will suspend the card and consider those past expenses as compensation for abandoning Zhao Hui and seeking someone new. Sounds good. After saying this, Ruan Yunyun yawned again, realizing it was already 10:30. Dad, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Yunyun, good night. Chapter 13. The hairpin incident. As Ruan Yunyun parked her car in the public parking space at the school gate and locked the doors, she caught sight of a flashy sports car arriving, causing quite a stir among the students. Even she paused, unable to resist the urge to see when such a prominent figure had graced their school. Once the car came to a halt, the driver stepped out and politely opened the door, revealing a familiar silhouette. When Ruan Yunyun recognized Zhao Hui descending from the vehicle, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had anticipated someone of greater stature. After all, this was merely the result of a 6,999 yuan accommodation fee and the hotel's all-encompassing service. However, the surrounding students, oblivious to the true nature of Zhao Hui's arrival, gasped and exclaimed in awe. Zhao Hui's family must be incredibly wealthy, with luxury cars coming one after another. Not only is he handsome, but he excels academically, and his family is affluent. He is truly the epitome of a rich and handsome man. Indeed, how can someone be so perfect in this world? Listening to the praises of the rich and handsome, Ruan Yunyun found it amusing. No wonder Zhao Hui had become addicted to playing the role of a young master. Unable to bear the spectacle any longer, she promptly walked away. No wonder some people are fervently trying to curry favor with him. Indeed. Just as Ruan Yunyun settled into her seat, Zhao Hui entered the classroom. He didn't spare her a glance and proceeded directly to Chu Ran's desk. Chu Ran, this is for you. Zhao Hui placed a breakfast item on her table. Thank you. You're welcome. Eat it while it's still warm. The male classmates cast envious glances at Chu Ran, remarking, Zhao Hui and Chu Ran are truly a match made in heaven. A perfect couple. He glanced at Ruan Yunyun, who maintained her calm demeanor, pondering whether to tease her a little. Ruan Yunyun, seeing this scene, do you feel an urge to go crazy? Crazy. To be driven mad by Zhao Hui was a luxury she could no longer afford. It was merely a complimentary breakfast from the hotel. What was there to lose her mind over? Her classmates, noticing Ruan Yunyun's unwavering expression, were baffled. Previously, she could hardly stand seeing Zhao Hui pampering Chu Ran. Could it be that this so-called dog of the rich had genuinely changed? After all, one must have self-awareness. As the daughter of a servant, she was only fit to serve Zhao Hui and Chu Ran. One must have self-awareness. Ruan Yunyun, disinterested in their chatter, took out her textbook to prepare for class. Her phone vibrated, and upon checking, she saw a message from Han Qin. Yunyun, are you free tonight? Was Han Qin coming over to see Xiaohei again? Yes. Yesterday she had bought a toy for Xiaohei. What could today's reason be? Ruan Yunyun was curious. Tonight, I want to see Xiaohei. As expected, it was again about Xiaohei. When I bought a gift for Xiaohei yesterday, I also got one for you, but I forgot to give it to you. I'll give it to you when I see Xiaohei tonight. Ruan Yunyun was initially surprised to learn that she had received a gift too, and then visibly delighted. This was entirely thanks to Xiaohei. Thank you, see you tonight. Just as she set her phone down, the teacher arrived. She pulled out her pen and notebook, ready to take notes. Noticing her bangs were a bit long, she retrieved a hairpin from her bag and secured them. Li immediately spotted the hairpin in Ruan Yunyun's hair. She remembered that Chu Ran possessed a similar one, having borrowed it once because she adored it so much. She recalled Chu Ran mentioning that the hairpin cost over 10,000 yuan. Such an expensive item was unlikely for Ruan Yunyun to afford, and it was more probable that she had stolen it. Li quickly scribbled a note. Chu Ran, that hairpin on Ruan Yunyun's head. I remember you have one too, right? And passed it to Chu Ran. Chu Ran glanced at Ruan Yunyun, knowing that the hairpin on her head had been a gift from her father during a business trip abroad, rumored to be worth several tens of thousands. When she received the hairpin, it had come with a complimentary item, which Ruan Yunyun had given to Chu Ran after she expressed disinterest. Chu Ran had worn it a few times, but had put it away for fear of losing it. Yes, I have one. Chu Ran returned the note to Li Li and resumed taking notes. What about your hairpin? How come I haven't seen you wear it? Li Li's note was passed back. Chu Ran had specifically inquired about the hairpin at a luxury store, and even as a complimentary item. It had a resale value of over 10,000. However, she had no intention of sharing these details with Li Li. I lost it. Upon seeing the word lost, Li Li's mind began to race. The hairpin on Ruan Yunyun's head was identical to the one Chu Ran had lost. Being merely the daughter of a servant, how could she afford such an extravagant accessory? If she couldn't have purchased the hairpin, there was only one possibility. The hairpin on her head was indeed the one Chu Ran had misplaced. After analyzing the situation, Li Li concluded that Chu Ran's hairpin might not have been lost but rather stolen, and the thief was none other than Ruan Yunyun. With this revelation, Li Li was filled with excitement. She had always harbored a dislike for Ruan Yunyun, and the last time she tried to make things difficult for her was thwarted by Zhao Hui's intervention. That frustration had lingered in her heart. Today, she finally seized an opportunity. Even if she lacked evidence to prove Ruan Yunyun was the thief, it didn't matter. As long as she could humiliate Ruan Yunyun thoroughly, her resentment would be alleviated. Li Li stood up. Teacher Li, I have something to report. Teacher Li set down his book. Li, what do you wish to say? Chu Ran's hairpin is missing, and I suspect someone has stolen it. As Li Li uttered these words, laughter erupted from her classmates, and Teacher Li's expression soured. Teacher, that hairpin of Chu Ran's costs over 10,000. This. The classroom fell silent, and students began to murmur. Chu Ran's family must be incredibly wealthy. A hairpin costs over 10,000. She's the epitome of a rich girl. Is it any wonder she and Zhao Hui make such a perfect pair? They are well matched. Chu Ran relished the attention, wanting her classmates to recognize her possession of such an expensive hairpin, solidifying her status as a rich girl. As for Ruan Yunyun, she couldn't care less how others perceived her. With her goal achieved, she had no desire to escalate the situation, especially since her hairpin wasn't lost but safely at home. Chu Ran tugged at Li Li's sleeve. Li, it's just a hairpin. If it's lost, it's lost. Sit down and don't disrupt the class. Li had already prepared to make Ruan Yunyun look foolish. If she could establish Ruan Yunyun as the thief, the school would surely expel her. The mere thought of this brought her immense satisfaction. Chapter 14. The hairpin incident continued. Li Li was determined not to relinquish this opportunity, refusing to back down. Ignoring Chu Ran's attempts to pull her down, she continued, Teacher, the thief is in the classroom. I hope you will help Chu Ran recover her hairpin. Li, are you implying that you already know who the thief is? Yes, teacher. Li Li deliberately gazed at Ruan Yunyun as she spoke, intentionally drawing the topic toward her. That moment, Ruan Yunyun's deskmate took notice of the hairpin in Ruan Yunyun's hair. Their eyes filled with disdain. Ruan Yunyun, please explain how you came by that hairpin. Li directed her accusation at Ruan Yunyun. Not just her deskmate, but the entire class turned their attention toward Ruan Yunyun. She felt as though calamity had befallen her. Whom had she offended? Yet, she remained unfazed. The hairpin was rightfully hers, and for Li Li to slander her as a thief would not go unchallenged. Today, she would teach her a lesson about bullying. Ruan Yunyun is truly audacious. How can someone so poor engage in such petty theft? How dare she, a mere servant's daughter, flaunt such an expensive hairpin? It's utterly shameless. This isn't her first offense. Stealing Zhao Hui's sports car is a prime example. She's a habitual offender. Why hasn't anyone dealt with her? Such a person deserves expulsion. Not only expulsion, she should be arrested and imprisoned. Hearing the student's remarks, Teacher Li's gaze deepened. He had always held disdain for morally corrupt students. If it was proven that Ruan Yunyun had indeed stolen the hairpin, he would ensure she was expelled from the school. Li, do you have any evidence to prove that the hairpin on Ruanyun's head is the same one that Chu Ran lost? Teacher, Chu Ran has worn that hairpin to school before. Many of us have seen it. Teacher, I can attest to that. A classmate behind Chu Ran immediately vouched for her. Teacher, I can confirm that Chu Ran wore that hairpin every day, but I haven't seen her wear it in a long time. Today, I've learned that it was stolen, which explains everything. A classmate began to testify on behalf of Churan, adopting a sarcastic tone as she accused Ruanyun of thievery. Teacher Li, some days ago, I admired the beautiful hairpin belonging to Churan, and I asked her to lend it to me for a day. Therefore, I am quite familiar with its design. The hairpin is identical to the one worn by Ruanyun. I kindly request that the teacher ask Ruanyun to explain the origins of her hairpin. Li continued her plea. Teacher Li turned his gaze towards Ruanyun, eager to hear her explanation. Ruanyun, please stand up. With no choice but to comply, Ruanyun rose, awaiting the moment when she could refute their claims. Teacher Li held a rather unfavorable impression of Ruanyun, having overheard the students whispering that she was merely the daughter of a servant. However, she presented herself quite elegantly, resembling a refined young lady, which made him uncomfortable. There is no shame in being poor. The shame lies in pretending to be wealthy while being impoverished. Do you have any defense, Ruanyun? Upon hearing this question, Ruanyun realized the teacher's bias had already formed. The inquiry seemed to suggest that she was indeed a thief. Shouldn't it be the accuser who provides evidence? Shouldn't the teacher first question Li about her proof? Teacher, you should first ask me. You ought to inquire of the party involved. Churan, did she lose her hairpin? Where did she purchase it? Who gifted it to her? How much did it cost? Where is the receipt? When was it lost? Otherwise, how can it be established that the hairpin necessarily belongs to her? Although Teacher Li harbored a dislike for the sharp-tongued Ruanyun, her words were undeniably reasonable. Churan, please stand as well. Churan complied and stood. Please respond to the questions posed by Ruanyun. Teacher, if the hairpin is lost, it's lost. We can resolve it privately. Ruanyun understood that this was Churan's typical approach. Opting for peace would make her appear magnanimous. Preserving her reputation while tarnishing Ruanyun's, Li was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Churan, I know you have a kind heart and wish to shield certain individuals' misdeeds from the other students. But your indulgence will only encourage them. Today, she merely stole your hairpin. Tomorrow, she may dare to steal anything. Furthermore, I doubt that Teacher Li would ignore a student's thieving behavior. Correct, teacher? Li is correct. Teacher Li will neither wrong an innocent student nor overlook a morally corrupt one. Churan, please boldly address Ruanyun's questions and present your evidence. Churan wished to silence Li, who had meddled in matters that were not her concern. She had no evidence. The hairpin had originally been a gift from Ruanyun. Seeing Churan remain silent, Li assumed she was still trying to avoid conflict, which simply wouldn't do. She was determined to teach Ruanyun a lesson today. Teacher, Churan has a kind heart and has chosen silence, so I will speak for her. Churan told me that the hairpin was a gift from a friend who bought it abroad, costing over 10,000. Is there a receipt? Ruanyun inquired. Why all this chatter? Simply produce the receipt. Churan shook her head. Ruanyun chuckled lightly. How could Churan possibly have a receipt when it was in Ruanyun's possession? Li, seeing Ruanyun smirk, found it intolerable. Ruanyun, what are you laughing at? If it was a gift from a friend, how could there possibly be a receipt? Do you think that if Churan lacks a receipt, the hairpin becomes yours? Just because Churan has no receipt does not absolve you of the accusation of theft. You are merely the daughter of a servant. Can you truly afford such an expensive hairpin? Teacher, you must demand that Ruanyun disclose the origin of the hairpin on her head. She must prove her innocence. If she cannot provide proof, then she is indeed a thief. Teacher Li again directed his gaze at Ruanyun. Ruanyun, please answer Li's question. It was the first time Ruanyun had heard that being falsely accused required self-defense. The teacher was truly absurd. Teacher, why should I answer her questions? She cannot provide evidence proving that the hairpin belongs to Churan, so why should I be accused of stealing it? Isn't falsely accusing a classmate of theft also grounds for expulsion? Ruanyun countered, turning the tables on Li. Churan, do you truly have no receipt? The teacher pressed again, believing Churan was shielding Ruanyun. Churan, with a pitiful expression, replied, Teacher, the receipt does exist. I simply misplaced it. Teacher Li wished to convict Ruanyun, but conviction requires evidence. To accuse someone requires substantiation. Since Churan cannot prove that the hairpin on Ruanyun's head is hers, The charge of theft cannot stand. Chapter 15. The hairpin incident. 3. Lily hadn't anticipated that her grandstanding would amount to nothing. How could she be satisfied with that? No, teacher, since Rwanyun claims this hairpin is hers, she should provide a receipt as proof. Rwanyun found it utterly amusing. Why should I prove the hairpin on my head is mine? That would be akin to revealing a secret that shouldn't be disclosed. If you claim the hairpin belongs to Churin, it is naturally upon you to present the evidence. Therefore, Lily, if you cannot prove that the hairpin on my head belongs to Churin, kindly remain silent. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of defamation. Do remember that defamation carries consequences. Rwanyun's arguments were sound. Making baseless accusations without evidence would come at a price. You think you can intimidate me? Your words merely seek to obscure the truth of your guilt. Today, I will expose your true character. Teacher, I suspect Rwanyun is the thief. I urge you to compel her to prove she is not. Teacher Li had already labeled Rwanyun. She was merely the daughter of a servant and could not possibly afford such a valuable hairpin. Thus he presumed it must be stolen. A morally corrupt student deserves punishment. Rwanyun, since you believe Lily is defaming you, you must prove that you are indeed being slandered. The teacher's tone had shifted in favor of Lily. Rwanyun found this utterly absurd. The teacher was truly ridiculous. Very well, if you demand proof, I too wish for Teacher Li to administer justice fairly. Should I establish that Lily is indeed defaming me, I would hope for her expulsion from the school. The classmates began to murmur upon hearing Rwanyun's proposition. This Rwanyun truly has poor character. Indeed, her character is lacking, and yet she is so malicious, even wishing for Lily's expulsion. What a vile person. So wicked. Rwanyun scoffed. What kind of people were they? Lily, with no evidence, defamed her, yet claiming justice while seeking punishment for Rwanyun was malicious. The teacher hesitated. All right, if you can prove that I am defaming you, I will leave the school immediately. Li brimmed with confidence. After all, Rwanyun was merely the daughter of a servant and could hardly afford a Tinyuan hairpin, let alone something so extravagant. Thus, she concluded that she could not possibly be defaming Rwanyun. And Rwanyun's actions were simply an attempt to absolve herself of guilt. Rwanyun continued to smirk. Lily, you brought this upon yourself. Await your expulsion. Churin's hairpin was purchased abroad. Coincidentally, my hairpin was also bought abroad. Yet mine did not cost over 10,000, but rather over 80,000. Laughter erupted among the classmates. This is hilarious. Rwanyun lies without a script. 80,000. She's either lost her mind or is simply deluded. Her fabrication is outrageous. 10,000 was already absurd, but 80,000. Who does she think she's fooling? Indeed, she doesn't even bother to prepare her lies. Let's wait and see her embarrassment. We'll see how she extricates herself from this. Rwanyun, unfazed, stated, Churin's hairpin may lack a receipt, but mine does come with one. Impossible. Lily immediately refuted Rwanyun's assertion. If she didn't believe it, then she would be left disheartened. Rwanyun pulled out her phone, opened WeChat, and made a video call. Upon connection, she opted to project the video onto the screen at the podium for clarity. Aunt Wu, do you have the receipt I asked you to find? Yun. I have it. I'll send it to you right away. The screen shifted to reveal Rwanyun's opulent vanity, as Aunt Wu rummaged through a collection of receipts in Rwanyun's jewelry box, producing 2 receipts, one for 88,000 and another for 18,000. To eliminate any doubts, Aunt Wu also retrieved 2 certificates featuring images and prices of the 2 hairpins. Yun, is this sufficient, or should I look for the hairpin's packaging as well? That's unnecessary. Aunt Wu understood. The video ended, and Churin's face turned ashen. Li, do you have anything else to say? Rwanyun relinquished the floor to Li. This is impossible. You are merely the daughter of a servant. How could you possibly afford such expensive hairpins? These must be forgeries. Forgeries? Very well. I have even more persuasive evidence to present. Aunt Wu, Yun, I have arrived. The scene shifts again as Aunt Wu enters another room, where a makeup table stands. This one is evidently of much lower quality than the previous one. Yun, you just told me that the hairpin you gifted to Chu Ran was lost. I specifically went to her room to search for it, and it is not missing. Look, the hairpin is neatly placed inside the drawer. Immediately, the screen reveals a hairpin resting in the drawer. As Aunt Wu finishes her statement, the classmates erupt in astonishment. The revelation is overwhelming. What does this mean? The hairpin on Chu Ran's head was actually gifted by Rwanyun Yu, and, in a way, How could they be living together? Could they be sisters? Impossible. One is surnamed Chu and the other Ruan. Half-sisters, perhaps. But why does Ruan Yunyun's room look so luxurious while Chu Ran's is so ordinary? Exactly. Amidst the chatter, Ruan Yunyun turns off the screen. Chu Ran is taken aback by Ruan Yunyun's decisive actions, which not only shift the momentum but almost expose her identity as well. All of this is Li Li's fault for meddling. Teacher Li, may I ask if this evidence is sufficient to prove that the hairpin on my head is indeed mine? Can my innocence be restored now? Teacher Li rolls her eyes at Li Li, lamenting how her interference has led to this predicament. Li Li, do you have anything else to say? This is impossible. Ruan Yunyun is merely the daughter of a servant. She could never afford such an expensive hairpin. Chu Ran, what is going on? Chu Ran has no intention of engaging with her, for it was Li Li who dragged her into this wretched mess. Weren't you the one who claimed your hairpin was lost? Are you foolish? Just because I said it was lost, you took me at my word. I warned you earlier to tread lightly, but you refused to listen. Who's to blame for that? You fell into the water. And now you're dragging me down with you. The image of the affluent young lady I painstakingly crafted has been shattered because of you. Chu Ran is seething with frustration. Chapter 16. The hairpin incident. 4 Ruan Yunyun observes Li Li's sudden silence. Her earlier arrogance seems to have been deflated. Li Li, please fulfill your promise and apologize to classmate Ruan Yunyun. Teacher Li urges her. The double standard of Teacher Li is glaringly apparent. She had favored Li Li without any evidence, and now that Ruan Yunyun has proven the hairpin is hers, Teacher Li continues to lean toward Li Li. Such a biased teacher is hardly fit to be an educator. It's laughable. Li Li, unwilling to comply, stubbornly insists, I want to apologize. Let's see what you can do about it. An apology is not all Ruan Yunyun seeks. Li Li, please gather your belongings and proceed with the withdrawal process immediately. Ruan Yunyun instructs. Withdraw? That is impossible. You just assured Teacher Li that if I could prove the hairpin was indeed mine, you would willingly withdraw. What is it? Do you think your words are as insignificant as a fart? Easily dismissed. Yes, I do not take my words seriously. What can you do about it? Teacher Li, what is your stance on this matter? Ruan Yunyun wishes to have Teacher Li advocate for her. Of course, she has already witnessed Teacher Li's bias. There is no way she would stand up for her, opting instead for a placating approach. Classmate Yunyun, all that transpired was a misunderstanding. Since the misunderstanding has now been resolved, I believe it would be best not to dwell on it further. I will take the lead in having Li Li sincerely apologize to you, and we can consider the matter closed. How does that sound? Ruan Yunyun is deeply dissatisfied. Teacher Li is indeed, as she suspected, trying to smooth things over. Li Li, please apologize to classmate Ruan Yunyun. Teacher Li reiterates, I refuse. Why should I apologize to the daughter of a servant? Li Li's arrogance resurfaces. Ruan Yunyun cannot fathom the source of Li Li's audacity. Knowing she has falsely accused someone, she remains brazen. Fine. I will let you continue in your arrogance, and soon you shall face the consequences. Teacher Li, if I had been unable to prove that the hairpin is mine, I assure you that the classmates present, including you, would have reported me to the school immediately, leading to my expulsion. I might even have faced criminal charges for theft, correct? Now that I have demonstrated that the hairpin is mine, it is evident that Li Li and the others were attempting to defame and slander me. Why do you think it is acceptable to treat me and Li Li differently? Classmate Yunyun, you are fine now, and misunderstandings among classmates are inevitable. There is no need to escalate this matter. After all, one should forgive where possible. What about the forgiveness you mentioned earlier? Ruan Yunyun has no intention of extending grace to those who bully her, if those who have wronged her do not face appropriate repercussions. Then she will inevitably be subjected to further mistreatment. If you want to advocate for me, I shall seek justice by my own means. Without hesitation, Ruan Yunyun sends the recording of the earlier events to her father. Teacher Li, upon hearing this, feels Ruan Yunyun is being ungrateful and continues to spew condescension. Classmate Ruan Yunyun, your character is questionable as it is, and you seem to relish in being nitpicky. This trivial matter has been resolved, so why can't you be more magnanimous? Ruan Yunyun did not expect to receive criticism instead of an apology. I believe we should proceed as I suggested. I will now insist that Li Li formally apologize to you. Li Li, do not delay in apologizing to classmate Yunyun. No, there is no way I will apologize. It appears that Li Li, who has falsely accused and slandered her, is unwilling even to apologize. Ruan Yunyun decides to teach her a lesson. Classmate Ruan Yunyun, I have tried my best to persuade Lily to apologize to you, but she is unyielding, and there is nothing more I can do. This is Teacher Lee's attitude toward handling the situation. Teacher, if she refuses to apologize, then so be it. Ruan Yun raises her phone. Fortunately, I am clever and always leave evidence. I recorded the entire incident where Lily accused me of being a thief, and I will be pressing charges for slander and defamation. The classmates are once again thrown into a frenzy. Ruan Yun has a wicked heart. Indeed, she is a villain. Chu Ran is equally surprised that Ruan Yun is serious about this matter. Even Zhao Hui, who had been merely observing, feels that Ruan Yun seems to have changed. Ruan Yun continues, Teacher, I wonder if you understand the Lily has not only tarnished my reputation, but also falsely accused me of theft. I wonder if the dual charges of slander and defamation might lead to imprisonment. Teacher Lee, upon hearing this, feels a pang of anxiety, but quickly regains composure. This matter has nothing to do with him. He neither accused Ruan Yun nor slandered her, and since Li, the involved party, refuses to apologize, there is nothing he can do. Just then, the bell rings for class dismissal. Classmate Ruan Yun, we are all classmates here. We will see each other frequently, and misunderstandings are inevitable. There is no need to blow this out of proportion. Teacher Li continues to lecture Ruan Yun. Since this incident originated with you, it should conclude with you as well. After class, you will apologize to classmate Ruan Yun and resolve this matter. Class dismissed. The teacher believes this does not concern him, and with that, he exits. After class, Lily remains as arrogant as ever. Ruan Yun, there is no way I will apologize, and I look forward to your lawsuit. I want to see what you can do to me. Ruan Yun gazes at Li's haughty demeanor and her contemptible expression, feeling a sense of relief. Just moments ago, she wondered if her actions might be too extreme and considered that if Lily sincerely apologized, she might forgive her. But now, Lily's brazen attitude convinces her that such thoughts were unnecessary. Indeed, Lily is practically preparing to humiliate her. If she can bear this, then she has wasted her life. If she allows herself to be bullied without consequences for the perpetrators, then it is only a matter of time before more people come to torment her. Li, just wait. Everything will unfold as you wish. Ruan Yun warns Lily that retribution is on its way. Who is afraid of whom? Lily still believes Ruan Yun is merely the daughter of a servant. Then just wait. Chu Ran and Zhao Hui are aware that Ruan Yun possesses some capability. This matter cannot be allowed to escalate, or their high society personas will crumble. Zhao Hui and Chu Ran conspire to drive Ruan Yun's deskmate away. Surrounding her on both sides, Ruan Yun reflects on how, moments ago, one had conspired with others to bully her while the other merely watched. Now, they are no longer so composed. Oh, now she understands. They are concerned that Ruan Yun might inform her father, Rhonda Hai. Unfortunately for them, she has already done so. Chapter 17. Winning Hearts and Minds 1. Ruan Yun, I forbid you to mention anything about reporting Li. Zhao Hui approaches her with an authoritative tone. You forbid me? Ruan Yun retorts, genuinely perplexed as to who granted Zhao Hui the audacity to speak in such a manner. He has been driven out by her, yet lacks any self-awareness. Yes, I forbid it. Upon encountering Zhao Hui's audacious tone, Ruan Yun could not help but chuckle. Zhao Hui, in what capacity do you dare to speak such words to me? Zhao Hui, of course, believed that Ruan Yun was still irked by his lack of affection for her. Ruan Yun, Lily did not intend to slander you. Seeing that Zhao Hui's words were ineffective, Chu Ran began to offer gentle persuasion, hoping that Ruan Yun, with her simplistic mindset, might relent after a few kind words. Indeed, I understand she did not mean it. She deliberately sought to frame me. Ruan Yun, for my sake, will you please let Lily off the hook? Zhao Hui lowered his stance, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. I'm afraid you have lost all influence over me. Ruan Yun replied, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Zhao Hui. Even after being cast out, he still clung to the hope of reconciliation. Ruan Yun, if you refrain from pressing charges against Lily, I will invite you to my birthday banquet tomorrow. Zhao Hui began to dangle the prospect of his own birthday celebration as bait. She recalled. This Saturday marked Zhao Hui's birthday. Despite being cast aside, he still thought to celebrate. Without her, who would foot the bill for him? I'm sorry, but it seems I will be unable to attend your birthday banquet. I have already sent recordings and videos of Lily bullying and framing me to my father. You both know well that my father dotes on me and cannot bear to see me wronged. Therefore, If you wish for Li to remain unscathed, you might as well plead with my father. Ruan Yunyun decided to lay her cards on the table. One conspired to slander her, while the other stood idly by. It appeared that Ruan Dahai would soon be enraged. An angry benefactor was a force to be reckoned with. The Ruan family would surely be unable to remain in their home. Ruan Yunyun, you? Zhao Hui exclaimed, flustered. What of it? It is you who are oblivious to your own fortune. You eat from the hands of others and then turn to destroy their nests. Only individuals like you two ungrateful wretches would stoop so low. Ruan Yunyun had just sent all of today's recordings to her father, Ruan Dahai. Upon learning the truth, he assured her that he would address the matter upon returning home in a few days. And all she had to do was await the good news. Seeing that Ruan Yunyun was impervious to reason, Chu Ran had no choice but to pull Zhao Hui outside. Zhao Hui, do not fret. What can Ruan Dahai do? Chu Ran, Ruan Dahai will certainly expel us. That would be the lesser of evils. If he cuts off our living expenses and tuition, I can endure hardship, but I cannot bear to see you suffer. Zhao Hui expressed his concerns. Rest assured, Ruan Dahai would never expel us. Consider the past. He once entertained the thought of sending you away, but it was Ruan Yunyun who intervened, preventing him from doing so. Ruan Yunyun is still employing her tricks to make you care for her and want to be with her. And do not forget, tomorrow is your birthday. She will surely come to seek you out. At that moment, extend her a lifeline and feign reconciliation, and there is no way Ruan uncle would expel you. Chu Ran devised a plan for Zhao Hui, but I genuinely cannot stand Ruan Yunyun. How could you expect me to feign reconciliation? Just the thought of her ingratiating smile before me makes me nauseous. Zhao Hui, do not dwell on her facade. Think of something else, like money. Chu Ran could not help but remind him. Money indeed held some sway. Very well, Zhao Hui resolved to endure a little longer. As the clock approached 11, several individuals in caps entered the room, while Li and Chu Ran were engaged in lively conversation, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident. Shortly thereafter, Li was called aside for a discussion. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Ruan Yunyun, whispering amongst themselves, "This Ruan Yunyun truly has a small heart. We must never offend her again. Indeed, such a trivial matter. Especially since she has already been vindicated. Why must she make such a fuss? If Li truly presses charges, not only will she have to apologize, but she may also face detention." About half an hour later, Chu Ran was also taken by law enforcement for questioning. At this point, Zhao Hui grew anxious. He approached Ruan Yunyun's desk and tapped it, signaling her that he had something to say. Ruan Yunyun looked at Zhao Hui, bemused by his audacity. He had been expelled from her home just yesterday and still seemed oblivious to his situation. Ruan Yunyun, immediately call the police station and retract this case. Zhao Hui commanded with a tone of authority. Ruan Yunyun, intrigued, wondered what had emboldened him. Immediately, retract. Uncertain of who had given Zhao Hui such audacity, Ruan Yunyun found herself on the receiving end of his orders. Indeed, if Chu Ran suffers any consequences, I shall not spare you. What had begun as a command had now morphed into a threat. Ruan Yunyun chuckled lightly. Are you unwell? Whether or not Chu Ran faces repercussions is of no concern to me. If blame is to be placed, it should fall upon her. She was well aware of the truth yet conspired with others to slander me. By all rights, she is an accomplice. Ruan Yunyun, I am not jesting. If Chu Ran is implicated, I will not let you off the hook. As Zhao Hui spoke, Ruan Yunyun recorded the conversation, sending the audio to her father. Ruan Dahai. She deliberately replayed the recording. Ruan Yunyun, I am not jesting. If Chu Ran is implicated, I will not let you off the hook. Ruan Yunyun, what are you doing? Who did you send this recording to? Naturally, it was sent to your and Chu Ran's benefactor, my father. Ruan Dahai. I wanted him to hear how you both, whom he provides for, are ungrateful and colluding with outsiders to humiliate his daughter, proving that he has raised two ungrateful wretches. What? Zhao Hui had not anticipated such a maneuver from Ruan Yunyun. Furthermore, I did not file charges against Li. It was my father who could not bear to see his daughter wronged and thus took action. Therefore, if you wish for Chu Ran to remain unscathed, you might as well call my father directly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hui fell silent. Just then, Chu Ran returned to the classroom, prompting Zhao Hui to abandon Ruan Yunyun and rush to her side. Chapter 18. A heartwarming turn of events. As soon as Chu Ran entered the classroom, Zhao Hui approached her. Chu Ran, are you all right? He inquired with concern. I'm fine, but as for Li, Zhao Hui, you must humble yourself and plead with Ruan Yunyun to retract her charges against Li Li. Will you? Although Chu Ran had returned to the classroom, she still worried about being implicated in the matter. Zhao Hui shook his head. This is Ruan Uncle's decision. However, Chu Ran, rest assured, I will ensure you remain unharmed. It's bad enough that Li Li meddled. Now she has dragged me into this mess. How infuriating. Chu Ran, this matter does not concern you. It is entirely Li Li's doing, and she must face the consequences. If you are drawn into this, I will certainly call Ruan Uncle for assistance. All right, she acquiesced. As the school day neared its end, Ruan Dahai sent a message. Yun, the hat-wearing gentleman called. Li Li has admitted to her slander and defamation against you. She has also acknowledged her habit of spreading falsehoods about you, and the school has decided to expel her. At last, justice had been served, and the punishment was just right. Had Li Li's apology been sincere, she might have had a chance at redemption. Moreover, the hat-wearing gentleman inquired whether we could accept Li Li's apology. Apology? Did she not just say she wouldn't apologize? Why is she suddenly willing to do so now? The hat-wearing gentleman explained that while the school has its disciplinary actions, they also have their own protocols. If we are willing to accept Li Li's apology, it would indicate our willingness to reconcile. If not, her punishment will be enacted. Li Li, having fabricated accusations and maliciously harmed another, faces a 5-day detention. Indeed, one must pay for their actions. Ruan Yunyun read the message, and though the detention was only for 5 days, the long-term consequences were severe. A detention record would impact Li Li's future studies and career. You are the apple of my eye. Your father cannot bear to see you wronged. I had prepared not to reconcile, wishing for that slanderer to be confined for a few days to ease my frustration. But Li Li's parents work at a construction site. Upon learning of their daughter's troubles at school, they immediately called to apologize, bowing in contrition on video for their daughter's behavior. Unable to withstand their supplications, your father is willing to have them come to school to kneel before you and apologize. Thus, I wish to know your thoughts. The school had issued an expulsion, which served as a punishment for Li Li. Exercising mercy, Ruan Yunyun decided to accept Li Li's apology. Li Li had erred, and so too had her parents. Ruan Yunyun understood her father awaited her decision. Father, if Li Li is willing to publicly apologize and ensure that she will not spread falsehoods about me in the future, I am willing to reconcile. Very well, I shall handle this matter. Not long after Ruan Yunyun sent a message, Li Li was released and returned. She entered the classroom and approached Ruan Yunyun, bowing deeply before her. The previously haughty demeanor had vanished entirely. Ruan Yunyun, I'm sorry that I was wrong. Please forgive me. Ruan Yunyun found it amusing. Had she known it would come to this, she would have acted differently from the outset. If not for your parents today, your fate would have been far worse than mere expulsion. Having vented her frustrations, Ruan Yunyun chose to embrace reconciliation and decided not to hold a grudge. However, there were still words she felt compelled to express. Li Li, I have not had much interaction with you, so I am uncertain where I have offended you. Moreover, I do not know from whom you have heard that I am the daughter of a servant, nor do I understand why you would spread rumors that I shamelessly commandeered someone else's vehicle. I'm sorry. I was wronged. I repeated hearsay and tarnished your reputation. Li Li bowed once more to Ruan Yunyun. You should know that when my father learned of the bullying and false accusations against me, he was deeply saddened and insisted that those who bullied me must face appropriate consequences. I shared that sentiment. Wrongdoers should indeed be held accountable for their actions. Unfortunately, Li Li, you have parents who are quite devoted. Your father and mother have been pleading with mine for forgiveness, even offering to come to school to kneel and atone for your mistakes. Otherwise, my father would never have considered reconciliation, nor would you have been exonerated. Upon hearing this, Li Li burst into tears. I'm so sorry. I was wronged. In light of your sincere apology, I choose to forgive you. However, you must clarify to the entire school that I am not the daughter of a servant, that I have never stolen from anyone, nor taken someone else's hairpin, and ensure that everyone knows you have falsely accused me. Yes, I will publish my apology letter and video on the school bulletin board, notice board, and campus website and forum, so the entire school knows that I have wronged you. That was more like it. Afterward, Li Li bowed once more to Ruan Yunyun before gathering her belongings and leaving the classroom. Within half an hour, Li Li's apology video and the expulsion announcement were already circulating on the school forum. The bulletin and notice boards displayed her public apology letter, and Ruan Yunyun felt quite satisfied with the outcome of the matter. Let us see who dares to chatter recklessly in the future. During the first class of the afternoon, Ruan Yunyun received a WeChat message from Han Qin. Yunyun. Why was he messaging her so early? Mem, I just saw a post about you on your school S forum. Is it true? It is, but it has already concluded. After sending this message, Ruan Yunyun edited another one. Do you want to hear the original recording? Yes. Ruan Yunyun promptly sent the recording to Han Qin. After listening, Han Qin felt a mix of anger and concern. He immediately called his uncle, who, as a major stakeholder in several private universities in City A, contacted the principal's office. Half an hour later, the notice of teacher Li's dismissal was posted on the school website and forum. As Ruan Yunyun read this news, the school day was nearing its end. A teacher with such double standards was unworthy of being called an educator. Dismissing him was indeed a wise choice by the school. Of course, Ruan Yunyun believed this was her father's doing. Yunyun, are you done with school? Han Qin sent another WeChat message. Almost. I'm just packing up. I am waiting for you at your school gate. Ruan Yunyun glanced and saw Han Qin indeed waiting at the school entrance. She quickly packed her things and headed towards the gate. Chapter 19. Unaware of the blessings in life, Han Qin learned about Ruan Yunyun's false accusations at school only after he saw the trending topic on the A school forum. After inquiring with Yunyun, he received the entire recording of the incident, which allowed him to vividly experience the ordeal she had suffered. Although the resolution was gratifying, the process left Han Qin feeling distressed. Why should such events occur? Such things should never happen to Ruan Yunyun. Even though the perpetrator had issued a public apology and had been expelled from school, the bias and inaction of teacher Li incensed Han Qin. He made a call to his uncle, and after his uncle dealt with teacher Li from a university, Han Qin decided to skip class and wait for Ruan Yunyun at her university gate. Regardless of Yunyun's feelings, he resolved to escort her to and from school from that day forward. After messaging Yunyun, he began browsing the A University website and forum, soon discovering numerous disparaging comments directed at her. It seemed Ruan Yunyun had not been having a pleasant time at a university. Upon receiving Han Qin's WeChat message, Ruan Yunyun hurried to the school entrance. When Han Qin saw her arrive, he immediately rolled down the car window, signaling for her to get in. However, as soon as Ruan Yunyun entered the vehicle, a photo of her in a luxury car was uploaded to the school forum. In the morning, the arrival of the Hat brother at a university had already caused quite a stir. After the afternoon notices regarding the expulsion, the apology video, and other announcements, most students at a university were aware of the events surrounding the false accusations. The school's website and forum buzzed with discussions. If Ruan Yunyun is not the daughter of a servant, did not steal Zhao Hui's car, nor take someone else's hairpin, what does that imply? It implies those items must belong to her. That car she drives to school daily must be worth at least $1 million. Did you hear? That hairpin on her head costs 88,000. That suggests her family must be quite wealthy. Yet, there were also critical voices. Ruan Yunyun is so petty. A simple matter that could be clarified has been blown out of proportion. Conflicts between classmates are inevitable. Her response is too vicious. Indeed, not only was the classmate who accused her expelled, but even the teacher who taught them at the time was dismissed. What a malicious person. You might not know, but I heard that classmates' parents even knelt before her, and she still wouldn't let it go. Such a person is unworthy of being human. Before long, another photo of Ruan Yunyun in a luxury car surfaced on the forum. The mysterious figure picking Ruan Yunyun up in a luxury car ignited a new wave of discussion. Meanwhile, topics surrounding Zhao Hui and Chu Ran also gained traction, with some starting to debate who among the three was truly a lady and who was a servant. Zhao Hui and Chu Ran noticed Ruan Yunyun getting into a luxury vehicle. They had initially thought that Ruan Dahai would come to pick her up after learning about the bullying, but this car was clearly not his. Zhao Hui, what exactly is Ruan Yunyun's status? A curious classmate asked. Zhao Hui wished to keep Ruan Yunyun's identity a secret. If it were revealed, his own persona as a young master would crumble. No comment. Zhao Hui, if what S said in the forum is true, Ruan Yunyun must come from a wealthy background. Why were there rumors about her family working as servants for yours? Another classmate inquired. Zhao Hui was reluctant to answer this question. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Chu Ran, is that hairpin worth over 10,000 truly a gift from Ruan Yunyun? I heard you two live together. What is your relationship, and which family is wealthier? A classmate following Chu Ran pressed for answers. Wanting to satisfy their curiosity, Chu Ran, uninterested in their inquiries, quickened her pace towards a more distant bus stop. Zhao Hui, isn't that your car? Don't you drive home? Another classmate questioned. Zhao Hui noticed Ruan Yunyun's car parked in the school lot. A vehicle he had previously driven, which led to the misunderstanding that it belonged to him. I didn't bring the keys. Zhao Hui replied, then hurried after Chu Ran. Today, he had matters to discuss with her. So he would accompany her back to the villa first. Once Ruan Yunyun got into Han Qin's car, he gentlemanly fastened her seatbelt before swiftly starting the vehicle. Han Qin, what made you think of picking me up today? Ruan Yunyun found it curious that they were not yet familiar enough for such gestures. I saw the news about you on your school's forum, and I was immensely worried about your situation. After you sent me the recording, my concern deepened. So I took the liberty of coming here. I also intend to escort you to and from school during this time. So Han Qin was worried about her. After receiving her father's concern, she felt unexpectedly warmed by Han Qin's kindness. Thank you, Han Qin. Before I came to pick you up, I browsed your school's forum and saw a lot of comments. Ruan Yunyun, do you need me to intervene? Han Qin inquired. No, you must have already seen Li Li's apology video on our school's forum. This matter has been satisfactorily resolved. As for the gossip, let it be. Han Qin had indeed seen the video, but he wondered how such an incident could have occurred. Zhao Hui and Chu Ran were in the same class as Yunyun. How could they tolerate another classmate bullying her? Yunyun, Zhao Hui and Chu Ran are in the same class as you. When you were being bullied, did they not speak up for you? Yunyun, upon hearing Han Qin's words, couldn't help but chuckle softly. You might not be aware, but they are two ingrates raised by my father. They consume what belongs to our family and believe it is their due, devoid of any sense of gratitude. Han Qin, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. It's one thing if Chu Ran doesn't speak up for you, but Zhao Hui not doing so is quite unacceptable. Everyone knows how benevolent you have been towards him in the past. Han Qin felt that Zhao Hui was oblivious to his good fortune. Where could one find someone as wonderful as Yunyun? He couldn't help but envy him, as he squandered his own happiness. Yunyun instantly grasped that her previous unreserved devotion to Zhao Hui was well known to Han Qin, which filled her heart with a tinge of sadness. Would Han Qin come to dislike her for having been so subservient to Zhao Hui? Chapter 20. Two ingrates. The moment she recalled her past behavior towards Zhao Hui, a flicker of disappointment crossed Han Qin's heart. However, she quickly composed herself, deciding that matters of the heart should flow naturally. As for Zhao Hui, although I devoted a long time to him, I never managed to win his heart. He has always harbored disdain for me, and now that I have ceased my affections, his animosity has only intensified. It is a blessing that he hasn't actively sought to undermine me. That alone is a small mercy. Regarding Chu Ran, today I was wrongfully accused, and she was fully aware of the situation. Yet she chose to turn a blind eye, allowing Li Li to fabricate lies against me. This clearly indicates that she not only lacks gratitude towards the Ruan family, but also wishes to conspire against me. Hence, I refer to them as my father's two ungrateful wolves. In a wonder, Uncle Ruan was extremely worried on the phone. Yunyun, rest assured, I have assured Uncle Ruan that I will protect you during this time. Yunyun was taken aback to learn that Han Qin had contacted her father. Han Qin, you've spoken with my father. This was a surprise she hadn't anticipated. Yes, I wish to escort you to and from school. So naturally, I sought permission from Uncle Ruan. He consented, which is why I felt emboldened to pick you up. So, it was a matter of consulting her father. Thank you. Yunyun felt appreciated. However, I am not someone to be trifled with. Today, Li Li's slanderous accusations will not go unpunished. Had it not been for her parents begging my father for mercy, I would not have let her off so easily. She will face expulsion and detention without fail. Yunyun wished to convey to Han Qin that she was not to be underestimated. If I were present, I would not allow such slander against you to transpire, Han Qin murmured, filled with regret for having chosen the wrong school. How he wished he could be in the same school as Yunyun, or even better, in the same class. Unfortunately, he was neither in the same school nor a year below her. Han Qin accompanied Yunyun back home, and they shared dinner with her family before taking a stroll with the dog. Wasn't until 9:30 that Han Qin reluctantly took his leave. Once back in her room, Yunyun immediately took a bath and prepared for bed. As a habit, she checked her phone for messages and stumbled upon a notification from her father regarding a transaction. Dear Mr. Wan, your account ending in 9888 spent 9,999 yuan at the Supreme Grand Hotel on April 9th, 2021 at 20:42. Wishing you a pleasant day. Upon reading this message, Yunyun connected the dots. Chu Ran had not returned home that night. Surely she was out on a date with Zhao Hui. It was no wonder they had booked a presidential suite. They certainly knew how to indulge themselves, all while spending someone else's money. How shameless, Dad. Weren't you supposed to cancel the card? I forgot last night. But it has been cancelled now. Yunyun, I apologize for not being able to return to accompany you after what happened today. Dad, it's all right. Even though you're not by my side, UVE dealt with those who bully me decisively. Plus, I understand you're busy. Yun remembered that her father had passed away from exhaustion shortly after her graduation, which was why she considered changing her major. If she could alleviate some of her father's burdens, perhaps he wouldn't have been so worn out, and the outcome might have been different. There was still time. Thank you, Yun. When will you be back? Dad? Probably in a few days. Yun felt a pang of sadness upon receiving this message, and similarly, Ruandahai was disheartened. He longed to return quickly to be with Yun and address the issues with Zhao Hui and Chu Ran. Don't worry, Dad. Han Xin has promised to escort me to and from school in the meantime. That's good. I can rest easy knowing he will be there. Now, Yun, get some rest. All right. After finishing her conversation with her father, Yun noticed that Han Xin had also messaged her. Yun, I just remembered that Xiao He needs to get his vaccinations tomorrow. Would you like to join me? Sure. Yun quickly replied affirmatively. It was a rare occasion for someone to invite her out. Great. I have some matters to attend to in the morning, so how about we meet at 3:30 in the afternoon? Sounds good. Tomorrow was Saturday, a day to sleep in, and then perhaps enjoy a date in the afternoon. How delightful. If they could share a meal together in the evening, that would be the icing on the cake. Yun couldn't help but lament her days of unrequited devotion to Zhao Hui, regretting the energy and resources she had wasted, not to mention the joy of life she had missed out on. Now, given a second chance, it was time to truly save her life. The next day, Yun awoke past 10 o'clock. Upon checking her phone, she remembered her appointment with Han Xin and hurriedly got out of bed. Fortunately, she recalled they were meeting in the afternoon, allowing her to take her time descending the stairs. She made a point to check on Xiao He, informing him about the vaccination scheduled for that afternoon. During lunch, Yun sent Han Xin a reminder message, wanting to ensure she wouldn't be stood up. Han Xin, did you forget we need to take Xiao He for his vaccinations today? I haven't forgotten. We're set for 3:30 in the afternoon, Atto. Good, as long as she hasn't forgotten. It's fine. After receiving the message, Ruan Yunyan finally felt at ease to finish her lunch and then took a brief nap. She rose promptly at 3 o'clock, dedicating half an hour to grooming herself meticulously. At 3:30, Han Xin arrived punctually at Ruan Yunyan's residence. With great care, Han Xin placed the little black dog into its cage before escorting Ruan Yunyan out the door. Before 5 o'clock, they had accompanied the little black dog to receive its vaccinations. Subsequently, the two of them purchased some dog food and toys at the pet store. As they approached 6 o'clock, Han Xin proposed that they dine before heading home, a suggestion Ruan Yunyan eagerly welcomed, as she had been hoping for an invitation to dinner from him. Without hesitation, Han Xin arranged for the little black dog to be returned home, and then led Ruan Yunyan to the Supreme Hotel. During her previous life, while she was confined in a mental institution, she had yearned for the abalone chicken and shrimp balls served at the Supreme Hotel, and today she could indulge in them once more. Upon exiting the car, Han Xin encountered an acquaintance and discreetly instructed Ruan Yunyan to wait for him in the private room while he exchanged a few pleasantries. Not wishing to intrude, Ruan Yunyan entered the lobby, only to unexpectedly run into a group of familiar faces. They were all dressed elegantly, particularly Zhao Hui and Chu Ran, and it dawned on Ruan Yunyan that today was Zhao Hui's birthday. Just yesterday, he had mentioned that as long as Ruan Yunyan let go of Li, he would invite her to his birthday celebration. What a coincidence that she had come after all. Zhao Hui, upon spotting Ruan Yunyan, realized that Chu Ran had indeed been correct. Ruan Yunyan was playing the game of feigned indifference to capture his attention. This annoyed him greatly, prompting him to roll his eyes at her. Reflecting on her past life, Ruan Yunyan recalled that she had once celebrated Zhao Hui's birthday at the Supreme Hotel with classmates at that time. She had been oblivious to the fact that Zhao Hui was already involved with Chu Ran, which meant Chu Ran had tolerated her previous entanglement with Zhao Hui. The truth behind this tolerance could stem from two possible motives. Either Chu Ran wished to continue enjoying the lavish lifestyle afforded by the Ruan family, or she sought to have Zhao Hui seize control of the Ruan family's assets. This would explain why Zhao Hui had insisted that Ruan Yunyan transfer all company shares to him when he proposed marriage, revealing that they had long had designs on the Ruan Corporation. Chapter 21. The date these two ungrateful individuals not only lacked gratitude but also harbored intentions toward the family fortune. In this lifetime, Ruan Yunyan was determined to ensure they would gain nothing. Prior to her rebirth, she had already planned Zhao Hui's birthday celebration, but now, Having ceased to be Zhao Hui's devoted follower and having expelled him from the Ruan family, she would no longer celebrate his birthday. To her surprise, Zhao Hui dared to bring so many classmates to this venue. Ruan Yunyan was curious about how he would handle the situation later. Oh, she had forgotten that her father's black card was still in Zhao Hui's possession. How naive he was. Little did he know that the card had already been deactivated by her father. She wondered how he would feel upon discovering that he could no longer use it. Chu Ran also spotted Ruan Yunyan and, as she had suspected, Ruan Yunyan indeed seemed unable to let go of Zhao Hui. The unusual behavior she had exhibited recently was evidently tied to her lingering thoughts of him. Chu Ran nudged Zhao Hui, urging him to approach Ruan Yunyan and show some humility as their future depended on her. Reluctantly, Zhao Hui walked over to Ruan Yunyan, exuding a sense of entitlement as he said, "Did you not say you were unwilling to come? Ruan Yunyan, I'm still upset about what happened before. Don't think that just because you showed up, I will forgive you." Clearly, Zhao Hui remained entrenched in his role as a sycophant. Ruan Yunyan felt compelled to douse his arrogance with a dose of reality. She looked at Zhao Hui and replied, "Zhao Hui, I may have come, but I did not come to celebrate your birthday." "You did not come to celebrate my birthday?" Zhao Hui, having already softened his stance, found Ruan Yunyan's stubbornness frustrating. If it weren't for Chu Ran's encouragement to show humility, he would not have approached her with such a conciliatory tone. "Right? Why should I celebrate your birthday when you did not invite me? Besides, with so many classmates here for your birthday, my absence hardly matters. Ruan Yunyan, you should recognize your good fortune. The fact that I haven't expelled you yet is a blessing for you." Ruan Yunyan truly lacked awareness. On such an important day, she chose to provoke him, risking the chance that he might never acknowledge her again. How ridiculous. "I did not come to celebrate your birthday, so why would I need you to expel me?" Feeling unwelcome, Ruan Yunyan turned and headed toward the elevator, pressing the button for the 5th floor. Upon arriving, she was ushered into a private room, and shortly after, Han Qin entered. "I apologize. Yunyan, I encountered an acquaintance and felt it would be rude not to greet them." Han Qin expressed, feeling quite remorseful for the interruption. "It's quite all right," Ruan Yunyan replied, unconcerned about the encounter. "Shall we order?" "Yes. Yunyan, what would you like to eat?" "Abalone chicken pot and shrimp balls," she said, her mouth watering at the thought of those dishes. "Very well, let's add a steak to that, shall we?" "Sounds good." Ruan Yunyan relished this newfound sense of autonomy. In the past, she had always prioritized Zhao Hui's desires over her own. She had not anticipated that being valued by someone else would feel so rewarding. How unfortunate for Zhao Hui, who previously took her devotion for granted, only to find himself embracing Chu Ran instead. In the blink of an eye, Ruan Yunyan, once his devoted admirer, was no longer in the picture. Just as the dishes were served, Zhao Hui and Chu Ran burst into the room. Upon seeing Ruan Yunyan enter the elevator, it didn't take long for Han Qin to follow suit. It was evident to Zhao Hui that they were on a date, and his anger flared instantly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. On such an important day, Ruan Yunyan had the audacity to infuriate him. Utterly preposterous. He had learned that Han Qin and Ruan Yunyan were dining on the 5th floor, prompting him to seek them out. "Ruan Yunyan, are you done making a scene?" On such a significant day, instead of softening her stance, she chose to provoke him by dining with Han Qin. Was his temper too forgiving? "Zhao Hui, it seems you are the one causing a ruckus. I have not bothered you or clung to you for quite some time, so you should have been enjoying your freedom. Now that I am not causing a disturbance, you suddenly decide to create one. Don't you think your girlfriend would mind?" With that, Ruan Yunyan deliberately glanced at Chu Ran. Chu Ran immediately stepped forward to clarify, "Yunyan, you've misunderstood. I am not Zhao Hui's girlfriend. We are merely friends. Enough with the explanations. Your relationship does not concern me. Right now, I am on a date with Han Qin, so please refrain from interrupting us at a date." She and Han Qin were indeed on a date. "Ruan Yunyan, if you are upset because of my association with Chu Ran and are intentionally dating Han Qin to provoke me, I can distance myself from Chu Ran, so please refrain from such childish antics in the future." "All right." Zhao Hui mistakenly believed that her actions were motivated by concern for him, completely oblivious to the reality. "Yunyan, I assure you, Zhao Hui and I have no relationship whatsoever. I promise to maintain a proper distance from him. So please do not let him upset you on my account." Chu Ran quickly added her assurance. Ruan Yunyan pondered that Zhao Hui and Chu Ran's concurrent appearance and their eagerness to distance themselves likely stemmed from their reluctance to forfeit the benefits she could provide. Yesterday's events had left her father, Wanda Hai, quite upset, and it seemed they were worried about being cast out, prompting Zhao Hui to approach her in a submissive manner. They likely still harbored intentions toward the Ruan family's assets. Unfortunately, Ruan Yunyan had resolved not to be Zhao Hui's sycophant any longer. You are overthinking it. Whether or not you are together is of no concern to me, so please do not flatter yourselves into believing I would care. Furthermore, if you wish to enjoy your birthday, it would be wise not to disturb my dinner with Han Qin. Otherwise, I have the means to ensure that you lose face at your own birthday celebration. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hui's patience evaporated. Had it not been for Chu Rant's insistence that he show humility, he would never have confronted Ruan Yunyan and made assurances. Determined, he resolved that once this birthday was over, he would sever ties with Ruan Yunyan. Ruan Yunyan, remember what you just said. Do not come to me seeking favors in the future. If you do, you shall have cause to weep. With that, Zhao Hui turned on his heel and departed. Followed closely by Chu Ran, Ruan Yunyan felt slightly embarrassed as she looked at Han Qin. Han Qin, I apologize for the interruption during what should have been a pleasant meal. It's all right. Han Qin replied, his thoughts swirling. If Ruan Yunyan had genuinely moved on from Zhao Hui, it would be a relief. However, if she were merely using him to provoke Zhao Hui, it would be a source of heartache for him. Yet, he leaned towards believing the former. Chapter 22. The cost aside from the initial interruption, the meal proceeded delightfully, as the two of them not only savored the delectable dishes but also engaged in whimsical conversation. Yunyan, are you full? I am thoroughly satisfied that if I were at home, I would have to take a stroll outside to aid digestion. Now is a perfect time. Come, let me take you to admire the lake view. How delightful it would be to share a meal together, followed by a leisurely stroll afterwards. If only something more extraordinary could occur, that would be even better. Ruan Yunyan began to make a wish. No sooner had she finished than Han Qin reached out his hand. Ruan Yunyan's heart raced. Could her wish have been granted so swiftly? She promptly placed her hand in Han Qin's. Their palms intertwined, and they gazed into each other's eyes, a subtle sensation passing between them. Ruan Yunyan found this feeling exquisite, unlike anything she had ever experienced before. She was elated. On her very first date, they had already held hands. She made another wish, hoping for something different on their next outing. Han Qin took Ruan Yunyan to the elevator, arriving in the lobby, where a private room glimmered with lights and the occasional melody floated out, indicating that Zhao Hui and the others were having a splendid time. Ruan Yunyan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, imagining the spectacle that would ensue if she found herself unable to pay later. As Han Qin drove, he brought Ruan Yunyan to the edge of a lake, where the moonlight cascaded beautifully across the water's surface. Hand in hand, they strolled around the lake, chatting and admiring the night scenery until Ruan Yunyan's phone rang. She knew instinctively that it was Zhao Hui calling, as her card had been locked by her father, rendering it useless. Noticing that Ruan Yunyan did not answer, Han Qin curiously inquired, "Aren't you going to pick up?" "I don't wish to," she replied. "Who is it?" "Who else could it be? Is it Zhao Hui?" At the mention of Zhao Hui, Han Qin felt a stir of emotions within him. He wondered how long it would take for Ruan Yunyan to completely sever ties with Zhao Hui. Free from any contact, Ruan Yunyan's suspicion was correct. It was indeed Zhao Hui on the line. As soon as the birthday party concluded, the staff at the Jinda Hotel approached Zhao Hui with the bill and a POS machine, prompting him to settle the payment. However, Zhao Hui's card had become worthless, and after several failed attempts to process the payment, the staff, concerned about the substantial bill exceeding 300,000, decided to detain everyone until the matter was resolved. It was only after Ruan Yunyan received Zhao Hui's third call that she finally answered. "Ruan Yunyan, what do you mean by this?" Zhao Hui's voice was filled with fury. "What have I done to upset you?" Ruan Yunyan asked calmly, though internally she was elated. Although she hadn't yet sought revenge, she found joy in Zhao Hui's predicament. It was truly satisfying, and she anticipated more such occasions for vindication in the future. "Where are you? Hurry and come pay the bill," Zhao Hui commanded, speaking as if he were issuing an order rather than seeking help. Ruan Yunyan abruptly ended the call, realizing that he still did not comprehend the art of begging for assistance. Hearing the dial tone, Zhao Hui seethed with anger. He had initially planned to cut ties with Ruan Yunyan after the birthday party, but he hadn't anticipated her employing such tactics to manipulate him into remaining tied to her. Despicable, loathsome, and vile. Despite his reluctance, Zhao Hui found himself dialing Ruan Yunyan's number again. The moment the call connected, he demanded, "Ruan Yunyan, is it amusing to toy with me? Just tell me what I must do for you to come and settle the bill. Ruan Yunyun, remaining unflustered, replied, Zhao Hui, how peculiar you are. It's your birthday. You are the one celebrating. Why should I be the one to pay? Perhaps you should ask your classmates to chip in. It should not be a large sum. And you might be able to cover it that way. Ruan Yunyun, just tell me what to do for you to come and pay. Zhao Hui pressed again. Ruan Yunyun was visibly displeased. Clearly, you are the one seeking my assistance. Why should I feel as though I am the one pleading? Must I teach you how to request help? Through the phone, Ruan Yunyun could sense Zhao Hui's rising fury. I will no longer indulge you. She stated, if you are unwilling, then seek assistance from someone else. With that, she prepared to hang up. Ruan Yunyun, don't hang up. I beg you. Please. Zhao Hui's voice strained, his reluctance evident as he lowered himself to plead with her. In the past, it had always been Ruan Yunyun seeking his favor, and this was the first instance he found himself in such a humble position, which he found hard to accept. Unable to escape the situation, he knew that unless Ruan Yunyun paid, they would remain stranded. Fine, just wait, Ruan Yunyun said before ending the call. She recounted the entire situation to Han Qin, who said nothing but immediately drove her to the Jinju Hotel. Upon their arrival, all the classmates had been held in the restaurant for half an hour, awaiting Zhao Hui to pay the bill, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. When the staff saw Ruan Yunyun, they approached her with the bill, politely asking, Miss Ruan Yunyun, are you here to settle the payment? Ruan Yunyun glanced at the bill, which amounted to over 300,000. Zhao Hui truly had a lavish spending habit. Showing no regard for the money of others in the past, she would have meekly paid without a word. But what had she gained from it? Nothing but a loss. Today, she had come to settle the bill. But it would be the last time. From now on, Zhao Hui would not be able to extract another dime from her. Naturally, the cost would be his pride, utterly humiliated. What's the matter here? The bill suggests everyone has enjoyed themselves. Yet you all look rather glum, Ruan Yunyun remarked, assessing Zhao Hui, whose face was more distressed than anyone else's, while Chu Ran's expression was hardly any better. The staff hurried to explain, Miss Ruan Yunyun. It was merely a misunderstanding. Mr. Zhao Hui did not settle the bill due to its substantial amount, so I had to temporarily keep everyone here. Ruan Yunyun, unruffled, took a card from her bag and said, It's no big deal. They are all my classmates, and I will take care of the bill. The staff promptly took the card, and after a few swipes on the POS machine, Ruan Yunyun cooperatively entered her password until the successful transaction sound was heard, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the question arose, why was it Ruan Yunyun who was using the card, instead of Zhao Hui and Chu Ran? Could they not afford to pay? Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd, reaching Zhao Hui and Chu Ran's ears. Both of their faces flushed with embarrassment, wishing for a way to disappear. Zhao Hui had thought it impossible for Ruan Yunyun to show up. Her purpose was to humiliate him, to expose the truth that his persona as a wealthy heir was nothing but a fade. This woman, in her quest to possess him, was willing to make him appear foolish before so many onlookers. Chapter 23. The collapse of a persona. Ruan Yunyun was far from deranged. The real spectacle was just beginning. She glanced at the bill and addressed Zhao Hui, in the past, I always paid for your birthday celebrations to ensure everyone had a good time. But now that you have a girlfriend, this will be the last time I cover the bill. From this point forward, I suggest you take care of your own expenses. Whispers of speculation began to circulate among the classmates. What? Ruan Yunyun has been the one paying for his birthday all these years. So, Zhao Hui's money has actually come from Ruan Yunyun. I thought he was a wealthy heir. At that moment, Zhao Hui wished for nothing more than to sink into the ground. Unable to fathom how far Ruan Yunyun would go to humiliate him, his deskmate, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, Ruan Yunyun, what are you so proud of? You are merely the daughter of a servant. Zhao Hui's parents treat you well, allowing you to manage his funds temporarily. How does that make it yours? Ruan Yunyun showed no mercy toward the classmate. So your family's money is entrusted to the servants? Just yesterday, someone slandered me, claiming I was dismissed. Do you wish to challenge me as well? The classmate fell silent at her retort. Allow me to clarify. The Zhao Hui you see before you is neither a wealthy heir nor a high-flying elite. For years, I cared for him because of my feelings for him. He used my car, spent my money, and constructed this false image of a wealthy heir that you all admire. I know he relishes this charade, and you all enjoy the benefits he provides. Everything you received from him was, in fact, given by me, Ruan Yunyun, If you doubt my words, feel free to ask Zhao Hui himself if what I say is true. Ruan Yunyun is determined to shatter Zhao Hui's facade of a wealthy and handsome gentleman tonight. Zhao Hui glares at Ruan Yunyun, his eyes brimming with resentment. Yet, despite his unwillingness to concede, he finds himself unable to refute her claims. For Ruan Yunyun speaks nothing but the truth. This marks the greatest humiliation Zhao Hui has ever endured in his life. All his classmates are now witnesses to his disgrace, yet he is powerless to act. Forced to endure Ruan Yunyun's trampling of his pride. Silently seething, Zhao Hui turns on his heel and departs. There is no point in remaining. Should he wait for Ruan Yunyun to further insult him? It is precisely because he harbors no affection for her, and due to his association with Chu Ran, that she has resorted to retaliation, crushing his self-esteem beneath her heel. Ruan Yunyun, you shall not have the privilege of my gaze again. You will never earn my affection anew. Seeing Zhao Hui leave in a fit of rage, Chu Ran follows suit. Once the two have departed, Ruan Yunyun scans the remaining classmates and declares, since we have finished our meal and witnessed the spectacle, it is time for everyone to disperse. The hour is late. Let us all return home. Upon hearing her words, the classmates promptly vacate the Jinzhu Grand Hotel, while Han Qin lingers silently behind Ruan Yunyun, observing her confrontation with Zhao Hui. Subsequently, Ruan Yunyun and Han Qin exit the hotel together and enter a car. Han Qin, did my actions earlier startle you? Ruan Yunyun inquires, a hint of concern in her voice. Not at all. I believe you handled the situation splendidly. Although Han Qin admires Ruan Yunyun's response, he feels that such matters should not arise in her presence. If I were by your side, I would ensure that no doubts about you could ever surface. The incident at school yesterday, where you were wrongfully accused, would not have occurred under my watch. Han Qin yearns to protect Ruan Yunyun. Ruan Yunyun feels warmth at his words. Rest assured, Han Qin. Although you were not there to witness the scene, you must have seen that those who bully me will ultimately face dire consequences. Han Qin understands Ruan Yunyun's sentiment. She is no easy target, and those who dare to bully her will meet their downfall. However, his intention is clear. As long as he is present, bullying will not be tolerated. I believe it was high time for you to sever ties with Zhao Hui. Indeed, I have come to this realization rather late. Ruan Yunyun regrets the years spent squandering her youth and finances on him, feeling it was all for naught. However, it is not too late now, Han Qin quickly adds. Although Ruan Yunyun feels a measure of relief from exposing Zhao Hui's true nature, it pales in comparison to the emotional scars she has endured. Thus, her spirits remain low. She is acutely aware that both Zhao Hui and Chu Ran harbor ambitions for the Ruan family's wealth and the Ruan Corporation. They are unlikely to withdraw easily, and a prolonged struggle lies ahead. Moreover, her father's well-being is paramount. Once he returns, she must persuade him to allow her to change her major, as she wishes to alleviate his burdens. Noticing Ruan Yunyun's lingering discontent after having stood up for herself, Han Qin grows concerned. Ruan Yunyun, what occupies your thoughts? Ruan Yunyun snaps back to reality. I am contemplating my father's relentless dedication to the Ruan Corporation, toiling day and night. It pains me to see him so burdened. I long to share his load. It turns out that the source of Ruan Yunyun's furrowed brow is her father's struggles. Yunyun, have you considered that this dilemma can be easily resolved? How so? You could seek a business prodigy as your boyfriend, allowing him to share the burden with you. After all, engaging in commerce is no simple task, and Han Qin wishes for Ruan Yunyun to avoid undue hardship. However, upon hearing this suggestion, Ruan Yunyun's frown deepens. In her previous life, Zhao Hui had coveted her father's company, which had ultimately led to her demise. If she were to find another such individual, it would be a trivial matter for them to seize control of the company. But the more significant concern would be the safety of her father and herself. Thus, Ruan Yunyun has no intention of pursuing such a path. She is determined to shoulder the responsibility herself. This approach offers numerous advantages. It brings peace of mind to both herself and her father, while also alleviating his burdens. The only downside is that she must endure some hardship. Yet, she is unafraid of hardship, as long as it enables her to support her father. Yunyun, what are you still pondering? Han Qin senses her mood has darkened following her confrontation with Zhao Hui. Nothing much. I simply miss my father and wonder when he will return. This is a matter Han Qin cannot assist with. Do not fret. Uncle Ruan should be back in a few days. Let us hope so. At this moment, Han Qin is incapable of grasping her feelings. In her past life, her father had succumbed to overwork, leading to her confinement in a psychiatric hospital, enduring a life of misery until her death. It was only then that she was reborn. And now, this gap in time has left her without a glimpse of her father. Ruan Yunyun, whenever you think of your father in the coming days, just send me a message, and I shall be there for you. Han Qin assures her. Moreover, after the scene you created with Zhao Hui and Chu Ran, I worry they may attempt to bully you. If I am by your side, I will certainly protect you. But what should we do if I am not around? Han Qin expresses his concern. Rest assured, although Zhao Hui and Chu Ran may be treacherous, they still need to consider my father's disposition. For now, aside from indulging in their affection before me to provoke a reaction, they would not dare to harm me. That is reassuring. Should they attempt to cause you any harm, first and foremost, you must protect yourself, and secondly, notify me immediately. Understood. Ruan Yunyun finds Han Qin's concern somewhat excessive, yet she appreciates his care. Chapter 24. The mask is torn. Han Qin accompanies Ruan Yunyun home, remaining with her for a while. As the night grows late and Ruan Yunyun shows signs of fatigue, he decides to return to his own residence. Around 11 o'clock, as Ruan Yunyun prepares for bed, a knock echoes at her door. Just as she is about to inquire who is there, Chu Ran's voice rings out from the other side. Ruan Yunyun, I know you are in there. Come out immediately. We have matters to discuss. Hearing the word we, Ruan Yunyun realizes that Zhao Hui must be present as well. Having just dismantled his wealthy heir persona and humiliated him, they have come to speak with her. Are they here to announce their relationship? Do they think she cares? It seems they intend to confront her directly, believing that such a revelation will provoke her. Yet, what is there to boast about in their union? All they seek is for her to congratulate them on their union as a couple, two scoundrels finally finding solace in each other. Since they are so eager to unveil their news, Ruan Yunyun decides to grant them a semblance of dignity. She descends the stairs to find Zhao Hui and Chu Ran seated on the sofa, awaiting her arrival. Speak. What is it you wish to announce to me? Although Chu Ran had previously harbored disdain for Ruan Yunyun, she had at least feigned politeness. Now that the fade has been stripped away, there is no longer a need for pretense. Ruan Yunyun, I have something to ask you. Chu Ran demands coldly, her tone strikingly similar to Zhao Hui's earlier, tinged with authority. Go ahead. Ruan Yunyun had anticipated that Chu Ran's visit would not solely revolve around boasting. Why did you have Aunt Wu mention my affairs yesterday? Do you realize that now my classmates are questioning the nature of our relationship? So, it is a matter of pride that she seeks to address. Where appearances hold paramount importance. Chu Ran, your accusation is patently absurd. Yesterday, Lili reported me for stealing your hairpin. You were well aware that I did not steal it, yet not only did you fail to testify on my behalf, but you also conspired with Lili to tarnish my reputation, attempting to frame me as a thief. How ludicrous! Ruan Yunyun could have held her tongue, but now she would be fortunate to escape unscathed. Chu Ran, however, has the audacity to turn the tables and accuse her. Ruan Yunyun has no intention of letting this matter slide, for she knows her father will seek justice on her behalf. Chu Ran had indeed acted maliciously, aiming to label Ruan Yunyun as a thief and teach her a lesson. However, she had not anticipated that the situation would backfire, nearly exposing her own identity. You could have simply asked Aunt Wu to send you the receipt, thus proving your innocence. Why reveal my information? Do you understand that many are now inquiring about our relationship? This is what incites Chu Ran's anger. Our relationship has always been that of mistress and servant. Is it so difficult for you to admit? Or have you grown so accustomed to playing the role of a wealthy heiress that you fear your facade may crumble? I have never claimed to be a wealthy heiress. These are merely the baseless speculations of our classmates. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that you relish your role as an heiress, Chu Ran. A falsehood remains a falsehood. A chicken can never become a phoenix. I advise you to acknowledge that you are merely the daughter of a servant. There is no shame in that. Impossible, Ruan Yunyun. I warn you, if you dare to speak recklessly again, I will not let you off easily. Churin merely issued a verbal warning. Should Ruan Yunyun dare to reveal even a word, she possesses the means to make her regret it. You think you can get away with this? Pray tell, what do you intend to use to contend with me? Ruan Yunyun is certainly not one to be trifled with. Ruan Yunyun, Zhao Hui could no longer bear to watch. I will never allow you to bully Churin. Ruan Yunyun was taken aback by Zhao Hui's commanding tone. How could he sound so resolute? Had the lesson she imparted to him that night not left a deeper impression? Currently, he was but the son of a servant, and without her, he was nothing. She had thought he would be subservient. So, Zhao Hui, how do you plan to deal with me? Have you been masquerading as a young master for so long that you genuinely believe you are one? Do not forget, it is I who crafted your young master persona. Just moments ago, at your birthday banquet, I unveiled your true identity, and henceforth, you shall revert to the status of a servant's son. Of course, since you are with Churin, you likely do not care about this identity at all. If that is the case, prepare yourself for the mockery of your classmates. Zhao Hui was left speechless by Ruan Yunyun's retort. They had come to make her uncomfortable, to flaunt their superiority in front of her, intending to hurt her feelings. Yet it was they who found themselves thoroughly vexed by her. Ruan Yunyun, do not presume we lack the courage to deal with you. Zhao Hui was now seething with resentment. However, he soon found solace. What does Ruan Yunyun have to be proud of? She shall never possess my affection. Your late-night visit is merely to inform me that you do not intend to let me off the hook. Very well, I have received your message. Bring it on. After these past few days, you should be well aware that I am not easily intimidated. Whoever dares to bully me shall face immediate consequences. I am fully aware of the schemes you are plotting, and now, the most crucial point arose. Father is already aware of the events that transpired yesterday. He will return in a few days, and he will certainly advocate for me. Just wait for my father's return, and he will deal with you. Do you think you can intimidate me? I do not intend to frighten you. After all, you are dining at my family's table while simultaneously scheming against us. Such actions can only be attributed to you. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yunyun and Churin felt a shiver run down their spines. They held a certain fear of Ruan Dahai, as he was their provider, sustaining their livelihoods. Ruan Yunyun stifled a yawn. They had said all that needed to be said, and she saw no reason to squander her sleep time on them. If there were no other matters, she wished to retire for the night. Is there anything else? With their masks of civility torn away, there was no need for further pretense. They could speak openly. Churin suddenly wore a smile of happiness. Ruan Yunyun, today, I have one more thing to discuss with you. Ruan Yunyun knew they had come to the crux of their visit. Since Zhao Hui and I met, we have mutually harbored feelings for one another, and 2 years ago, we finally overcame various obstacles to be together. Ruan Yunyun found it somewhat amusing when she heard the term obstacles. Obstacles? What could possibly impede you two? If you have liked each other for so long, you should have boldly expressed it earlier. It would have saved me the waste of time and resources. Zhao Hui, if I were to demand my belongings back now, would I be able to reclaim them? Ruan Yunyun casually glanced at the watch on Zhao Hui's wrist, the belt adorning his waist, and the garments covering his body. All were the fruits of her labor. She felt it was utterly unjust that those fine items had fallen into the hands of such a scoundrel. Chapter 25. Shamelessness. Zhao Hui, while enjoying her possessions, simultaneously expressed disdain for her and engaged passionately with Churin. Truly managing to juggle all three pursuits, Zhao Hui dismissed Ruan Yunyun's remarks with a scoff. Which of these items did I ever request from you? They were all forcibly thrust upon me. Zhao Hui's response was delivered with an air of entitlement, and he spoke with a sense of justification. Although Zhao Hui's logic was not entirely unfounded, after all, Ruan Yunyun had endeavored to win his favor. To the extent of laying her heart bare, she could only blame her past naivety. It was best to leave the past unmentioned and treat it as if she were merely dismissing a beggar. Well then, those items are hardly worth much. Let us regard them as gifts to celebrate your union. Ruan Yunyun was aware that those possessions could never be reclaimed. After all, one does not expect to find surplus in a meat bun tossed to a dog. Nonetheless, she resolved that he should not harbor any further illusions of such good fortune. Upon learning of Churin's relationship with Zhao Hui, Ruan Yunyun exhibited no signs of the anticipated emotional turmoil. Instead, a peculiar sense of disappointment washed over Churin. Ruan Yunyun, did you not feel heartache upon hearing that Zhao Hui and I are together? Ruan Yunyun thought to herself, let us see how long you can maintain this facade. Heartbroken? Oh, I am terribly heartbroken. But tell me, if I were to feel sorrow, would that compel you to relinquish Zhao Hui to me? Ruan Yunyun feigned sadness in her inquiry. What nonsense are you speaking? Zhao Hui has never had feelings for you. My heart has always belonged solely to Churin. Once again, Zhao Hui's words rang devoid of any pretense. Ruan Yunyun could not help but chuckle softly at his response. She had merely been jesting, yet they had taken her seriously. Churin was touched by Zhao Hui's declaration. Zhao Hui, is this truly how you feel? Indeed, this is my genuine sentiment. After stating this, Zhao Hui did not forget to gaze affectionately at Churin, who responded with a sweet smile. Witnessing their exchange of affectionate glances sent shivers down Ruan Yunyun's spine. I am well aware of your mutual affection and that you have long been together, so there is no need for you to flaunt your love in front of me. You have come here not only to inform me of your intentions to confront me, but also to announce your relationship. I assume there is nothing else to discuss. If that is the case, I shall retire to my room. It is quite late, and I do not wish to intrude upon your romantic interlude. With that, Ruan Yunyun stood and ascended the stairs to rest. Churin gazed at Zhao Hui, still incredulous that Ruan Yunyun could accept their relationship so calmly. She had anticipated an emotional outburst, tears, and pleas for mercy. Yet Ruan Yunyun appeared utterly unfazed, composed, and dismissive. The real embarrassment lay with herself and Zhao Hui. This was simply inconceivable. It must be a ruse. Zhao Hui, why do you think Ruan Yunyun is not distressed upon seeing us together? Churin sought answers from Zhao Hui, who was equally puzzled. Who knows what schemes are brewing in her mind? In the past, Ruan Yunyun had thrown tantrums, but she would relent within 3 days, eagerly apologizing and seeking to make amends. Yet now, after so long, there was no sign of her softening her stance, leaving Zhao Hui equally baffled. Churin regarded Zhao Hui, pondering how Ruan Yunyun, who had once doted on him so affectionately, could have undergone such a swift transformation. What could possibly explain Ruan Yunyun's sudden change? Churin was uncertain. However, she recognized that this was not the time for such musings. Retaliation was of utmost importance. Yesterday, her intention had merely been to have Li Li harass Ruan Yunyun, but no one could have anticipated Ruan Yunyun's counterattack, resulting in Li Li's expulsion from school and nearly exposing her identity. This alone was enough to infuriate Churin. At Zhao Hui's birthday banquet, she had not only belittled him but had also stripped him of his dignity. With these two grievances, Churin was compelled to retaliate. The time for her counterattack had come. She must show Ruan Yunyun that they were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Churin's uncle was currently employed as Ruan Dahai's driver, and she had learned from him that Ruan Dahai would not return for another week. During this interim, she was determined to teach Ruan Yunyun a lesson, ensuring she would remember her place. Churin was convinced that Ruan Yunyun still harbored feelings for Zhao Hui. It was merely a game of cat and mouse, as long as Zhao Hui remained in her vicinity. Ruan Yunyun would eventually reveal her true feelings, once again falling under his spell. Once Ruan Yunyun became infatuated with Zhao Hui, he would have the upper hand, and in turn, she would manipulate Zhao Hui, thereby gaining control over Ruan Yunyun. When Ruan Dahai passed away and Ruan Yunyun inherited everything, Churin would then seize all that Ruan Yunyun possessed. Thus, it was imperative for Zhao Hui to rekindle Ruan Yunyun's affections. Otherwise, her own efforts to win him over would be rendered meaningless. Churin plotted her next move in her mind. Churin, I have never liked Ruan Yunyun. My heart has always belonged to you. Since Ruan Yunyun is no longer pursuing me, and we are together now, why don't we leave this place and start our own lives? Absolutely not. Zhao Hui, you must not entertain such thoughts. Churin firmly opposed Zhao Hui's suggestion, unwilling to allow her plans to unravel. Zhao Hui gazed at Churin in astonishment. Churin, what could possibly be the reason for this? Churin could never confide her thoughts to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui, consider this. Ruan Dahai treats us exceptionally well, and he has only one daughter, Ruan Yunyun. Given Ruan Yunyun's lack of intelligence, should Ruan Dahai's fortune fall into her hands, it would undoubtedly be squandered. Ruan Dahai raised us. Can you bear to witness his hard work go to waste? Can you bear to see his assets fall into the hands of others? Zhao Hui was taken aback by how Churin presented the matter so matter-of-factly. Churin, that pertains to Ruan Dahai and Ruan Yunyun, and is a concern for the future. We should focus on our own affairs for now. No, Zhao Hui, your line of thinking is flawed. Ruan Dahai has nurtured us. We ought to share in his burdens. Churin was acutely aware of the immense wealth behind Ruan Yunyun. Although she and Zhao Hui were outsiders, she had already begun to consider them as half-members of the Ruan family. If Ruan Yunyun couldn't safeguard the Ruan family's assets, then it was only fitting that it should fall to her and Zhao Hui. Thus they could not leave. Chapter 26. Counterattack. After hearing this, Zhao Hui found her reasoning compelling. If Ruan Dahai's fortune were to be left to Ruan Yunyun, it was indeed likely to be lost. Churin, what should we do? Follow my lead and continue to reside in the Ruan household. Churin was confident that Zhao Hui would heed her counsel regarding this matter. The first step in keeping Zhao Hui there was to provoke Ruan Yunyun. She was determined to irritate her. How dare she provoke her? Churen was curious to see how long Ruan Yunyun could endure. Zhao Hui, however, felt a tinge of fear, not towards Ruan Yunyun, but regarding Ruan Dahai. Churen, Ruan Dahai has always been exceedingly fond of Ruan Yunyun. She has already informed him of what transpired yesterday, and upon his return, he will surely expel us from the Ruan household. Zhao Hui's concerns were not unfounded, yet Churen was resolute that Ruan Dahai would not force her out. Zhao Hui, do not worry. I have a plan to ensure Ruan Dahai keeps us here. Zhao Hui's eyes lit up at her words. Churen, are you suggesting that you can prevent Ruan Dahai from expelling us? Indeed, I possess a method to make it so that Ruan Dahai cannot drive us away, and my uncle is currently Ruan Dahai's chauffeur, and he informed me today that Ruan Dahai will not return for over a week. Therefore, for this week, you can comfortably stay in the Ruan household, residing in my room. Even if Ruan Yunyun discovers this, she will have no grounds to object, having previously given him a black card that could no longer be used. Zhao Hui found himself unable to afford the exorbitant hotel fees. He was troubled by the lack of options, unwilling to humiliate himself by begging Ruan Yunyun for a place to stay. However, if Churen could secure him a room, the situation would be entirely different. Even if Ruan Yunyun inquired, she would be reluctant to protest. Furthermore, they had already made their relationship clear to Ruan Yunyun, so sharing a residence seemed only natural. Very well. Upon deciding to stay, Zhao Hui moved directly into Churen's room. After they finished bathing, they no longer felt the need to conceal their actions, engaging in their desires with abandon. The commotion they caused was quite noticeable. All the household staff resided on the first floor, while Ruan Dahai and Zhao Hui's rooms were on the second floor, and Churen and Ruan Yunyun's rooms were on the third floor. Directly facing each other, Ruan Yunyun had just drifted off to sleep when she was abruptly awakened by the sounds of laughter and playful banter. Initially, she thought she was dreaming, but upon turning over, the noise persisted, rousing her again. Something about the sounds felt familiar, and they were emanating from her own doorway. Ruan Yunyun rose to investigate the source of the ruckus. As she opened the door, she immediately noticed 2 pairs of shoes discarded at the entrance of Churen's room, which was inexplicably left ajar. Peering inside, she saw a scattering of clothing strewn about, including a belt that Churen had purchased. It seemed that after the black card she had given him became unusable, Zhao Hui had no choice but to take refuge in her home. If he had attempted to return to his previous accommodation, Ruan Yunyun would have undoubtedly expelled him again. However, by staying in Churen's room under the guise of being her boyfriend, Ruan Yunyun would find it difficult to justify kicking him out. As soon as Ruan Yunyun opened her door, Churen was already aware that Ruan Yunyun had emerged, and the show was about to begin. Ruan Yunyun, your timing is impeccable. We are just about to delve into the main event. Behold, the man you covet is here with me. Engaged in intimate activities, I intend to provoke you, to drive you mad with jealousy, and to leave you speechless. Zhao Hui, be gentle. Churen feigned a delicate plea. Churen, you are wonderful, came the lewd response. The indecent sounds were unbearable, and even a fool could deduce what the two were up to. Their deliberate choice to leave the door open and raise their voices was clearly intended for Ruan Yunyun's ears. But who cared? They continued unabated. Ruan Yunyun would rather Churen claim this scoundrel than let him harm her again. Closing her door, Ruan Yunyun stuffed her ears with earplugs and attempted to return to sleep. After hearing the door slam shut, Churen couldn't help but smile. Ruan Yunyun, the man you desire loves only me. He heeds my every command, and he shares his bed solely with me. Let your envy and jealousy consume you. Following their passionate encounter, Churen and Zhao Hui lay comfortably in bed, engaging in heartfelt conversation. Although Churen was intent on retaliating against Ruan Yunyun, she was not oblivious to her primary objective, to seize control of everything related to Ruan Yunyun, including the vast wealth that lay behind her. This hope rested squarely on Zhao Hui's shoulders. Otherwise, why would she exert herself so fervently? Zhao Hui, I hope Ruan Yunyun continues to have feelings for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hui gazed at her incredulously. Churen's manipulation began anew. Zhao Hui, consider this. Ruan Yunyun is not particularly bright. Do you truly believe she can retain Ruan Dahai's fortune? If she has affections for you, wouldn't it be prudent for you to ensure that wealth remains in your hands? Churen remained fixated on the Ruan family's assets, which constituted her lifelong ambition. Had her mother and Ruan Dahai possessed a marriage certificate, she would have rightfully sought her due share. Unfortunately, her mother not only failed to marry Ruan Dahai but also faced a tragic accident during an affair. Why couldn't she have secured a marriage certificate before her demise, granting her daughter a legitimate identity and a stake in her stepfather's fortune? Such a scenario would have ensured her a life free from financial worry. That moment, Zhao Hui was lost in the delight of his relationship with Churan, unwilling to broach any topics that might dampen his spirits. Churan sensed Zhao Hui's apprehension. Zhao Hui, I am not suggesting that you genuinely pursue a relationship with Ruan Yunyun. I am aware that you do not harbor feelings for her. She paused, her true thoughts revealing themselves. Zhao Hui, you must contemplate Ruan Yunyun's worth. Would you truly allow such an opportunity to slip through your fingers? Moreover, Ruan Yunyun has previously lavished her affections upon you. If you fail to grasp this golden opportunity, you would be no different than her. Foolish. Should you truly be so foolish, I would not hesitate to cast you aside. Zhao Hui was not dim-witted. He reveled in everything Ruan Yunyun provided yet despised her. He did not desire her love, yet coveted her wealth. Nevertheless, he had yet to find a rationale to persuade himself. Churan, I genuinely do not like Ruan Yunyun. Yet I must admit your analysis holds merit. I am unwilling to be with Ruan Yunyun, but I am willing to assist Ruan Dahai in managing the company. That is precisely the right mindset. Rest assured, all you need to do is feign a relationship with Ruan Yunyun. There is no need for it to be genuine. All Ruan Yunyun desires is you. I am fully aware that your affections lie with me, and I will always be by your side. Zhao Hui reluctantly closed his eyes, uttering a hesitant, all right. Churan, satisfied, wrapped her arms around him and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 27. Does this count as third-party interference? The following day, Ruan Yunyun awoke at her leisure. Upon waking, she removed her earplugs and checked her phone, discovering it was already past 10 o'clock. She noticed unread messages from Han Xin before she could delve into them. The sounds of laughter and playful banter reached her ears from outside. Only then did she recall the eye-watering scene from the previous night. Those two were no longer hiding their affection. They had begun their antics early in the morning. Ruan Yunyun initially intended to rise and head downstairs, but she feared that opening the door would reveal an overly intimate scene that she would rather not witness. She dreaded the thought. As she opened WeChat, she saw that Han Xin had messaged him at 9. Yunyun, do you have any plans for today? Is Han Xin planning to ask her out? However, Ruan Yunyun has no desire to go out today. She is quite reluctant to move. While pondering what message to respond with, the sounds of laughter from outside drifted in again. Can these two people tone it down a bit? I have no particular plans. I simply wish to find a tranquil place to quietly spend the day. After sending the message, the playful noises outside continued unabated. Han Xin had come early to see Xiao He and learned from Aunt Wu that Zhao Hui had returned to Ruan's house last night. Aunt Wu also mentioned that last night, Chu Ran and Zhao Hui publicly challenged Ruan Yunyun. Han Xin was aware that after he left the previous night, Chu Ran and Zhao Hui had returned to Ruan's home to stir trouble for Yunyun. Although Aunt Wu reassured Han Xin that nothing happened to Yunyun, for she would have been the first to confront them otherwise, he inexplicably felt a sense of concern. He took out his phone to inquire about Ruan Yunyun's well-being. But upon seeing it was just past 8, he decided against it. Wasn't until after 9 that he finally sent a message to Ruan Yunyun, only to have it vanish into the void. An hour later, he finally received a reply from Ruan Yunyun, expressing her desire to find a quiet place to spend the day peacefully. Without a moment's hesitation, he responded, "Come to my house. No one is there." After sending the message, Han Xin immediately regretted it. Would Ruan Yunyun be frightened by this invitation? He considered retracting it, but Ruan Yunyun had already replied, "Sure." Han Xin did not expect her to agree so readily to come to his house. "I'll come to pick you up right away." His aunt had already cleaned the house from top to bottom early in the morning, and after tidying his room, he headed to Ruan Yunyun's home to wait for her to come down. Of course, he did not anticipate that instead of Ruan Yunyun, he would first encounter Chu Ran and Zhao Hui. The two of them descended the stairs, engaged in lively conversation, and upon seeing Han Xin, their smiles immediately faded. Zhao Hui held a deep disdain for Han Xin, a person who excelled in every aspect yet came from a privileged background, which irked him immensely. The fact that Han Xin had been shadowing Ruan Yunyun these past days only added to his irritation. However, he soon found solace in the thought that Han Xin had previously harbored feelings for Ruan Yunyun, who had never shown him any kindness, always seeking his approval. After successfully driving her away, Ruan Yunyun had only then begun to show Han Xin some favor. The thought that he could not pursue someone he had once cast aside brought Zhao Hui a sense of relief. Ruan Yunyun was merely someone he didn't want, but if he desired her, all it would take was a little reciprocation, and she would immediately become his devoted admirer. Chu Ran glanced at Han Xin before her. Noting that he was indeed handsome, well-built, and came from a good family background, making Zhao Hui appear somewhat insignificant in comparison. How could a cold, wealthy, and attractive man like him not be appealing? Naturally, she had already made her moves on Han Xin long ago. Unfortunately, Han Xin showed no interest in her. He either ignored her or treated her as if she did not exist, ultimately leading her to turn back to Zhao Hui. It wasn't that Zhao Hui was particularly impressive or that she had deep feelings for him, but rather that Ruan Yunyun was enamored with Zhao Hui, willing to do anything to please him. The thought of Zhao Hui wielding control over Ruan Yunyun made her consider that if she could control Zhao Hui, she could then dominate Ruan Yunyun entirely, including her substantial family fortune. With that in mind, Zhao Hui suddenly appeared far more appealing than Han Xin. Moreover, Zhao Hui was fond of her. Han, are you waiting for Ruan Yunyun? Chu Ran initiated the conversation. Contemplating how to drive Han Xin away from Ruan Yunyun. Right. Han Xin was currently attending B school, where rumors circulated about him and the school's belle, Xiao Tian'er. Perhaps this could dissuade Ruan Yunyun. Yes. Han Xin was somewhat unwilling to engage with Chu Ran. Nonetheless, he felt grateful to her. Had she not appeared and taken Zhao Hui away, Ruan Yunyun's thoughts would likely still be with Zhao Hui. Thus, Chu Ran became less bothersome in his eyes. I ran into Senior Xiao'er last time, and she mentioned you, Han. This statement was clearly intended for Ruan Yunyun, who was descending the stairs behind them. Ruan Yunyun had not expected Chu Ran and Han Xin to have anything to discuss. Who was Senior Xiao Tian'er? In the past, Ruan Yunyun had been completely focused on Zhao Hui, ignoring those around her, including Han Xin. Had it not been for Chu Ran's mention, she would have remained unaware of Xiao Tian'er. Ruan Yunyun smiled. It was perfectly normal for there to be a story between Han Xin and Xiao Tian'er. Who didn't he have a past? She had once admired Zhao Hui, and it was entirely normal for Han Xin to have liked Xiao Tian'er and to have interacted with her. Would her impulsive agreement to visit Han Xin's house cause them any trouble? It was all her fault for not inquiring beforehand. They had held hands last night. Would that make her a third party? If she didn't go to Han Xin's house now, would it already be too late? Yunyun, let us go. Han Xin had noticed Ruan Yunyun coming down and immediately dismissed Chu Ran. All right. She would explain everything to Han Xin later. It should be fine. Today, Ruan Yunyun wore a casual short-sleeved shirt and long pants, looking both relaxed and presentable, captivating Han Xin's attention. Thank goodness Zhao Hui lacked taste. Otherwise, he would never have had the opportunity to be with Ruan Yunyun. It would be a pity if someone as wonderful as Ruan Yunyun fell into Zhao Hui's hands. He approached Ruan Yunyun, casually taking her hand as they walked outside. This time, he was determined to hold her hand tightly and not give up easily. Chapter 28. My heart belongs only to you. This was Ruan Yunyun's first visit to Han Xin's home. Their villa was structured similarly to her own, consisting of 3 stories with courtyards in both the front and back. However, the interior decor was entirely different. Upon entering, she was greeted by a blend of white and gray furnishings, along with basketballs, figurines, models, art pieces, and sculptures on display. It was evident this was a space designed for a young man. On the 3rd floor, I have a study that is quite quiet, Yunyun. You can take a look there. Sounds good. Ruan Yunyun followed Han Xin up to the 3rd floor, arriving at his study. Although referred to as a study, it resembled a young man's paradise, an entire floor designed for Han Xin's personal space, including a game room, a movie room, and a reading area, all within this one room. Despite being one room, there were partitions that separated each area, with a sofa, coffee table, refrigerator, and a bed for relaxation in the center. For a young man, such a space was indeed a wonderful haven. Ruan Yunyun entered the reading area and admired its layout, featuring a cozy little sofa that, along with a book, could easily keep her occupied for an entire day. It looks quite nice. I'm glad you like it. You can read here, play games, or watch movies over there. You can do whatever you wish. Oh, I think I'll just read. Ruan Yunyun wanted to enjoy some quiet time. Han Xin, may I read the books here? Of course, feel free to browse. Choose what you like. And I'll get you some snacks. All right. Once Han Xin left, Ruan Yunyun felt much more relaxed. She picked a book from the shelf and reclined on the sofa, flipping through its pages. When Han Xin returned, she intended to ask him whether her visit had disturbed him or if Xiao Tian'er was his girlfriend, and whether she should maintain some distance. Han Qin entered with a glass of juice, having actually been there for a while, but upon noticing that Ruan Yunyun was staring at the book without turning the pages, he realized she was lost in thought. Ruan Yunyun, Yunyun, She finally snapped back to reality. What were you thinking about? Since Han Qin had asked. She decided to be straightforward. Han Qin, is my visit to your house bothering you? Not at all, Han Qin replied immediately. How could her presence be a bother? He was overjoyed to have her there. That's not what I meant. I am asking if it burdens you psychologically. Not in the slightest. Han Qin seemed to overlook the implication in Ruan Yunyun's words. No, I mean, will it cause misunderstandings for others? Others? Like whom? For instance, Xiao Tian'er. Upon hearing this, Han Qin smiled gently, unable to suppress the upward curl of his lips. Ruan Yunyun, where did you hear that? Ruan Yunyun quickly explained. Han Qin, I didn't mean to pry into your personal affairs. I just overheard it when Chu Ran was chatting with you. So? If Xiao Tian'er is your girlfriend, you can explain our relationship to her. Ruan Yunyun assured him, not wanting Xiao Tian'er to misunderstand. Could you first explain it to me? Han Qin crossed his arms over his chest, settling into a posture of anticipation. Xiao Tian'er, hello, I was unaware that you were Han Qin's girlfriend. However, please rest assured. My relationship with Han Qin is entirely innocent, not at all as you might suspect. Ruan Yunyun recalled the hand-holding from the previous night and found herself at a loss for words. Bowing her head in silence, upon hearing this, Han Qin chuckled softly. Ruan Yunyun raised her gaze to Han Qin, surprised to learn that he already had a girlfriend. What a pity. Ruan Yunyun, what on earth is going on in that head of yours? Xiao Tian'er is not my girlfriend. What? So, are you pursuing Xiao Tian'er? If you don't want her to misunderstand, I can certainly clarify things for her. Ruan Yunyun could guarantee this. No, I am not pursuing Xiao Tian'er. She is merely a junior to me. Does that mean Xiao Tian'er is the one pursuing you? Should I keep my distance? The one who should keep her distance is her. Ruan Yunyun's eyes widened as she contemplated Han Qin's words. If she were to keep her distance, did it imply that Han Qin was suggesting something about her? The thought made her hesitate, and she redirected her attention to her book. As for Han Qin, he felt content just to have any interaction with her. He dared not act recklessly for fear of scaring Ruan Yunyun away. Nevertheless, to dispel any misunderstanding she might have regarding Xiao Tian'er, he felt it imperative to clarify the situation. Ruan Yunyun, have a glass of juice first. Han Qin noticed that although Ruan Yunyun's eyes were on the book, its pages had not been turned, and to break the awkward silence, he offered her the juice. Thank you, Ruan Yunyun replied, accepting the drink. Xiao Tian'er is just a junior, I know. We haven't interacted much or exchanged many words. She is the campus belle of B school, and somehow, rumors about us have started circulating within the school. Oh, I see. Then what are your thoughts on the rumors surrounding you two? Ruan Yunyun was curious about Han Qin's feelings toward Xiao Tian'er. I dislike them, Han Qin stated decisively. Then I suppose I should address the rumors between Xiao Tian'er and me, lest some misunderstandings arise. Ruan Yunyun was acutely aware that she was among those who might misinterpret the situation. She quickly took a sip of her juice to steady her nerves. Han Qin noticed a bit of pulp lingering at the corner of Ruan Yunyun's mouth and reached for a tissue from the nearby box to help her wipe it away. This intimate gesture caused both of their hearts to race. Ruan Yunyun coughed deliberately to ease the tension. So, Yunyun, I have no relationship with Xiao Tian'er, and I also do not have a girlfriend. No. Han Qin immediately refuted that notion. They had already held hands the previous night, and strictly speaking, their relationship could have progressed from friends to something more. He wondered what Ruan Yunyun thought of his no. Could it be that he had someone he was interested in pursuing? Han Qin, rest assured, as long as you need, I can maintain my distance and can guarantee to clarify our relationship to her at any time. Her? Yes, her. Han Qin quickly realized Ruan Yunyun had misunderstood his intent. No, there is no her, only you, Ruan Yunyun. Han Qin had not intended to rush things, but he needed Ruan Yunyun to comprehend that she was the sole occupant of his heart. Only me, Ruan Yunyun repeated in disbelief. Indeed, only you. Han Qin spoke these words, encouraging Ruan Yunyun to grasp their significance. She took another quick sip of her juice to suppress her excitement, fearing that she might laugh with joy. So, Han Qin truly still liked her. Cough, cough, cough. Indeed, this delightful surprise was impossible to contain. Han Qin swiftly took the juice from her hand, gently patting her back to alleviate her cough. and then handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth. As she looked into Han Qin's eyes, Ruan Yunyun felt increasingly anxious, yearning for something to happen yet unable to meet his gaze. Her unspoken desires were met with a response as Han Qin lifted her chin. Gently kissing her lips, Ruan Yunyun's heart nearly leaped from her chest. She had expected more to follow, but he merely brushed his lips against hers before pulling away. Ruan Yunyun, after holding your hand last night, I have already deemed you my girlfriend. However, it seems you do not share this sentiment. Therefore, I must find another way to make you understand that you are indeed my girlfriend. May I ask? Do you now acknowledge that you are my girlfriend? After posing this question, Han Qin's heart raced. What if he frightened Ruan Yunyun away? Ruan Yunyun felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety. Such a wonderful prospect made her eager to respond immediately. Yet, if she agreed too readily, would Han Qin think her indiscreet? Conversely, if she refused, would she risk pushing him away? Not wanting to appear too forward yet reluctant to drive Han Qin away left her in a quandary. Seeing Ruan Yunyun bow her head in silence, Han Qin grew frantic. Surely he truly scared her off. He began to berate himself for being so hasty. If he scared her away this time, there might never be another opportunity to be close to her again. Han Qin was tempted to strike himself. Just as he was about to turn and leave to clear his mind, Ruan Yunyun made a surprising move. She seized Han Qin's hand and pressed her lips to his. This was a classic case of reciprocity. Han Qin was taken aback by Ruan Yunyun's initiative. He had expected her to reject him, not to respond with such boldness. He found himself appreciating this approach. Ruan Yunyun's previous hesitance stemmed from her concern that Han Qin might misinterpret her feelings. However, her sudden decision was driven by the fear of losing him. Of course, she kissed him and then quickly retreated, confident that Han Qin would understand her intentions. Everything was unspoken yet clear. Yunyun, you? Han Qin gazed at her blushing face. Finally grasping her meaning. Ruan Yunyun responded affirmatively. She resolved to be candid. She didn't want to miss out on a quality man like Han Qin. At this moment, both understood each other's feelings. Noticing Han Qin's unwavering gaze upon her, Ruan Yunyun remarked, I want to read for a while. Oh, all right, I won't disturb you then. Han Qin granted her the space to be alone. Han Qin retreated to the game room. His heart buzzing with joy, unable to calm himself, he had no interest in gaming. All he could think about was that Ruan Yunyun had agreed to be his girlfriend. His feelings were finally reciprocated. After half an hour of excitement, his heart began to settle. When he returned to check on Ruan Yunyun, he found her asleep on the small sofa. He promptly retrieved a blanket to cover her. Concerned that she might wake hungry, he went downstairs to instruct the maid to prepare some of Ruan Yunyun's favorite dishes. He remembered that she had enjoyed abalone chicken casserole and shrimp balls the previous night. After giving the maid her instructions, Han Qin noticed the flowers blooming beautifully in the yard and thought Ruan Yunyun might appreciate some. He took a pair of scissors, intending to snip a few for the vase in his study. Just as he had cut 2 flowers, he overheard a man and a woman conversing outside the front gate. Zhao Hui, I told you days ago. Why hasn't Ruan Yunyun made plans for me to return to the Ruan family? Turns out, it's because you found someone else. Aunt, what are you talking about? Zhao Hui sounded evidently impatient. Look at your choices. You turn your back on a genuine heiress and instead pursue that Chu Ran, who has nothing to her name. Have you lost your mind? You were blessed with good looks. Why waste them? Aunt, Zhao Hui could no longer tolerate it. What's wrong with being with the person I like? Like? What's that worth? You better break things off with that Chu Ran and make amends with Ruan Yunyun. No way, I don't like her. Like? What does that even matter? I'm not saying you should genuinely like Ruan Yunyun. I am saying you need to win her over for her money. What's wrong with that? Ever since Ruan Yunyun fired me, I've lost my means of support, and your uncle has already beaten me a few times. Can't you show a little understanding? Did your uncle go gambling again? Whether your uncle gambles or not has nothing to do with you. You need to win over Ruan Yunyun so I can return to the Ruan family and work. Otherwise, your uncle will come looking for you. If he comes looking for me, so what? I'm not afraid of him. Aunt, a man like that is someone you should steer clear of. My affairs are of no concern to you. Today, you must return to plead with Ruan Yunyun, persuading her to allow me back. Otherwise, when your uncle arrives, you will certainly regret it, Aunt. Zhao Hui had grown somewhat impatient. This city is teeming with job opportunities. Can't you simply find something to do for the time being? Those jobs are exhausting and poorly compensated. Why should I subject myself to such toil? Zhao Hui, Ruan Yunyun is foolish. She listens to you the most. If you just ask her, she will surely oblige. Just humble yourself for once, won't you? Zhao Hui was resolute in his refusal. The thought of begging Ruan Yunyun was utterly unfathomable. Once she latched onto him again, escaping would be a daunting task. Besides, he had just publicly acknowledged his relationship with Chu Ran. He had to provide ample reassurance to her. Thus, Zhao Hui would never seek Ruan Yunyun's favor. He opened his wallet, extracted 1,000 yuan, thrust it into his aunt's hands, and departed, signaling her to take care of herself. Han Qin did not eavesdrop on Zhao Hui and his aunt's conversation intentionally. It was merely a coincidence. Zhao Hui's aunt had previously worked with Ruan Yunyun but was dismissed by her and now sought to return to her employ. Through their exchange, Han Qin learned that this aunt's husband was not only a gambler but also a domestic abuser. Such a man was inherently dangerous. Should he unleash his wrath upon Ruan Yunyun, the consequences would be dire. Han Qin picked a few flowers and ascended to the third floor. Just as he arranged them in a vase, Ruan Yunyun awoke, surprised to find such peace on a small sofa in Han Qin's home. Yunyun, you're awake, mm. Ruan Yunyun recalled their conversation before she slept, her cheeks flushing once more. Yunyun, are you hungry? A little. She glanced at the time and realized she had slept for over an hour. Aunt has prepared a meal. Shall we go eat? Okay. Han Qin naturally took Ruan Yunyun's hand as they descended the stairs. Upon seeing the spread on the table, abalone chicken stew and shrimp balls, all her favorites, Ruan Yunyun felt a wave of joy. After relishing her meal last night, she hadn't expected to find such delightful dishes awaiting her today. Being pampered by someone felt wonderful. Ruan Yunyun moved her chopsticks a few times, noting that the food tasted even better than at a restaurant. It's delicious. I didn't expect your aunt to be such a good cook. If it's tasty, you should eat more. I can't indulge like this. I feel like I've gained so much weight since I returned. Ruan Yunyun blurted out without thinking. This time back? Han Qin couldn't help but inquire. Unaware that Ruan Yunyun had been reborn, I meant ever since I stopped being a lovesick fool for Zhao Hui, my mood has improved, my appetite has increased, and my weight is steadily climbing. At this rate, I might become quite plump. Ruan Yunyun hadn't anticipated that by distancing herself from a scoundrel, she would unexpectedly gain a handsome admirer who cherished her. Not at all. You still seem rather slender. Come over often, and I shall feed you. Han Qin teased. All right, I suppose I'll have to impose on you frequently. Ruan Yunyun genuinely considered this notion. Having been reborn, encountering someone so wonderful, who not only liked her but also held her dear, she intended to savor the love between them. Welcome, welcome. Han Qin couldn't wish for anything more than for Ruan Yunyun to spend every hour of the day with him. I heard from Aunt Wu that after I left last night, Zhao Hui came by. He and Chu Ran spoke with you. They didn't cause you any trouble, did they? Han Qin expressed his concern. No, they came to flaunt their relationship. Flaunt? Yes, they merely informed me that they are now together. Unfortunately for them, I no longer fawn over Zhao Hui. Whether they love each other or not is of no consequence to me. Ruan Yunyun stated this with a remarkable sense of calm. Han Qin's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. If Ruan Yunyun could let go of Zhao Hui, it would be nothing short of splendid. Later, they brazenly moved in together, making a commotion that could rival a building demolition, as if they were terrified that others might not notice. Ruan Yunyun recalled the vivid scene she had witnessed and couldn't help but criticize their blatant lack of decency. This morning, you also encountered them, oblivious to the world as they were affectionate. It was truly unbearable to witness. That's why I suggested we find a quiet place to gather our thoughts. I did see them, but Ruan Yunyun, can you truly accept their union? Of course, they are a match made in heaven. For Ruan Yunyun, the pairing of these two scoundrels was a tremendous boon, as it spared others from their mischief. However, ever since they got together, peace has eluded our home. I eagerly await my father's south return to drive them away. Ruan Yunyun sincerely wished for her father's swift return to rid their home of the unwanted guests. Yunyun, do you think Uncle Ruan will actually do that? Ruan Yunyun shook her head, uncertain of her father's actions, as he was inherently kind-hearted and my father is extremely fond of me. This was a point Ruan Yunyun had no doubt about. Yet, he is also a man of strong principles and had promised Zhao Hui's father to look after him until he could support himself, and the same goes for Chu Ran. Thus, I suspect my father may not force them to leave. But he will surely handle the matter appropriately. I imagine he might suggest that I live separately from them. Separate? Han Xin found this idea appealing. Yes, living apart. My father had previously mentioned arranging for Zhao Hui to leave the Ruan household, relocating him elsewhere. At that time, I was infatuated with Zhao Hui and opposed the idea, so my father acquiesced. Thus, Ruan Yunyun speculated that her father might indeed ask Zhao Hui and Chu Ran to vacate the Ruan residence, sending them to another location while still financially supporting them. Han Xin felt considerably reassured after hearing this. If Zhao Hui and Chu Ran could be made to reside elsewhere, it would be nothing short of wonderful. He would no longer need to worry about their interference with Ruan Yunyun or their disruption of his budding relationship with her. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the third floor. Ruan Yunyun wished to recline on the sofa once more to read, and this time, she noticed the fresh flowers on the coffee table. Where did these flowers come from? I just cut them from the yard. If you like them, you can come and cut some daily. When Ruan Yunyun visited Han Xin's home, she had noticed the abundance of flowers in his front yard, a stark contrast to her own empty garden, which felt devoid of warmth. What a shame to cut so many. That's simple. All the flowers in my yard were planted by Uncle Zhang. I can ask him to plant some in your front yard as well. That would be lovely. Of course. Han Xin assured her, willing to transfer as many flowers as she desired. I didn't know that was possible. Thank you. By the way, tomorrow is Monday. We'll go to school together in the morning. I'll take you out for lunch, and then I'll accompany you home in the evening. After that, we can have dinner at my place. How does that sound? Han Xin meticulously planned their day. Sounds great. I'll tell Aunt Wen not to prepare my meals from now on. But, Han Xin, won't this be too much trouble for you? Not at all. It's only natural to take care of my girlfriend. Ruan Yunyun burst into laughter, realizing how delightful it was to be someone's girlfriend. Yunyun, what are you laughing about? Han Xin, with you pampering me like this, aren't you afraid I'll become dependent on you for everything? That would be my honor. With time still on their side, Ruan Yunyun opened her book again, and Han Xin decided not to disturb her. Read for a while. If you get tired, come find me. I'll take you to play a game, and then we can watch a movie together. How does that sound? Ruan Yunyun nodded in agreement. It sounded quite enjoyable. And what comes after that? She was curious about any further plans. After that, we'll have dinner together, then take a stroll, and finally visit Shaohei. Their schedule was fully packed for the day. All right, I'll read for a bit then. Ruan Yunyun held a book on economics in her hands. Although she had little interest in business, she was willing to familiarize herself with it for her father's sake. Han Xin observed the book that Ruan Yunyun was engrossed in and felt a tinge of curiosity. She chose an economics book over novels or magazines. He recalled that Ruan Yunyun was studying design and was surprised that she would have an interest in economics, a subject often regarded as rather dry and tedious. Indeed, by the time Han Xin finished a round of gaming, Ruan Yunyun had already succumbed to slumber. Han Xin gently draped a blanket over her once more. Chapter 31. How wonderful it is to have a boyfriend. Ruan Yunyun spent a fulfilling day at Han Xin's home, and by the time she returned to her own residence, it was nearly 10 o'clock. It had truly been an eventful day. Since it was rather late, she only allowed Han Xin to accompany her to her front door before bidding him farewell. Little did she expect that as soon as she opened the door, Chu Ran and Zhao Hui were seated on the sofa, seemingly awaiting her return. Ruan Yunyun, are you enchanted by him? Why aren't you staying at Han Xin's place? Chu Ran began with her sarcastic remarks upon seeing Ruan Yunyun. Ruan Yunyun rolled her eyes at them, pondering what kind of people they were to be so concerned about her today. Mind your own business. Just take care of yourselves and leave me out of it, Ruan Yunyun retorted, preparing to ascend the stairs to her room. Did you sleep with Han Xin today? What's it like to be with someone? Chu Ran's words sent a jolt through Ruan Yunyun. She found herself appalled at her own thoughts, fixated on such base ideas. Chu Ran, just because you've slept with someone doesn't mean everyone else is as shameless as you. Ruan Yunyun shot back. Chu Ran burst into laughter at this. Oh, you two spent the entire day together and didn't sleep? I can't help but suspect that Han Xin lacks prowess in that regard. How could he possibly have an interest in you? I'm glad I dodged that bullet. Dodged a bullet? Ruan Yunyun halted in her tracks. What do you mean by that, Chu Ran? Just what it says on the surface. What does it mean on the surface? Well, since you're so intent on digging deeper, I'll tell you plainly. Han Xin came looking for you before, but you ignored him, so he came to me instead. I trust you can understand that, right? Ruan Yunyun chuckled at this revelation. He sought you out. I recall you revealing to me last night that you two have been together for 2 years. If we go back 2 years, we had just graduated high school, so Han Xin sought you out back then. Does Zhao Hui know about this? You aren't playing both sides, are you? And if this isn't from 2 years ago, it means you've strayed outside your relationship. Between Zhao Hui and Han Xin, even a fool would choose Han Xin. Chu Ran had intended to sow discord between Ruan Yunyun and Han Xin. But unexpectedly, the conversation turned to her and Zhao Hui. She glanced at Zhao Hui, whose face had turned the color of liver. Do you think I'm like you? Han Xin treats me well, and I'm just going to throw myself at him? You might not know, but that's his usual tactic. He treated me the same way before, but I saw through his tricks and chose Zhao Hui instead. Ruan Yunyun couldn't help but laugh. You say Han Xin has treated you well, yet with your character, if a quality man like him showed you kindness, you would have long cast Zhao Hui aside. Deciding not to engage further, Ruan Yunyun made her way upstairs. Reflecting on the day spent at Han Xin's house, reading, gaming, watching movies, and taking walks, she felt both content and fulfilled. However, she unfortunately stepped in dog excrement on her way home, which soured her delightful mood, a situation Ruan Yunyun found hard to tolerate. Wait, Ruan Yunyun, I have something to say. Zhao Hui stood up, declaring loudly. Ruan Yunyun halted. These two meddlesome individuals were not enough. Another had to join in. Speak then. What do you want to say? Did you hire the gardener for our courtyard? Ruan Yunyun recalled the matter. Uncle Zhang was the gardener for Han Xin's family, and it was Han Xin who had asked him to transplant some flowers to her garden because Ruan Yunyun liked them. So, Zhao Hui was getting at something. Yes, what of it? Ruan Yunyun, with so many servants in the Ruan household, why did you have to dismiss my aunt? Here we go again. Zhao Hui, are you out of your mind? Why would I need to report to you about firing a servant in my family? I know it's because I don't reciprocate your feelings that you took revenge by firing my aunt. Ruan Yunyun felt she had repeated herself too many times regarding this issue. Zhao Hui wasn't he that significant to her, was he? Zhao Hui, can you stop inflating your own importance? You're not that important to me. Okay. How could I possibly do something so petty for your sake? No, you dismissed my aunt precisely for that reason. I wasn't going to hold it against you for firing her, but do you realize that your actions have put her family in a difficult situation? In a difficult situation? If your aunt had the means, she could easily find work elsewhere. How can you blame me for that? That's not the point. You brought Aunt Gue back and hired a gardener. Why can't you let my aunt return? One more person doesn't make a difference to the Ruan family. So that's what this was about. Sorry, but I am Miss Ruan. I have the final say in the Ruan household. Bringing your aunt back is absolutely out of the question, and of course, aside from me, my father has a say as well. You can directly speak to my father and see what he thinks. Zhao Hui would never dare to contact Ruan Dahai. Ruan Yunyun, my aunt is not someone to be trifled with. If you're not afraid of her causing you trouble, you'd best let her return. Ruan Yunyun regarded Zhao Hui, realizing that his commanding tone was failing, and he was resorting to threats now. Sorry, but she wasn't buying it. If you want your aunt to end up in jail, feel free to let her come after me. Zhao Hui truly believed she was intimidated. Once her father returned, all the unreliable elements of the Ruan family would be replaced. None would remain. After Ruan Yunyun ascended the stairs, Chu Ran finally inquired, Zhao Hui, did Aunt Zhang come looking for you today? Yes. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want you to worry. Zhao Hui recounted the events of his encounter with his aunt to Chu Ran. Zhao Hui, remember, next time your aunt comes looking for you, let me handle her. I have ways to deal with her. Okay. Zhao Hui felt reassured by this. Chu Ran was indeed understanding. That night, as Ruan Yunyun prepared for bed, a message from Han Xin arrived on WeChat. Yunyun, I'll wake you at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Come over for breakfast at 7:20, and we'll leave for school at 7:30. Ruan Yunyun found this arrangement quite reasonable. Waking at 7 felt just right. All right. Recalling earlier events, Ruan Yunyun couldn't help but vent to Han Xin. I was having such a great day, only to come home and step in dog excrement. Fearing Han Xin might not grasp the metaphor of stepping in dog excrement, she sent another message. Zhao Hui and Chu Ran were waiting for me on the sofa when I got back. Upon my return, they bombarded me with questions. I can't stand it. I am the young lady of the Ruan family. I truly don't know what gives them the audacity. Zhao Hui even threatened me. Upon seeing the word threatened, Han Xin instantly grew tense. Threatened? Yes, I dismissed a servant a while back, and that servant happens to be Zhao Hui's aunt. Today, Zhao Hui threatened me, saying if I didn't let his aunt return, she would come looking for me to settle the score. What kind of people are they? I have to consider their feelings when I fire someone. It's utterly absurd. Han Xin recalled what he had overheard earlier regarding Zhao Hui and his aunt, and concern began to creep in. However, with him constantly by Ruan Yunyun's side, there should be no unforeseen incidents. Yunyun, you don't need to worry. Aside from attending classes at school, I'll be with you throughout these days. Okay. At that moment, Ruan Yunyun felt as though her heart was filled with honey. How wonderful it was to have a boyfriend. Chapter 32. Distortion of facts. In the early morning, Ruan Yunyun's phone vibrated. Waking her from slumber, she glanced at her phone. It was precisely 7 o'clock. Han Qin had sent a message to wake her up. Today was Monday, and Ruan Yunyun dared not indulge in sleeping in or wasting time. Quickly preparing herself and then methodically heading to Han Qin's home. Upon arriving at Han Qin's residence, Chu Ran and Zhao Hui descended the stairs. Zhao Hui drove a car purchased by the Ruan family for grocery shopping. Taking Chu Ran to school. While it couldn't compare to Ruan Yunyun's sports car, it was still considered a decent vehicle. Zhao Hui parked the car in the school lot, and as he and Chu Ran exited, they immediately attracted the curiosity of their classmates. Once seated in the classroom, Chu Ran's new deskmate, Zhuoya, eagerly inquired, Chu Ran, everyone is curious about what your relationship with Ruan Yunyun is. What do you think? Churan was eager to hear Zhuoya's perspective, for she was well aware that Zhuoya was quite the gossip. A mere triviality could spread like wildfire throughout the entire campus. There are various opinions, but the majority believe you are merely a servant, while Ruan Yunyun is the true lady. Some even suggest that you two are sisters, albeit not by blood, with you being merely an adopted daughter. So, what exactly is the nature of your relationship? Churan gazed at Zhuoya, for the current public opinion at school was not in her favor. Either she was labeled a servant or merely a non-biological adopted child. The truth was that they were partially correct, yet Churan detested this reality. So what if Ruan Yunyun was the genuine heiress? Who could say where Ruan Dahai's fortune might ultimately land? Indeed, we are sisters, though not by blood. Shortly after Ruan Yunyun and her mother came to my house, her mother ran off with someone else, and my father, seeing her plight, took her in. Churan relished fabricating such unfounded truths. So, does that mean Ruan Yunyun is the adopted child? In terms of temperament, she truly pales in comparison to you. However, Zhuoya remained skeptical. If Ruan Yunyun is an adopted daughter, then why does she possess a room and a car that are superior to yours? Zhuoya wasn't foolish. She could discern who had the better possessions. What do those things matter? My father is the wealthiest man in City A. Allowing her to use those items is inconsequential. Ultimately, my father's company will be passed down to me. Compared to my father's business and assets, those are trivialities, hardly worth mentioning. Yet, regarding last week's incident with the hairpin, why was Ruan Yunyun's floral hairpin worth 88,000, while yours was merely a promotional gift? That hairpin was a birthday gift from my father to Ruan Yunyun for her 18th birthday. When I turned 18, my father gifted me a priceless pink diamond, and of course, Ruan Yunyun is oblivious to this. In my household, she is at best an adopted daughter, possessing only usage rights to the car and the house, with my father stating he would support her until she could become self-sufficient. Furthermore, lacking a mother, my father naturally dotes on her a bit. So that's how it is. But Churan, how do you explain that promotional gift? Zhuoya remained unconvinced, her mind racing with questions. Tiomi, that hairpin was never anything special, just a few $1,000s. When my father gave it to Ruan Yunyun, she mistakenly believed it was a treasure, thinking she had won my father's affection. Tio, avoid making me jealous. She even went out of her way to gift me that promotional item. It was merely a hairpin. I didn't think much of it, and after she gave it to me, I discarded it without a second thought. The incident last week was purely caused by Li's meddling. I had warned her, but she refused to listen, and she can only blame herself for the consequences. Oh, I see. But what about Zhao Hui? They say he is the son of a servant. Is that true? Zhuoya, where did you hear such rumors? Zhao Hui's father is a comrade of my father's, which is why Zhao Hui lives in my home. He is not the servant's son as you all claim. You know better than anyone that Ruan Yunyun has always been fawning over Zhao Hui. When she couldn't win him over, she resorted to slandering him. So, this is all Ruan Yunyun's little schemes? How shameless of her. I'm not certain if this is all Ruan Yunyun's doing, but I know that what you're saying now is far from the truth. Churan hoped to turn the unfavorable circumstances surrounding her and Zhao Hui around. Quick, come look. Ruan Yunyun has arrived, and there's that luxury car again, a classmate exclaimed from by the window. Following last week's hairpin incident, Ruan Yunyun had gained notoriety, and her descent from the luxury vehicle caused quite a stir. Zhuoya, curious, also rushed to the window to witness the spectacle. Observing Ruan Yunyun exiting the car with a handbag, smiling and waving at the occupants before turning to enter the classroom. Zhuoya immediately approached Churin. Churin, who do you think is driving Ruan Yunyun to school? Who else could it be but her new flame? This is all a ploy to provoke Zhao Hui. Churin, are you suggesting that Ruan Yunyun is doing this deliberately to irritate Zhao Hui? Indeed. You should know better than anyone how she has fawned over him in the past. Now that she finds herself unable to win him over, she resorts to such extreme measures. Regrettably, Zhao Hui still pays her no mind. She truly is pitiable. Yet, she is also exceedingly despicable. If she cannot have him, she seeks to ruin him. Just as the two finished discussing Ruan Yunyun, she walked into the room, arriving precisely on time. As Ruan Yunyun began to take out her books, her deskmate remarked sarcastically, Ruan Yunyun, since Zhao Hui ignores you, you choose to slander him, tarnishing his reputation, only to swiftly find a new suitor. Your speed is truly impressive. Ruan Yunyun stared at her deskmate, convinced she had done no wrong. Last Saturday was Zhao Hui's birthday, and he was on the guest list. It was Ruan Yunyun who paid for their meal, and they had consumed and used what she had provided. How could one forget so quickly? Well, if that could be overlooked, surely the hairpin incident had not escaped his memory, had it? Li had slandered and defamed Ruan Yunyun, ultimately suffering expulsion as a consequence. If that could not silence him, did he wish to experience a similar fate? Classmate, do you dislike me so much that you wish to defend Zhao Hui? No, I do not dislike you, nor have I slandered or accused you. I merely stated the facts as they are. You wouldn't accuse me of defamation and slander for that, would you? Classmate, I advise you to consume your gossip with reason. I can tolerate no grain of sand in my eyes. If you dare provoke me, I am willing to give you the opportunity to test the waters and see how deep they run. Li serves as a cautionary tale. With a single retort, Ruan Yunyun left her deskmate speechless. Chapter 33. I will cherish this memory. Ruan Yunyun was intrigued. Just last week, she had orchestrated Li's expulsion for bullying her. And even the teacher who had turned a blind eye to her behavior had been dismissed. She had set an example, yet merely 2 days had passed, and these individuals still did not treat her with the respect she deserved. Well, if they chose to disregard her, that was of little consequence, as Ruan Yunyun would not hold them in high regard either. However, if they continued to provoke her, then they would find that anyone who dared to cross her would be met with consequences. Ruan Yunyun was not one to be trifled with. Casting a sidelong glance, Ruan Yunyun noticed Churin nonchalantly chatting and laughing with her deskmate. She understood well that her deskmate's sarcasm was most likely instigated by Churin. How dare Churin openly challenge her? Who had given her the audacity? Did she truly believe she could remain in the Ruan household without consequence? Did she not fear that Ruan Yunyun would render her completely destitute? As the class bell rang, the teacher entered the room, prompting Ruan Yunyun to begin taking notes and paying attention. The lesson was painfully dull. After class, Ruan Yunyun visited the restroom to compose herself. But upon her return, she found her books and pens strewn across the floor. Anger surged within her. This was clearly a deliberate act. After a morning filled with her deskmate's sarcasm, it seemed someone was now targeting her belongings. Were they truly attempting to provoke her to anger? Who did this? Please step forward. Ruan Yunyun could no longer contain her frustration and shouted. The classmates around her chose to ignore her. Her deskmate could no longer tolerate the situation. Ruan Yunyun, you're overreacting. A classmate must have accidentally bumped into your desk, causing your books to scatter. You wouldn't dare accuse someone of bullying you over such a trivial matter, would you? Accidental, not intentional. Ruan Yunyun took a deep breath, striving for tranquility as she bent down to retrieve her books. Nearby classmates couldn't help but whisper, indeed, she lacks the grace of a princess yet embodies the attitude of one, just an adopted daughter. Ruan Yunyun thought to herself, realizing she should have retaliated earlier. Failing to do so would only encourage them to push further, and no sooner had she settled back into her seat than the teacher arrived. The earlier incident had significantly dampened her spirits, and during the fourth period, Ruan Yunyun felt utterly lost. As the class bell rang, a text message from Han Qin arrived. Yunyun, I have arrived at your school's entrance. Okay. Yunyun grabbed her bag and hurried downstairs, quickly climbing into Han Qin's car. He drove her to his apartment near the school, where he usually had lunch and could rest briefly before returning to class in the afternoon. As they got into the car, Han Qin sensed Ruan Yunyun's low spirits. During lunch, she barely touched her food, only taking a few bites before setting her chopsticks down. Yunyun, is the food unappetizing? No, it has nothing to do with the food. I just lack an appetite today. Han Qin could clearly see that something was weighing on Ruan Yunyun's mind, yet she seemed unwilling to share her thoughts. Yunyun, do you have something on your mind? Yes, Ruan Yunyun is indeed troubled. Her classmates' sarcastic remarks and nonsensical chatter have become unbearable for her. She genuinely wishes to coexist harmoniously with them, as they encounter each other daily, yet it seems increasingly difficult. She has no desire to provoke her peers, yet they seem to take pleasure in her discomfort, despite her wish to avoid being bullied. She also detests the thought of resorting to confrontation. However, her forbearance only leads others to overstep their bounds. For instance, today, when she stepped away to use the restroom, her books were scattered across the floor. With footprints marking them, it was evident that this was a deliberate asceti. At that moment, she thought to herself that there was no need to make a fuss among classmates, just as she chose to compromise. Unpalatable words came hurling her way, which is precisely what saddened her. She does not wish to nitpick over every little thing, yet when she refrains, she finds herself bearing the brunt of their cruelty. Yunyun, has someone bullied you again? It's not exactly bullying. They just tossed my books on the floor, stepped on them a couple of times, and uttered some hurtful comments. Han Qin understood that Yunyun's unhappiness stemmed from a valid reason. I will handle this. Han Qin responded, visibly angered. No, Han Qin, it's not that I lack the ability to deal with this. I simply believe that as classmates, there is no need to escalate matters to such an extent. Yet they've made you upset, haven't they? You're not happy because of them, right? No, this matter should be left to me. Absolutely not. Ruan Yunyun immediately countered. Han Qin, please do not interfere. I can manage this myself. I was merely exhibiting misplaced kindness. Sometimes, one must retaliate directly, or else the other party will only become more brazen. Yunyun, you are my girlfriend, and you know I cannot bear to see you unhappy. I certainly do not wish to witness anyone bullying you. So, do you truly wish for me to stand idly by? Well, this trivial matter does not require your intervention. I can handle it entirely on my own. Rest assured, should I find myself unable to manage it, I will certainly call upon you for assistance. Seeing Ruan Yunyun's insistence, Han Qin refrained from pressing further. Very well, I shall refrain from intervening. But could you at least try to be a bit happier? Ruan Yunyun suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over her. What had she been thinking? This insignificant issue was hardly worth her vexation and certainly did not merit such prolonged contemplation. She resolved that she must respond assertively. Whoever dared to bully her would receive their due retribution. All right, I am no longer upset. And no sooner had Ruan Yunyun uttered these words than Han Qin settled beside her, clasping her hand. Yunyun, you are now my girlfriend, and it is my duty to ensure your happiness. Oh, then I wish to be happy right now. How do you plan to cheer me up? Without a word, Han Qin opened Ruan Yunyun's palm, revealing a charm nestled within. What is this? Ruan Yunyun inquired, feeling an odd familiarity with the trinket. It is a gift for you. A gift? Why would you give me a gift? Last time, when I gave a gift to Xiaohei, you also received one. Oh, I see. You bought a gift for Xiaohei and happened to get one for me as well. Ruan Yunyun understood that she was fortunate to receive this gift, thanks to the little dog, and no wonder it felt familiar. After all, a charm twice the size of the one she held adorned Xiaohei's neck. No, you are mistaken. It was specifically purchased for you. Xiaohei's was merely an afterthought. Han Qin promptly corrected her. Really? Oh no, actually, the primary intention was to buy a gift for you. Xiaohei's charm was just a bonus. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yunyun couldn't help but chuckle. If Xiaohei knew, she would surely feel heartbroken. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. Your sincerity in giving me a gift certainly brings me joy. Ruan Yunyun's small bag happened to be empty, making it the perfect place to hang the charm. Thank you. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. I am immensely happy now, and rest assured, I will cherish this gift. Seeing Ruan Yunyun's newfound cheer, Han Qin chose not to say anything further. Chapter 34. Yet, it does not align with your wishes indeed. Ruan Yunyun was in a foul mood in the morning. But after having lunch with Han Qin, her spirits lifted considerably. She had resolved that if anyone dared to provoke her again, they would have to face the consequences. Before class, she took it upon herself to review the surveillance footage. When Julia passed by her desk, she accidentally bumped into it, causing a few books to tumble to the floor. It turned out that Julia had not intended to throw her books. Just as Ruan Yunyun concluded this, her judgment was swiftly overturned. Julia not only failed to pick up the fallen books, but also deliberately shook Ruan Yunyun's desk again. resulting in all the books crashing to the ground. Julia was not yet satisfied. She intentionally stomped on the books a few times, so that was how the footprints appeared on her books. It was indeed Julia, yet Ruan Yun had had no prior interactions with her. What, then, could be the motivation behind Julia's actions? Most likely, it was due to Chu Rant's influence. Never mind that now. She had already identified who was targeting her. The next time Julia dared to meddle with her belongings, she would ensure that the girl received a taste of her own medicine. Ruan Yun recorded the footage on her phone. This would serve as evidence. Fortunately, during the afternoon lessons, no one dared to challenge Ruan Yun again. However, just before the last class, when she went to the restroom, she returned to find her books once again strewn across the floor. What truly infuriated her was that her small bag had also been discarded, and the charm adorning it had been deliberately yanked off, lying scattered on the ground. This charm was a gift from Han Qin, and she had confidently promised to treasure it. Little did she expect that within mere hours, it would be ruined. Ruan Yun struggled to maintain her composure. In the morning, her books had merely been tossed, but in the afternoon, not only were her books disrespected, but her personal belongings were ruthlessly destroyed. This was the consequence of indulgence. Ruan Yun cast a glance at Julia, who appeared unfazed, laughing and chatting with her deskmate. Rather than confront her, Ruan Yun proceeded to the surveillance room to document the entire process of the instigator's actions before returning to the classroom. Upon entering, she found the teacher already engaged in the lesson, and upon noticing Ruan Yun's late arrival, he expressed his displeasure. "This student, are you not aware that class has already begun? Why are you late?" "Excuse me, teacher. I merely stepped out to use the restroom during break time, and in my absence, my bag was tossed to the ground and torn, with the charms scattered everywhere." The teacher glanced briefly at the situation, dismissing it as trivial and suggesting that students should resolve such matters privately. If your bag is on the ground, simply pick it up. If the charm is scattered, reattach it is hardly a significant issue. Now, take your seat and do not disrupt the class. Ruan Yun anticipated such a response from the teacher. "Excuse me, teacher, that bag is my favorite, and the charm is my most cherished possession. I would like to understand how I have offended this classmate so that she feels compelled to destroy my belongings. I request that you take this matter seriously and ensure that the individual responsible faces appropriate consequences. If you are unwilling to address this, I am prepared to call the authorities for assistance." Upon hearing this, the students in attendance grew restless. This Ruan Yun truly lacks decency, always threatening to involve the police. She has become addicted to calling the police. Exactly, making a mountain out of a molehill. The teacher, now aware of the potential police involvement, decided to intervene. "This student, such a minor issue does not warrant such a commotion, nor is it worth wasting police resources. Since you wish to address this, I will ask you what your demands are." "Teacher, I wish to know how I have offended this classmate, prompting her to vandalize my property. Therefore, my demand is an apology followed by compensation for the damages." "This student, your thought process is flawed. It is entirely possible that your bag was accidentally knocked to the ground by a fellow student. Collisions and frictions among classmates are perfectly normal occurrences. Today, I will inquire to see which student was careless and have them apologize to you. We can consider the matter settled, all right?" Ruan Yun had not intended to pursue this matter seriously, but these individuals seemed to interpret her leniency and refusal to confront their wrongdoings as a sign of weakness. As a result, they only became more brazen. Had Ruan Yun not chosen to compromise that morning, the afternoon's events would not have transpired, and her beloved bag would not have been destroyed, nor would Han Qin's gift have been ruined and scattered. Thus, she resolved that this time, she would not yield. "Excuse me, teacher, if you knew the value of my bag, you would not be dismissive. What could a bag possibly be worth?" 180,000. Upon revealing the price of her bag, the classroom erupted in laughter. "Now she's exaggerating. What kind of bag could possibly cost 180,000? With her status as a foster child, who would ever buy her such an expensive bag? Indeed, her lowly status is not her fault, but her moral degradation is certainly her own doing." A web of lies. Ruan Yun knew others would be skeptical, and soon she would have the opportunity to prove them wrong. "The most valuable item is not my handbag, but rather the charm that adorns it. This charm was a gift from my friend just today, and it holds immeasurable significance for me. Teacher, do you still consider my demands excessive?" Upon hearing this, the teacher was taken aback by the handbag's price of 188,000. 000 and the charm's priceless nature. This student had truly mastered the art of extortion. Why not just resort to theft? Classmate, it is possible that your handbag was accidentally knocked to the ground by another student. And the same goes for the charmed. It is not unreasonable to ask for compensation at fair value, but your exorbitant demands are indeed excessive. Furthermore, during break time, students are constantly in motion and accidental collisions are highly probable. Today, I will take charge and find out which student inadvertently bumped into your handbag, allowing her to sincerely apologize to you. That should conclude the matter. The male teacher, disregarding Rwan Yun's feelings, continued to all present. If anyone accidentally bumped into this student's handbag today, please step forward and apologize to her, would you? As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the classmates erupted in a chorus of denials. Not me. Not I. Certainly not me. Absolutely not. Laughter filled the room as they perceived it merely as a joke. This person is no fool. How could she possibly admit to it? If it were me, I wouldn't confess either. She has no evidence. Exactly. The teacher, hearing the students' chatter, wished to resolve the situation amicably. Without evidence and with no one willing to step forward, there was little he could do. This student, I wish to support you. But there are no admissions at present, so I am at a loss. How about we continue with the class? Rwan Yun had anticipated this outcome. Teacher, have you forgotten that this classroom is equipped with surveillance cameras? Upon hearing the term surveillance, the teacher and the students were thrown into a frenzy. If they wished to handle it casually, she would not comply. Chapter 35. You have no evidence, but I do. The male teacher pondered how this student had become so relentless. Perhaps he should make a trip to the surveillance room to avoid complaints. Very well, this student, please take your seat. In response to your request, I will go check the footage and see what transpired. Good. Rwan Yun was willing to grant the teacher some time to see how he would react after reviewing the footage. Her stance was clear. She wanted an apology and compensation. If the teacher tried to brush it under the rug, she would have no choice but to call her uncle, to intervene, and at that point, it would not be so simple. After the teacher left, the classmates began to murmur among themselves. Rwan Yun's deskmate could no longer hold back. Rwan Yun, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Rwan Yun glanced at her deskmate. Classmate, do you find it amusing to witness me being subjected to thrown books and bags? I wonder, I have never wronged you. Why do you harbor such disdain for me? Rwan Yun had not forgotten the snide remarks her deskmate had made earlier that morning. Indeed, I confess, I find you quite intolerable. Speak your mind. You are merely a foster daughter and should act with more humility. Why do you carry yourself with such arrogance, foster daughter, who had spread such rumors? Churin is the legitimate daughter of a wealthy family. What do you have to compare with her? Just because Zhao Hui does not fancy you, you resort to slander, belittling, and defaming him. So, you are particularly incensed by me. It's not just you. The entire class seems to share this sentiment. Does it not? It is indeed best that you possess some self-awareness. Rwan Yun found it amusing. I am a foster daughter, and Churin is the legitimate daughter. One could easily deduce who had been spreading this information. Right? I imagine the entire school is now aware of your status as a foster daughter. Your mother has run off with someone else, and now you are living with Churin's family, oblivious to your fortune, constantly seeking to oppose her. Have you considered what you could possibly compare to Churin? She is the true heiress. If Churin is the true heiress, has she informed you all that her father is the wealthiest man in a city? Indeed, otherwise how could you possibly live without worry? So, you wish to stand up for Churin, do you? Indeed, I cannot abide you, and I take great pleasure in seeing others deal with you. Classmate, it is fortunate that you are merely an observer and have not joined in. Otherwise, the next unfortunate soul would be you. I forgot to mention a common fact. The wealthiest man in a city does not bear the surname Chu. If the wealthiest man in a city does not have the surname Chu, then it cannot possibly be Rwan. Just as her deskmate concluded this statement, he suddenly recalled a post on the school forum regarding the wealthiest man in a city donating a library to the school. He quickly logged onto the school's official website to check the news, and there it was, prominently displayed, thanks to Rwanda High, the wealthiest man in a city, for donating a library to our school. Thus, the wealthiest man in a city bore the surname Rwan, not Chu, and Rwan Yun also shared that surname. Her deskmate looked at Rwan Yun in disbelief. This was impossible. Now, the drama was bound to unfold. 10 minutes later, the teacher returned, looking rather apologetic as he delivered an unfortunate message. This student, I sincerely apologize. I just visited the surveillance room, but it is currently under maintenance, so I returned empty-handed. Ruan Yunyun chuckled softly to herself. She had just been in the monitoring room, and it was functioning perfectly well not long ago. How could it possibly be under maintenance now? Yet, why was this teacher protecting the instigator? Ruan Yunyun realized he was a relative of hers at this school. This student, I wish to advocate for you, but alas, without evidence. No, teacher. Ruan Yunyun interrupted him. You have no evidence, but I do. Ruan Yunyun had no intention of letting those who bullied her off the hook. The male teacher's expression darkened instantly. Teacher, how fortunate. You did not see the footage, but I did. Not only did I see it, but I also recorded it. The teacher felt a jolt of panic. How could that be? He had just deleted the footage clean. Classmate, please hand over the footage to me. After class, I will ensure you receive justice privately, all right? Resolving matters privately was out of the question. She intended to use this incident as a warning to those who had bullied her and those contemplating it. No, teacher, you will either seek justice for me right now, or I will call my Uncle Hat and demand a fair resolution. The teacher's face turned even darker upon hearing this. Classmate, you would do well to heed the teacher's words. And if I choose not to? Ruan Yunyun was curious about how he would respond. Classmate, you must understand that expelling you is merely a matter of my word. The male teacher had resorted to threats. That sounds quite intimidating. Therefore, classmate, you should hand over the surveillance video to me. Rest assured, I will also ensure you receive justice privately. Ruan Yunyun would never relinquish the video to him. As the teacher approached her. Determined, the classroom door swung open, and the principal entered. Teacher Lei, this matter does not concern you. Please leave. Principal, this student is up to no good. Teacher Lei, I do not wish to repeat myself. Leave immediately. I will handle the situation from here. Understood. The students present began to realize the gravity of the situation, so serious that the principal had to intervene. After Teacher Lei departed, Ruan Yunyun received a message from Han Qin. Yunyun, do not be afraid. I have asked the principal to support you. It turned out that upon seeing the charm Han Qin had gifted her was damaged. Ruan Yunyun had immediately messaged him to apologize. Concerned, Han Qin had inquired about the situation, and Ruan Yunyun shared the footage she had recorded. In the end, she informed Han Qin that she would have the teacher advocate for her, demanding an apology and compensation from the person who bullied her. Having experienced the teacher's inaction previously, Han Qin worried that this teacher would also be unresponsive, prompting him to call his uncle, which led to the principal coming to handle the matter. Thankfully, the principal arrived in time. Classmate Ruan Yunyun, may I ask if you would be willing to show me your video? Certainly. Ruan Yunyun opened the video and presented it to the principal, who watched it carefully before asking. Classmate Ruan Yunyun, now, what are your demands? My demand is to understand why she chose to destroy my belongings. Subsequently, she must sincerely apologize to me and compensate me for my losses. Very well, please return to your seat. As soon as Ruan Yunyun sat down, the principal spoke. Classmate Jueya, please stand. Jueya had no choice but to rise. Please explain why you threw Ruan Yunyun's handbag on the ground and damaged her bag and charm. The classmates collectively fixed their gazes upon Jueya. Principal, I have nothing to say. I simply cannot stand her. You cannot stand her? What has Ruan Yunyun done to provoke your disdain? Holding a grudge against the affluent is hardly commendable. A grudge against the affluent? The very notion seemed utterly disconnected from Ruan Yunyun. Does she even deserve such scrutiny? She is merely an adopted daughter. What is there for me to resent? I cannot tolerate her princess syndrome despite not having a princess's fate. I may be willing to compensate, but an apology is out of the question. Compensation? Jueya likely remains oblivious to the true price she is expected to pay. Chapter 36. The daughter of a city's wealthiest. The principal regarded Jueya, a girl from an ordinary family, and pondered the virtue of being straightforward. Others do not provoke you, yet you take it upon yourself to provoke them, even tearing apart their bags and damaging their accessories. Now that the evidence is irrefutable and you are asked to apologize, you refuse and audaciously speak of compensation. Can she truly afford it? Adopted daughter? What nonsense! Where did you hear such ridiculousness? Lacking discernment. She chose to provoke the daughter of a city's wealthiest, I certainly know. Not only do I know, but the entire school is aware that Ruan Yunyun is merely an adopted daughter, her mother having run off with another man. Silence. Even at this juncture, you continue to act arrogantly and speak without restraint. You are truly beyond redemption. Principal, I confess it was I who discarded her bag and tore off the accessories. I did so because I cannot tolerate her. What right does an adopted daughter have to bully Zhao Hui? It is one thing to bully Zhao Hui, but she dares to bully Chu Ran as well. I merely wish to teach her a lesson by throwing her bag on the ground and tearing off the accessories. This does not even satiate my anger. I still wish to slap her. I am willing to compensate, but an apology is simply impossible. You are willing to compensate? Can you even afford it? Have you considered your own family circumstances? Principal, what could a tattered bag possibly be worth? Do you truly believe it is worth 188,000? If she intends to extort, let her come. Extort you? Are you worthy? Rwanda High is the city's wealthiest. Do you not know? He discreetly donated 20 million to the school for a library. Rwan Yunyun is his biological daughter. A bag worth 188,000 is hardly surprising. Zhuaya's face turned to one of disbelief. Rwan Yunyun is the daughter of a city's wealthiest? How can that be? The attending classmates echoed their disbelief. What? The wealthiest in a city? Rwan Yunyun is actually the daughter of a city's wealthiest. Rwanda High is indeed a city's wealthiest. Rwanda High has the surname Rwan. Rwan Yunyun also bears the surname Rwanda. It is quite possible that she is indeed his biological daughter, who has been spreading rumors that Chu Ran is the true heiress and Rwan Yunyun is merely an adopted daughter. Zhuaya listened in astonishment to the principal's admonishment and her classmates' discussions. This was something Chu Ran had explicitly told her. Could it be that Chu Ran was lying? Zhuaya gazed at Chu Ran, perplexed as to why she would deceive her. If a bag truly costs 188,000, how could she possibly afford to compensate? Zhuaya began to feel a sense of panic. Principal, I had no idea that bag was so expensive. I thought it was merely a cheap item worth a few dozen. Rwan Yunyun could not help but interject, Zhuaya, that bag is secondary. The accessory was a gift from a friend. I only just learned that the pendant contains several natural gemstones. You should consider yourself fortunate if those gemstones can be recovered. Otherwise, prepare to face a lawsuit. Rwan Yunyun was indeed furious. That accessory had been a recent gift from Han Qin. The principal frowned upon hearing this. Natural gemstones are costly, and Zhuaya could not possibly compensate even if her family sold their house. Zhuaya, do you have anything to say regarding Rwan Yunyun's claims? The principal found himself unable to assist Zhuaya in her predicament. At this moment, Zhuaya's legs began to weaken. Principal, how much does a natural gemstone cost? How would I know? The classmates began to murmur among themselves. I heard that even a common natural gemstone starts at over 1 million. If those 3 gemstones are authentic, Zhuaya might owe over 3 million. The principal is right. I heard Zhu Ran's parents are merely laborers. They could not possibly afford to compensate. Who knows where she found the audacity to touch Rwan Yunyun's belongings? I heard the rumor that Rwan Yunyun is an adopted daughter originated from Zhuaya. I wonder where she heard that. Fortunately, I only insulted Rwan Yunyun in my heart and did not touch her belongings. Well, Zhuaya has certainly met her match. Zhuaya's anxiety deepened with every word she heard. Principal, I only acted against Rwan Yunyun's bag and accessories because of Chu Ran's instigation. Upon hearing Chu Ran's name, Rwan Yunyun could not suppress a sneer. It was evident that she had been the one stirring trouble behind the scenes. It was Chu Ran who told me that Rwan Yunyun is her family's adopted daughter, her mother having run off with a man. With such a disreputable identity, she still bullies Chu Ra, and it would be one thing if she merely bullied Chu Ran. Knowing that Zhao Hui has feelings for Chu Ran, she still attempts to steal him away. When Zhao Hui ignores her, she spreads rumors and attacks his character, claiming he is merely a servant son, living off her generosity for years. I only believed Chu Ran's words and thought Rwan Yunyun shameless enough to defend Chu Ran and Zhao Hui. Zhuaya, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say such things? Please do not shift the blame for your mistakes onto others. Chu Ran felt exasperated by the number of incompetent allies surrounding her, Li Li and Zhuaya alike. She had merely intended for them to spread rumors and verbally attack Rwan Yunyun, allowing her to face slander and online harassment. That was her true objective. Why did they overreach by touching Rwan Yunyun's belongings? Now that they found themselves in a difficult situation, they sought to drag her down with them. They would reap what they had sown. Chu Ran, everything I just said was what you told me this morning. How can you deny it now? Zhuaya had not anticipated that Chu Ran would outright reject her statements. Zhuaya, you made a mistake. You must face the consequences bravely. What does dragging me into this mean? Do you dare to expect me to apologize or compensate you? Zhuaya was rendered speechless by her anger. Just then, the principal's phone rang, and he promptly answered. Hello, We are staff from the Hongul Huang Gemstone Company. A client has reported that the pendant they purchased from our store has scattered everywhere. Our staff is currently on their way with professional tools to assist in locating it. Oh, very well. May I ask where you are now? I'm already outside your classroom. May we come in? Certainly. The principal immediately opened the classroom door, conversed briefly with the staff outside, and then re-entered. Ruan Yunyun, your friend is waiting for you outside. You may leave now. Rest assured, I, the principal, will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. All right. Ruan Yunyun understood that Han Qin had arrived. Without taking anything with her, she exited. She believed that after this incident, no one would dare to touch her belongings again. Once Ruan Yunyun left, the principal issued a strict order. No one is allowed to leave until the staff has recovered the lost gemstones. These students truly lack discernment. Why provoke anyone at all? Especially the daughter of a city's wealthiest? Chapter 37. The disparity. As Ruan Yunyun stepped out of the classroom, she spotted Han Qin waiting for her. She intended to apologize for the incident involving the pendant. However, before Ruan Yunyun could speak, Han Qin took her hand and led her outside the school. He opened the car door for her and secured her seatbelt before getting in himself. Once inside, Han Qin did not start the car. Han Qin, I'm sorry about the pendant incident, Ruan Yunyun began, feeling remorseful for losing something he had just gifted her. If she were in his position, she would certainly be upset. But Han Qin's concern lay elsewhere. Yunyun, why didn't you tell me about being bullied at school? It turned out Han Qin was worried about this. I wasn't bullied. Ruan Yunyun quickly clarified. Not bullied. You know I was infuriated after receiving the video you sent. Ruan Yunyun, you are my girlfriend. It is my duty to protect you from being bullied. No, this is also my fault. Had I been in the same school and class as you, this situation would not have occurred. Han Qin still regrets not attending the same school as Ruan Yunyun, but it is Ruan Yunyun who truly feels remorse. Initially, it was because Zhao Hui had a penchant for design that she forced herself to embrace the same path, shamelessly clinging to Zhao Hui to enroll at school. In fact, her father had long suggested that Yunyun consider studying economics and management at school B, expressing a desire for her to inherit the family business. However, at that time, Yunyun outright rejected Ruan Dahai's suggestion, showing no interest in following in her father's footsteps or in economics and management. All her attention was solely on Zhao Hui. Had she heeded her father's advice back then, she would now be at school B, spending her days with Han Qin. With Han Qin by her side, who would dare to bully her? Han Qin, I never anticipated they would target me. The truth is, this entire situation was orchestrated by Chu Ran. What more grievances could she possibly have against me? She is not even my father's biological daughter, yet he has supported her and provided her with a life of comfort, even let her have Zhao Hui, the one she fancied. What more could she want? Yunyun, I don't wish to discuss Chu Ran right now. If it weren't for her stealing Zhao Hui away, I would demand her expulsion from the school, and of course, I would also like to see Zhao Hui expelled. It is these two individuals who are causing trouble, making Ruan Yunyun's school life unbearable. Seeing Han Qin still fuming, Ruan Yunyun reached out and grasped one of his hands firmly. Zhuoya was also incited by Chu Ran, which led her to vent her frustrations on my bag. I must admit, it is partly my fault. When I was absent from the classroom this morning, she threw my books on the floor and trampled them. Although I was furious at the time, I thought it unnecessary to escalate the situation, considering we are classmates, so I endured it. She thought that by enduring, peace would be restored, but it only fueled her arrogance further. Yunyun, she bullied you this morning, and you chose to bottle up your anger instead of telling me. Han Qin was exasperated. That's not it. Han Qin, I believed it was a trivial matter that I could handle myself, which is why I didn't inform you. Han Qin remained upset. You never considered sharing your troubles with me. Even when you were mistreated, you chose to keep it from me? Yunyun, you clearly do not regard me as your boyfriend. Ruan Yunyun hastily clarified, No, Han Qin, you misunderstand me. I merely feared causing you trouble. Upon hearing her express concern about troubling him, Han Qin turned his face away. Yunyun had indeed intended to resolve the issue on her own without involving him. It seemed she had not truly regarded Han Qin as her boyfriend, and it was no wonder he felt upset. Han Qin, I was wronged. I promise, next time, regardless of the issue, I will inform you first. All right, that's not enough. From now on, you must not only promise to tell me everything, but also allow me to help you resolve it. Ruan Yunyun felt warmth and sweetness in her heart at his words. All right, I promise. Hearing this, Han Qin felt a bit more at ease. I will take care of the follow-up regarding this matter. Okay. Determined to let Han Qin handle it all, Ruan Yunyun allowed him to take charge. After Han Xin escorted Ruan Yunyun back to his home and they had dinner together, they went to the third floor. Ruan Yunyun sat on the sofa, flipping through some books before joining Han Xin for a while of gaming. As 9 o'clock approached, Han Xin was reluctant to return Ruan Yunyun. This time, Han Xin was clever. He did not take Ruan Yunyun to the front door, but directly to the bedroom door on the upper floor. Indeed, Chu Ran and Zhao Hui were seated in the living room, and upon seeing Han Xin return Ruan Yunyun, they said nothing. After Han Xin left, Chu Ran knocked on Ruan Yunyun's door. Ruan Yunyun, come out, I have something to say to you. Ruan Yunyun had no desire to engage with her, but it was time to inform them of her relationship, ensuring they understood that Han Xin would be looking out for her and to cease their harassment. Additionally, she wished for Zhao Hui to realize she was no longer pining after him, urging him to stop being so self-important. With a hairpin adorning her head, Ruan Yunyun descended the stairs. Chu Ran's eyes narrowed at the sight of Ruan Yunyun, adorned with an 88,000 yuan hairpin and a casual outfit worth several thousand. She felt a pang of discomfort. Why did Ruan Yunyun have such a fortunate life? Not only was her life so splendid, but she also had the likes of Han Xin pursuing her. For Han Xin to pursue her was one thing, but even a mere trinket he gifted her was worth millions. These were all reasons for Chu Ran's envy and resentment. Ruan Yunyun took a seat and got straight to the point. Speak. What do you want? Chu Ran, disliking Ruan Yunyun's air of superiority, often felt the need to undermine her before speaking. Ruan Yunyun, who would have thought you would capture a quality man like Han Xin in just a few days? Share your alluring secrets with us, sister. Sister? How dare she assume such familiarity? Someone as seasoned in the realm of romance as you surely doesn't need me to teach you, right? 2 years ago, you managed to snag Zhao Hui all on your own. I knew it. You must have used your body to win over Han Qin. It's likely that the reason he lavishes you with such expensive gifts is due to your prowess in bed. Ruan Yunyun gazed at the ugly smirk on Chu Ran's face. Just because she had once used her body to win Zhao Hui, she assumed others were the same. Fine, if she wanted to compare. Then let us highlight the disparities. Indeed, when I captured Han Xin, I received gifts worth millions. And what about you, Chu Ran? After you won over Zhao Hui, what did he give you? Chu Ran's expression darkened at her words. Had it not been for the foolishly infatuated Ruan Yunyun focusing solely on Zhao Hui, she wouldn't have bothered with the mediocre Zhao Hui in the first place. Nonetheless, she had no regrets. As the outcome was still uncertain, Chapter 38. Regarding Zhuaya, Chu Ran was irate, but she had not yet lost the game. All right, Ruan Yunyun, let us not engage in a verbal sparring match any longer. Let us get to the point. How do you intend to handle Zhuaya? So this was her inquiry. I will deal with her as it should be dealt with. What? Chu Ran, are you genuinely concerned about Zhuaya? Have you forgotten that you are the one who put her on this path? I couldn't care less about her. I merely want to use her to spread your misdeeds, and she foolishly attempted to confront you. This was the true nature of Chu Ran, washing her hands of any responsibility. Her downfall is entirely of her own making. My inquiry about her is merely curiosity. I'm interested in how you plan to address her. Ruan Yunyun smiled slightly. Chu Ran, it was you who instigated this, and Zhuaya, in her arrogance, sought to avenge you. I made my demands clear at the outset. An apology and compensation at market value. However, she refused. Now, it's no longer just about an apology and compensation. Since Zhuaya dared to provoke me, she must bear the consequences of her actions. People must pay for their own ignorance. Ruan Yunyun, congratulations. You have achieved your goal. My goal? What goal do I have? Isn't your aim to make the entire school aware that you are the eldest daughter of the Ruan family, the heiress of a city's wealth? With these two incidents, no one at a university would be unaware of your true identity as a genuine heiress. Chu Ran, I am not like you. I do not need to prove to others that I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Ruan family. For I simply am. It is you who, day in and day out, boasts about being the genuine heiress, portraying yourself as a rich and beautiful girl while slandering me and my mother. I have yet to settle that score with you. If you wish to settle scores, feel free to come at me. Chu Ran, do not fear. Now, I am asking you how you plan to handle Zhuaya. I do not know, as this matter is no longer under my jurisdiction. Not under your jurisdiction? Then whose jurisdiction is it? To be frank, I am currently Han Qin's girlfriend. He is now overseeing this matter, so I cannot tell you how it will be handled. Oh, I see. Naturally, since you are sharing a bed with him, you would be a couple. I truly wonder what Han Qin is thinking, considering you pined after Zhao Hui for so long, yet he can accept you. It seems you are cut from the same cloth. Ruan Yunyun was unfazed by Chu Ran's provocations. She realized that aside from verbal attacks, Chu Ran could do little else. Chu Ran, do you have anything else to say? If not, I shall retire for the night. Ruan Yunyun was no longer inclined to engage in further conversation with Chu Ran. Since Shuia's matter is not your concern, I have no need to seek you out. Ruan Yunyun understood Chu Ran's implications. Even if she sought out Han Qin, it would be futile. Wait, I have something to say. Zhao Hui, who had been darkly silent, finally spoke up. Ruan Yunyun, enough is enough. Ruan Yunyun frowned, baffled as to how she had once again provoked this troublesome presence. Enough of what? Now, at a university, is there anyone unaware that I am merely a servant in your household, living off your generosity? You should be pleased with that, shouldn't you? After hearing this, Ruan Yunyun nodded. To be honest, I am quite pleased. You were merely a servant in my household, eating and drinking within my abode. Tell me, where have I erred? Zhao Hui, upon hearing this, was infuriated. Ruan Yunyun, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. What intentions do you think I possess? Zhao Hui has always had a penchant for dramatizing his own narrative. It is one thing to embellish his own role, but to cast himself as the leading man is utterly presumptuous. He ought to have a clearer understanding of his own worth. I merely pointed out your identity. And yet you refuse to accept it? What folly is this? What if you expose my identity? I have never held any affection for you, so cease your attempts to coerce me. Zhao Hui's words were shocking. Ruan Yunyun found Zhao Hui's emotional intelligence rather lacking. He disregarded the opinions of others, ensconced in his own inner world, and his self-righteous attitude was quite irksome. I have no intention of coercing you. Did you not hear me earlier? I now have a boyfriend, and my boyfriend is Han Qin. Pray, what gives you the confidence to compare yourself to him? Furthermore, I have informed you of my relationship to make it clear that I no longer harbor any feelings for you. Kindly refrain from being deluded by your own emotions, all right? To liberate yourself is to liberate others. Ruan Yunyun, no matter how you perform, it is futile. Do not think that by invoking Han Qin, I will alter my feelings. Whatever you do now, it is impossible for me to develop any affection for you. Ruan Yunyun felt a throbbing pain in her head. Rather than being angered by Chu Ran, she was irked by Zhao Hui's self-importance. This individual has no sense of self-awareness. I have made my feelings abundantly clear, and yet he remains enamored with his own delusions, which is truly unbearable. Zhao Hui, I have told you countless times. You are not that important. Please, do not be so narcissistic or self-deceived. Let me be frank with you. Even if you wish to treat me better now, I would still find you unappealing. Do you understand? To wish for my return is utterly futile. Moreover, Ruan Yunyun, I insist that you treat Chu Ran with respect. You are not permitted to bully her. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Ruan Yunyun felt as if she was speaking to a brick wall. Fortunately, Zhao Hui had ceased to matter. He could go about his business. Zhao Hui, you should direct those words to your cherished Chu Ran. It is she who has persistently targeted me. Generally, I do not bully others, but I will not permit anyone to bully me. If she dares to cross me, I shall ensure she regrets it. This is not only for your ears but also for Chu Ran's. Do not forget who provides for you. My father and I seek no repayment, nor do we desire your gratitude. We merely ask that you do not bite the hand that feeds you. Ruan Yunyun felt she had been as clear as possible. Even if they were dim-witted, they should grasp her meaning. Do not provoke her, for the consequences will be theirs to bear. She had no desire to waste further breath and promptly turned to retire to her room for sleep. Just as she was about to lie down, Han Qin sent her a message. Yunyun, Chu Ran came to see me. Do you know what it was about? Why would Chu Ran visit Han Qin at such a late hour? What was her intention? Did Zhao Hui know? It might be related to Zhuoya. Have they approached you? Yes. Did they treat you poorly? No, however. I have informed them that you and I are now in a romantic relationship. And I also told them that the matter regarding Zhuoya is being handled by you. I believe this is why Chu Ran sought you out. All right, I will take care of this matter. You should rest easy. Okay. Ruan Yunyun chose to trust Han Qin. Chapter 39. They are a match made in heaven the following day. As Ruan Yunyun descended the stairs, she encountered Chu Ran at the bottom. The sight was an unwelcome disruption to her morning, leaving her quite displeased. Ruan Yunyun, there is something I am unsure whether to tell you. At that moment, Chu Ran wore a smug expression. If it is something you ought not to tell me, then do not. I have no desire to hear it. Ruan Yunyun chose to ignore her. No, I must tell you. I met Han Qin last night. Chu Ran wasted no time getting to the point. Ruan Yunyun had anticipated something more significant. This matter was hardly worthy of pride. Moreover, she had already been aware of it the night before. Noticing Ruan Yunyun's continued indifference, Chu Ran could not help but inquire. Ruan Yunyun, are you not worried about my meeting with Han Xin? Worried? Why should I be? Chu Ran tossed her hair, flashing a seductive smile. Are you not concerned that something might develop between Han Xin and me? Ah, so this was Chu Ran's true intention. Having secured Zhao Hui, was she not satisfied? Chu Ran, does Zhao Hui know that you want to see Han Xin so late? Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's expression darkened. What does it matter if he knows? Zhao Hui trusts me. What about you? Do you trust Han Xin? Whether I trust him or not is of no concern to you. Furthermore, I advise you to save your breath. For Han Xin does not fancy your kind of flirtation. The only one who appreciates your antics is Zhao Hui. Take care to keep him close. Do not lose both your husband and your soldiers. After saying this, Ruan Yunyun prepared to leave. How do you know he would not like me as I am? I shall tell you, Ruan Yunyun, if I set my sights on someone, no one can resist my charm. Ruan Yunyun paused. What did Chu Ran mean by that? What kind of worldview was she espousing? Having Zhao Hui was not enough. Did she wish to seduce Han Xin? Could she truly straddle both boats? Han Xin would never fall for her tricks. How pitiful Zhao Hui was. Having once suffered greatly, he was now ensnared by Chu Ran's schemes. This was his just deserts. Ruan Yunyun resolved to ignore Chu Ran and went directly to Han Xin's residence. Upon her arrival, Han Xin had already prepared oatmeal porridge for her. After taking a sip, Ruan Yunyun lost her appetite, having been vexed by Chu Ran. Though Han Xin had informed her that he met with Chu Ran, she remained oblivious to the details of their conversation. How would Han Xin react if Chu Ran openly pursued him? This thought was too distressing for Ruan Yunyun to entertain. She took a deep breath to calm herself, but the unease remained lodged in her chest. She could no longer stomach the oatmeal porridge. Han Xin recalled having asked her the previous night what she would like to eat this morning. She had chosen the oatmeal. Yunyun, is the porridge not to your liking? It was not the porridge that was the issue. It was her own discomfort. No, Ruan Yunyun forced herself to suppress her unease and took another sip. She pondered whether to ask Han Xin what they had discussed the night before. Oh, by the way, Chu Ran came to see me last night, hoping I would let Shuya go. Ruan Yunyun was taken aback by Han Xin's initiative to mention this. Chu Ran wanted Han Xin to release Shuya. Had she not claimed to be indifferent to Shuya's fate, asserting that it was all of Shuya's own making? Now, upon seeing Han Xin, she was playing the role of the Good Samaritan. Did you agree? How could I? Shuya has treated you poorly. I could never let her off easily. Did Chu Ran not plead for her? Even if she did, it would be futile. Ruan Yunyun scrutinized Han Xin's expression, trying to glean some insight from him, but she found nothing. Yunyun, do you wish to hear the truth? Yes. Ruan Yunyun was uncertain of what Han Xin would reveal, and she felt a sense of unease building within her. In truth, I am aware that both Chu Ran and Zhao Hui have been bullying you. I have a strong desire to confront Chu Ran and teach her a lesson. Yet after careful consideration, I have decided against it. Yunyun, you do not harbor any resentment towards me, do you? Ruan Yunyun shook her head, curious as to why Han Xin, who clearly detested Chu Ran, would choose not to take action against her. I have my reasons. Zhao Hui is fond of Chu Ran. As long as she is around, he will never turn back to you. Thus, Yunyun, you shall always belong to me. This is why I do not wish to confront Chu Ran. I want her to remain entangled with Zhao Hui, and that is also why I do not wish to confront Zhao Hui. They are truly a match made in heaven. In the past, I was quite envious of Zhao Hui, even contemplating numerous ways to have him disappear from your life. Now, with you by my side, those thoughts have become unnecessary. They can live together happily, while we can also coexist blissfully. This way, you will always be with me. This was Han Xin's intention. After hearing his words, the weight that had been pressing on Ruan Yunyun's chest suddenly lifted. This was his line of thought. However, Yunyun, rest assured, although I do not plan to take action against them, I shall never allow them to harm you. Suddenly, Ruan Yunyun felt a surge of appetite and took a sip of the porridge. All right, Han Qin.as for Zhang Yi. If she dares to bully you, she must face the consequences. Yesterday, after we departed, the staff from the Red, Green, and Blue Gemstone Company arrived at the school. The good news is that the gems from the pendant have all been recovered. The bad news is that the subsequent processing fees amount to a considerable sum, which I will charge to Zhang Yi. Furthermore, I have also sent your bag to the store for repairs. which incurs a significant cost as well. Just these two expenses could leave Zhang Yi destitute, but that is still insufficient. How could it be enough for her to bully Ruan Yunyun in such a manner? Additionally, she has already posted a video apologizing to you on the school forum and official website, and the school has made a statement regarding her expulsion. To expel her is merely a light punishment. Ruan Yunyun breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Han Qin had handled everything for her, and the situation had been resolved satisfactorily. Yunyun, once we arrive at school, please keep in close contact with me. If any classmates dare to verbally attack you again, inform me immediately, and I shall take care of it. All right. No, I still feel uneasy. How about I accompany you at school today? Upon hearing this, Ruan Yunyun promptly refused. Han Qin, that won't do. I do not wish for you to jeopardize your studies because of me. Han Qin, rest assured, after yesterday's incident, who would still dare to provoke me? Seeing Ruan Yunyun's refusal, Han Qin had no choice but to relent. Very well, but you must maintain close contact with me, don't worry. Ruan Yunyun then finished her oatmeal porridge, feeling a sense of liberation in her heart. The porridge tasted particularly delicious. Subsequently, the two tidied up and headed to school together. Chapter 40. The Soul's Inquiry. After yesterday's events, Ruan Yunyun found herself free from the idle gossip surrounding her. Her classmates treated her with respect, neither overly familiar nor distant. Ruan Yunyun relished this balanced relationship. Thus, 2 days passed, leading to Thursday. On this day, as Ruan Yunyun climbed into Han Qin's car, they prepared to head to school together. Shortly after they set off, Chu Ran emerged, casting a disdainful glance at the rear of Han Qin's car. Thinking to herself how long they could flaunt their relationship. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. It was none other than Aunt Zhang. Chu Ran's mind sparked with an idea. Aunt Zhang, what a coincidence. Here to see Zhao Hui? Well, I certainly am not here for you. Aunt Zhang's demeanor toward Chu Ran was less than cordial. She had long believed that Chu Ran's meddling had caused Ruan Yunyun's displeasure, resulting in her dismissal. Aunt Zhang, if you wish to return to the Ruan household, seeking Zhao Hui will be futile. You ought to approach Ruan Yunyun directly. Approach Ruan Yunyun? Will that ensure my return? If you employ the right methods, it is entirely possible. Chu Ran felt that Aunt Zhang's appearance was timely. She intended to use Aunt Zhang to teach Ruan Yunyun a lesson. What methods? Aunt Zhang inquired. Intrigued that if you plead with Ruan Yunyun, she will undoubtedly refuse your request. However, if you have your husband confront her first, obstruct her path, and teach her a lesson, then you can step in to mediate. This way, Ruan Yunyun will feel grateful and will likely agree to your request to return. Will that truly work? Aunt Zhang remained skeptical. Only one way to find out, give it a try. Chu Ran eagerly encouraged Aunt Zhang. I will consult Zhao Hui first to gauge his thoughts. In that case, you may as well not bother. Zhao Hui will certainly not permit it, rendering your inquiry pointless. Moreover, you might not be aware that Ruan Yunyun has not been focused on Zhao Hui lately, meaning Zhao Hui is powerless in her presence. Thus, relying on him is futile. I suggest you heed my advice and test my proposal. Your chances of success would be significantly greater. After hearing Chu Ran's words, Aunt Zhang decided against seeking Zhao Hui and turned to leave. Today, her husband had issued an ultimatum. If she failed to return to the Ruan household, he would break her legs and bury her alive. Since Zhao Hui was ineffectual in the Ruan household, it was pointless to seek him out. It would be wiser to try Chu Ran's suggestion. Some individuals are simply resistant to reason, much like Ruan Yunyun. If pleading does not yield results, then one must not expect courtesy. She resolved to show Ruan Yunyun a lesson, believing that perhaps then she would relent. Upon returning home, Aunt Zhang discussed this matter with her husband, who agreed to the plan. They arranged to confront Ruan Yunyun that evening. That day, Ruan Yunyun had a pleasant time at school. As soon as classes ended, she hopped into Han Qin's car, and they returned home together. After dinner, they spent some time reading before settling down to watch a movie. Unfortunately, they unwittingly selected a romantic film. Each time an intimate scene unfolded on screen, both felt an acute sense of discomfort. Ruan Yunyun pondered how quickly their relationship had progressed. On their first date, they had held hands, and on the second, they had shared a kiss. After countless dates, the progression had stagnated. Was she not proactive enough? Ruan Yunyun found herself conducting a soul-searching inquiry as she glanced at Han Qin. She caught him gazing intently at her. In that fleeting moment, she became entranced by his eyes, unable to extricate herself. Without hesitation, Han Qin gently lifted her chin and pressed his lips against hers. Ruan Yunyun, filled with exhilaration, closed her eyes. His lips were as soft as his character, drawing her in irresistibly as their lips met. She leaned in, reveling in the sensation of kissing, feeling as though the world around them faded away, leaving only Han Qin and herself in existence. A single kiss was enough to ensnare Ruan Yunyun. She felt an overwhelming desire to be closer to him. Thankfully, she restrained herself, fearing that her enthusiasm might frighten him away. Reluctantly, Han Qin escorted Ruan Yunyun to her doorstep, watching as she entered before turning to leave. As Ruan Yunyun watched Han Qin walk away, she stepped out of the house, enjoying the sight of his retreating figure until he disappeared inside his own home. Yunyun, a voice called from the courtyard. Ruan Yunyun turned to see Aunt Zhang. Given the late hour, Aunt Zhang's visit was likely a plea for her return to the Ruan household. Ruan Yunyun had no intention of allowing her return. Anyone associated with Chu Ran or Zhao Hui would be shown the door, with Aunt Zhang being the first. Once her father returned, there would be a second, third, and fourth. Thus, she was resolute in her decision not to permit Aunt Zhang's return. However, it would not hurt to meet her. Aunt Zhang, is there something you need? Yunyun, I am here to apologize. After her apology, she would surely make her request to return. That is unnecessary. Aunt Zhang. No, Yunyun, you need not worry. Today, I simply came to see the courtyard and to express my sincerest apologies. There was no harm in looking at the courtyard. One should not be so absolute in their dealings. Ruan Yunyun's current mindset reflected this sentiment. She approached, opened the courtyard gate, and allowed Aunt Zhang to enter. Aunt Zhang wandered around the courtyard, and truthfully, she felt a pang of nostalgia for the place. It was all Zhao Hui's fault. How could he forsake a good life to pursue Chu Ran? If only Zhao Hui had been with Ruan Yunyun, she would have had the final say in the Ruan household. Contemplating this, Aunt Zhang felt that Zhao Hui was utterly disappointing. This place still feels so familiar. So wonderful. In the past, I did not cherish it, as Ruan Yunyun observed Aunt Zhang's indifference towards her plight. She mistakenly believed that Aunt Zhang had come to terms with the situation. When Aunt Zhang was about to leave, Ruan Yunyun took the initiative to escort her to the gate of the courtyard, unaware that this very gesture provided an opportunity for Aunt Zhang's husband. No sooner had Ruan Yunyun stepped through the gate than someone suddenly covered her mouth from behind. In that moment, Ruan Yunyun realized the true intention of Aunt Zhang's visit that evening. Ugh, ugh! Ruan Yunyun attempted to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. Thus, she was dragged away for quite a distance. Her mind racing back to her previous life when she had been similarly sent to a mental hospital by Zhao Hui, where she had endured a dismal existence. Having experienced such trauma, Ruan Yunyun resolved to resist. She forcefully opened her mouth and bit down hard on the hand that stifled her, causing a surge of blood to fill her mouth. It was at that moment that the hand finally released its grip. Help! Help! Ruan Yunyun shouted, but before she could utter another word, a blow struck her back, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 41. A narrow escape. During her brief period of unconsciousness, Ruan Yunyun was plagued by nightmares. She found herself back in the despairing confines of the mental hospital, once again experiencing the agonizing effects of the drugs administered to her, along with the harrowing recollections of being violated. These memories dragged her deeper into an abyss of torment. Despite having been reborn, why was she still subjected to such horrors? No, she screamed. Just then, she awoke from her nightmare. Fortunately, it had merely been a dream. The first sight that greeted her upon opening her eyes was Han Qin's face. Tears began to flow uncontrollably at that moment. Realizing Ruan Yunyun was awake and in tears, Han Qin felt a pang of anguish. Yunyun, don't be afraid. It's all right now, Han Qin reassured her, though his heart was in turmoil as Ruan Yunyun wept. She pondered why, having been granted a second chance at life, she had allowed herself to fall into such perilous circumstances. She reflected on how close she had come to squandering her opportunity for rebirth, nearly forfeiting a chance to elevate her life. Having been reborn, she found herself surrounded by those who sought to harm her. Yet she had not decisively driven them away. Even though she had attempted to expel, still harbored a misguided compassion, wishing to hear her confessions, a notion that teetered on the brink of self-destruction. Ruan Yunyun, must you be any more foolish? Yunyun, please stop crying. It's all over now. Han Qin continued to comfort her softly as he observed her tears flow unabated. After a spell of weeping, Ruan Yunyun finally mustered the courage to inquire about the recent events. Han Qin, what happened to me? It's all my fault. Yunyun, a few days ago, I saw Aunt Zhang visit Zhao Hui, and I overheard their conversation. I should have warned you then, but I chose to keep quiet, thinking that as long as I stayed by your side to protect you, they wouldn't dare harm you. In hindsight, I was gravely mistaken. Had I alerted you to the danger Aunt Zhang posed, you would never have met with her. Ruan Yunyun gazed at Han Qin's remorseful expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. This was not Han Qin's fault. If anyone were to be blamed, it was herself. Han Qin, you are not to blame. It is not your fault. Ruan Yunyun remembered only biting the assailant's hand, which had led to her being released. And then she had shouted for help before losing consciousness. She wanted to know when Han Qin had rescued her and whether she had sustained any injuries. How did you find me? Actually, after I heard Aunt Zhang approach Zhao Hui, I kept a watchful eye. I instructed Uncle Zhang to transplant some flowers to your courtyard, while also keeping an eye on your situation and protecting you, ensuring he reported to me immediately if anything occurred. Last night, Uncle Zhang spotted Aunt Zhang and promptly informed me. I instructed him to keep an eye on her while I rushed over. However, I was still a step too late. By the time I reached downstairs, you were already struggling with your captor. My heart sank when I heard you cry out for help as I arrived. I heard you shout, and Uncle Zhang and I were unable to prevent that person from striking you from behind. Uncle Zhang quickly subdued the assailant, but by the time I reached you, you had already fainted. After hearing this, Ruan Yunyun felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Fortunately, she had only been struck once and had fainted in Han Qin's arms, rather than being abducted. Han Qin had saved her. He was her angel sent to rescue her. Had she truly been taken away, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Han Qin, who was the person that tried to abduct me, and what is their connection to Aunt Zhang? That person is Aunt Zhang's husband. He has already been taken away by Uncle Mao, who is now filing a report. Did they explain why they attempted to abduct me? Uncle Zhang just informed me that Aunt Zhang merely intended to intimidate you, hoping to dissuade you from resisting her return. However, her husband is a gambler, deeply in debt, and in a moment of desperation, he devised this plan to kidnap you in hopes of extorting a ransom from your father. Ruan Yunyun marveled at how fortunate she was that Han Qin and Uncle Zhang had arrived in time to save her life. Additionally, I have already called Uncle Ruan to inform him that you are safe. Thank you, Han Qin. You and Uncle Zhang saved me. Ruan Yunyun could scarcely fathom what her fate would have been had Han Qin not intervened. Han Qin remained filled with self-reproach, haunted by the earlier scene that still terrified him. Yunyun, I feel like I have failed. I almost let you down, and I cannot bear to think of what would have happened if you had been harmed. I would regret it for the rest of my life. I am fine now. Nothing happened to me, so Han Qin, please do not blame yourself. You have done exceptionally well. Ruan Yunyun and Han Qin began to console one another. Yunyun, I just called a doctor to examine you. And fortunately, you have no serious injuries. However, your back has taken a hit, and it should still be painful. It is a bit sore, but not excessively so. That is good to hear. What time is it now? Ruan Yunyun inquired, eager to know the hour. It's just past 1 in the morning. Ruan Yunyun calculated that she had been unconscious for over 2 hours. Han Qin, have you been here with me the whole time? Aren't you tired? Han Qin shook his head in response. As long as you are safe, Yunyun, I don't mind a little fatigue. Ruan Yunyun realized she was in Han Qin's home, resting in his bed. She shifted to one side, motioning for Han Qin to lie down beside her. Han Qin, I am fine now. The night is deepening. You should lie down and rest. Okay. Han Qin did not refuse and lay down next to Ruan Yunyun. Ruan Yunyun let out a sigh of relief. Having survived such a harrowing ordeal, she felt fortunate to have escaped without serious harm. She reminded herself that when faced with enemies, one must act decisively and without mercy to ensure that her second chance at life was not squandered. As for love, she glanced at Han Qin, determined to cherish and protect it fervently. The following morning, Han Qin decided to request a leave of absence for Ruan Yunyun, understanding that after such a significant event, her mind and body needed rest. He too took a day off, intending to safeguard and care for Ruan Yunyun, ensuring her swift recovery. Aside from resting in bed, Ruan Yunyun spent her time playing games with Han Qin. As long as she was with him, she was willing to do anything. In the afternoon, Ruan Yunyun received a call from her father, Ruan Dahai. Upon learning of her abduction, he was filled with worry. Thankfully, Han Qin had already informed him of her safety, and upon hearing that she was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief. Knowing that Ruan Yunyun was staying at Han Qin's home, under his care, further eased his mind. Naturally, he felt guilty for not being there to look after her constantly. After their conversation, Ruan Yunyun continued to play games with Han Qin for a while longer. Soon after, Auntie Wu and Auntie Gue brought some delicious food for Ruan Yunyun and made a special trip to visit her. Later on, Han Qin took Ruan Yunyun to see Xiao He. Overall, the day was fulfilling. In the evening, Zhao Hui arrived at Han Qin's home, specifically requesting to see Ruan Yunyun. She understood that Zhao Hui's visit likely concerned Aunt Zhang and her husband, seeking some form of intercession. Chapter 42. Peculiar Perspectives. Ruan Yunyun was quite reluctant to meet Zhao Hui. However, avoiding him today would only postpone the inevitable encounters in the days to come. Accepting this reality, she braced herself for the meeting. Han Qin accompanied Ruan Yunyun downstairs. Zhao Hui's displeasure was palpable upon seeing Han Qin at Ruan Yunyun's side. Han Qin, please step aside. I need to speak with Ruan Yunyun. Han Qin glanced at Ruan Yunyun, seeking her approval. Han Qin, please wait for me in the room. All right. Han Qin left only after receiving Ruan Yunyun's instructions. Speak. What do you want from me? Ruan Yunyun dared not assume that Zhao Hui had come to express concern for her well-being. Ruan Yunyun, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to check on you. You see, it was precisely this understanding that allowed Ruan Yunyun to grasp Zhao Hui's true motives. Rest assured, there is no misunderstanding. What do you want to say? Ruan Yunyun, could you refrain from suing my aunt over this? If you do, my aunt will face a lifetime in prison. After hearing this, Ruan Yunyun found it quite amusing. This Zhao Hui, not only did he come to see her, but he also expected her to forgive someone who intended to harm her. Was there no sense of justice left? Who did Zhao Hui think he was? What gave him the audacity to utter such nonsensical words? Zhao Hui, I nearly fell into the hands of your aunt and uncle yesterday. If I had, what good outcome could I have anticipated? And now you expect me to let your aunt go? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Or is your brain filled with mush? Ruan Yunyun, I am trying to have a serious conversation with you. Can you not comprehend? I warned you last time to allow my aunt to return to the Ruan family for work. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly come looking for you. This is your own refusal to heed advice. So who can you blame? If you had listened to me and let my aunt come back, last night's incident would never have occurred. If you had heeded my counsel, my aunt wouldn't be locked up now. So, this is all a consequence of your stubbornness. Not only did you ignore my advice, but you've also harmed my aunt. Ruan Yunyun took a deep breath. This was the first time she had encountered such reasoning and fallacious arguments. Zhao Hui truly was Zhao Hui. Such words could only escape his lips. I'm sorry, but since your aunt has harmed me, she must face the consequences. Your words are futile. I will not change my course of action. Ruan Yunyun, this incident originated because of me. I can promise you right now, as long as you do not report my aunt, I am willing to consider returning to your side immediately. Observing the pained expression on Zhao Hui's face, it was evident that he was expressing such sentiments out of immense grievance, compromise, pressure, and coercion. Ruan Yunyun took another deep breath. Zhao Hui, could you please look at yourself in the mirror? If you can't afford a mirror, you surely have a puddle to look into. How can you utter such foolishness? Just leave, and do not spoil my mood here. Ruan Yunyun, are you trying to force me to kneel before you? Kneeling would be of no use. Your aunt has committed a crime and deserves punishment. If you feel pity for her, you may take the blame for her, but please do not come begging me to spare her. And Zhao Hui, let me tell you, in the future, anyone who harms me will receive the same treatment from me. You better not harbor such twisted thoughts, or you will face dire consequences. Oh, and by the way, keep a close eye on your Chu-Ran. Make sure she doesn't covet what's in the bowl while overlooking what's in the pot. Ruan Yunyun deliberately reminded Zhao Hui of Chu-Ran's indiscretions, hinting at her desire to straddle multiple boats. However, given Zhao Hui's emotional intelligence, he probably wouldn't grasp her implications. Speaking was futile. Ruan Yunyun, are you certain you will not agree to my terms? This is your final chance to possess me. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone forever. As long as you do not sue my aunt, I, Zhao Hui, will be yours from now on. Oh, what a headache. How had Ruan Yunyun never noticed how narcissistic Zhao Hui was before? Suddenly, she was curious about how he would treat Chu-Ran if she agreed to his proposal. Zhao Hui, I want to know. If I agree to let your aunt go, are you truly prepared to throw yourself into my arms? What about Chu-Ran? How do you plan to deal with her? Will you chase her away? Abandon her? Chu-Ran will not leave. She will not leave. Ruan Yunyun thought she had misheard. Yes, Chu-Ran said that even if I am with you, she will always be by my side. This peculiar worldview once again astonished Ruan Yunyun. Truly, Zhao Hui and Chu Ran were a match made in heaven, Otto. So you still wish to enjoy the benefits of a three-way relationship? You really are something. Ruan Yunyun felt exhausted and decided not to entertain him any longer. Ruan Yunyun, does that mean you have agreed? Agreed? Not a chance. Even if Zhao Hui were presented to her on a silver platter, she wouldn't spare him a glance. He only made her feel disgusted, making her realize how foolish she had been to invest time, energy, and money into such a man. It was utterly absurd. Apologies, I was just joking with you earlier. Now you should go about your business. I need to return. Ruan Yunyun, are you truly not considering it? Zhao Hui, how many times must I say it before you believe me? Han Qin could no longer bear to watch. Ruan Yunyun was now his girlfriend. Zhao Hui had no right to intrude. It was time for him to assert his claim. Han Qin stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Ruan Yunyun's waist, lifting her chin, and kissing her lips. Zhao Hui, have you seen clearly? Yunyun is now my girlfriend. Your girlfriend is Chu Ran. Han Qin emphasized this point again. Ruan Yunyun looked at Han Qin's face, filled with jealousy, and felt an inexplicable happiness. It seemed her provocation of Zhao Hui had made Han Qin envious. No, provoking Han Qin would have serious consequences. She had worked hard to return to life and had finally captured such a wonderful man. She couldn't let jealousy drive him away. Her man deserved her affection. Ruan Yunyun grasped the front of Han Qin's shirt, stood on her tiptoes, and tilted her head up to kiss him. Ruan Yunyun understood the etiquette. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Then, she echoed Han Qin's words. Zhao Hui, have you seen clearly? Han Qin is now my boyfriend. Your girlfriend is Chu Ran. Han Qin looked at Ruan Yunyun in disbelief, his heart blooming with joy. There was nothing more delightful than acknowledging his identity as her boyfriend in front of his rival. However, he quickly reacted, Oh, you Ruan Yunyun, how dare you mimic my words? Let us see how I deal with you. Han Qin lifted Ruan Yunyun and headed into the room. He didn't want his girlfriend entangled with her former rival. Zhao Hui watched Han Qin's retreating figure, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. The most infuriating sight was Chu Ran, who stood by the window, watching the spectacle unfold. Chapter 43. Heartfelt Confessions. Han Qin carried Ruan Yunyun back to the room and gently placed her on the sofa. Ruan Yunyun thought that was the end, but she was completely unprepared for Han Qin to press down on her. Panic surged within her. Han Qin pinned Ruan Yunyun down. He had felt a genuine sense of anxiety upon hearing Zhao Hui's proposal. Fearing that Ruan Yunyun might truly leave him, he was indeed feeling jealous, and Ruan Yunyun was still interested in teasing him, mimicking his speech. He thought she deserved punishment. Yunyun, how should I punish you? Han Qin affectionately played with Ruan Yunyun's hair. Ruan Yunyun reached out to caress Han Qin's face, silently thanking the heavens for allowing her to be reborn and for sending her such an attractive man. I punish you to love me for the next lifetime. No, I'll punish you to love me for 10 lifetimes. How about that? Han Qin felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Well, loving you is not a punishment. It is my honor. Gaining your love is the most worthwhile and beautiful thing in my life. Gaining my love is your lifelong task? Ruan Yunyun repeated, astonished that such good fortune could befall her. Yes, for the past 3 years, I have longed for you to cast a glance my way, yet it was in vain. Ruan Yunyun knew what Han Qin was about to say and immediately covered his mouth with her hand. I am sorry, Han Qin, I was blind in the past. You won't hold it against me, will you? Of course not, because it's not too late for you to see me now, Han Qin said, kissing Ruan Yunyun's lips. Their timing was perfect, neither too early nor too late. Ruan Yunyun wrapped her arms around Han Qin, deepening the kiss. There was nothing more beautiful than two lovers embracing and kissing. Meanwhile, Chu Ran sat sulking on the sofa. She realized that ever since Ruan Yunyun stopped fawning over Zhao Hui, nothing had gone right for her. From Lili to Zhuoya, neither had harmed Ruan Yunyun. Instead, they had brought her reputation into disrepute. As if that weren't enough, even Aunt Zhang had been unhelpful. Last night was a golden opportunity that Ruan Yunyun had evaded. Not only did she fail to harm Ruan Yunyun, but she also ended up incarcerated herself. Thankfully, she hadn't exposed Chu Ran, the so-called brave one. How fortunate was Ruan Yunyun that so many could not harm her. Just recently, Chu Ran had incited Zhao Hui to see Ruan Yunyun, hoping to win her back, but that too had ended in failure. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. When Zhao Hui returned to the room, he found Chu Ran waiting for him with a dark expression. What a useless fool, unable to accomplish anything. 2 years ago, How had she settled for such a person? If he could not win Ruan Yunyun back, what good was he? Zhao Hui, I made it clear to you just now. When you see Ruan Yunyun, you must use love to win her over. Look at what you just did. Your lines were stiff and lacked any affection. Chu Ran was truly at her wits' end with Zhao Hui. I'm sorry, Chu Ran, but I don't love Ruan Yunyun. I genuinely cannot muster any affection to win her over. Are you a pig? I meant pretend. Can't you even pretend? Chu Ran was truly at a loss for words. Zhao Hui, it was you who expressed the desire to rescue your aunt, and thus I devised this strategy for you. I am well aware that your affections do not lie with Ruan Yunyun. I have already advised you to feign love for her. Only then will she be moved by your feelings. I also mentioned that if your love fails to touch her heart, you should take direct action, embracing her, kissing her, allowing her to be swayed by your affection. It's so difficult for you. You have not hesitated to hold and kiss her before, she remarked, exasperated. Even a pig would learn this. Forgive me. Chu Ran, but I simply cannot bring myself to do it, Zhao Hui replied, filled with regret after hearing her words. Chu Ran sighed, Zhao Hui, your reluctance reveals a lack of genuine desire to save your aunt. It indicates that your love for her is insufficient. If you feel this way, then so be it. Your aunt may only serve a sentence of a decade or so, and in 10 years, you may still reunite. Zhao Hui lamented, wishing he had known that merely acting on his impulses would have secured Ruan Yunyun's affection. He chastised himself for resisting the urge to act on his feelings. Chu Ran, do I still have a chance? Upon hearing this, Chu Ran felt a flicker of hope. It seemed Zhao Hui was indeed redeemable, justifying the time and effort she had invested in him. Yes, tomorrow. Invite Ruan Yunyun out again. I trust you know what to do without further instruction. Noticing Zhao Hui's apprehension, Chu Ran reassured him, rest assured, tomorrow evening I will first meet with Han Qin for a discussion. And then you shall pursue Ruan Yunyun. Remember, opportunities do not present themselves every day. When the moment arrives, seize it. Understood, Zhao Hui affirmed, resolute in his determination to win Ruan Yunyun's heart the following night. Seeing Zhao Hui heed her advice, Chu Ran finally exhaled in relief. Zhao Hui, do not be disheartened. Tomorrow brings fresh opportunities. She contemplated the prospect of Zhao Hui successfully winning Ruan Yunyun. She imagined herself also securing Han Qin. Such a scenario would be ideal. The dilemma of choice loomed ahead. Should she pursue a relationship with Zhao Hui or Han Qin, perhaps alternating between them? Spending odd days with Han Qin and even days with Zhao Hui would allow her to indulge in delightful encounters every evening. Zhao Hui's prowess in the bedroom was commendable, but she was uncertain about Han Qin's capabilities. Abruptly returning to reality, she acknowledged that Zhao Hui was her only consolation. Come along, Zhao Hui, let us take a shower, she suggested, resolving to cheer him up, as he had significant undertakings ahead. Thus, they immersed themselves in the pleasures of love as they showered together. Meanwhile, Han Qin and Ruan Yunyun were on the sofa, confiding in one another, their intimate exchanges continuing until they decided to dine together. After their meal, they opted for a leisurely stroll. Han Qin, my father is returning next week. Who should take the initiative regarding our relationship? I shall take the lead, Han Qin replied, believing it was more appropriate for a man to broach such matters. What if my father disapproves of our relationship? Ruan Yunyun inquired, concerned about her father's stance. Han Qin dismissed her worries, focusing instead on Ruan Yunyun's feelings. What will you say? I will heed my father's wishes. She confessed that in that case, I shall certainly win over Uncle Ruan, Han Qin declared confidently. But what if you fail? There is no if. I am determined to win him over, he replied. Then I must congratulate you. She teased. Congratulations, indeed. My father holds you in high regard. He has been encouraging me to pursue you. Regrettably, I was blind to the opportunity then. Had I listened to my father, perhaps we would already be planning a family. It is not too late. When Uncle Ruan returns next week, let us put marriage on the agenda, wedding this year, children next year, and perhaps 3 within 2 years. What do you say? 3 within 2 years? Why not 4 within 3? That could work too. You focus on giving birth, and I shall handle the upbringing, he jested. Enough, Ruan Yunyun interjected, feeling it was time to halt their playful banter. Upon returning from their walk, Han Qin and Ruan Yunyun were taken aback to find Chu Ran waiting at their doorstep. After having dealt with the unpredictable Zhao Hui, now they faced Chu Ran. Ruan Yunyun was uncertain what outlandish statements she would encounter next. Han Qin, would you mind stepping aside? I have a few words for Ruan Yunyun, Chu Ran requested. Realizing she was here for her, Ruan Yunyun motioned for Han Qin to ascend the stairs. He entered the house but did not stray far, ensuring Ruan Yunyun remained within his sight. He feared Zhao Hui might attempt to steal her away, or that Chu Ran might pose a threat to her safety. Ruan Yunyun found it curious that Zhao Hui had just sought her out, and now Chu Ran followed suit. Nonetheless, she was certain that Chu Ran's intentions were far from benevolent. What do you want? Ruan Yunyun asked bluntly. Ruan Yunyun, you are truly fortunate, Chu Ran remarked, unable to contain her sarcasm. Ruan Yunyun pondered this. With a doting father and a handsome boyfriend, she indeed felt fortunate. You are not mistaken. I am blessed. Lai Li, Zhuaya, and Aunt Zhang all conspired against you. Yet you emerged unscathed while they fell victim to their own schemes. That is the essence of karma. Ruan Yunyun mused, reflecting on how her past troubles often entangled Chu Ran. She wondered if Aunt Zhang's current machinations were somehow linked to her. Chu Ran, does Aunt Zhang's attempt to harm me have anything to do with you? Chu Ran laughed lightly. Before Aunt Zhang sought you out, we had indeed crossed paths. Ruan Yunyun was taken aback. She had not anticipated Chu Ran's involvement. Why would you treat me this way? I have done nothing to you. If this is about Zhao Hui, it is even more unreasonable. I once cared for him, but I have since relinquished my feelings for you. You should no longer target me because of him. Aside from Zhao Hui, Ruan Yunyun could not fathom any other reason for Chu Ran's animosity. Then why do you persist in opposing me? Do you think I harbor feelings for Zhao Hui? If you did not, how could you have shared a bed with him? No, I do not love Zhao Hui. However, I revel in competing with you, and I take pleasure in opposing you. This revelation marked Ruan Yunyun's first glimpse into Chu Ran's twisted psyche. It was absurd. Surely, there must be a reason behind such a deranged mindset. Why? She inquired, curious to understand the motive. Chu Ran beckoned Ruan Yunyun closer, whispering conspiratorially, for no reason at all. I simply cannot stand you and wish to see you suffer. A chill ran down Ruan Yunyun's spine as she grappled with the inexplicable nature of Chu Ran's warped mentality. It seemed she would have to be more vigilant around her in the future. So, what is the purpose of your visit tonight, Ruan Yunyun? I wish to ask you, do you truly no longer love Zhao Hui? This was a question Ruan Yunyun had answered countless times before. If she still loved Zhao Hui, there would be no place for Chu Ran in the equation. Chu Ran, Zhao Hui is now your boyfriend. You love him, and he loves you. That is sufficient. You need not concern yourself with others' feelings for him. No, Ruan Yunyun, do not evade the question. I simply wish to know if you still harbor affection for Zhao Hui. I do not. Are you certain you no longer love him? Ruan Yunyun was at a loss as to how many times she needed to reiterate this. Indeed, I do not love him. Chu Ran's expression shifted to one of concern, as if she feared Ruan Yunyun's feelings were genuine. Thus, you now love Han Qin, correct? Yet, I find myself inclined to return Zhao Hui to you. Zhao Hui is not an object to be returned at will, as I have stated. I am currently enamored with Han Qin. Because you have lost interest in Zhao Hui, I too have become disinterested in him. You adore Han Qin, and I find myself intrigued by him as well. Ruan Yunyun, why not consider a swap? Zhao Hui's skills in bed are quite commendable, and I believe you would find him worth experiencing. I too wish to explore my connection with Han Qin. Ruan Yunyun felt overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. What kind of warped perspective was this? Silence, Chu Ran. How can you even utter such words? Furthermore, do not entertain any thoughts regarding Han Qin. But I am determined to pursue Han Qin, and what will you do about it? You, Ruan Yunyun retorted, frustrated by Chu Ran's audacity. Do you think Han Qin is like Zhao Hui? Easily swayed by your charms? How do you know I would even attempt to seduce Han Qin? If he does not fall for it, shall I give it a try? Chu Ran playfully tossed her hair, flaunting her allure. This gesture made Ruan Yunyun feel nauseated. Do not even think about it, Chu Ran. I advise you to abandon any schemes regarding Han Qin. Otherwise, I will take action against you. Just you? I welcome the challenge, Chu Ran scoffed, unperturbed by the threat. Tonight, I have come to inform you, or rather, to announce that I am preparing to make my move on Han Qin. Additionally, I intend to return Zhao Hui to you. Of course, you may relay my words to Han Qin, so he is forewarned. Ruan Yunyun was left speechless. Very well, I shall convey your message verbatim. I also wish you success in your endeavors. Upon finishing her words, Ruan Yunyun turned and departed, lacking the emotional fortitude to confront what Chu Ran had to say. Ruan Yunyun, I have not finished speaking yet. Everything I just said is true. I genuinely intend to return Zhao Hui to you. You were so infatuated with him before. I cannot believe you no longer hold any feelings for him. I truly do not care for him anymore. If you no longer desire him, then discard him. This is not a garbage dump. Chu Ran remained unconvinced that Ruan Yunyun could have truly moved on from Zhao Hui. Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Ruan Yunyun, I sincerely wish to return Zhao Hui to you. Ruan Yunyun felt Chu Ran was akin to Zhao Hui, as if her mind had been muddled, and truly believed she was quite unwell. Upon returning to the courtyard, Han Qin greeted her warmly. Yunyun, has Chu Ran treated you poorly? Not at all, she replied, though she felt quite agitated. That is good to hear. Han Qin took Ruan Yunyun's hand and led her to the living room, where they sat on the sofa. Ruan Yunyun closed her eyes tightly, still processing Chu Ran's earlier remarks. Yunyun, what did Chu Ran say to you? Ruan Yunyun opened her eyes, contemplating whether to share Chu Ran's words with Han Qin. Just some nonsensical ramblings. Han Qin, I suddenly feel that both Chu Ran and Zhao Hui are not mentally stable. Consider this. Last night, after enduring such a terrifying experience, they both came to find me not to inquire about my injuries, but for ulterior motives. Zhao Hui hoped I would release Aunt Zhang, whom he intended to confront, while Chu Ran claimed she did not like Zhao Hui, but only feigned affection because I liked him. Now that I no longer harbor feelings for Zhao Hui, she claims she no longer likes him either. She even said she would return Zhao Hui to me. Today has been filled with inexplicable occurrences. It is truly unfathomable that I once coexisted with such individuals. Han Qin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Yunyun, do not fear. As long as I am here, Chu Ran will not dare to harm you. Ruan Yunyun also recounted to Han Qin the incident involving Aunt Zhang that occurred prior to her meeting with Chu Ran. Yunyun, are you suggesting that Aunt Zhang's actions against you are connected to Chu Ran? Indeed. This was a revelation Han Qin had not anticipated. He felt compelled to confront Chu Ran directly. If she dared to persecute Ruan Yunyun again, he would not let her off lightly. As for Chu Ran's claims of pursuing Han Qin, Ruan Yunyun did not wish to address that matter. Chapter 45. The temptation of Han Qin. Ever since Ruan Yunyun encountered Chu Ran, her spirits had been low, prompting her to return home early to rest. Han Qin believed that Yunyun's discontent was entirely due to Chu Ran's influence, and he felt it necessary to issue a stern warning to her. If she continued to incite others against Ruan Yunyun, he would no longer be polite. The following day was Friday, and Ruan Yunyun still did not attend school. Han Qin, too, chose to remain home, keeping her company. Although Ruan Yunyun occupied herself with reading and playing games, her mood remained bleak. Around 5 in the afternoon, she suddenly felt the urge to see Xiao He and informed Han Qin of her desire to return home to check on him. Although Han Qin was reluctant to let Ruan Yunyun go home alone, he recognized her need for solitude to process her emotions. However, as half an hour passed without her return, he began to worry. With dinner approaching, he seized the opportunity to fetch Yunyun home for the meal. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he encountered Zhao Hui and Chu Ran returning from school. Zhao Hui cast Han Qin a disdainful glance, while Chu Ran peered behind him, searching for Ruan Yunyun's presence. The two were usually inseparable, like conjoined twins, and today was no different. Chu Ran quickly realized something was amiss when she noticed Ruan Yunyun was not with Han Qin. Han Qin, where are you headed? She inquired, stepping forward to block his path. Han Qin took 2 steps back, maintaining his distance. I'm going to fetch Ruan Yunyun for dinner. The revelation that Ruan Yunyun was not at his house but had returned home sparked an opportunity for Chu Ran. Han Qin, wait a moment. I have a few words I would like to discuss with you privately. Han Qin recalled Ruan Yunyun's concerns regarding Chu Ran from the night before and intended to speak to her directly, hoping she would tone down her antics. Otherwise, he would not hold back. Very well, he replied, standing at the entrance, awaiting Chu Ran's next words. Han Qin, can we talk in your courtyard? Han Qin, eager for the conversation to conclude, turned back towards the courtyard. Chu Ran followed suit, entering the yard with a sense of purpose. Can we speak now? Han Qin asked again, ready to respond as soon as she finished speaking. Chu Ran licked her lips. Han Qin, I'm feeling a bit thirsty. Could I have a glass of water first? Although Han Qin harbored no fondness for Chu Ran, he conceded to her request, as it was merely a glass of water. All right, please wait here. He instructed her to wait in the yard while he went inside to fetch the water. However, Chu Ran had no intention of waiting obediently. As soon as Han Qin turned his back, she followed him inside, boldly taking a seat on the sofa. Not only did she sit there unabashedly, but she also removed her outer garment, revealing a tantalizing tank top that accentuated her voluptuous figure. with her cleavage tastefully visible. If Zhao Hui were to see her, he would have already pounced on her. As Han Qin entered with the tea, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Swiftly turning away. What exactly was Chu Ran trying to accomplish? First, she barged in unannounced, and now she was so brazenly attempting to entice him. Was she trying to provoke him into throwing her out? Her actions not only irritated Han Qin but also incensed him. Chu Ran, I must insist that you put your clothes back on immediately, he commanded firmly. Chu Ran laughed, teasing, Are you shy, Han Qin? We're both adults. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Fine, she responded, but as she stood up, she deliberately lowered the neckline of her top, further exposing her bosom as she approached Han Qin. Han Qin, I've put my clothes back on. Why don't you take a look? Han Qin did not turn around but merely placed the cup on the nearby table. Once you finish your water, I kindly ask that you leave. Chu Ran, however, was not inclined to depart so easily. Such an opportunity was too precious to squander. Furthermore, with Han Qin's affluent background and striking physique, she found herself nearly salivating at the prospect. If Han Qin was unwilling to take the initiative, she would take matters into her own hands. Approaching him from behind, she wrapped her arms around his waist, but before her body could fully press against his, Han Qin forcefully threw her to the ground. Chu Ran, please show some respect. Although the fall stung, she remained undeterred. Han Qin, is it that you dislike me, or are you simply afraid that Ruan Yunyun will find out? I do not like you. Chu Ran.it would be wise for you to leave before I lose my temper. Dislike? So what? Zhao Hui does not like Ruan Yunyun either, yet he still sleeps with her. The mention of Zhao Hui and Ruan Yunyun sharing a bed immediately soured Han Qin's mood. Had Yunyun truly been intimate with Zhao Hui? You can't seriously believe that Ruan Yunyun is still a virgin, can you? In the past, she was so enamored with Zhao Hui that she would do anything for him. Sleeping together was merely a trivial matter. Enough. Han Qin could no longer bear to listen. Han Qin, I speak only the truth. They have undoubtedly been intimate before. This was all relayed to me by Zhao Hui. Furthermore, I must inform you that they have recently shown signs of rekindling their relationship. Chu Ran, I know Ruan Yunyun better than anyone. There is no need for you to enlighten me. Be wise and leave at once. Chu Ran was taken aback. Despite her bold assertions, Han Qin remained unconvinced. How could he disregard her, a stunning beauty with an alluring figure? Was there something wrong with him? Doubt began to creep in. If this approach was futile, she would simply change her tactics. She refused to believe that with her attributes, she could not win over Han Qin. Rising from the floor, she approached him once more. Han Qin, I understand that you do not fancy me, but my body far surpasses Ruan Yunyun's. We could be bedfellows. Let us give ourselves a chance and allow me a chance as well, shall we? The moment her hands grazed Han Qin's form, he promptly shoved her back to the ground. Chu Ran, I have no interest in you whatsoever. Should you dare to speak so freely or make inappropriate advances again, do not blame me for being unkind. If you have any sense, you will depart immediately. Han Qin issued a final warning. Chapter 46. The Temptation of Han Qin continued. Chu Ran was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. I won't that I am contemplating what would happen if I were to scream, Han Qin is assaulting me. Or perhaps, if Ruan Yunyun were to witness us, two individuals of opposite genders, scantily clad in a single room. What would she think? Upon finishing her words, Churin abruptly yanked the strap of her backpack off her shoulder. Han Qin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He approached, seized Churin's clothes from the sofa, and tossed them onto her. Churin, while I have yet to lose my temper, you would do well to leave. I refuse, Churin declared, casting the clothes aside. Han Qin, either you comply with my wishes and share my bed, or I shall resort to screaming and accusing you of harassment. Han Qin felt that his patience had reached its breaking point. He disregarded everything else and roughly pulled Churin's arm. Dragging her towards the door, Han Qin, you're hurting me. I want to leave. At that precise moment, Ruan Yunyun entered, unwittingly witnessing this scene. Upon seeing Ruan Yunyun, Churin immediately pressed herself against Han Qin, prompting Han Qin, in a fit of anger, to shove Churin to the ground and hastily explain, Yunyun, it's not what you think. Ruan Yunyun was taken aback. Just last night, Churin had confided in her about her intentions to seduce Han Qin, and now she was putting her plans into action. What was happening? Churin was half-clothed, seemingly having been expelled by Han Qin, which clearly indicated her failure. Yet, how had Churin managed to enter? What had transpired between them once she was inside? Why was she in such a state? They had evidently crossed a line. Ruan Yunyun dared not ponder further. Churin, you are truly unreasonable. Does Zhao Hui know of your actions? He'd better know. I'm in need of a reason to rid myself of him. Ruan Yunyun, Zhao Hui has left me. Doesn't he that present you with an opportunity? Nonsense, just leave. Ruan Yunyun retorted furiously. Churin realized that her presence that day had already created a rift between Han Qin and Ruan Yunyun, which sufficed for her purposes. There would be ample opportunities in the future. Churin stood up, retrieved her clothes from the ground, and smiled as she exited. Ruan Yunyun had just taken Little Black for a walk to lift her spirits, only to encounter such repugnant events. Indeed, it was an overwhelming amount. The happiness she had finally managed to dispel returned to her heart. She wished to know nothing more, only to find some peace. Ruan Yunyun turned and returned to the sofa. Han Qin was at a loss for how to explain. He feared that the more he tried to clarify, the more muddled the situation would become. Yet he felt compelled to provide an explanation. Yunyun, no need to explain. Ruan Yunyun firmly rejected any discussion. I have no intention of explaining. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yunyun's anger flared. Then don't explain. As Ruan Yunyun, fuming, attempted to leave, Han Qin quickly grasped her hand. Ruan Yunyun, nothing happened between Churin and me. Didn't you just say you wouldn't explain? Yes, I said that because I believed you would trust me. Yunyun, do you believe me? Ruan Yunyun was aware of Han Qin's affection for her, but she had also witnessed Churin's figure. Zhao Hui had succumbed to her physical allure. Hence, she felt uncertain. Han Qin, should I trust you? You should trust me. Han Qin felt that his deep affection for Ruan Yunyun warranted her trust. On what grounds? On the grounds that I like you, based on the facts. The facts were that Han Qin and Churin were under the same roof. And Churin was in a disheveled state. Exactly. Those are the facts. Ruan Yunyun, come with me. Without hesitation, Han Qin took Ruan Yunyun to the third floor, where he had her sit in front of the computer and access the surveillance footage. Nothing is more convincing than the truth. After viewing the footage, Ruan Yunyun realized she had misunderstood Han Qin. However, why had he met with Churin? Meeting her was one thing, but allowing her into his home was tantamount to granting her an opportunity. Churin was not particularly admirable, yet her physique was undeniably enticing. How many men could resist such temptation? Han Qin, answer me. Why was Churin in your room? Couldn't whatever she had to say have been discussed outside? Did you invite her in? Yunyun, I did not. The truth is, she made the decision to enter on her own. Without your invitation, how would she dare to come in? Ruan Yunyun remained irate. No, I didn't invite her. But I admit that I was not cautious enough. Here's what happened. I had intended to find you when I stepped out, but coincidentally ran into Churin and Zhao Hui returning from school. She said she had something to discuss with me. I hadn't planned on meeting her, but since you seemed upset after encountering Churin last night, and I learned that Aunt Zheng's situation was linked to Churin, I felt I should intervene. I was worried she might harm you further. I intended to warn her directly, to tell her not to hurt you again. If she ever dared to harm you again, I would not let her off easily. Then why did you let her in? Yes, I mentioned earlier that this was indeed my oversight. Initially, Churin suggested we talk in the yard. I didn't think much of it and agreed. Once outside, she claimed to be thirsty and asked if I could fetch her a glass of water. I didn't refuse, but I told her to wait in the yard. Shortly after I entered, she took it upon herself to follow me in. You saw everything that transpired afterward on the surveillance. Ruan Yunyun knew that Han Qin's account was factual. He would never provoke Churin. However, he could not resist Churin's forwardness and alluring advances. Yunyun, do you still not believe me? I believe you, but I do not trust Churin. Yunyun, I assure you that such incidents will never occur again. After listening to Han Qin's explanation, Ruan Yunyun's anger had diminished considerably, yet her concerns remained unaddressed. Churin had confided in her that she intended to seduce Han Qin. Today, she had already begun her pursuit. Although she had failed, given Churin's nature, she would undoubtedly not relent. Moreover, Zhao Hui had just attempted to bully her. What were these two planning? Were they intent on driving her mad? In her previous life, her existence had been made unbearable by them, and now they sought to torment her again. Upon her father's return, she would insist that he drive them away. The mere thought of this brought forth tears that streamed down her face. Han Qin, witnessing this, could not help but feel a surge of compassion. He gently pulled Ruan Yunyun into his embrace. Yunyun, This was truly an accident. Please, don't cry. Han Qin felt utterly remorseful for causing Ruan Yunyun to weep. Ruan Yunyun shook her head. Her tears were not merely for this incident, but stemmed from deeper grievances, for she had just been bullied by Zhao Hui. Chapter 47. Driving away, Zhao Hui Ruan Yunyun had merely wanted to see Little Black and take him for a walk. As she was returning home with Little Black, she fortuitously encountered Zhao Hui, who was just returning from school. Zhao Hui's immediate reaction upon seeing Ruan Yunyun at home was that she had waited specifically for his return. He approached her and asked, "Ruan Yunyun, were you waiting for me?" Ruan Yunyun had not anticipated running into Zhao Hui. Having already experienced his narcissism and self-importance, she simply wished to leave quickly. No, Zhao Hui could not comprehend why Ruan Yunyun, who seemed to have made up her mind, was unwilling to admit it. "Ruan Yunyun, is it so difficult to acknowledge that you were waiting for me?" Ruan Yunyun was disinclined to elaborate further. She placed Little Black in his cage and prepared to return to Han Qin's room. Noticing her silence, Zhao Hui, filled with irritation, stepped forward and forcefully grabbed Ruan Yunyun as she attempted to leave. "Ruan Yunyun, what trick are you playing now? Just admit you were waiting for me. Confess that you still have feelings for me. Do you think it would kill you?" Ruan Yunyun forcefully shook off Zhao Hui and maintained her distance. To be honest, the sight of Zhao Hui filled her with revulsion, especially given his inability to communicate effectively. He was utterly incomprehensible. "Zhao Hui, how many times must I say it? I am not playing games. I was not waiting for you, and I no longer like you. Our relationship ended long ago. Please, do not pull on me or utter nonsensical words in the future. It truly is quite bothersome." Ruan Yunyun had already been in a foul mood that day. After finally managing to take Little Black for a walk to lift her spirits, encountering such an inconsiderate Zhao Hui extinguished her brief happiness. After delivering her retort, she turned to leave, but as soon as she stepped outside to the front yard, Zhao Hui pursued her. Recalling Churan's words from last night, Zhao Hui resolved to win Ruan Yunyun over that day and compel her to release her aunt. "Ruan Yunyun, we haven't finished our discussion. You cannot leave." Ruan Yunyun found Zhao Hui insufferably annoying, utterly unaware of his own shortcomings. "Zhao Hui, what is the point of this tugging? What more is there to clarify between us?" "Ruan Yunyun, I'm giving you a chance. Shall we return to the way things were?" "A chance? Return to the past? Are you out of your mind, or have I lost my senses? Yesterday, I shared all my thoughts with you. My current boyfriend is Han Qin. Don't mention Han Qin in front of me. Who told you to be so oblivious? Han Qin is taller than you, more handsome, more courteous, and wealthier. In every aspect, he surpasses you. What do you have to compare with him? Besides, I like him, and I am very satisfied with him. So, Zhao Hui, listen carefully. I will not give up Han Qin for you." Ruan Yunyun felt that she had made herself clear this time. Zhao Hui had always harbored feelings of inferiority in front of Han Qin. Using Han Qin to undermine him should have given him some self-awareness. However, Zhao Hui still refused to believe it. Seeing Ruan Yunyun attempt to leave, he unexpectedly lifted her from behind and carried her into the living room. Moments later, Ruan Yunyun found herself thrown onto the sofa. To her dismay, there was no one else in the house besides Zhao Hui and herself. "Zhao Hui, what do you think you're doing? Doing what you've always wanted me to do." With that, Zhao Hui lunged at her, pinning her down with great force. "Have you lost your mind, Zhao Hui? Weren't you always hoping I would sleep with you? Today, I'll make that wish come true." Ruan Yunyun did not anticipate such a move from Zhao Hui. How could she possibly overpower him? As Zhao Hui leaned in closer, Ruan Yunyun swiftly spoke, "Zhao Hui, your aunt and uncle are currently locked up. If you wish to join them, feel free." "What do you mean?" "I will accuse you of assault." Zhao Hui hesitated for a moment, and during that brief pause, Ruan Yunyun seized her chance, lifting a leg and striking him hard between the legs, causing his face to contort in pain. With another opportunity at hand, she pushed Zhao Hui off her and managed to escape. Upon returning home, she was confronted with a scene that left her feeling utterly wronged, unable to voice her grievances, especially with what had transpired in Han Qin's room. As she sat there, feeling aggrieved, Han Qin noticed her tears and began to worry. "Yunyun, what's wrong?" Ruan Yunyun gazed at Han Qin, who had become her closest confidant. If she could not confide in him, she truly had no one to turn to. "Han Qin, I ran into Zhao Hui while taking Xiaohei home, and he attempted to assault me." Han Qin finally grasped the extent of Ruan Yunyun's distress. "What? Who gave him the audacity? Fortunately, I found an opportunity to escape." Han Qin was furious. Yun, don't worry. I will handle this matter. I will ensure you get the justice you deserve. Once he had calmed Ruan Yun's emotions, Han Xin called Ruan to hi. He first apologized. Uncle Ruan? I'm sorry. I failed to protect Ruan Yun. He then recounted the incident involving Zhao Hui's harassment. Ruan Dahai was equally enraged. He had never imagined that he had raised such an ungrateful wretch. Thankfully, Ruan Yun was unharmed. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Without waiting for his return home, he instructed Han Xin to handle the situation and expel Zhao Hui as soon as Han Xin received Ruan Dahai's orders. He left the house. Chapter 48. Expelling Zhao Hui too. Although Chu Ran had been thrown out by Han Xin, she felt her trip had not been in vain upon encountering Ruan Yun at the end. Although nothing had transpired between her and Han Xin, the fact that she had been in the same room with him, disheveled, was enough. Ruan Yun would undoubtedly overthink, struggling to reconcile that image. If Ruan Yun was left to her own thoughts, she would be satisfied. Upon returning to the living room, she found Zhao Hui sitting dejectedly on the sofa. Connecting this to Ruan Yun's earlier arrival, she wondered if something favorable had occurred on Zhao Hui's end. Zhao Hui, did you just see Ruan Yun? Yes. Chu Ran's heart leapt at his response. So, did something happen between you two? Yes. Chu Ran was more delighted by this revelation than if she had slept with Han Xin herself. Quick, tell me what happened. When I returned home, Ruan Yun happened to be there. I thought she had come to her senses and was waiting for me. And then, I straightforwardly asked her if she had changed her mind and was intentionally looking for me. But Ruan Yun ignored me and left. What happened next? Then we had a heated argument. Ruan Yun tried to leave, but I wouldn't let her. I ended up picking her up and throwing her onto the sofa, intending to have relations with her, but she kicked me, and then she escaped. Chu Ran felt her joy was in vain. This Zhao Hui was more of a failure than a success. Last night, she had clearly advised him to embrace her, to kiss her, to use his affection to win over Ruan Yun. Instead, he had aimed straight for bed. It was truly exasperating. Just then, her phone rang. It was her cousin calling. He worked alongside Ruan Dahai, Chu Ran. I called to inform you that Ruan Dahai has sent the housekeeper to expel Zhao Hui. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran glanced at Zhao Hui, realizing that Ruan Yun must have reported the incident to Ruan Dahai. Chu Ran, take care, and do not interfere with Zhao Hui's situation, understood? I understand. After hanging up, Chu Ran sighed. This time, no one could save Zhao Hui. What's wrong, Chu Ran? Zhao Hui had sensed that something was amiss. Before she could respond, Han Xin entered with the housekeeper. Zhao Hui, please pack your things and leave this house within half an hour. Zhao Hui could hardly believe it, looking at the housekeeper in disbelief. Who wants to kick me out? And Han Xin, what are you doing here? Without saying a word, Han Xin landed a few punches, knocking Zhao Hui to the ground. Had it not been for the housekeeper's intervention, Zhao Hui might have faced dire consequences. Who else would it be? Hurry up and pack. The housekeeper spoke firmly, wishing he could have beaten Zhao Hui to a pulp without regard for his father's reputation. Finally, Zhao Hui, in pain, trudged upstairs. After he left, Han Xin immediately went to the surveillance room to review the footage of what had just occurred. The more he watched, the angrier he became. Fortunately, Ruan Yun had found an opportunity to escape. Han Xin deleted that segment of the video before leaving. When Han Xin returned home, he found Ruan Yun asleep on the sofa. He took a blanket from nearby and draped it over her. Just as he did, she stirred awake. Han Xin, where did you just go? I went to your house with the housekeeper to expel Zhao Hui. Did he leave willingly? That was Uncle Ruan's decision. He had no choice in the matter. Did you discuss this with my father? Yes. Yun, I'm sorry. I hope you won't hold it against me for not consulting you. Ruan Yun shook her head. Han Xin, you did the right thing. I actually wanted to get rid of Zhao Hui. I was just waiting for my father to handle it. I should have expelled him long ago. I even gave him a beating earlier. If he dares to think like that again, I will make sure he pays for it. Good. I want to give him a beating too. What about Chu Ran's attitude towards Zhao Hui's expulsion? I don't know. I haven't paid attention to her. Han Xin was reluctant to discuss Chu Ran. Ruan Yun understood that while Zhao Hui had been expelled, Chu Ran remained a threat, perhaps even more so than Zhao Hui. The crucial point was that Chu Ran had inexplicably targeted her. If she continued to linger around her father and herself, it would eventually harm them both. Ruan Yun was well aware of what kind of person Chu Ran was, unlike her father. Yun, what are you thinking about? I was pondering Chu Ran. Han Xin, have you considered why she targets me? Envy and jealousy. But don't worry, Yun. Once you come to my home and stay away from her, you won't have to endure her harassment any longer. I feel that Chu Ran is not as simple as we think. That I suspect that she not only intends to deal with me, but possibly also with my father and you, Han Xin. Ruan Yun still had concerns. Yun, you're overestimating Chu Ran. She is not that formidable. Once Uncle Wan returns, I will ask my father to propose to him. Once we become family, I will ensure that Chu Ran is dealt with. Dealt with? How do you plan to do that? Chu Ran has no ties to your family. We can simply offer her some money to make her leave. What if she refuses? Then we'll just make her leave. She has no familial connection to you. It's already enough that your family has supported her. What more does she want? If she refuses to go, we will just expel her. Yun, don't worry about this. Leave it to me. Ruan Yun still felt uneasy. Yesterday, Chu Ran had told her she would come to take Han Xin from her, and now she had taken action. Should she warn Han Xin to be cautious of her? Yun, what else are you worried about? Han Xin, I'm concerned that Chu Ran will come looking for you. Looking for me? Indeed, last night, Churan expressed her intentions to seduce you. Han Xin remarked with a chuckle upon hearing this. Yun, so your discontent stems from this? Just look at what occupies your thoughts. I shall not allow her any opportunity to entice me. If she dares to approach again, I shall simply cast her out. Ruan Yun was aware that Han Xin's words were rooted in his ignorance of Churan's prowess. However, as long as Han Xin remained vigilant in his heart, that was sufficient. Chapter 49. Life is quite comfortable during the weekend. Ruan Yun and Han Xin relaxed at home for 2 days. Before they knew it, Monday had arrived, marking the return to school. Early in the morning, Ruan Yun found herself in Han Xin's car. Arriving at the entrance of the school, she was puzzled as to why Han Xin had parked in the lot at a school. Shouldn't he be heading to B school after seeing her off? Han Xin, don't you have classes at B school today? No, Han Xin replied as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Are you sure? Ruan Yun reiterated. Yes, absolutely. Not only today, but from now on, I shall not be attending B school anymore. With that, Han Xin prepared to exit the vehicle. Why? Because I am now a student of a school as well. What? Han Xin, are you joking? I am certainly not jesting. Rather than fretting at B school over your well-being, it is far better to be in the same school as you. Not only are we at the same institution, but we are also in the same class. From now on, I shall protect you. Let us see who dares to bully you. Ruan Yun gazed at Han Xin in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had made such a decision. Yun, it's time to get out of the car. Han Xin reminded her once more. No, Han Xin, why didn't you consult me before making such a decision? And do your family members know? Will they think I have led you astray? How is Ruan Yun to face Han Xin's family? Don't worry. If my family inquires, I shall inform them that this is my own decision, unrelated to anyone else. All right then, did the school approve of this? Why wouldn't the school agree? Rest assured, everything has been handled through the proper channels. At this point, Ruan Yun had no choice but to accept the situation. They proceeded together to the classroom, where Ruan Yun gestured for Han Xin to occupy the empty seat at the back. Considering he was new to the school, however, Han Xin disregarded her suggestion, striding directly to her deskmate, tapping on the desk and asking, "Classmate, could you please make room for me to sit?" Ruan Yun's deskmate glanced at her. Aware that 2 classmates had already been expelled due to Ruan Yun's influence. Having previously mocked her without knowing her true identity, he was now grateful that she had chosen to overlook his past transgressions. He certainly did not dare offend her again. Sure, he replied, quickly gathering his belongings and moving to the back. Han Xin was appreciative of the cooperation, expressing his thanks. Thank you. Ruan Yun shot a glance at Han Xin. Han Xin, on your first day at school, you are already so domineering. Aren't you afraid of what others might say? What is there to fear? That classmate volunteered to switch seats. Ruan Yun glanced behind her, surprised to see Zhao Hui, whose face was bruised and battered, evidence of Han Xin's handiwork. Good job, Ruan Yun thought to herself. He could have been a bit more restrained. How dare he attempt to lay hands on her? She also noticed Churan, who appeared unfazed, chatting amiably with others, seemingly unaffected by the recent events. Following the incidents involving Li and Zhuoya, the classmates had come to understand Ruan Yun's standing, and no one dared confront her anymore. In this moment, Ruan Yun felt that Han Xin's transfer to her school was unnecessary. No one dared bully her now. Moreover, she had contemplated changing schools and majors, but she needed to wait for her father to return to discuss it with him. In the afternoon, during the last period of physical education, Ruan Yun was practicing volleyball with her classmates when a ball came hurtling toward her. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, stepping back just in time. Otherwise, it would have struck her squarely on the forehead. Ruan Yunyun initially assumed it was merely an accident, as everyone makes mistakes. However, when a third ball flew toward her, she quickly caught it, realizing it was not a mere slip-up but rather an intentional act. Now that the entire school was aware of her identity as the daughter of a city's wealthy Rwanda High, who would dare provoke her? Ruan Yunyun looked up to see a delicate, spoiled girl approaching her, brazenly taking the ball from her hands without so much as a thank you or an apology. As she turned to walk away, she made sure to greet Churin before departing. Ruan Yunyun pondered that she had done nothing to offend the girl, but upon seeing her greet Churin, she understood that yet another individual was eager to defend Churin's honor. Well, Ruan Yunyun was not one to shy away from confrontation. She welcomed the challenge. Fortunately, the girl settled down afterward and refrained from throwing the ball at her again. As the class neared its end, Ruan Yunyun made her way to the basketball court to find Han Xin. Upon arriving, she spotted the girl who had earlier thrown the ball at her. Delivering water to Zhao Hui. Seemed she was acquainted with him. Zhao Hui, having been beaten up just yesterday, was already trying to play the role of a tough guy today, showing no concern for his physical state. When the basketball game concluded, Ruan Yunyun approached Han Xin, offering him a towel and water. Han Xin relished the attention. On your very first day at school, you're already stealing the spotlight. Aren't you worried about inciting public ire? Yunyun, my abilities do not permit me to be low-key. How did you fare? I recall volleyball is your weak point. Would you like me to tutor you? That would be great, but not right now. Let's go. Class is over, and we should head home. All right. Suddenly, another ball came flying toward Ruan Yunyun, and Han Xin effortlessly caught it. Before she could react, Han Xin had already sent the ball back with a swift motion. A male voice shouted, "Who threw that at me?" "It was me." Han Xin waved his hand nonchalantly. Unbothered, a nearby classmate warned him. "Hey, new kid, you might not know this, but that classmate you just hit is the son of our school's vice principal. He's used to bullying others. You better apologize, or you might find it hard to fit in here." Han Xin merely smiled in response, unfazed. "It's me. What of it? If you have a problem, come at me." "All right, transfer student, just you wait." Ruan Yunyun glanced at the imposing figure of the boy standing before Churin. It seemed Churin had connections. Han Xin escorted Ruan Yunyun back to the classroom, grabbing his bag and preparing to head home. Although Ruan Yunyun believed that Han Xin's presence was unnecessary since no one dared confront her anymore, she found joy in attending and leaving school together. As they walked to the parking lot, Ruan Yunyun and Han Xin shared light-hearted banter, only to spot Zhao Hui with the girl who had thrown the ball at her, getting into a luxury car. It appeared that Zhao Hui was doing quite well after leaving the Ruan family. Chapter 50. Han Xin's secret identity. Ruan Yunyun watched Zhao Hui with someone else, thinking that this scoundrel had finally found someone else to bother. Let him go and trouble others. During dinner, Ruan Yunyun suddenly asked Han Xin, "Han Xin, you incurred the wrath of the vice principal's son today. Are you not worried about retaliation?" "Not at all. What can a vice principal do to me? I can handle it in a heartbeat." "Is that so?" Ruan Yunyun replied, somewhat skeptical. She was still not well acquainted with Han Xin's background. She knew he came from wealth, but the extent of it was unclear. Her father had mentioned that their family's business interests were quite expansive and primarily located outside a city. "Yunyun, rest assured, if that brat dares to provoke me, I will show him the meaning of overestimating oneself." "Really?" Ruan Yunyun was curious to see this for herself. The following morning, as Han Xin drove Ruan Yunyun to school, they were intercepted in the parking lot by the vice principal's son from the previous day. "Transfer student, yesterday you boasted about not backing down. Well, here I am. If your bones are tougher than the fists of my friends, I'll let you through the school gates." With that, 3 tall and muscular classmates emerged behind the vice principal's son, forming an imposing wall. Ruan Yunyun felt a twinge of concern as she surveyed the 4 formidable figures before her. She tugged at Han Xin's shirt and whispered beside him, "Han Xin, a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. Perhaps we should just concede." "Concede? Never." "Yunyun, just stand behind me and watch the show. What's it going to be? Transfer student? Kneel and bow your head, and I might let you go." The vice principal's son boasted smugly, "Kneel and bow. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Transfer student, I suggest you refrain from being obstinate. It is not too late to kneel and beg for mercy. Should you persist in your stubbornness, do not blame us for being ruthless." The young master continued to issue his warning. Han Xin, undeterred, retorted, "Bring it on. Very well then, let's proceed. Fanzi, show this transfer student what you're made of. Understood. The student named Fanzi stepped forward, his hand clad in boxing gloves, sending a shiver down Ruan Yunyun's spine. Yet, when she glanced at Han Qin, he remained unfazed. Transfer student, I am from the school's Muay Thai club. When my fist lands, it will leave an imprint on half your face. Is that so? Do you believe that with just one phone call, you will cower? Upon hearing this, Fanzi burst into laughter. Really? That is the funniest joke I've heard. I'll give you a minute to make that call, and we shall see who is the coward. Fine. Han Qin calmly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. 3 seconds later, the call connected. Uncle, someone is bullying me. As soon as Han Qin uttered this line, the young master's laughter erupted alongside his companions. They had never witnessed someone call for help in such a manner. Dismissing it as a mere joke, they did not believe that a phone call could intimidate them. Who is bullying you? A student named Fanzi from a school. Got it. Han Qin promptly hung up. Is that all? The young master scoffed, and the four of them erupted into laughter once more. Indeed. The moment Han Qin finished speaking, Fanzi's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Fanzi's smile vanished, and he cautiously answered the call. Grandfather? Yes, Z understands. After hanging up, Fanzi was drenched in sweat. He immediately bowed to Han Qin, saying, I apologize, classmate, I was blind to your worth. I sincerely apologize and hope you will be magnanimous and not hold this against me. The vice principal's son, visibly displeased, interjected, Fanzi, what are you doing? Why this sudden change of heart? If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. I'm sorry, young master, but you cannot bear the consequences of this matter. I advise you to apologize to this transfer student immediately and plead for mercy, lest the repercussions be beyond your capacity to endure. What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to him. Not a chance. Coward, if you want to fight, then get lost. Zhang Liang, step up. All right, Zhang Liang, donned in a taekwondo uniform, emerged. Transfer student, I'll allow you to make a phone call as well. How about that? He was skeptical of this tactic. Sure, you are Zhang Liang, correct. Indeed, I am Zhang Liang, a member of the school's taekwondo club. Without hesitation, Han Qin dialed his uncle. Uncle, there's a student named Zhang Liang from a school who is trying to bully me. After conveying his message, he hung up. As Zhang Liang was about to teach Han Qin a lesson, a call came in. Upon seeing the caller, fear washed over him. Dad? Yes, I understand. Yes, I know I was wrong. After hanging up, he too bowed to Han Qin, mirroring Fanzi's apology. I'm sorry, classmate, I was blind to your worth. Please forgive my earlier behavior. Accepted. Han Qin graciously granted them this opportunity. Zhang Liang, what do you mean? Do you also wish to retreat at this critical moment? The young master fumed. Young master, this classmate is not someone we can provoke. I advise you to bow and apologize to him immediately, or else your father will be furious. You two cowards, inept at achieving anything but proficient in causing trouble, get lost. Zhang Liang bowed once more to Han Qin and swiftly fled. The lack of support from these two had enraged the young master. Chenjia, your father works under mine. If you dare to flee now, I will have my father remove your father from his position. Rest assured, young master, I am not as cowardly as they are. Good, you still possess some loyalty. Han Qin remained silent and dialed his uncle again. Han Qin, are you a nuisance? A gruff voice scolded from the other end. Uncle, this is the last time. Someone named Chenjia is after me. Understood. Hang up. Do not call again. Yes. Just as Han Qin hung up, the young master switched off Chenjia's phone. Chenjia, now is your chance to stand tall. All right. Chenjia assumed a fighting stance when suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Chenjia, stop right there. In an instant, a figure rushed towards them. Chenjia, recognizing the silhouette, shouted in terror, Dad, Mr. Chen, panting heavily, arrived and immediately began to reprimand Chenjia. Subsequently, he pressed Chenjia's head down and repeatedly apologized to Han Qin until Han Qin assured him it was fine. At which point he released Chenjia and walked away. Ruan Yunyun gazed at Han Qin in disbelief, pondering his uncle's identity and why he wielded such influence. Chapter 51. Han Qin's disguise to the young master. Noticing that the people he had brought were nowhere to be seen, seethed with anger, now left to confront Han Qin alone. Yet, he dismissed Han Qin as a threat. Transfer student, even without them, I can still defeat you. Han Qin scoffed, if I am not afraid of four, why would I fear you alone? Bring it on. Ruan Yunyun, overwhelmed, thought, Han Xin, now is not the time to be reckless. She tugged at his sleeve. Han Xin, make that last call to your uncle quickly. I fear this young master may prove difficult to handle. Among the four, the current young master was the most imposing, and Ruan Yunyun estimated that Han Xin could not match him in strength. Should he be struck, it would not simply be a jest. Han Xin, however, remained unfazed. Han Xin, a wise man does not court danger. Call your uncle, she urged again, anxiety creeping into her voice. Yunyun, my uncle just told me not to call him again. So if I do, he won't answer. Han Xin replied softly. What should we do then? Ruan Yunyun began to fret. We can only brace ourselves, that won't do. Given the young master's size, how long can you hold out? Apologize. Apologize to him? Absolutely not. If my uncle finds out, he will break my bones. What then? Hey, transfer student, what are you chattering about? If you're scared, kneel and beg for forgiveness now. It's not too late. The young master made his intentions clear. As this was a matter of pride for him, young master, I will never kneel and apologize to you. Come, attack me. Ruan Yunyun, in a state of panic, surveyed the surroundings, only to find onlookers, none willing to lend a hand. With a roar, the young master charged forward. Ruan Yunyun instinctively shielded her eyes, unable to bear to watch. A loud crash followed by a cry erupted. Then came a series of agonized wails. Something felt off. The sounds did not seem to originate from Han Xin. Rather, they appeared to come from the young master himself. Ruan Yunyun lowered her hands, and to her astonishment, the young master, with his considerable stature, lay sprawled on the ground, Han Xin's foot firmly planted on his back. With every ounce of pressure Han Xin exerted, the young master cried out in pain. Ruan Yunyun stared at Han Xin, incredulous. Han Xin, how did you manage this? Simply like this. Young master, do you still wish for me to kneel and apologize? Han Xin inquired, regarding the prostrate young master. No. Transfer student, I was wrong. Please spare me. The young master began to plead. Had I known this would be the case, I would not have acted so foolishly. Just then, the school bell rang. Today, you were fortunate. Han Xin lifted his foot. Yunyun, let us depart. Han Xin took Ruan Yunyun's hand and walked towards the classroom. During class, Ruan Yunyun continued to observe Han Xin, contemplating his true identity and the reason behind his uncle's formidable influence. Noticing her gaze, Han Xin turned to her. Ruan Yunyun, what are you staring at? I was wondering who your uncle is. Why is it that after just one call to him, they dared not provoke you? Isn't it simply because my uncle is formidable? Then I wish to know who your uncle is and why he is so powerful. My uncle is merely my uncle, the most inconspicuous person in my family. It just so happens that he holds sway over the livelihoods of those few individuals. Just a coincidence? Indeed, just a coincidence. Ruan Yunyun remained skeptical of Han Xin's words. She was convinced that his uncle must be a significant figure. Han Xin, after you bested that young master, he surely will not let you off easily. Moreover, he is the son of the vice principal of a school, meaning we have offended the vice principal himself. What do we plan to do next? Rest assured, whether it's the eldest son or the vice principal who comes, I can simply continue calling my uncle. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yunyun felt a sense of relief. As soon as the bell rang, the teacher left the classroom with the books. Just as Ruan Yunyun was about to head to the restroom, a sudden bang echoed as the back door of the classroom was forcefully kicked open. A male classmate swaggered in, followed by two lackeys. Ruan Yunyun was contemplating who this person had come to confront when she noticed the eldest son, whom they had just dealt with, trailing behind them. An inexplicable tension gripped her heart. She truly had a knack for speaking misfortune into existence. Although it wasn't the vice principal who arrived, it was evident that he had come to settle scores with Han Xin. She glanced at Han Xin, who seemed unfazed as he regarded her. Ruan Yunyun quickly urged Han Xin, these people are here for you. Hurry, call your uncle. She placed her hopes on Han Xin's uncle. Han Xin turned to see the classmate already standing on the podium. Where is that transfer student from your class? Han Xin immediately raised his hand. I am that transfer student. Han Xin. Indeed, I am Han Xin. And you are? I am Lu Yong, a third-year student from my school. My cousin's face was bruised by you. Han Xin glanced at the eldest son beside him. Yes, it was indeed me who did that. Han Xin remained calm in the face of adversity. I've heard your uncle is quite formidable. I am giving you a chance now. Call your uncle and have him come save you. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Ruan Yunyun felt a glimmer of hope. She quickly tugged at Han Qin's hand, signaling him to call his uncle. However, Han Qin seemed oblivious to her gesture, and Ruan Yunyun cursed herself for not having his uncle's contact information. No need, my uncle is busy. Very well, now I am giving you a chance. Immediately kneel and apologize to my cousin, and let him beat you up. Then we can consider our previous grievances settled. How about that? What if I refuse? Han Qin flatly rejected. Refuse? Transfer student? I advise you to think carefully. If you offend us, you will have a hard time in this school. From now on, every time we see you, we will deal with you. So, if you're scared, kneel and apologize to my cousin right now, and this matter will be put to rest. I have said I refuse. How many times do I need to repeat myself? Ha, very well. Today, I will make you suffer a bit. Ruan Yunyun initially thought Han Qin would be beaten up. Unexpectedly, with another bang, the back door of the classroom swung open again, and a stout middle-aged man entered holding a teaching stick. The eldest son's expression changed instantly, and he shouted, "Dad!" The middle-aged man quickly approached his son and struck him several times. "You unfilial child! What are you doing, Dad? It was the transfer student who hit me first," the eldest son said while dodging. "You deserved it for provoking trouble and trying to show off." The other three quickly fled the scene. It turned out this was the vice principal. Ruan Yunyun had thought he would come to settle scores with them. Chapter 52. Duanan. After the vice principal gave the eldest son a thrashing, he pinched his ear and brought him to Han Qin, demanding an apology. Under his father's authority, the eldest son immediately bowed and apologized. "I am sorry, classmate Han. Please forgive me and don't take offense." Seeing that Han Qin remained silent, the vice principal slapped the eldest son. "You little brat, wasn't it you who said that Han should kneel and apologize? Now, if you want Han Qin to forgive you, you will kneel and apologize." The eldest son looked shocked at the vice principal, not expecting that after being beaten, his father would not seek justice for him but instead assist in punishing him. Not only that, but his own father was demanding that he kneel and apologize. "What are you staring at? Hurry up," the vice principal ordered, clearly annoyed. The boy almost jeopardized his own future. "No need." Han Qin quickly interjected. "I haven't been wronged in this matter." Han Qin had no desire for anyone to kneel before him. He didn't want to shorten his lifespan. Ruan Yunyun found it hard to accept. Just moments ago, she was worried Han Qin would be punished, and now someone was apologizing to him. The shift in dynamics was too rapid for her to comprehend. Who exactly was Han Qin's uncle that even the vice principal dared not provoke him? "Classmate Han, my son has been blind to the situation and I hope you won't take it to heart." "Vice principal, you're being too kind. In this matter, it was your son who was at a loss. So I didn't take it to heart, that's good." The vice principal felt a weight lift off his shoulders. "Now that I have disciplined my son, and he has apologized to you, may I ask if you are satisfied?" "I am indeed satisfied, that's wonderful. However, could you please refrain from mentioning this to your uncle?" the vice principal requested. "Rest assured, I did not call my uncle just now." The vice principal finally felt at ease. "That's great, we won't disturb you any further. If you encounter any inconveniences at school, feel free to come to me." "All right." Ruan Yunyun watched as Han Qin did nothing, and just like that, a crisis had been averted. It was utterly unbelievable. "Han Qin, who on earth is your uncle?" "Yunyun, as I mentioned earlier, my uncle is a rather inconsequential figure in our family. It just so happens that he holds the livelihoods of these individuals in his hands, and they are merely trying to protect their own interests. Is it truly just that?" Ruan Yunyun remained skeptical that it is indeed so. "Class is about to start. I must go to the restroom." "All right." After Han Qin exited the classroom, Chu Ran approached. "Ruan Yunyun, consider yourselves lucky today." Ruan Yunyun glanced at Chu Ran. The eldest son had come to confront Han Qin largely due to her instigation, yet it ended up being a futile effort. "Chu Ran, do you think that eldest son is not angry at Zhao Hui for being with you? Him? He has a new flame now, and her conditions surpass ours." These two were indeed unbothered. Ruan Yunyun couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, though. "So you have a new flame, and he has a new flame as well. Congratulations. If my father knew, he would surely be happy for you both." Upon hearing Ruan Yunyun mention her father, Chu Ran's expression turned stern. "Ruan Yunyun, don't get cocky. Don't think that just because you have Han Qin backing you, we can't do anything to you. Indeed, I have Han Qin supporting me, and you dare not act against me." Chu Ran couldn't help but chuckle at her response. "Ruan Yunyun, why are you so smug? Do you genuinely believe that Han Qin's uncle is some grand figure?" Isn't he? How ridiculous. Han Qin's uncle is merely one of the school's board members. The largest board member at our school is Du An's father, Mr. Du Ah, so Han Qin's uncle is a board member. No wonder he mentioned having control over these people's livelihoods. Ruan Yunyun understood now. When Chu Ran mentioned Du An, she couldn't help but inquire, who is Du An? Uninformed, are we? You don't even know who Du An is? She is the one who hit you with a volleyball yesterday, and she is now Zhao Hui's current girlfriend. Ruan Yunyun finally grasped why Du An had thrown the volleyball at her. It was to avenge Zhao Hui. But wait, isn't Du An mistaken about her target? Zhao Hui has never liked me. Why would she come after me? Zhao Hui has always liked you. Du An should be targeting you. Shouldn't she? Hey, Chu Ran, does Du An know that you are Zhao Hui's white moonlight? Don't worry, Zhao Hui has already clarified things with her. He only sees her as a sister, so that's how it is. Du An's taste is quite questionable, and her intelligence seems lacking. The people I look down upon are the ones she treats like treasures. Upon hearing Ruan Yunyun's words, Chu Ran scoffed. Ruan Yunyun, Zhao Hui is quite the catch. Du An has long harbored feelings for him. After Zhao Hui was kicked out by your father, it was Du An who took him in, and it was only after being taken in by Du An that he felt moved and ended up with her. So, it seems I've created an opportunity for them. Since their relationship is entirely due to my doing, Du An should be thanking me. This was why Ruan Yunyun felt that her intelligence was lacking. Thank you? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Ruan Yunyun, let me remind you, Du An is someone who seeks revenge. That a few days ago, Zhao Hui was beaten by Han Qin, and not long ago, Zhao Hui was humiliated by you. Du An has kept these transgressions in mind. Hitting you with a volleyball was merely a warning. Brace yourself for her retaliation. Ruan Yunyun had not anticipated that Zhao Hui could attract someone of Du An's stature. It was no easy feat. As long as he didn't come to torment her again, she was fine. As for Du An wanting to deal with her, she was ready to face it head-on. She was not afraid. Ruan Yunyun, are you scared? I fear nothing. Even if the sky were to fall, I have my father and Han Qin to shield me. Churin, your eldest son has just received a thorough reprimand today. Are you now considering replacing him with another boyfriend to support you? No need for that. Deal with Han Qin. All I require is Du An. I merely need to wait for him to be trampled beneath her feet. After which I shall step in to extricate him from his predicament. Why then, he will, out of gratitude, fall into my embrace. Yuan Yun, just wait to be abandoned by him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yun could not help but give a thumbs up. Churin, you are truly remarkable. Your calculations are indeed exquisite. Just bide your time. Also, I advise you to tread carefully. Zhao Hui has already been driven away by me. If you do not wish to be expelled from the Ruan family, you ought to behave. Chapter 53. A surprise. When Han Qin entered the classroom, Churin happened to be leaving. He cast a glance at her before returning to his seat. Yun Yun, what did Churin say to you just now? She wouldn't be plotting some nefarious scheme against you again, would she? Han Qin felt that Churin's frequent appearances by Yuan Yun's side never boded well. Rest assured, with you by my side, she wouldn't dare to target me. Indeed, as long as I am here, no one shall dare to cross you. Han Qin finally felt reassured. By the way, Han Qin, I just heard that your uncle is a board member at a school. Correct. That's right, which is why I say my uncle is merely a minor figure. However, despite being a minor figure, he is just powerful enough to keep those who wish to bully us at bay. Han Qin considered his uncle to be inconsequential within their family. But Han Qin, have you ever thought about what we would do if someone even more formidable than your uncle came to trouble us? Yuan Yun thought of doing it. After all, she had already been struck by a ball yesterday, indicating that she had declared war on Yuan Yun, and would surely continue to make trouble. Fear not. We shall face whatever comes our way, and no one will harm you, for I will stand before you to protect you. All right, in truth, Yuan Yun was not afraid at all. She welcomed whatever came her way. During the last break of the morning class, Yuan Yun decided to take a trip to the restroom to unwind. Just as she finished, she unexpectedly encountered Du An. Since Yuan Yun did not know Du An, she prepared to turn and leave after washing her hands. Yuan Yun, stop right there. I have something to say to you. Du An crossed her arms, commanding Yuan Yun with an air of superiority. Yuan Yun turned back, glancing at Du An, perplexed as to what there could possibly be to discuss between them. What is it? Do you know that I am now Zhao Hui's legitimate girlfriend? Upon seeing Du An's smug expression, Yuan Yun thought it was something serious. It turned out to be a declaration of possession. I've heard. Congratulations on winning the affections of a scoundrel. Finding joy in having acquired a rogue was truly baffling. I can understand. After all, those who cannot reach the grapes often declare them sour. I am here to warn you. I am Zhao Hui's girlfriend. If I discover that you harbor any lingering thoughts about him, I will not let you off easily. So this was the issue. There was no need for her to remind Yuan why Yuan. In fact, Yuan Yun wished for Zhao Hui to disappear. Rest assured, I have long lost interest in him. Yuan Yun replied, wiping her hands with a nearby paper towel, preparing to leave. Wait, Yuan Yun. You are not allowed to leave until I finish speaking. The commanding tone was reminiscent of Zhao Hui, and no wonder these two were together. Having declared her claim and warned Yuan Yun against harboring any improper thoughts, Yuan Yun was curious as to what else Yuan would say. I heard from Zhao Hui that previously, in your quest for his affection, you not only drove away his aunt, but also falsely accused her of kidnapping you. Is that true? Zhao Hui, in his eagerness to save his aunt, would say anything. You believe that? Am I insane enough to interfere with the judiciary just to win his love? Such ignorance in matters of love. It was one thing for Duan to be foolish, but she did not even possess the ability to discern right from wrong. What does it matter if I believe him? Yuan Yun, state your conditions. As long as you can get Zhao Hui's aunt exonerated, I will agree to anything you propose. How's that for sincerity? Yuan Yun could not help but laugh at this. Conditions from me? Duan, you are quite audacious. If you possess such capabilities, why do you need to seek my help? Duan had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by Yuan Yun so swiftly. Yuan Yun, do not overestimate your worth. I am offering you this opportunity as a favor. No need for favors. With your abilities, you can directly influence the judiciary. Why seek me out? Yuan Yun, I am offering very favorable terms. You should not miss this opportunity, Duan reiterated. Apologies, but I lack any need for what you offer. Yuan Yun was resolute in her unwillingness to compromise regarding Zhao Hui's aunt. Yuan Yun, opposing me will bring you no advantages. I do not wish to oppose you, but this matter is non-negotiable. With that, Yuan Yun made her exit. There was no chance Zhao Hui would succeed in rescuing his aunt. Upon returning to the classroom, Yuan Yun recalled Aunt Zhang's situation. Han Qin, what is the status with Uncle Mao these days? Han Qin understood that Yuan Yun was inquiring about Aunt Zhang and her husband's situation. Aunt Zhang's husband has committed kidnapping, and the evidence is irrefutable. He may face a 10-year prison sentence. As for Aunt Zhang, her crime may be less severe. She merely assisted in the kidnapping and could face over 3 years in prison. Hearing this, Yuan Yun felt a sense of relief. Their current fate is well-deserved. In the afternoon, as Yuan Yun and Han Qin returned to school, they received a message from Churan. Yuan Yun, I couldn't sleep last night, so I went to your room and stumbled upon some amusing things. Upon reading Churan's message, a frown crossed Yuan Yun's face. Churan was an outsider in the Ruan household, yet she had no sense of boundaries, treating herself as an insider. It seemed she ought to instruct Aunt Wu to keep her room locked properly. This afternoon, I have prepared a grand surprise for you at school. Please brace yourself for it. Churan's message followed, a surprise. What could possibly astonish Yuan Yun now? As she arrived at the school gate, she was met with the curious gazes of her classmates. They not only scrutinized Yuan Yun and Han Qin but also whispered amongst themselves, stifling laughter. Yuan Yun chose to ignore them. She felt she had done nothing to warrant their whispers. Upon returning to the classroom, laughter erupted around her. Yuan Yun couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. However, just as she settled down, Zhao Hui approached. Yuan Yun, could you please know when to stop? If you are not embarrassed, I am. Yuan Yun was baffled by Zhao Hui's accusation. She despised how he constantly sought to amplify his own significance. What have I done to provoke you this time? Han Qin stepped forward, pushing Zhao Hui away to maintain distance between him and Yuan Yun. He would not allow Zhao Hui to encroach upon her space. Zhao Hui, if you do not wish to be struck, refrain from provoking Yuan Yun, Han Qin warned. If Zhao Hui dared to trouble Yuan Yun again, he would be asking for trouble. Chapter 54. A Surprise Part 2. Seeing Han Qin intervene, Zhao Hui chose to say nothing further and returned to his seat. Just as Han Qin settled down, a bold classmate stood up and addressed him. Han Qin, are you aware that Yuan Yun has been fawning over Zhao Hui? At the mention of Yuan Yun and Zhao Hui's past, Han Qin felt overwhelmed. Shut your mouth. No one is mistaking you for a mute. Yet, this student seemed determined to continue. Han Qin, it is well known that Yuan Yun shamelessly pursued Zhao Hui. I speak out today to ensure you are not kept in the dark. Yuan Yun shot a glare at the student, wondering why he was so bothersome and meddlesome. Listen well, classmate. I do not care what Yuan Yun did in the past. She is now my girlfriend. Anyone who slanders her slanders me, and anyone who crosses her crosses me. Han Qin made his stance clear, determined to silence those who sought to attack her. Yuan Yun was his girlfriend, and he would not tolerate anyone causing her distress. Han Qin's words carried a measure of authority, and after he spoke, the voices of dissent quickly dwindled. Just when Han Qin thought he had silenced the naysayers, another classmate dared to speak up. Han Qin, do not be deceived by Yuan Yun's facade. She has the audacity to engage in such behavior and yet silences you. Is there no sense of justice left? Yuan Yun could no longer remain silent. From the moment she entered the school, she had been subjected to scrutinizing looks, and now, these classmates sought to band together against her. How is this fair? The student speaking, what have I done to earn your disdain? The male student standing there was prepared to confront Yuan Yun. Today, he was determined to teach her a lesson. All right, Yuan Yun, I shall now elucidate why I find you so intolerable. Moreover, I must make Han Qin aware of the despicable person you are behind the scenes. While you present yourself as being with Han Qin, you secretly write love letters to Zhao Hui, yearning to engage with him as well. Your duplicitous behavior is utterly repugnant. Upon hearing her classmate accuse her of writing love letters to Zhao Hui and wanting to pursue him, Yuan Yun fumed. Such remarks were a blatant insult. I wrote love letters to Zhao Hui? How absurd. Zhao Hui, that scoundrel, was nothing but a nuisance in her eyes. She would never write him a love letter. Had her brain been caught in the door? Which classmate do you think you are insulting? What? Yuan Yun, do you still wish to deny it? Not long ago, when you couldn't win Zhao Hui's affections, you resorted to verbal abuse, belittling him to the point of devaluation. Now that he has a girlfriend, you grow anxious and start playing the confession game in secret. Your foot in both camps' antics are truly disgusting. Han Qin, open your eyes and see. This is the typical behavior of Yuan Yun, a notorious flirt. I advise you to steer clear of such a shameless girl. Listening to her classmates' tirade, Yuan Yun felt both shocked and speechless. Who were these people to slander her with accusations of confessing to Zhao Hui and labeling her a flirt? Classmate, where is your evidence for these accusations? Yuan Yun, even if you are indeed a flirt, you dare not admit it. You want evidence? Fine, let me take you to see it. I want to see if you still have the audacity to show your face. Evidence? He actually had evidence. Yuan Yun was curious to see what proof he had to support the claim that she was secretly confessing her feelings to Zhao Hui. A two-timer of a flirt. Yuan Yun, please look at the bulletin board at the back. It is filled with your love letters to Zhao Hui. Love letters? Yuan Yun turned around, and indeed, the bulletin board was plastered with numerous letters. Doubting the absurdity of it all, she approached the board, and upon seeing the handwriting on the letters, along with the sappy content, she finally understood the situation. Yes, these were indeed love letters she had written to Zhao Hui. But they were from 2 years ago. It turned out this was the surprise that Chu Ran had mentioned. Truly, it was both a shock and a delight. Yuan Yun glanced at Chu Ran, who was watching the drama unfold with glee, entirely disregarding the warning Yuan Yun had given her earlier. Han Qin, upon witnessing this, immediately grasped the situation. He approached the bulletin board and tore down all the love letters Yuan Yun had written to Zhao Hui. Han Qin, what you hold are indeed pieces of evidence. Yuan Yun, while pretending to be your girlfriend, has been confessing her feelings to Zhao Hui. You should now believe she is a shameless flirt. Yuan Yun looked at the love letters in Han Qin's hands, and the undeniable evidence left her speechless. The written words were undoubtedly her own creations, and she had no idea how to explain this to Han Qin. That accursed Chu Ran! She truly deserved to be cursed. No wonder Zhao Hui had just confronted her, advising her to stop while she was ahead. Han Qin, noticing Yuan Yun's pale complexion, angrily crumpled the love letters into a ball. One classmate could no longer stand by. Han Qin, wake up. Now all the students in school are aware of Yuan Yun's secret confessions to Zhao Hui, because not only are her love letters displayed on our classroom's bulletin board, but several other bulletin boards around the school are also plastered with her letters to Zhao Hui. Yuan Yun gritted her teeth in fury upon hearing this. What is this? Now the school forum and the official school website have uploaded these love letters. They are all the talk of the town in 2 hours. I estimate that not only our school students, but even those from other schools will have access to these sappy letters. Another classmate chimed in. Although Yuan Yun was trembling with rage, She knew she had to deal with the aftermath. Taking a moment to calm herself, she dashed out of the classroom, followed closely by Han Qin. They tore down the love letters from the bulletin board before returning to class. The class bell rang, and the discussions ceased. Yet Ruan Yunyun could not find peace. Until Han Qin sent her a message. I just called my uncle. The news about the love letters has been completely removed from the school's network and forum. After reading this message, Ruan Yunyun immediately logged onto the school forum and website, only to find that indeed, there were no longer any posts or messages regarding the love letters. Her heart finally began to settle a bit. Now, only the love letters in Han Qin's possession remained, and at that moment, Han Qin was perusing those letters. Chapter 55. Soothing Han Qin. Ruan Yunyun watched Han Qin start to sift through the love letters, her heart racing. She knew just how deeply she had liked Zhao Hui back then, and the letters were filled with cringe-worthy declarations. These letters were so embarrassing that even she could barely stand to read them. How could Han Qin bear to look at them? What would Han Qin think after reading them? Would he be angry? Ruan Yunyun dared not ponder further. She quickly typed out several messages to Han Qin. Han Qin, those were all written in a fit of whimsy. I was young and naive back then. I was immature. I can't even bear to look at what I wrote. Please don't take it to heart. Just tear them up. After sending these messages, Ruan Yunyun waited for Han Qin's response, but no matter how long she waited, Han Qin continued to read her sappy letters. Han Qin, there's really nothing worth seeing in those letters. Ruan Yunyun sent another message. Finally, Han Qin picked up his phone and began to reply to Ruan Yunyun. Ruan Yunyun, I am currently seething with anger. You should consider how to appease my inner fury. Han Qin was indeed angry. Han Qin, I already told you, those were all written in a moment of folly. Ruan Yunyun attempted to explain, I believe you were being whimsical, but your emotional expressions were profound. Back then, I was both naive and uninformed. Ruan Yunyun continued to explain, I believe you were both naive and uninformed. Yet your feelings were sincere and deep. Ruan Yunyun typed out another message to Han Qin. Han Qin, please let me explain. Han Qin, upon reading Ruan Yunyun's message, simply set his phone down. He was indeed upset. These letters were irrefutable evidence of Ruan Yunyun's past infatuation with Zhao Hui. Not only were they evidence, but each word was a testament to a young girl's heartfelt emotions, a record of her once profound affections. Why should Zhao Hui be so fortunate? Han Qin was envious. Not only was he envious, but he was also angry. His heart was tumultuous. He had thought that as long as Ruan Yunyun was by his side, as his girlfriend, he could overlook everything from her past. However, he realized he was mistaken. He could not accept that Ruan Yunyun had once loved another boy so deeply. Even though he understood that this relationship was no longer in existence, that she no longer loved him, he still could not find peace. Although he was now Ruan Yunyun's boyfriend, he could not feel her intense affection. This was the source of his anger. Meanwhile, Ruan Yunyun wished to soothe Han Qin. That past relationship had already faded, and there was no need for him to be upset. Han Qin, I can explain. I admit I once had feelings for Zhao Hui. These letters are evidence of my past affections. But so what? These letters belong to a bygone era, and so do those feelings. While the letters remain, the affections have long since vanished. You need not be angry over feelings that no longer exist. It's not worth it. Besides, you are the present. I in my heart. There is only you. No. You are not just the present. You are also the future. My heart now and in the future belongs solely to you. After a barrage of messages from Ruan Yunyun, Han Qin finally picked up his phone again. Ruan Yunyun sensed an opportunity. Han Qin, that was the past me, not the present me. The current me has only you in my heart. No one else. Please, don't be angry with me. Han Qin scrolled through his phone, reading Ruan Yunyun's messages from top to bottom. Although Ruan Yunyun had apologized, Han Qin's heart still ached, for he sensed a disparity. Ruan Yunyun, you say Zhao Hui is in the past, while I am the present. But why is your past affection so fervent, like a blazing fire? Even after all this time, I can still feel its heat. Yet your current feelings, compared to your past, could not be more different. They are worlds apart. I sense the difference in how you treat us, Ruan Yunyun. How do you explain this? Upon receiving Han Qin's reply, Ruan Yunyun realized that he perceived her feelings for him as too tepid, considering such matters trivial. Promptly, she responded, I have received your heartfelt words. If you feel that the affection I currently offer is lacking in intensity, I assure you that I can provide the fervent love you desire from this moment onward. Ruan Yunyun was eager to placate him, not wishing to incite his anger. Can what is desired and what is given ever align? Han Xin felt as though he were begging. After receiving this message from him, Ruan Yunyun recognized that she had misspoken. Han Xin was her boyfriend, and he seemed content in every aspect. Such a wonderful partner was hard to find. Now, he believed her feelings were too insipid, and she felt compelled to meet his expectations. She implored Han Xin not to be upset. Han Xin, I misspoke earlier and I apologize. I have come to realize my mistake and understand your feelings. Please grant me an opportunity to amend my error, if you would. Han Xin stared at Ruan Yunyun's message, remaining silent for a long while. Indeed, he had been angry, but he had not anticipated her efforts to soothe him would feel so remarkably gratifying. This rare chance to be coddled was not something he wished to conclude hastily. Noticing Han Xin's prolonged silence, Ruan Yunyun pondered her own inadequacies in comforting him. Han Xin, please do not stay angry with me. In the past, I was thoughtless. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Considering how earnestly I am pleading, might you grant me a chance? Rest assured, for the remainder of our lives, I will ensure you experience my most passionate love. I promise that all I have said is sincere. Han Xin, reflecting on Ruan Yunyun's assurances, felt his anger dissipate. Ruan Yunyun, I will forever keep your promises as evidence. Very well, then can you refrain from being angry? I am no longer angry, but these declarations of affection will be temporarily under my custody. That is acceptable, as long as you are not upset. Ruan Yunyun observed Han Xin placing those letters into his bag, realizing that she had successfully placated him. Chu Ran's intention in making her declarations public was likely to tarnish Ruan Yunyun's reputation, inciting a quarrel between her and Han Xin, leading to their separation. However, despite some discord, they had not parted ways. As Chapter 56 continued to unfold, Chu Ran's exposure of Ruan Yunyun's letters left her feeling humiliated and awkward, creating misunderstandings between her and Han Xin. Yet, Ruan Yunyun had since come to terms with the situation, and the misunderstandings had been clarified. Han Xin had entrusted his uncle with managing the negative discourse on the school's network and forums regarding the letters, and the declarations displayed in classrooms and on bulletin boards were now in his possession, marking the incident as past for Ruan Yunyun. During class breaks, her classmates continued to gossip about her. Yet Ruan Yunyun remained unfazed. Yunyun, do you need me to intervene? Han Xin, overhearing the derogatory remarks about Ruan Yunyun, expressed concern and no need. Let them say what they wish. It matters not to me. Let them view it as a jest. She replied in the final physical education class of the afternoon. While Ruan Yunyun practiced volleyball, her classmates continued their chatter about her declarations. She remained indifferent, adhering to the notion that as long as she was not embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others. After playing for a while, she took a sip of water to rest when Du Ainen approached her. Ruan Yunyun, come here. I have something to discuss with you. It seemed Du Ainen had come to warn her against having feelings for Zhao Hui after reading her letters. Ruan Yunyun, taking another sip of water, followed Du Ainen aside. Without preamble, Du Ainen threw a letter at Ruan Yunyun. Ruan Yunyun, do you not possess any shame? Just yesterday, I warned you against harboring feelings for Zhao Hui. And today your declaration is plastered across the entire campus. What precisely are you attempting to accomplish? Ruan Yunyun picked up the letter, noting it bore a date from 2 years prior. Du Ainen, being astute, must have noticed the date long ago. Ruan Yunyun suspected her visit was not solely for admonishment. Du Ainen, you have come to seek an explanation and assurance from me. The letter was penned 2 years ago. The contents are genuine, yet the feelings have long since faded. That is my explanation. As for assurance, I can affirm to you now that I am not interested in Zhao Huakio. Be frank. Even if he were to pursue me, I would not entertain it. Furthermore, this letter was intended as a means for someone to mock me. Consider it merely a jest. Ruan Yunyun had clarified the matter succinctly, rendering Du Ainen's concerns unnecessary. A jest is one thing, but why should Zhao Hui be subject to ridicule? If you wish to assign blame, do not attribute it to me. I did not affix these letters to the bulletin board. If you seek accountability, direct your inquiries at the instigator, not you. Now I suspect that you orchestrated this deliberately. Deliberately? Pray tell, what would my motive be? At school, who does not know of your infatuation with Zhao Hui? You likely wish to evoke sympathy from him. Round and round they went, returning to the same point. Evoke sympathy from Zhao Hui? Du Ainen, consider this. Over the past 2 years, I have failed to win Zhao Hui's heart with material gifts. Why would I believe that a few letters of declaration would sway him? So, rest assured that nothing has changed. It is merely a comical incident. Du Anan observed Ruan Yunyun maintain her composure amidst such circumstances and could not help but admire her audacity. Ruan Yunyun, how about I offer you an opportunity? An opportunity? What do you mean? Although your boldness is commendable, allowing the school to mock you is hardly a favorable situation, especially with Zhao Hui involved. I propose to help you navigate this public scrutiny in exchange for ensuring Zhao Hui's aunt faces no repercussions. Du Anan believed this arrangement was advantageous for Ruan Yunyun, who she assumed would accept. Without a moment's hesitation, Ruan Yunyun declined and no need. Someone is already managing this matter, so you need not concern yourself, Du Anan. Someone is assisting you? Du Anan was skeptical. Aside from her, who could possibly have such influence? Do you not believe me? If you do not, check the school's website and forum to see if any remnants of my letters remained. Du Anan quickly accessed the school's network and forum, only to find Ruan Yunyun's claims entirely accurate. All traces of her letters had been erased. It appeared someone had indeed intervened. Since someone has addressed the online discourse, how about I assist you with the school's chatter? As the saying goes, words can be fearsome. If you agree to my terms, I can swiftly silence the entire student body. You need not doubt my capabilities. Ruan Yunyun again dismissed her without deliberation. No need. Du Anan was taken aback by Ruan Yunyun's refusal. Ruan Yunyun, are you foolish? Why reject such a favorable offer? Do you enjoy being the subject of ridicule? Du Anan, I do not require your assistance. Someone has already offered to help me. I simply do not wish to pursue it. You claim someone is aiding you? Who could possibly have such resources aside from me? Du Anan, do you genuinely believe you are the only one with influence in this school? The discourse on the forums was handled by him. Do you think he lacks the ability to manage the school's gossip? I merely feel this is not a significant issue, just a trivial matter that provides free amusement for my classmates. There is no need for special intervention. Ruan Yunyun, I am extending you this opportunity out of respect. Do not reject my goodwill. I do not require your respect. I have no desire for any favors. I have clarified my position regarding the letters, and I have assured you of my disinterest in Zhao Hui. That matter is settled. As for Zhao Hui's aunt, I shall handle it as necessary. I will not allow those who have wronged me to escape unscathed. Please do not approach me regarding this matter again. Du Anan was taken aback at Ruan Yunyun's steadfast refusal. Having offered 2 opportunities that were dismissed, she resolved to let Ruan Yunyun face the consequences. As Chapter 57 unfolds, Ruan Yunyun had just seen off Du Anan when Zhao Hui approached her unexpectedly. The true victim in this situation was indeed herself. Ruan Yunyun, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Hui sought out Ruan Yunyun while Han Qin was engaged in a basketball game, driven by a desire to ascertain whether Yunyun was indeed behind the recent events and to uncover her motives. Of course, he harbored his own intentions. If Ruan Yunyun wished to use this incident as a means to confess her feelings for him or to rekindle their connection, he might consider compromising for the sake of his aunt. For he had only one aunt. However, he would only yield temporarily. Once his aunt was safe, he would cast Yunyun aside once more. In essence, Zhao Hui aimed to toy with Ruan Yunyun. Yet, the current Ruan Yunyun was not so easily manipulated. The crux of the matter was that Ruan Yunyun did not harbor any affection for Zhao Hui. Previously, Ruan Yunyun had expelled Zhao Hui from the Ruan household, severing their ties. Ideally, she wished for Zhao Hui to vanish from her life entirely, as she longed to extricate herself from any entanglement with him. However, the recent uproar had inadvertently provided Zhao Hui with a justification to approach her. Although Zhao Hui was indeed one of the main players in this affair, it should not adversely affect him, should it? Moreover, the situation had become a source of amusement for their classmates, primarily at Ruan Yunyun's expense. Thus, she believed that Zhao Hui had no reason to seek her out. Nevertheless, since he had come, she resolved to hear what he had to say. Following behind Zhao Hui, Ruan Yunyun stepped aside. Speak. What is it? I am a party to this matter as well. Shouldn't you offer me some explanation? Zhao Hui replied. Ruan Yunyun contemplated his words. Indeed, Zhao Hui was a participant in this incident. His visit was merely an inquiry into whether she still harbored feelings for him. If that were the case, she ought to clarify her stance. Zhao Hui, please do not misunderstand. There is no infatuation, no intention to confess, and certainly no feelings for you. We should maintain the distance we had before and refrain from disturbing one another, she asserted, reiterating her position emphatically. Then what do those love letters signify? They are clearly in your handwriting. Zhao Hui pressed for a reasonable explanation, secretly hoping Ruan Yunyun would admit to still having feelings for him, for his aunt's hopes rested upon her. Those letters were written 2 years ago. Had Chu Ran not brought them to light, I would have forgotten their existence long ago. Zhao Hui was taken aback to discover Chu Ran's involvement. Are you implying that this is something Chu Ran orchestrated? He inquired. Who else could it be? Aside from her, who else could access my belongings? That is impossible. Zhao Hui was baffled as to why Chu Ran would act in such a manner. Ruan Yunyun, unwilling to elaborate further, showed Zhao Hui the messages that Chu Ran had sent her. She merely wished for Zhao Hui to comprehend that she was not responsible for this situation, that she did not wish to rekindle any feelings for him, and to implore him not to misconstrue her intentions. After all, once Zhao Hui misconstrued her motives, his self-absorption would be unbearable for Ruan Yunyun. Yunyun, why was I unaware of these letters? Zhao Hui attempted to appeal to her emotions. These were feelings from 2 years ago, letters from a time long past. Did he not understand their significance? Moreover, that was not the crux of the issue. What difference does it make now that you do or do not know? The pertinent fact is that this was not my doing. It was Chu Ran's. Chu Ran's intention in revealing these letters was solely to amuse herself at my expense, and there is no deeper meaning to it. Please do not overanalyze. We should maintain the distance that is appropriate for us. As it is quite agreeable. No, had I known about these letters 2 years ago, perhaps our circumstances would be different. Zhao Hui continued to seek an opportunity, refusing to relinquish his chance. Enough. Ruan Yunyun swiftly interrupted Zhao Hui's fanciful notions. She would not permit any deviation from their current state of affairs. Having distanced herself from Zhao Hui brought her immense relief, and with Han Qin by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The only task remaining was to deal with Chu Ran. It was not that she intended to avoid confronting Chu Ran. Rather, the timing had not yet arrived, but she would certainly repay the debt in due course. Zhao Hui, you may be a forgetful person, but those letters were returned to me because you found me insufferable at the time. Therefore, there was no chance for you to be unaware of their existence. Furthermore, this matter has lingered long enough. Discussing it now serves no purpose. Our current state of affairs is precisely as it should be, Ruan Yunyun insisted, unable to suppress her urge to reiterate her point. She hoped Zhao Hui would refrain from indulging in fanciful thoughts, for she dreaded his self-absorbed tendencies. Ruan Yunyun, is this truly the attitude you wish to convey? Indeed, I believe my message is clear. I harbor no feelings for you, nor do I wish to pursue you. The distance between us is perfect as it stands, no contact, no connections, and mutual non-interference. Additionally, my boyfriend is Han Qin. And your girlfriend is Duan and she is not my girlfriend, Zhao Hui interjected immediately. Ruan Yunyun swiftly countered, that is inconsequential. What truly matters is that Han Qin is my current boyfriend. You need not be informed of his merits, for I trust you are well aware of them. Nor do I need to explain the joy I find in being with him. In summary, you must understand that this matter is not of my doing, and I do not wish to use it to convey any sentiments. You must also recognize that this incident impacts you not at all. Rather, others will merely mock me. Do you comprehend? Zhao Hui stood in silence, not uttering a word. Ruan Yunyun felt she had provided sufficient clarity and saw no need to linger any longer. It was time for her to depart. Should Zhao Hui attempt to prevent her from leaving or continue to harass her, she would have no choice but to enlist Han Qin's assistance. Fortunately, that did not occur. After Ruan Yunyun left, Zhao Hui remained rooted in place. The situation had not unfolded as he had anticipated. He had initially envisioned that if Ruan Yunyun continued to pursue him, he would use his aunt's safety as leverage to agree to engage with her. Now, it seemed he had overestimated the circumstances. When Ruan Yunyun declared that she had no interest in him and did not like him, her eyes devoid of any emotion, he felt a sense of loss. This was not the outcome he had always desired. Why did Ruan Yunyun's declaration of indifference and lack of affection evoke such discomfort within him? What was it that stirred these feelings? He had always despised Ruan Yunyun, and even now, the mere thought of her could elicit feelings of revulsion. Yet, when he heard Ruan Yunyun express her desire for them to maintain their distance, to avoid contact and entanglement, he felt an undeniable sense of resentment. Chapter 58. Leaving you with nothing upon returning, Ruan Yunyun picked up a volleyball, only to be approached by a female classmate who began to tease her. Ruan Yunyun, have you gone to confess to Zhao Hui again? Are you so brazenly straddling 2 boats? Does Han Qin know? How could he be unaware? Han Xin has a peculiar taste and enjoys this sort of thing. Another classmate chimed in. That explains it. They truly are two of a kind, the first classmate remarked. Indeed, this is what one might call a meeting of like minds. Ruan Yunyun regarded the two classmates with cold disdain as they exchanged their snide remarks. If you do not wish to invite trouble upon yourselves, I suggest you keep quiet, she warned. How can one act and not expect to be talked about? One classmate muttered under her breath. Exactly, the other concurred. Once they finished speaking, the two departed. After Ruan Yunyun confronted those classmates, the others nearby intentionally distanced themselves from her. Noticing that no one was willing to practice volleyball with her, she decided to abandon the sport and go watch Han Xin play basketball. However, just as Ruan Yunyun took a few steps, Chu Ran approached her, deliberately blocking her path. Ruan Yunyun, how do you feel today? To be honest, Chu Ran felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing her classmates mock Ruan Yunyun. Thanks to you, I've become the laughingstock of the entire school, Ruan Yunyun replied, fully aware of Chu Ran's intent to make her the subject of ridicule. Chu Ran, what is your true motivation behind this? Since you asked, I suppose I can reluctantly enlighten you. Primarily, I am simply unable to tolerate your existence. Ruan Yunyun frowned, unable to resist cautioning Chu Ran. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? By targeting me in this manner, do you not realize what might ensue? Have you forgotten that everything you consume, wear, and live in is provided by my family? Without our support, do you truly believe you could maintain such a leisurely lifestyle at school? Certainly, your actions have rendered me a laughingstock and stripped me of some dignity, but I possess far more than you do. However, the moment you lose something, your entire situation will be irrevocably altered. Ruan Yunyun aimed to remind Chu Ran to refrain from acting foolishly. The repercussions of her actions might be beyond her capacity to bear. Chu Ran, unable to suppress her urge to retort, replied, Ruan Yunyun, I never imagined you would find me so fragile. Rest assured, I am not as weak as you presume, nor am I as easy to deal with as you think. If that were the case, you would have acted long ago, wouldn't you? Ruan Yunyun had not anticipated that her failure to confront Chu Ran would create a misleading impression, making Chu Ran perceive her as formidable and difficult to deal with. She had always believed that, as a woman, Chu Ran should not be treated with the same tactics used against Zhao Hui. Evidently, she had erred in her judgment. Li Li, Zhuo Ya, and Aunt Zhang were not merely influenced by your instigation. They are all evidence of your schemes against me. However, after Zhao Hui was expelled, I thought you might temper your behavior. Yet, you remain utterly unreasonable, even going so far as to post my love confession in the school's bulletin board. After all you have done to undermine me, if I do not retaliate, you might genuinely believe I am easy to bully. Come, let me witness your skills, Chu Ran replied, devoid of fear. Rest assured, I will remember all your misdeeds. And you shall certainly pay for your words today. Tell me, your decision to display my confession in the school bulletin board must have stemmed from more than mere disdain for me. Correct? Indeed, disdain is merely one of the reasons. The second is to revel in your humiliation. The third, naturally, pertains to Han Xin. I wish to see how you once fawned over Zhao Hui. Ruan Yunyun assumed that Chu Ran's animosity stemmed from these three reasons. Yet she was unprepared for the revelation of a fourth. The fourth reason is that I hope to use this incident to rekindle Zhao Hui and your past relationship. Listening to Chu Ran's intentions, Ruan Yunyun could not suppress a laugh. Chu Ran, your considerations are remarkably thorough, even planning my life. However, regarding the points you mentioned, the latter two may very well amount to naught. Not futile at all. At the very least, it will allow Han Xin to see how you once fawned over Zhao Hui. You do not believe he will remain indifferent, do you? You may be disappointed. Han Xin has stated quite clearly that he does not care. He also remarked that as long as I fawn over him like I did with Zhao Hui, that will suffice. Surprised? Delighted? There is one more thing I must inform you. Between Han Xin and me, it is he who favors me more. He desires to be with me. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's face betrayed her displeasure. Ruan Yunyun, what is there to be proud of? As long as I am by your side. Let us see how long you can bask in your joy with Han Xin. Then take your time watching and waiting. As for Zhao Hui, please refrain from scheming to push me towards him. Will you? I now hold nothing but disdain for him and only wish he would cease to appear before me. His presence is nothing short of repulsive. That is out of the question. In my plans, you are only suited to be with Zhao Hui. Chu Ran's declaration ignited Ruan Yunyun's fury. Chu Ran, on what grounds do you presume to dictate my life? And do you truly believe your actions come without consequences? Do you understand what your standing is in my family? Chu Ran replied slowly, Ruan Yunyun, you have posed so many questions at once. From which should I begin? First, regarding your life, on what grounds do you think I should not interfere? If I had not lived in your household as an adopted daughter, perhaps I would not have felt inclined to meddle in your affairs. Chu Ran, have you lost your mind? Adopted daughter is merely a term of respect for you. Do I need to clarify your standing? My father took you in out of pity, wishing merely to provide you a meal. Yet here you are, living off my family, acting as if you belong. And now you presume to dictate my life. Do you truly believe you have the right? If I lack the right, so what? I shall still disrupt your life. You wish to be with Han Qin? I shall do all I can to tear you apart. You do not wish to fawn over Zhao Hui? I will ensure you two are thrown together. Chu Ran, what have I done to provoke such disdain from you? Indeed, I am displeased with you. Why should your life be so fortunate? It seems my father was too kind. Had he not brought you into our home, none of this would have occurred. Realizing the futility of the situation, Ruan Yunyun found herself unable to comprehend Chu Ran's twisted mentality. However, she felt it was time to retaliate. Once she did, Chu Ran would have nothing left. Chapter 59. Expulsion of all. Ruan Yunyun arrived at the basketball court, watching Han Qin play while reflecting on her current predicament. Recently, she had managed to drive Lili to withdraw from school and forced Juya to apologize and leave as well. Furthermore, she had successfully made her classmates aware of her status as the daughter of a city's wealthiest family. Yet, despite these victories, her situation had not improved. Even with Han Qin by her side, she felt as if she were still passive and bullied. She was fully aware that the instigator of her torment was Chu Ran, who had turned her into a laughingstock at school today. She recognized that her lack of assertiveness had allowed others to perceive her as easy prey. Han Qin, having spotted Ruan Yunyun, quickly found a substitute and joined her. Ruan Yunyun promptly offered him a towel and water. Yunyun, how was practice today? Ruan Yunyun pondered before replying, not great. Noticing Ruan Yunyun's unhappy expression, Han Qin surmised that she had once again faced the ridicule of her peers. His heart sank, though he knew she did not want him to intervene. Did something unpleasant occur again? Indeed, I just encountered Duanan. She warned me against harboring any inappropriate feelings for Zhao Hui. Fortunately, I have no such intentions. Duanan? Zhao Hui's new girlfriend, Ruan Yunyun clarified quickly. Ruan Yunyun gestured for Han Qin to look in that direction. Following her gaze, he saw a girl beside Zhao Hui, handing him water. That is Zhao Hui's girlfriend? I heard her father is also a school board member. Is that so? There is nothing more delightful than hearing Zhao Hui has a new girlfriend. I agree. Ruan Yunyun concurred with Han Qin. Zhao Hui approached me earlier. He dared to come looking for you. When you are around, I doubt he would have the courage. He approached me while you were busy playing. Han Qin was curious about Zhao Hui's intentions for seeking Ruan Yunyun. What did he want? Merely concerned that those confession letters were intentionally posted by me, fearing I might actually want to rekindle things with him. Such wishful thinking. How did you respond? I told him I had no intention of pursuing him, that I disliked him, and that those letters were not my doing. I requested he maintain the status quo. No contact, no interaction. Was there more? Indeed. I added that I now have a boyfriend who is more handsome, more capable than him, Han Qin, and that he is no longer relevant to me. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Han Qin's face. Now that is more like it. Who else has approached you? Just as I was about to watch you practice, Chu Ran intercepted me. She is the one behind today's incident, isn't she? How did you know? I had someone investigate, and her figure appeared in the school's surveillance footage. I was contemplating how to deal with her. Yunyun, when did you realize she was the culprit? Ruan Yunyun reluctantly shared the messages she had received that afternoon. Why did you not inform me sooner? I didn't foresee she would take such measures to surprise me. Just now, I confronted her, asking why she treated me this way. Why does she wish to treat you this way? Chu Ran provided me with 4 reasons. First, she dislikes me. Second, she wishes to make me a joke. Third, she wants Han Qin to see how I once fawned over Zhao Hui. And fourth, she hopes I end up with Zhao Hui. The first 3 reasons are somewhat understandable. Yet the fourth, her desire for me to be with Zhao Hui, leaves me baffled. In the past, she and Zhao Hui were a couple. I had always thought she was antagonistic towards me due to my previous infatuation with Zhao Hui, which had driven them apart. Now that I no longer fawn over him, Chu Ran continues to target me, despite their separation and new relationships. Han Xin preferred not to speculate on Chu Ran's motives. He simply wanted to know how Ruan Yunyun intended to address the situation. Yunyun, now that you are aware it is Chu Ran scheming against you, what do you wish to do about her? I asked Chu Ran today why she has not restrained herself now that Zhao Hui has been expelled. Does she not fear I might expel her as well? Yet, she seemed unfazed by my words. What are your thoughts? Do you wish to expel her? Ruan Yunyun hesitated. In truth, I have several individuals living in my home, and it poses no issue whatsoever. However, these individuals, despite my care for them, show no gratitude and instead plot against me. This is what irks me so deeply. Given this situation, expelling her is merely the first step. Ruan Yunyun had just made up her mind. Very well, I shall take charge of negotiating this matter with Uncle Ruan, and I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Upon mentioning the negotiations, a look of concern crossed Ruan Yunyun's face. What troubles you, Yunyun? What are you still worried about? Han Xin, you are unaware of my family's circumstances. Although I have expelled Zhao Hui, his relatives are widespread within my family and my father's company. This means that currently, both at home and beside my father, numerous individuals are Zhao Hui's relatives, including one of my father's drivers who happens to be Zhao Hui's uncle. It's not just Zhao Hui. Chu Ran is in the same predicament. The driver accompanying my father, Xiao He, is actually Chu Ran's cousin, and another relative of hers is also among my father's staff. Yunyun, are you suggesting that while Zhao Hui and Chu Ran have been expelled, their relatives have occupied every corner around you and Uncle Ruan? You fear that these individuals will seek revenge against you and your father, is that correct? Yes, that is precisely my concern. Thus, I believe it is essential to remove not only Zhao Hui and Chu Ran but also all their relatives. However, expelling so many people at once seems implausible, and if we do so gradually, I fear that my father and I might be in danger. Han Xin, do you understand my point? Aunt Zhang serves as an example. I comprehend. Nevertheless, Yunyun, there is no need for you to fret. This situation is not as complicated as you imagine. This evening, I will have a thorough discussion with Uncle Ruan. All right then, I shall entrust this matter to you. Let us return home. Chapter 60. The plan to expel people. After Han Xin brought Ruan Yunyun home and they rested for a moment, he took her out for a lavish meal. That evening, they dined on abalone chicken casserole and shrimp balls, and afterward, Han Xin led Ruan Yunyun to the lakeside where they had their first date, enjoying the night scenery. Upon returning home, Ruan Yunyun retired to her room to sleep. It was then that Han Xin began to call Uncle Ruan to discuss how to handle Zhao Hui and Chu Ran. Han Xin recounted Yunyun's recent experiences at school to Uncle Ruan and conveyed her sentiments as well. Uncle Ruan was taken aback that Chu Ran would dare to bully his daughter. It was imperative that his daughter be cherished, and expelling Chu Ran was a necessity. However, if they were to act hastily in removing them, any one of their numerous relatives might harbor vengeful feelings, which could endanger both him and Yunyun. Therefore, alongside expelling Zhao Hui and Chu Ran, their relatives must also be removed. Yet Yunyun was right. There were many relatives of Zhao Hui and Chu Ran surrounding them in both their home and company, forming a considerable network. To expel such a large group all at once seemed unrealistic. Yet doing so gradually posed the risk of retaliation, as exemplified by Aunt Zhang. Thus, how to manage these individuals became a pressing issue. Han Xin and Uncle Ruan conversed until the early hours of the morning, finally agreeing upon a plan. Early the next morning, as Ruan Yunyun descended the stairs, she found Han Xin peeling eggs. As soon as she sat down, Han Xin placed the peeled egg before her. Yunyun, did you sleep well last night? Yes, I fell asleep as soon as I got into bed and did not awaken until dawn. That is good to hear. I have both good news and bad news for you. Which would you prefer to hear first? Ruan Yunyun glanced at Han Xin. Let us start with the good news. After we returned last night, I spoke with Uncle Ruan. It wasn't long before we discussed your situation at school, followed by the plan to expel people. What does my father mean by that? Upon learning that you were bullied by Chu Ran, Uncle Ruan became quite furious, and soon thereafter, we finalized the expulsion plan. Hearing that her father was angry warmed Ruan Yunyun's heart. Her father still loved her dearly. Uncle Ruan formally decreed last night that I shall be fully responsible for this plan from inception to execution, aiming to rid you and your father of Zhao Hui and Chu Ran's relatives entirely within 15 days. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yunyun felt it was indeed good news, something she had long wished to accomplish. However, she pondered the potential difficulties involved. Han Xin, might this be somewhat challenging? Could you possibly reveal a few details of the plan to me? Rest assured, it is not as difficult as you may imagine. As for the specifics, I can share some with you. I intend to use expulsion to clear out the servants at your side, while I will employ takeover for those around your father. Is it truly that straightforward? Will it yield results? It is indeed that simple. You shall see the outcome in half a month's time. Ruan Yunyun finished her egg and continued sipping her oatmeal. And what is the bad news? Uncle Ruan fears that, during the implementation of the plan, some individuals may plead on behalf of others, and he worries that his presence might disrupt the execution of my plan. Therefore, his return, initially scheduled for in a few days, has now been postponed. Hearing this, Ruan Yunyun felt a tinge of disappointment, as she had eagerly anticipated seeing her father. However, she understood that extraordinary times warranted special considerations. Very well. Han Qin recognized that Ruan Yunyun might feel a bit disheartened, but he believed she would be able to accept it. After breakfast, Han Qin took Ruan Yunyun to school. In the morning, Chu Ran suddenly received a WeChat message from Aunt Chun at home. Chu Ran, what should we do? Several police officers arrived at the villa today, claiming that many items from Ruan Yunyun's room are missing, and they have taken the home surveillance footage. Furthermore, we have all been taken in for questioning. Upon seeing this message, Chu Ran realized that Ruan Yunyun was retaliating. Don't panic. Ruan Yunyun likely doesn't remember what jewelry she possesses, and besides, her jewelry is all kept by Aunt Wu. Anything lost has nothing to do with you. How can it not be my concern? Do not send any more messages, Chu Ran hurriedly cautioned. Understood. In any case, remain calm. After reassuring Aunt Chun, she received another message from Uncle Zhao. Chu Ran, what is going on? Today, the real estate company came to the villa to take photos, stating that the villa is to be prepared for sale. Is this true? Chu Ran, upon reading this message, instantly understood that Ruan Yunyun was effectively expelling her relatives. Uncle Zhao, please continue your work in the villa and do not concern yourself with anything else. All right. After messaging Uncle Zhao, Chu Ran spotted Ruan Yunyun exiting the classroom while Han Qin remained seated at his desk. She was just about to ask Ruan Yunyun if she intended to expel her relatives when she was intercepted by Han Qin, who approached her from behind. Chu Ran halted her steps and jokingly remarked, Han Qin, are you not afraid that Ruan Yunyun might misunderstand your intentions by blocking my way? Han Qin was not in the mood for banter. Today, I am not here to jest. I am here to request your departure from the Ruan household. Chu Ran laughed at this. You are requesting that I leave the Ruan household? May I inquire what gives you the authority to make such statements? I am here on Uncle Ruan's behalf to handle this matter. Uncle Ruan? That is impossible. Han Qin, I assure you, I will not leave this home unless Ruan Dahai personally tells me to my face. Chu Ran was no pushover. She would not leave simply because she was told to. Chu Ran, I advise you to heed my words. Uncle Ruan has stated that if you are willing to leave, he is prepared to offer you 300,000 as compensation. In 3 years, you will be able to work. This sum will ensure your comfort for the next 2 years. Upon hearing the amount, Chu Ran felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Ruan Dahai's estate is valued in the hundreds of millions, and offering her merely 300,000 felt like an insult. 300,000 to make me leave? That is absurd. That amount isn't even worth a single outfit for Ruan Yunyun. Han Qin could not help but display a look of disdain. Chu Ran's behavior was truly unbecoming. Chu Ran, 300,000 is already quite generous. You must remember that when Zhao Hui left, Uncle Ruan only offered him 150,000. You are being offered double that. Moreover, do not compare yourself to Ruan Yunyun. She is the daughter of the Ruan family, while you are nothing. One must learn to be content and to be grateful. Han Qin, there is no need for your condescension. I will not leave. And if you attempt to force me, I will call the police. After uttering these words, Chu Ran returned to the classroom, her insides boiling with rage. Chapter 61. The plan to expel people continued. Upon returning to the classroom, Chu Ran was seething with anger. The idea that 300,000 could persuade her to leave was preposterous. During class, as she dwelled on her indignation, she could not resist sending a message to Ruan Yunyun. Ruan Yunyun, if you think you can expel me and my relatives, let me assure you, you are mistaken. After receiving the message from Chu Ran, Ruan Yunyun glanced at Han Qin, who had not anticipated that the plan he had mentioned to her that morning would already be set in motion by midday. Indeed, the speed was remarkable. Chu Ran, I have entrusted all matters concerning my family to Han Qin. If you have any issues, please contact him directly. Since Han Qin was now handling the situation, Ruan Yunyun had no intention of intervening. Fuming, Chu Ran cursed Ruan Yunyun under her breath. After class, she immediately dialed Ruan Dahai's number, but unfortunately, it was unreachable. During the fourth period, Aunt Chun sent a message. Chu ran. The housekeeper just arrived and informed me that the Ruan family intends to list this villa for sale. Everyone currently residing in the villa is to return home, and he has requested we sign a voluntary departure agreement. Do not sign? Chu Ran quickly replied. Aunt Chun, the housekeeper mentioned that signing this agreement would entitle us to 10-month salary. Aunt Chun seemed somewhat tempted. Wait for me to return in the evening, and we shall discuss this further. Until we have reached a consensus, you absolutely must not sign that agreement. All right. Less than 10 minutes later, Aunt Zhang sent another message. Chu Ran, I just heard from Sister Hu that she has already signed the agreement. She informed me that the police have reviewed the surveillance footage from today and identified several suspicious individuals who sold Yun Yun's jewelry. The police suggest handling this internally first and compensating at market value. If that fails, they will step in. Chu Ran sensed Aunt Chen's inclination to sign the agreement, especially since it promised 10-month salary. She feared that if they missed this opportunity, not only would they receive nothing, but they might also face imprisonment. Aunt Chun, please wait until I return this afternoon before we make a decision. All right, but the housekeeper said if we don't sign today, we won't have the chance tomorrow. Chu Ran, I think I should sign. Aunt Chun, please listen to me and don't rush into this. The villa will not be sold. This is all part of Ruan Yun Yun's scheme to drive you out, so do not act impulsively. As long as I am here, I will not allow her to succeed. Fine point. 10 minutes later, Aunt Chun sent yet another message. Chu Ran, I just discussed this with my son, and they are asking me to return home to care for the children. Therefore, I have signed the agreement. I have already received the money, and the housekeeper has asked me to pack my things and leave before this afternoon. I just wanted to inform you. Chu Ran was infuriated. The decision had already been made, and what was there left to inform her about? During lunch, Ruan Yun Yun recalled the message Chu Ran had sent her that morning. Han Xin, did you discuss with Chu Ran about her leaving today? I did. How did you know? Did Chu Ran reach out to you? She did not contact me, but merely send a message. How did you approach her about leaving? Ruan Yun Yun was eager to learn how Han Xin broached the subject with Chu Ran. This morning, during class break, you happened to exit the classroom, and I felt it was the right moment to speak with her directly, expressing my hope that she would leave your family. Ruan Yun Yun understood Chu Ran well. She certainly would not agree to that. It is predictable. How could she possibly agree to leave my family? Right? Exactly. I conveyed your father's intentions to her, expressing the hope that she would vacate your home, and offered her 300,000 as future living expenses, but she flatly refused. Han Xin chuckled at this point. Why are you laughing, Han Xin? Ruan Yun Yun. She remarked that 300,000 is less valuable than your outfit. Don't you find that amusing? She could compare herself to anyone, yet she chose to compare herself to you. Frankly, I believe she deserves nothing and should be removed immediately. Why father only took her in out of pity, thinking to provide her with some care, but Chu Ran, she simply does not see herself as an outsider. She insists on comparing everything with me. What status does she hold, and what status do I hold? How could she expect to receive the same treatment from my father? I truly do not understand her thinking. Indeed, I also find her mindset to be rather insidious. Someone like Chu Ran should not remain in the Ruan family. If not dealt with promptly, the consequences could be dire. Han Xin, if Chu Ran stubbornly refuses to leave, what do you plan to do next? We will continue to urge her. She will eventually leave. That is good. Ruan Yun Yun chose to trust Han Xin. Furthermore, you are certain that only Aunt Wu and Aunt Gue will remain among the household staff. Correct? Correct. Han Xin, has action already begun at home? Yes, I have instructed the housekeeper to take care of it today. What about Zhao Hui's relatives and Chu Ran's relatives? Are they willing to leave? Ruan Yun Yun remembered how exhausting it was to evict Aunt Zhang. Rest assured, removing them will be quite simple. Only Chu Ran poses a bit of a challenge. Is that truly the case? Han Xin seemed to have a plan. Do not worry. It will not be difficult. All right then, I shall await your good news. After lunch, the two leaned back on the sofa for a brief rest before heading to class. In the car, Ruan Yun Yun checked her WeChat and noticed a stranger had sent her a friend request. Upon opening it, she saw the name Duanin. What could Duanin want with her? Ruan Yun Yun accepted the request. Before long, Duanin sent a message. Ruan Yun Yun. After our meeting yesterday, you saw Zhao Hui again, correct? Ruan Yun Yun thought for a moment and confirmed, yes. Zhao Hui just messaged me, wanting to break up. This pair of star-crossed lovers had barely been together for a few days. This has nothing to do with me. My boyfriend is Han Xin. Ruan Yun Yun immediately distanced herself from the situation. Did you not incite him to break up with me? Duanin? You overestimate my influence. I do not possess such power. It is widely known that Zhao Hui dislikes me. How could he possibly heed my words? However, he does have someone he likes. I suspect he may have followed that person's advice in breaking up with you. Ruan Yunyun spoke the truth. He has someone he likes at our school. Who is it, and why was I not aware? Chu ran. They even dated at one point. You should not be asking me about this. You ought to inquire with her. Chu ran, doing an expressed disbelief with a question mark. Indeed, it is her. Ruan Yunyun affirmed once more. Chapter 62. The Eviction Plan 3. When Ruan Yunyun and Han Qin entered the classroom, Duanan was seen engaging in conversation with Chu Ran. Clearly, Duanan had begun to believe Ruan Yunyun's words. She stood with her arms crossed, looking down at Chu Ran, who had her head bowed. From their postures and expressions, Ruan Yunyun deduced that Duanan was likely reprimanding Chu Ran regarding Zhao Hui. Ruan Yunyun had no intention of causing trouble. She merely stated the truth. Shortly after returning to her seat, Chu Ran entered the classroom. It wasn't long before she sent Ruan Yunyun a message. Ruan Yunyun, what nonsense are you spreading in front of Duanan? Ruan Yunyun glanced at the message from Chu Ran and felt a twinge of embarrassment. The tactic of using others against her was one she had learned from her. Chu Ran, I did not speak incorrectly. You and Zhao Hui are indeed in a romantic relationship. Ruan Yunyun, just you wait. Ruan Yunyun could sense Chu Ran's fury through the screen. She imagined how entertaining it would be to witness a confrontation between Chu Ran and Duanan. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Just after the first class of the afternoon ended, Duanan sent another message. Ruan Yunyun, you truly have no shame. How dare you seduce Zhao Hui? Ruan Yunyun stared at the message and the sender's name, Duanan, wondering if she had mistakenly sent this message to her instead of Chu Ran. Such a message should have been directed at Chu Ran. So, she replied with a question marked. Duanan must have sent this in error. Zhao Hui's breakup with her certainly did not involve Ruan Yunyun. Or so she believed. Ruan Yunyun. Stop pretending. Zhao Hui has already confessed to me. He said the reason for our breakup is you. Because of me? This cannot be right. Duanan must have confused her with Chu Ran in their conversation. Duanan, you must have sent this message to the wrong person. I am not Chu Ran. I am Ruan Yunyun. I am looking for you. Ruan Yunyun. Only then did Ruan Yunyun realize that all of Duanan's previous messages were indeed directed at her. Zhao Hui stated that the reason for our breakup is because of me? What is the reasoning? Ruan Yunyun was eager to uncover the rationale. Previously, when she had been subservient to him, her voice held no weight, yet now, she found herself involved without having to submit. Do not play coy with me. You are disgusting. You are fully aware that Zhao Hui does not like you. Yet you insist on using his aunt to pressure him into breaking up with me. When Ruan Yunyun came across this message, she felt as though she had been harshly admonished once more by Chu Ran and Zhao Hui. Ruan Yunyun, listen carefully. I am granting you only one day. By this time tomorrow, you must find a way to reconcile Zhao Hui with me, and you must ensure that Zhao Hui's aunt returns safely. Otherwise, I have plenty of means to deal with you. As Ruan Yunyun gazed at the threatening message from Duanan, she pondered what Duanan could possibly do to her if she refused. So what if her father was a school board member? Surely he wouldn't dismiss her without cause. She was unafraid, no matter what tricks were thrown her way. Zhao Hui was truly despicable. Attempting to enlist Duanan against her. What a thankless wretch. Unable to contain her frustration, Ruan Yunyun promptly crafted a message to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui, what do you mean by this? Moments later, Zhao Hui's reply came back. It means nothing. I simply want you to release my aunt. Staring at the message, Ruan Yunyun felt her anger swell. Zhao Hui clearly had a calculated plan, intending to use her against Duanan. If you think I will release your aunt, you can forget it, Ruan Yunyun declared, resolute in her refusal to forgive those who had wronged her. Then brace yourself for trouble from Duanan. You might not be aware, but Duanan's father is a board member. If she wishes to deal with you, it is but a matter of her saying so. Ruan Yunyun, those who know how to navigate circumstances are the true wise. I advise you not to overestimate your capabilities. To hear such words from you is utterly laughable. Let Duanan come for me. I, Ruan Yunyun, am not afraid. Just moments ago, she had been irritated with Chu Ran. But now Zhao Hui had managed to infuriate her even more. These two were truly ungrateful wretches. Just as Ruan Yunyun set her phone down, another message arrived. Ruan Yunyun, listen closely. I possess a rather explosive piece of information about you. If I do not receive what I desire by tomorrow, I will have this explosive news released. and you will be utterly humiliated. Explosive news? Ruan Yunyun mused. She indeed had quite a few, such as the love letter from Zhang Tai that had been posted yesterday. However, none of these would embarrass her. Even if they did, it would only be for a moment. Thus, if humiliation were to come, so be it. She was curious to know what other explosive news could possibly be revealed. This news will not only be shared on the school's network and forums, but I will also ensure it reaches the most influential online platforms in City A, and I will pay for it to trend. Ensuring your glorious deeds are made public, Du Anan was ruthless in her approach, delivering a blow from which one could hardly recover. Nonetheless, Ruan Yunyun felt no fear. She had committed no heinous crimes. Nor had she engaged in theft. At most, she had been a lovesick fool, writing love letters. If they wished to expose her, so be it. In the following hours, Ruan Yunyun did not let Du Anan's threats trouble her mind. Later in the afternoon, Chu Ran sent her another message. Ruan Yunyun, are you aware that Du Anan plans to expose you? I am aware, Ruan Yunyun replied nonchalantly. First, her reputation was already tarnished, and second, Han Qin had long been privy to her unsavory deeds. Thus, she was unconcerned, no matter the outcome. Ruan Yunyun, I advise you to concede. Du Anan is not one to be trifled with. I will not concede. She firmly rejected. On her way home after school, Ruan Yunyun still did not let the matter weigh on her mind, and thus did not mention it to Han Qin. During dinner, Han Qin broached the topic of her household staff. Yunyun, your family employs 12 servants. 5 have already left, and as per your request, I plan to retain only Aunt Wu and Aunt Gue. How did these 5 choose to leave? I compensated each of them with 10 months' salary. With such generous terms, if the remaining 5 do not leave, it only highlights how difficult they are to deal with. Rest assured, the remaining 5 will also depart. If they do not, they will receive nothing. Ruan Yunyun felt that entrusting this matter to Han Qin was indeed a wise decision. Chapter 63. Exposure 1. Ruan Yunyun had completely cast aside the thought of Du Anan's threats to expose her until the next day at noon when Han Qin was preparing to drive her to school. A news alert popped up. Han Qin typically showed little interest in such notifications, but today, upon glancing at the image, he was taken aback. The picture depicted a woman being pinned to a sofa by a man. The woman's hands were held above her head, and while the man's face remained obscured, his physique was recognizable. The woman, though slightly masked, was unmistakably Ruan Yunyun. Upon seeing the image, Han Qin was immediately alarmed. When he read the accompanying title, he nearly dropped his phone. A certain university reveals a woman's extravagant nightlife. Ruan Yunyun, unaware of the disturbance, asked, Han Qin, what's wrong? Why aren't we leaving? After uttering these words, she received a message from Chu Ran. She opened her phone to find, Ruan Yunyun, there's a surprise waiting for you at school this afternoon. Just a reminder, be mentally prepared. Who sent that? Han Qin inquired, unable to suppress his concern. Chu Ran sent it, saying there's a surprise at school for me, but I'm not sure what she intends to expose this time. Expose? Yunyun, has Chu Ran threatened you? Han Qin recalled having sent away Chu Ran's relatives recently and was now contemplating how to negotiate with her to leave as well. He hadn't anticipated she would resort to exposing Ruan Yunyun. Was it possible that she sought to retaliate against Ruan Yunyun because of him? Furthermore, he had deleted the surveillance footage of Zhao Hui bullying Ruan Yunyun. How had this image surfaced? It seemed only Chu Ran knew of its existence, suggesting she must have provided it. No, this time it's not Chu Ran threatening me. It's Du Anan. However, this matter also involves Chu Ran and Zhao Hui. Du Anan has threatened you. When did this happen? Yunyun, why didn't you tell me sooner? Had Han Qin known of Du Anan's threats towards Ruan Yunyun, he would never have stood idly by. Had he intervened, today's image would not have circulated. This only happened yesterday. I believed I had nothing worthy of exposure, so I didn't inform you. I still have our chat records. You can take a look. Ruan Yunyun shared her conversations with Du Anan, Chu Ran, and Zhao Hui with Han Qin. After reading them, Han Qin's expression darkened considerably. Ruan Yunyun felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might be angry with her for not taking him seriously. Han Qin, I genuinely felt there was nothing worth exposing, which is why I didn't think much of it and forgot to mention it to you. Ruan Yunyun hoped Han Qin would not be upset with her. Han Qin, however, was incensed after perusing the chat records. The widespread dissemination of this news was surely the result of a paid promotion. At this stage, it was too late to intervene. Yunyun, you should have informed me about their threats the moment they occurred. Just leave such matters to me to handle. Han Qin, My reputation has long been sullied. Let them expose me if they wish. Rwan Yunyun remained convinced that she had nothing of significance to be exposed. Han Xin began composing a message to his uncle, requesting immediate assistance to suppress the trending news, before swiftly driving towards the school. As Rwan Yunyun opened her phone, she too received the news alert. She generally paid little attention to such messages, glancing briefly before closing her browser, thus failing to realize that the woman depicted was herself. The news reached not only her but also Chu Ran, Zhao Hui, and all the students at a school. Upon seeing the news, Zhao Hui felt a wave of panic. Although his face was not visible, anyone familiar with his physique would recognize him instantly, causing him to tremble with anxiety. He had known since yesterday that Du Ainin held a piece of leverage over Rwan Yunyun, but hadn't he anticipated it would be this photo? Only 4 individuals were aware of this matter: himself, Chu Ran, Han Xin, and Rwan Yunyun. Since Han Xin and Rwan Yunyun would never leak the photo, it could only have been Chu Ran who circulated it. Zhao Hui suppressed his trembling hands and body as he sent a message to Chu Ran. Chu Ran, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Why did you send this photo to Du Ainin? Have you lost your mind? Zhao Hui quickly sent a message questioning her intentions. Don't worry. You're not identifiable in the photo. No one will know that the person with Rwan Yunyun is you. Even if someone suspects it's you, as long as you deny it, it won't be you. Chu Ran thought it foolish to admit one's identity in such a scenario. Yet, Zhao Hui remained anxious and fearful. Chu Ran, do you not realize that there is no wall that does not let the wind through? If it were confirmed that I am that person, this could lead to my utter ruin. Zhao Hui could not suppress the roar within his heart. Zhao Hui, please do not be anxious. Once it is confirmed that the person in that picture is you, will you not argue that it was Rwan Yunyun who initiated the advances, inviting you into her embrace? Rwan Yunyun has long desired to share your bed. Such allegations will only lead others to believe you. Churan truly wished to berate Zhao Hui for his foolishness. It was astonishing how a trivial matter could so frighten him. It seemed he would never amount to anything significant. As Rwan Yunyun entered the classroom and took her seat, Churan deliberately stood up and called out loudly, Rwan Yunyun, why do I feel that the woman in this picture resembles you? Churan's intentionally loud inquiry was sufficient for the entire class to overhear, as she sought to swiftly direct public opinion towards Rwan Yunyun. Upon hearing Churan's question, Rwan Yunyun suddenly recalled something. She quickly scrolled through the recent notification and, upon seeing the picture, her complexion turned ashen. Indeed, she remembered. This image was from the day Zhao Hui had humiliated her, so this was what Du Ainin meant by exposure. But how did they obtain this photograph? Rwan Yunyun thought of Churan. Once again, it was Churan. Han Xin observed Rwan Yunyun's pale countenance and realized she had discovered the truth. He had already informed his uncle, who was dealing with the situation. His uncle had just messaged him that the trending post had been removed. The next step was to cleanse the internet, but that would take time. His uncle was managing the image and article, and now it was time for him to address the culprits. None of them would escape unscathed. Chapter 64. Exposure 2. Rwan Yunyun glanced at the headline. A certain female student's extravagant nightlife. Instantly, her entire body began to tremble. Why would Du Ainin joke about such a matter? Had she gone mad? Rwan Yunyun continued to read the content of the article, and with each line, her anger intensified. The article described the female student as a seasoned player in the dating scene, with countless boyfriends. Rwan Yunyun, you must honestly tell me, is the woman in this photograph you? Churan continued to loudly question. Steering the topic back to Rwan Yunyun, I think she resembles her. A fellow student chimed in. To be honest, if Churan had not pointed it out, she would not have associated the woman in the photograph with Rwan Yunyun. Yet, once reminded, she truly saw a striking resemblance between the two. Indeed, I recall Rwan Yunyun having a similar outfit. Another classmate concurred. I also think the woman's features bear a strong resemblance to Rwan Yunyun. It must be her. Who would have thought her private life was so colorful? It certainly gives us a new perspective. More students began to join the conversation. Don't you think that the male figure's physique looks familiar? Although he does not seem like Han Xin, one remarked, I think the man's physique somewhat resembles Zhao Hui's. Another suggested. Han Xin, did you know that Rwan Yunyun has such a vibrant nightlife? A student intentionally called out to Han Xin, which was met with a chorus of laughter from the class. Churan felt a surge of satisfaction. The public discourse had successfully shifted to Rwan Yunyun. She would continue to fan the flames, intensifying the scrutiny upon her. Without delay, she commented under the article using a pseudonym. I know this woman. She is a student in the design program at a university, and we have been friends for years. This article is far too conservative in its portrayal of her. In reality, her private life is even more chaotic and scandalous. Then, Churin used another pseudonym to like and comment on her previous post. Indeed, I know this woman as well. Not only do I know her, but I also have her contact information. If anyone wishes to reach out to her, please comment and like this post, and I will privately send you her details. Furthermore, this image has been censored, but I possess her pure and alluring unedited photos. Contact me if you wish to see them. These two comments quickly dominated the platform, garnering thousands of likes and comments within moments. And the rapid escalation thrilled Churin. Han Xin also took notice of the trending comments. He swiftly captured a screenshot and sent it to his uncle, urging him to disable the user. Ruan Yunyun felt disoriented, her mind a whirlwind, unable to escape the turmoil of the photograph. She was at a loss as to how to handle the situation, her entire being engulfed in confusion. Noticing her distress, Han Xin promptly took her phone and began to manage the situation. Unexpectedly, Du Anan sent another message. Ruan Yunyun, how do you feel about this news? I offered you an opportunity yesterday, yet you chose to disregard it. That is not my fault. However, I can still provide you with another chance. If you fulfill my two conditions now, I will wash your reputation clean with cash. What do you say? Han Xin swiftly replied to Du Anan's message. So it is Du Anan, is it? You now have the right to remain silent. Every word you utter will serve as evidence in court. I am preparing to sue you for defamation and for spreading false statements about Ruan Yunyun. So prepare to be held accountable. Upon receiving this message, Du Anan failed to realize that it was not Ruan Yunyun's tone. She found the threat of a lawsuit amusing, thinking it was a futile endeavor. Ruan Yunyun, you might not know that my father is a school board member. If you dare to sue me, I can easily tarnish your reputation. Du Anan, have you forgotten that there are chat records as evidence? Defamation and the dissemination of false information, coupled with threats, could land you behind bars. Similarly, Churin sent a message. Ruan Yunyun, the entire class knows you are the woman in the photograph. Prepare to be doxxed and subjected to online harassment. Churin, you now have the right to remain silent. Every word you say will be recorded as evidence. Han Xin also sent this message to Churin. Distributing someone else's private photos and making false statements about them carries legal consequences. Expect me to file charges against you. Churin was unconcerned about the prospect of Ruan Yunyun suing her, but when she saw Ruan Yunyun's phone in Han Xin's possession, she felt a twinge of panic. Han Xin's methods were far more ruthless than Ruan Yunyun's. Nevertheless, Churin remained undeterred. Han Xin accused her of distributing private photos, yet she had merely forwarded them to Du Anan. The one who disseminated the photograph was Du Anan. As for the false statements about Ruan Yunyun's private life, those were fabricated by Du Anan and had nothing to do with her. If sued, she would merely be called in for a statement and receive a verbal reprimand. Nothing more. Han Xin decided it was time for him to speak. Classmates, please refrain from downloading or sharing this information, as it is false. The involved party has already reported it. Upon hearing this, the students fell silent. Disseminating false information will lead to legal repercussions. After Han Xin's words, no one dared to download or share the image. Maliciously attacking the involved party with verbal assaults and personal attacks can also result in legal action being taken against you. If you wish to avoid trouble, please delete any inappropriate comments immediately. Han Xin's speech held considerable persuasive power, and most students began deleting their comments to avoid repercussions. Before the first period had even begun, Han Xin received a message from his uncle. The post had been removed, and the image that had been shared and downloaded was automatically intercepted and deleted by the system. Shortly thereafter, the author of the article publicly apologized online, sincerely expressing remorse to the woman mentioned in the article and stating their willingness to accept punishment. Seeing this news, Han Xin felt a sense of relief. It was now time for Uncle Mauzi to make his appearance. As soon as the first class of the afternoon concluded, Du Anan was taken away by Uncle Mauzi. Chapter 65. Punishment. Ruan Yunyun was no stranger to significant events. Although the rapid exposure of this incident initially left her somewhat flustered, she quickly regained her composure. Compared to her previous experiences in the psychiatric hospital, this was a mere trifle. Noticing Ruan Yunyun's demeanor returning to normal, Han Xin informed her of the outcome. Yunyun, do not worry. I am already addressing this matter, and you will receive a response soon. Trust me, those who caused this trouble will not escape unscathed. Ruan Yunyun believed him, expressing her gratitude with a simple word. She felt fortunate to have been given a second chance at life and relieved that she had not been blind to the opportunities around her. quickly seizing the chance to be with such a remarkable man as Han Qin. This time, she was grateful for Han Qin's support. Yun, the article has already been taken down. Han Qin opened the search engine, only to find that any information regarding the article from earlier had vanished without a trace. To be honest, if she were alone in this predicament, she would have no choice but to watch as public opinion continued to ferment. The only recourse available to her would be to report it to the authorities. However, collecting evidence against these unfounded online statements would prove challenging, and even after reporting them, it was unlikely that such false claims would be swiftly suppressed. Yet, Han Qin's approach was markedly different. The first action he took was to have these misleading articles taken down and deleted. Thus, the article that had just been trending was already removed from circulation. Now, searching any webpage yielded no information about it whatsoever. In Ruan Yunyun's eyes, the handling of this situation was not only prompt but also remarkably timely. Han Qin, how did you manage to accomplish this in such a short span of time? Ruan Yunyun pondered, unable to imagine the turmoil she would have faced had Han Qin not been by her side. My uncle happens to be a shareholder in the largest media outlet in City A. I simply sent him a message, and that's how quickly this matter was addressed, Han Qin revealed. His uncle was a board member at a university, and Han Qin's connections were seemingly endless. Whenever Ruan Yunyun encountered trouble, he always managed to find assistance to resolve her issues. Han Qin was akin to an angel sent by the heavens. In a past life, she must have pushed him away to have descended into hell. In this life, she was determined to hold on to him tightly. At present, the article and accompanying images have been taken down, and the journalist has issued an apology video, Han Qin stated as he clicked on the video to show Ruan Yunyun. The video commenced with the female author bowing in apology before the screen. The situation unfolded as follows. Today, I received a submission from a student named Du, who provided both the images and the article. Without verifying the authenticity of the claims, I published them online. I never anticipated that once the article was released, it would gain traction so swiftly, leading to the identification of the woman in the picture. It was only then that I realized the entire narrative was fabricated. Upon recognizing the inaccuracies, I immediately took down the article and the images. I urge anyone who has shared or downloaded this content to delete it at once. I sincerely apologize to the woman depicted in the article and to everyone affected. I acknowledge that my lack of diligence has caused significant harm to that woman and has contributed to a negative atmosphere in society. For this, I am deeply sorry. The author bowed once more in contrition. Now, in addition to apologizing for the harm caused to that woman, I am willing to offer financial compensation and accept societal condemnation and any penalties. I hope everyone learns from my mistakes and refrains from disseminating false information. The internet is not a lawless realm. We must engage civilly and rationally, and it is the duty and responsibility of every citizen to avoid believing, creating, or spreading rumors. The video concluded with another bow from the author. Han Qin, does this apology mean the matter is resolved? Ruan Yunyun inquired. Not at all. As far as I know, the author has already turned herself into the police and has revealed the identity of the person who provided her with the images and the article. That is why Du Anan has been summoned for questioning, Han Qin explained. What do you think will happen next? Ruan Yunyun asked. I'm not certain. We must patiently await the outcome, Han Qin replied. In the interrogation room, Du Anan was being questioned. Initially, she displayed an exceedingly arrogant demeanor and was unwilling to cooperate until the officer explained the law to her, at which point she began to comprehend the gravity of her situation. Committing an offense would entail accountability, which could manifest in either educational measures or detention. It was only when Du Anan learned that she might face criminal detention that her bravado began to crumble. Giving way to tears. Officer, I demand to see my father, she whimpered. Du Anan, please conduct yourself seriously and cooperate with our inquiries. You must understand that failure to cooperate and obstructing justice may result in your detention. The officer warned. Feeling the weight of these words, Du Anan began to tremble. Now, please answer our questions seriously. Did you provide the images for this article? Yes, she admitted. Please explain the source, intent, and purpose of this image. This image was sent to me by Chu Ran. She sent it to imply that Ruan Yunyun is living a dissolute life and might be involved with my boyfriend. And whom did you subsequently share this image with? What was your objective? Ruan Yunyun stole my boyfriend, and I merely intended to teach her a lesson. So I fabricated a story and submitted it to the media along with the image. What actions did you take afterward? Afterward, I even paid to have it promoted to ensure it spread rapidly. Are you aware that distorting facts and deliberately disseminating false information to disrupt public order constitutes a criminal offense, for which the police will pursue legal accountability? Du Ainen shook her head in denial. This fabricated article, propelled by your actions, has amassed over 1 billion views, with comments and shares reaching into the millions. Fortunately, the author of the article recognized the inaccuracy of her claims and swiftly took the article down, issuing an apology and promptly turning herself in to the authorities. Despite this, she still faces a detention period of 2 weeks. Upon hearing this, Du Ainen's spirit crumbled. "Officer, I never intended to break the law. Ruan Yunyun stole my boyfriend. I just wanted to teach her a lesson," she sobbed. However, the law is merciless. She must face the consequences of her actions. Regardless of her connections, as the second session of class concluded, Chu Ran was also taken in for questioning. Compared to Du Ainen, she remained remarkably composed. She knew she had not confided anything to Du Ainen, only providing her with a photograph, thus she was confident that she had committed no crime. "Chu Ran, it is true that you provided the images featured in the fabricated article to Ruan Yunyun. Correct? Yes, I admit that I sent the image to Du Ainen. However, my intent in doing so was solely to clear my name." The officer, sensing an opportunity, interjected, "Chu Ran, please understand that every statement you make must be substantiated with evidence." Chu Ran was prepared. "Officer, I have evidence. Damn, why chat history with Du Ainen serves as proof." She willingly offered her phone to the officer. The sequence of events is as follows. Yesterday, Du Ainen confronted me, questioning whether I had ever dated her boyfriend, who is now breaking up with her. She wanted to ascertain whether I had any involvement. I acknowledged that Du Ainen's boyfriend had liked me in the past, but I never reciprocated. Therefore, we have never been in a relationship. However, Du Ainen did not believe me. Later, I discovered that Ruan Yunyun was the instigator, manipulating Du Ainen to direct her anger toward me. Thus, to clear my name, I sent Du Ainen the photograph of Ruan Yunyun and her boyfriend to demonstrate the complexity of their relationship and my own innocence. Officer, I assure you, I had no knowledge that Du Ainen would use this photo to spread false claims and create public outrage. This matter truly has nothing to do with me. Chu Ran provided the photo to Du Ainen, but she did not instruct Du Ainen to use it to disseminate falsehoods. Therefore, she would likely face no repercussions, aside from perhaps a verbal admonition. The officer reviewed Chu Ran's phone and noted her chat history with Du Ainen, which indeed showed her repeatedly clarifying that she had no relationship with Zhao Hui. The image was shared only to illustrate the complicated relationship between Ruan Yunyun and Zhao Hui, thereby asserting her own innocence. After comparing Du Ainen's and Chu Ran's WeChat messages and finding no deleted content on Chu Ran's end, the officer provided her with a legal education and allowed her to return to school. Chu Ran's swift return to school left Han Xin and Ruan Yunyun in a state of shock. Events surrounding Ruan Yunyun seemed intricately linked to Chu Ran, yet Ruan Yunyun always managed to extricate herself and remain unscathed. What Ruan Yunyun did not foresee was that after such an incident, Chu Ran would not only remain unrepentant but would also deliberately intercept her in the restroom, brazenly warning her, "Ruan Yunyun, I never imagined you possessed such capability. A media article of this magnitude, taken down at your command, deleted at will, and an apology video made public. Admit it. You've got some skills. If we're talking about skills, Chu Ran, you are truly impressive, inciting others to commit crimes while remaining unscathed." "No one can match that talent," Ruan Yunyun retorted. Chu Ran smiled in response. "You're right. I do possess that talent, I assure you. Ruan Yunyun, this matter is far from over. The best is yet to come." Ruan Yunyun regarded Chu Ran, who had just been brought in for questioning, yet still dared to act so arrogantly. It seemed that one could only escape the consequences of their actions for so long. "Chu Ran, it appears the officer's lesson was insufficient. Perhaps a brief period of detention will instill some wisdom in you. Proceed with your schemes if you wish. We shall see who ultimately prevails." Ruan Yunyun was well aware that her reminder would only embolden Chu Ran to act more recklessly against her, so she decided to face it head-on. Upon returning to the classroom, Ruan Yunyun relayed Chu Ran's recent brazen actions to Han Xin. Han Xin, upon hearing this, was equally infuriated. "I have just received news myself." Chu Ran went to the police station to provide her statement, claiming that she sent that image to Du Ainen to prove her innocence. She stated that she had no knowledge that Du Ainen would use the image for unlawful purposes, and thus, after being given a warning, she was released. And what about Du Ainen? How is she faring? Her actions have already violated the law. Besides being reprimanded, She also faces the possibility of criminal detention. Yun, do not be upset. I have a plan to deal with Chu Ran. Yes, but Han Qin, Duanan serves as a cautionary tale. You cannot resort to illegal methods to handle Chu Ran that I understand. I am not ignorant of the law. Furthermore, after school today, Chu Ran will voluntarily leave the Ruan residence. In this matter. Han Qin finally managed to vent some of Ruan Yun's frustrations. Is this true? Does Chu Ran actually intend to leave? This is not a matter of her willingness. That evening, after Ruan Yun and Han Qin had finished dinner and were preparing to take Xiao He for a walk, Chu Ran arrived at their doorstep. Han Qin, come out. Ruan Yun glanced at Han Qin. Yun, do not worry. Chu Ran has come to see me, but she is merely attempting a desperate last-ditch effort. She does not wish to leave the Ruan family. Yet she has no choice. Will you meet her or not? Of course, I shall meet her. Rest assured, my intention is to dishearten her. All right, I will take Xiao He for a walk first. Ruan Yun encountered Chu Ran at the door, and shortly thereafter, she took Xiao He for a stroll. Han Qin stepped outside as well, and having learned from the previous encounter, he promptly secured the courtyard gate, denying Chu Ran any opportunity for entry. Speak, what is it that you want? Han Qin, do not go too far. I did not agree to leave, so why did you instruct the butler to throw out my belongings? Chu Ran, this matter does not hinge on your agreement. If you choose to leave, I will transfer the money to you, and you can sign the release. If you refuse to leave, we will pursue legal action. Do not say I did not warn you. You will end up with nothing. Han Qin, what is so commendable about Ruan Yun? Why are you so intent on supporting her? You must realize, even Zhao Hui does not find her appealing. That merely shows Zhao Hui's lack of discernment. Of course, I must also thank Zhao Hui for his poor judgment, as it is precisely why Ruan Yun has taken an interest in me. Soon, I will be engaged to Yun, and we shall establish a new family together. This is my reason for supporting her. Chu Ran, if you have any sense, take the money that Uncle Ruan has given you and lead a good life. Do not attempt to target Yun. Your future will be much brighter if you do. If you refuse to heed my advice, then I am afraid your future will be quite bleak. Chu Ran's face twisted into a cold smile as she sneered. I am afraid I am not one to take counsel. I merely sent Duanan a photograph, yet I possess a video of the entire incident on my phone. If I were to release an edited segment online, it could ruin Ruan Yun's reputation. Are you certain that someone like me could not gain acceptance in your family? Just today, you were schooled by Uncle Mao, and you have already forgotten? Your intention in sending that image to Duanan was to incite her to spread falsehoods against Yun. You were clever enough to avoid direct blame, which is why you have evaded consequences thus far. If you dare to disseminate others' private videos alongside false claims, I will find a way to ensure you face the law. Han Qin hoped that these warnings would resonate with Chu Ran. Chapter 67. Driving away Chu Ran. Han Qin wished for Chu Ran to heed his caution. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran erupted into laughter. Han Qin, you are foolish. How could I possibly use my own information to spread falsehoods? Am I to have my head kicked by a donkey? I tell you, if you force me out today, tomorrow I will have the video posted online. What do you say? Can I stay? Han Qin looked at Chu Ran with a growing sense of disdain. He found her face utterly detestable. Did the butler not inform you why you must leave? You colluded with a few of your relatives to steal Ruan Yun's jewelry and sell it. The surveillance footage is crystal clear. And that is not all. Your relatives who have already left have confessed everything in detail. I possess records of the time, place, and process, including the distribution of the proceeds. If you have any sense, you should leave quickly. If not, I shall deliver you straight to the police. Han Qin knew that without demonstrating some authority, Chu Ran would refuse to leave. Chu Ran, however, was taken aback by Han Qin's assertiveness. Very well, Han Qin, you are indeed ruthless. I shall leave. But know that I will hold Ruan Yun accountable for this. With that, Chu Ran exited in a fit of anger. Upon finding the butler, she signed her name on the agreement he presented and took the check he provided before departing. As Chu Ran looked at her belongings, she promptly contacted Zhao Hui. In a short while, he arrived in a rented car. He had learned of his own relatives being dismissed, yet he had not anticipated that Ruan Yun would also expel Chu Ran. Ruan Yun, you have gone too far, and I warned you that if you dealt with Chu Ran, I would not let you off easily. Chu Ran, I did not expect Ruan Yun to treat you this way. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Chu Ran could not suppress a derisive laugh. Zhao Hui was a fool. Now that he had been cast aside by Ruan Yun, he held no value. If it were not for her current desperation, how could she allow Zhao Hui to come to her aid? Zhao Hui? Ruan Yunyun has already thrown me out. Did you not say you would help me seek justice? Go, Ruan Yunyun is out walking her dog right now. Go and help me vent my frustrations. Chu ran. Zhao Hui had promised to assist her in seeking justice, but this was not the kind of justice he had in mind. His original intention was to live happily with Chu Ran and to slap Ruan Yunyun in the face, making her furious. Go on. Zhao Hui reluctantly turned to find Ruan Yunyun, for he indeed had many questions to pose to her. As he walked further, he soon spotted Ruan Yunyun walking her dog. Ruan Yunyun, stop right there. Ruan Yunyun turned at the sound of his voice, recognizing Zhao Hui as the one who had driven away her relatives and expelled Chu Ran. She suspected he had come to settle scores with her. Fine, she would give him a chance to see how he would confront her. Speak. What is it you desire? Ruan Yunyun, do you not think your actions are excessive? You have expelled me, and now you have driven away my relatives as well. Indeed, I have expelled them, yet I have also provided them with reasonable treatment and compensation. They have left my home, but they can seek employment elsewhere. What is it to you? Yunyun, I never knew you to be such a person. When did you become so malicious and unreasonable? Another personal attack. Malicious and unreasonable? Thank you for the compliment. If I had not transformed into such a person, how could my life be so comfortable? I reiterate, I am the eldest daughter of the Ruan family. I do not need to explain myself for dismissing a servant. If you find it unacceptable, you will have to swallow it. Zhao Hui was infuriated by Ruan Yunyun's words. When had she become so unreasonable? Previously, she had always heeded his words without daring to retort. Now, in just a few days, she had transformed into this. However, it mattered little. Zhao Hui had no intention of liking her over such trivial matters. Zhao Hui nodded in anger. Very well, I may overlook you expelling my relatives. But what is the meaning of driving away Chu Ran? Do you not realize how dangerous it is for a girl like her to be out on her own? Apologies, but I do not know. Chu Ran, like you, is neither family nor friend. My father has already done a tremendous service in raising you. And now that he has provided ample living expenses for you to depart, you should be grateful. If you are concerned for Chu Ran, then apply yourself and provide for her. However, given your current circumstances, you are indeed incapable of supporting her. No, that should not be said. Given your current capabilities and state, Chu Ran would not look twice at you. Ruan Yunyun, must you take matters to such extremes? How absurd. Did this person lack any sense of boundaries or decency? Zhao Hui, have you forgotten what you did to me? It was my father who had you expelled. You are ungrateful, a wolf in sheep's clothing. As for Chu Ran, she is even more unworthy of mention. She incited Li and Zhuoye to target me. And while I let that slide, she also provided material to mislead Duanan into launching an online attack against me. All the blame fell upon Duanan, while she remains unscathed. Tell me, if I do not expel her, whom should I expel? She dined at my table, benefited from my family's generosity, and then sought to ruin me. I have been more than generous in merely driving her away while still providing her with a substantial sum of money. She should be grateful, and so should you. Zhao Hui initially approached Ruan Yunyun to engage in a debate, but now he finds himself at a loss for words as Ruan Yunyun counters him effectively. Ruan Yunyun, tell me, if I had acquiesced to your wishes earlier and agreed to date you, would these circumstances have transpired? Is it not true that your vengeful mindset stems from my rejection of you? You have not only directed this disdain towards me, but also towards my relatives and even the person I hold dear. You intend to spare no one. It appears Zhao Hui still believes that Ruan Yunyun's actions are motivated by a desire to retaliate for his perceived loss. Absolutely not. Please refrain from indulging in self-deception and overthinking. In fact, my actions stem entirely from my disinterest in you. I no longer wish to be subservient to someone like you, who is, to me, nothing more than a stranger. It is entirely reasonable for you two outsiders to vacate my home. Moreover, your presence here tonight is undoubtedly related to Churen's situation. Therefore, I advise you to counsel Churen to live well and confront reality. For that is what is best for her. Do not continue to scheme against me. Such behavior will only ensnare her further. Soon as Ruan Yunyun finished speaking, Han Qin approached, and it seemed that the moment he left Yunyun's side, trouble ensued. Isn't what Yunyun said clear enough? You should leave at once. Upon seeing Han Qin arrive, Zhao Hui dared not utter another word and left in disgrace. Chapter 68. The clown returns. Han Qin walked over and took Ruan Yunyun's hand, lamenting that a phone call had delayed him, allowing Zhao Hui to intrude. Zhao Hui was now on Han Qin's blacklist. Every encounter only fueled his desire to confront him. Yunyun, Has Zhao Hui harmed you in any way? No, he has not. With you by my side, he dares not act against me. He lacks any real capability and is merely boasting with empty words. What did he say to you? He accused me of unjustly expelling his relatives and, even more so, of sending Churin and her kin away. He came to vent his frustrations on my behalf. Unfortunately for him, he left utterly defeated after our exchange. You heard it all, didn't you? He was rendered speechless. Upon hearing this, Han Qin felt a sense of relief. It seemed he must remain by Yunyun's side at all times. Since Zhao Hui has emerged to defend Churin, it is likely that Churin has finally come to her senses and will leave the Ruan household quietly. As if to suggest that Churin would leave willingly was absurd. If Han Qin held leverage over her, how could she possibly depart obediently? Churin, how could she ever leave without reluctance? Then it follows that she is unwilling to depart. Ruan Yunyun surmised as much. Indeed, Yunyun, there is something I must confess to you. You are aware that the photo of you that was exposed today was provided by Churin, correct? Yes, I am aware. Han Qin? I recall you mentioning that you had deleted the video of Zhao Hui's misconduct towards me. How then does Churin still possess it? I find it puzzling as well. After you recounted the events to me that day, I immediately went to your home, confronted Zhao Hui, and evicted him. Shortly thereafter, I accessed the surveillance room to delete that video, so why does Churin still have it? She recently claimed that her phone contains not just that image, but the entire video. Ruan Yunyun frowned upon hearing this. It is possible that Churin captured evidence before you deleted the video. If she has such materials, she may intend to use them against me. Rest assured, I have warned her that should she dare to maliciously disseminate your privacy, she will face legal repercussions. This incident alone has led to Du An's detention. If she were to spread such information recklessly, I would ensure she serves a lengthy sentence. Hearing this, Ruan Yunyun felt reassured. It is fine. In that video, I am the victim, and there is nothing for me to fear. It is Zhao Hui who should be afraid, for his intentions towards me were inappropriate. If I pursue this, he too shall face imprisonment. Exactly, Yunyun. You need not worry. I will speak with Churin regarding the video and resolve this matter. Very well, I trust you. Oh, by the way, Churin came seeking you earlier, hoping to cling to the Ruan household. Did she not? Since she is reluctant to leave, what means do you have to ensure her departure? You are right, Yunyun. Churin approached me precisely because she does not wish to leave the Ruan household. However, I possess evidence against her, which leaves her no choice but to comply. Evidence? Indeed, I know you tend to neglect your personal belongings, leading to frequent losses. Hence, I consulted Aunt Wu. She informed me that she keeps a record of your possessions. Yet items often vanish inexplicably. She previously warned you about this, but you did not heed her advice. Aunt Wu also shared with me the list of missing items and mentioned some suspicious individuals. Following the leads Aunt Wu provided, I arranged for surveillance footage to be reviewed and discovered substantial evidence. Most of the thefts of your belongings involved Churin's relatives, and Churin herself was complicit. Subsequently, I had the butler interrogate her relatives, and in their desperation to protect themselves, they revealed everything. Their testimonies, combined with the surveillance footage, are the true reasons for Churin's impending departure. Why would Churin resort to such actions? My father has always been generous towards her, providing for her needs. However, he has never indulged her with luxury items, having stated that she would need to work after graduating from university, as he did not want to foster extravagant habits in her. I never imagined she would covet my belongings. Yunyun, you are correct. She has failed to accurately position herself and has not recognized her place. You are the daughter of the Ruan family, and it is only natural for you to utilize your father's possessions. Churin, however, is not related to your father in any way. His generosity in providing for her basic needs is already more than sufficient. Moreover, your father treats both you and her equally, and it is her own insatiable greed and lack of self-awareness that lead her to covet what belongs to others. After listening to Han Qin's analysis, Ruan Yunyun found it to be quite accurate. Churin's attitude is fundamentally misplaced. Not only has Churin failed to adjust her attitude, but she harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you. Believing that without you, she could enjoy your lifestyle and possess all that you have. Such a twisted and perverse mentality. Thus, Yunyun, it is indeed the right choice to expel Churin. Such individuals are insatiable. She merely seeks to take everything that belongs to Ruan Yunyun. Indeed, my life has been thrown into chaos by her presence. Had she not interfered, my life would be far more fulfilling. It feels as if she has been sent by fate to torment me. Rest assured, with me here, Churin will find it impossible to approach you again. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yunyun smiled in delight. Han Qin, you are the angel sent from above to remain by my side. I am incredibly fortunate to have encountered you in this life. Meeting you and igniting the spark of love between us is the greatest honor of my existence. Han Qin's heart swelled with joy upon hearing her words. Yunyun, do you truly feel this way? Indeed, more genuine than pure gold. Nothing could bring Han Qin more happiness than hearing this affirmation. The two exchanged smiles and embraced tightly, savoring the warmth they provided each other. Ruan Yunyun gazed up at the handsome figure before her. Truth be told, her life had been tumultuous due to Zhao Hui's and Churen's disruptions. Now, with such a strikingly handsome man before her, she regretted not taking the time to appreciate and enjoy his presence. It was truly a missed opportunity. At that moment, the streetlights illuminated Zhao Hui's face, revealing his undeniable handsomeness. Ruan Yunyun thought that if she continued to overlook such a splendid opportunity, it would be even more regrettable. She should take the initiative. Ruan Yunyun slightly rose on her toes, wrapped her arms around Han Qin's neck, tilted her face up, and kissed him softly on the lips. Chapter 69. Fanning the flames. The following day on her way to school, Ruan Yunyun found herself reminiscing about the beautiful moments from the previous night when she kissed Han Qin, a smile unconsciously gracing her face. Such a wonderful event could certainly be repeated. However, being proactive alone would not suffice. She needed Han Qin to take the initiative as well. Ruan Yunyun felt it prudent to play a strategic retreat, allowing Han Qin to feel a twinge of anxiety. For instance, now that Churen and Zhao Hui had left the Ruan household, perhaps she should suggest that it was time for her to return home and observe Han Qin's reaction. Han Qin, I have an idea. What is it? Since both Zhao Hui and Churen have vacated my home, should I consider returning to live with my family? Han Qin immediately dismissed the notion. Not yet. Why not? Yunyun, although you have expelled Zhao Hui and Churen, their relatives have yet to be completely removed. Your father's associates still need to be dealt with, huh? How could Ruan Yunyun have forgotten this? Han Qin, what progress has been made regarding my father? Things are going well, albeit at a slower pace. Therefore, until we have successfully executed the plan to remove them, it is safer for you to continue residing in my home, with me by your side. You will have someone to look out for you. It turns out that keeping Ruan Yunyun at his home is for her safety. Well, she understands Han Qin's intentions now. Yunyun, are you worried about something? What is there to worry about? Ruan Yunyun has nothing to be concerned about. Although she has moved into Han Qin's house, nothing has transpired between them, until their relationship receives acknowledgement from their parents. Han Qin would certainly not act inappropriately towards her. Dad, please come home soon and personally entrust me to Han Qin. All right? It seems Han Qin has sensed something. Yunyun, rest assured, until Uncle Ruan formally hands you over to me, I will not have any improper thoughts. Can you please feel at ease while staying at my home? Improper thoughts? She knew it would be like this. Ruan Yunyun thought that if Han Qin were to have improper thoughts about her, she would be over the moon, and she wouldn't be waiting for her father to return to entrust herself to Han Qin. She is currently in a state of occupying a space without contributing anything. Dad, please return quickly after hearing my heartfelt plea and hand me over to Han Qin. All right. Ruan Yunyun is somewhat worried that Han Qin might be swayed by someone else, considering her own circumstances. Okay. As the two arrived at school, no one dared to speak carelessly about Ruan Yunyun, especially since someone like Du Anan, whose father is a school board member, had already been detained for education. How could ordinary students dare to provoke Ruan Yunyun openly? Chu Ran took the bus with Zhao Hui today. She had been angry all night, yet Zhao Hui persistently clung to her for a two-player game. She suddenly felt as if she had been kicked in the head by a mule. How could she have ended up with such a useless man? When she saw Ruan Yunyun and Han Qin walking into the classroom together, her resentment peaked. Why does Ruan Yunyun get to have such an exceptional man? Why is she being cherished by such a wonderful boy? Why is she only worthy of being with someone like Zhao Hui? Why is it that only Zhao Hui is attracted to her? Where does she fall short compared to Ruan Yunyun? Why? The more Chu Ran thought about it, the angrier she became. If you won't let me have a good time, then you shouldn't expect to have one either. After being warned by Han Qin yesterday, she had decided to temporarily let Ruan Yunyun be. She could spare her, but who would spare her? Chu Ran looked at the images on her phone and suddenly hatched an idea. During the break, a curious girl, upon seeing Han Qin and Ruan Yunyun laughing together without a care, could no longer hold her tongue. Chu Ran, after such a major incident with Ruan Yunyun yesterday, how can she still smile today? Her psychological resilience is truly impressive. Of course, People with thick skin are like that. Chu Ran immediately interjected. You say that article was fabricated, but that picture is real, which indicates that Yun Yun indeed had some involvement with that man. Does Han Xin truly not care? Who knows? Perhaps they are just passing acquaintances who are drawn to each other. That must be it. Hearing you say this, I can actually understand their relationship better. Chu Ran, since you are familiar with Wang Yunyun, can you tell me who that man in the picture is? He looks a bit like Zhao Hui. Is he Zhao Hui? Upon hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Chu Ran's face. Wang Yunyun, this isn't my assertion. It's what this classmate has deduced, I don't know. However, Wang Yunyun has always been infatuated with Zhao Hui and has attempted to climb into his bed numerous times. But unfortunately, Zhao Hui isn't interested in her at all. Tell me, if Zhao Hui doesn't even look at her, how could Han Xin possibly like her? It's likely that Wang Yunyun used her body to entice Han Xin and maintain their relationship. But Han Xin seems to be falling for her type. Heard Wang Yunyun has already moved into Han Xin's house. They are quite avant-garde, living together. Chu Ran, if the man in that picture is Zhao Hui, it implies that Wang Yunyun has indeed shared a bed with him. How could Han Xin accept that? I simply cannot comprehend. Chu Ran felt an opportunity had arisen. Classmate, you are mistaken. I suspect Han Xin is unaware of Wang Yunyun's past with Zhao Hui. Otherwise, he would surely despise her. Is that so? Then we should remind Han Xin not to be deceived by Wang Yunyun. Forget it. I wouldn't dare say anything. Wang Yunyun already hates me. If she finds out I informed Han Xin, she would surely skin me alive. I won't meddle any further, and I advise you not to either. But I simply cannot stand her. Why should someone so mediocre as her be able to attract a man like Han Xin? Chu Ran, the person in that picture is Zhao Hui, right? Don't ask me. I dare not speculate. You should figure it out for yourself, but whatever you conclude, do not attribute it to me. The classmates seem to have heard some shocking news. That person is indeed Zhao Hui. I thought the figure looked so much like him. I can't believe it actually is him. This is truly shocking. Chu Ran smirked wickedly. She had now spread the news and was merely waiting for its repercussions. Han Xin, I possess images and videos, yet I can still guide public opinion towards Wang Yunyun without using them. She can prepare herself for the continued online harassment from her peers. Moreover, this way, it can link Zhao Hui and Wang Yunyun together while ensuring Zhao Hui disappears from her side, achieving two objectives with one action. Chapter 70. Stirring up trouble. Early this morning, the news of the author of yesterday's trending article being criminally detained was published on the school's website and forums. This notification of detention served as a warning to university students that speaking recklessly about unfounded matters and disseminating baseless information would lead to legal consequences. Therefore, the students of a university dared not openly discuss the matter anymore. Wang Yunyun sighed in relief as her surroundings became much quieter. She finally enjoyed a half-day of peace. In the afternoon, while Wang Yunyun was preparing to go to the restroom, she passed by a corridor and overheard a few girls from her class discussing. It looks like, yes, it's just like the outfit in the photo. That figure is undoubtedly Zhao Hui. Wang Yunyun thought to herself, surely no one else is foolish enough to take risks. These three girls chattering away could only mean trouble. Fine, as long as they don't openly name and slander her, she'll pretend she hasn't heard anything. Wang Yunyun resolved to ignore them and tried to pass by quickly. Yet, someone was intent on stirring up trouble. Wang Yunyun, wait, I have something to ask you. Wang Yunyun turned her head to look at the group of female classmates, noticing that the other two hurriedly pulled the one who was speaking back. The girl on the left whispered in her ear, Zhang Qin, what are you doing? Don't provoke Wang Yunyun. You know she is vengeful. Exactly, Zhang Qin, we shouldn't mess with her. The girl on the right also began to advise. Zhang Qin, however, impatiently shook off their hands. I'm not afraid. Why are you too scared? Honestly, I'm not trying to slander Wang Yunyun. I just want to ask if it's true. Wang Yunyun stopped in her tracks. Zhang Qin, do you need something? Nothing, just a question out of curiosity, wanting to know if it's true. If it's about me, I advise you not to ask, Wang Yunyun replied, preparing to leave. Zhang Qin stepped forward to block her. Actually, what I want to ask is about you. Only then did Wang Yunyun give Zhang Qin a proper look, surprised that someone was so fearless. Sorry, but no comment. Wang Yunyun attempted to bypass her. Zhang Qin persisted, still blocking her path. Wang Yunyun, take a look. Is this person him? Him? Following Zhang Qin's finger, Wang Yunyun saw Zhao Hui's back. When she turned back to glance at Zhang Qin's phone, she saw the image of the man pressing her down. Enlarged, and the clothing and figure matched Zhao Hui perfectly. In an instant, Wang Yunyun understood Zhang Qin's implication. Wang Yunyun, The entire school is saying that the man who pressed you down is Zhao Hui. Hadn't this matter already been settled? Why was Zhang Qin still bringing it up? And why did they still have that picture on their phones? No comment. Ruan Yunyun was unwilling to engage further and attempted to sidestep them again. However, Zhang Qin seemed to have anticipated her move and accurately blocked her path once more. Come on, sister, satisfy our curiosity and tell us if that man is Zhao Hui. Ruan Yunyun took a deep breath. Zhang Qin, do you know that curiosity killed the cat? Ruan Yunyun urged Zhang Qin not to meddle. Ruan Yunyun, we understand that the article from yesterday fabricated your chaotic private life, and we don't believe that. However, the authenticity of that photo hasn't been denied. This means that the photo exists. Since it exists, there can be no false accusations. Now we just feel that the man who pressed you down is Zhao Hui, right? Also, may I ask if Han Qin knows that this man is Zhao Hui? Some time ago, your infatuation with Zhao Hui was evident to all, yet we remain unaware of your persistent desire to share his bed. We have also heard that despite your numerous efforts, you have failed to ascend to Zhao Hui's bed. One wonders how much effort you expended this time to have Zhao Hui sprawled atop you in that photograph. And whether you succeeded, to be frank, Ruan Yunyun truly wished to avoid conflict with these classmates, yet they persist in meddling in affairs that do not concern them, often distorting the truth. Classmate Zhang Qin, I advise you to speak with caution, Ruan Yunyun cautioned. What's wrong? Is it forbidden to speak the truth? Upon noticing Ruan Yunyun's changing demeanor, the two classmates grew concerned and rushed to restrain Zhang Qin. Zhang Qin, stop it. Ruan Yunyun is angry. Exactly, be wary of her retaliation. What is there to fear? I'm not easily intimidated. Ruan Yunyun, who would have thought that two handsome boys in our class are your intimate companions? You truly have a talent for charming them. This, Ruan Yunyun could no longer tolerate the taunting. Zhang Qin, I advise you to enjoy the spectacle without overstepping your bounds. Be cautious lest you invite misfortune. Having uttered this warning, Ruan Yunyun prepared to leave, and Zhang Qin dared not block her path again. Indeed, Zhang Qin intended to intercept her, but was restrained by the other two classmates. Zhang Qin, let us not provoke Ruan Yunyun. What is there to fear? What can she do to us? She merely possesses more wealth than we do. If I find her intolerable, I shouldn't be silenced. You both witnessed how I mocked her moments ago. Didn't you? She wouldn't dare retaliate. Zhang Qin's sense of superiority stemmed from her accolades. Despite her less fortunate background, she consistently earned the titles of outstanding class leader and excellent poverty scholarship recipient. Thus, she felt justified in her disdain. Zhang Qin, Ruan Yunyun may not dare confront us, but she has Han Qin by her side. Han Qin cannot abide any injustice towards her. Have you heard? Han Qin's uncle is a director of our school. If he disapproves of you, he could easily create trouble for you. One classmate cautioned Zhang Qin against provoking Ruan Yunyun. While enjoying the spectacle is one thing, needlessly antagonizing a potential adversary is unwise. I am not afraid. What I said earlier was not serious. You may not know, but I suspect Han Qin is unaware that the man in that photo is Zhao Hui. Just think, if I were to inform Han Qin that the man pressing Ruan Yunyun is indeed Zhao Hui, would he not immediately break up with her? Zhang Qin believed that a woman like Ruan Yunyun did not deserve a classmate as admirable as Han Qin. Zhang Qin, I think we should merely observe from the sidelines and avoid getting involved. Another classmate expressed concern about potential repercussions. Look at you two, what are you so afraid of? We are merely stating facts. We're not fabricating lies to defame her. What could she possibly do to me? Ruan Yunyun was incensed, suspecting that Chu Ran was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. To be honest, she did not wish for this photograph to escalate into a public scandal, as it was an undignified matter. However, if Chu Ran continued to use it to instigate conflict, the one who would ultimately suffer was Zhao Hui. Thus, Ruan Yunyun felt compelled to speak with Zhao Hui, urging him to caution Chu Ran against further provocations, lest the consequences become unbearable for him. Chapter 71. Avoiding disaster. The matter was swiftly quelled, leading the students of a school to view Ruan Yunyun as someone not to be trifled with. Consequently, no one dared to openly provoke her, nor did anyone wish to associate closely with her. During the last physical education class of the afternoon, no one offered to practice volleyball with Ruan Yunyun, who, fortuitously, was not inclined to move. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to seek out Zhao Hui for a conversation. She sent Zhao Hui a message requesting a meeting. 5 minutes later, Zhao Hui arrived at the agreed-upon location. Ruan Yunyun, what is it you wish to discuss? Zhao Hui, I sought you out to address the matter of that photograph. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hui frowned slightly. What is there to discuss regarding that photograph? It marks a disgraceful chapter in my history. Indeed, there is little to discuss at that time. Han Qin had already deleted the video of you attempting to bully me. Yet Chu Ran possesses not only that photograph, but also the complete video of the incident. Therefore, I came to urge you to persuade Chu Ran to cease using that photograph and video to create disturbances, for in the end, the one who will suffer is you, Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui had not anticipated that Chu Ran would retain the video and photograph. He pondered what her intentions were in keeping such evidence. Zhao Hui, are you even listening to me? Ruan Yunyun's words struck Zhao Hui like a blow, yet he quickly regained his composure. He recalled Chu Ran mentioning that he was not visible in the photograph. As long as he did not admit it, no one could prove it was him. Ruan Yunyun, rest assured, I am not identifiable in that photograph. As long as I do not acknowledge it, no one will dare claim it is me. Even if someone does manage to prove it, what then? You were the one who pursued me so earnestly, attempting to climb into my bed. I merely need to assert that you were the one who seduced me, and they would believe me. After hearing this, Ruan Yunyun smirked coldly. She had encountered foolishness before, but never such blatant ignorance. Zhao Hui, photographs may be subject to interpretation, but what of the video? The video contains sound, imagery, and physical actions. Have you forgotten the events of that day? I had left the room and was in the courtyard when you forcibly pulled me back inside, throwing me onto the sofa and then pressing down on me. The video captures not only my resistance, but also my cries for help. Are you truly convinced that I was the one seducing you? Zhao Hui was now sweating profusely. Indeed, while a photograph could be manipulated, a video was indisputable. Ruan Yunyun, what do you want me to do? I have already stated my intention. I want you to persuade Chu Ran to refrain from using the photograph and video to instigate trouble. You know what? This morning, Li Qin and two other classmates scrutinized your silhouette, repeatedly questioning whether that figure was you. Upon seeing me pass by, they intentionally obstructed my path, pulling up that photograph on their phones and magnifying the image of your back, demanding I confirm whether that man was you. This matter had seemingly settled, yet they continue to stir it up. It is clear that Chu Ran is involved. Zhao Hui, I am currently the primary victim in this photograph. It is an embarrassing matter for me, and I do not wish for it to be discussed among our classmates. However, should anyone persist in clinging to this photograph, I will have no choice but to reveal the truth. And what is the truth? You know it better than anyone. Thus, Ruan Yunyun firmly believed it was in Zhao Hui's best interest to advise Chu Ran against further provocations. If the situation escalated beyond control, she would be compelled to disclose the truth to protect her reputation, which would inevitably implicate him. Ruan Yunyun's words had a profound impact. She could see the beads of sweat forming on Zhao Hui's forehead. Fine, I will discuss this matter with Chu Ran. Having uttered this, Zhao Hui prepared to seek out Chu Ran, but then recalled his aunt's situation and wished to spare her from distress. Ruan Yunyun, regarding my aunt, Ruan Yunyun promptly interrupted him. Let us discuss Aunt Zhang in person. With that, Zhao Hui turned to leave. After meeting with Zhao Hui, Ruan Yunyun made her way to the basketball court to watch Han Qin play. After class, the two returned to the classroom to gather their belongings and prepare to head home. They had not anticipated that both Chu Ran and Zhao Hui would also be present in the classroom. It seemed Zhao Hui was discussing the photograph and video with Chu Ran. She wondered how their conversation was progressing. Ruan Yunyun hoped Chu Ran would heed Zhao Hui's advice and cease her provocations. After all that had transpired, there was little left to discuss among the four of them. Unfazed by the presence of others, Ruan Yunyun and Han Qin cheerfully packed their belongings when, at that moment, Zhang Qin entered. She had not expected such a fortuitous opportunity and seized it to make her voice heard. Ruan Yunyun, about this morning's incident, I was in the wrong. I should not have accused you. I have come to apologize. Ruan Yunyun regarded Zhang Qin's demeanor. It hardly resembled an apology, but rather an invitation for conflict, and no need. Han Qin shot a disapproving glance at Zhang Qin, hoping she would refrain from instigating trouble, lest it backfire on her. Absolutely not. I must apologize for my actions. This morning, I suddenly found Zhao Hui's silhouette familiar, so reminiscent of the man in that photograph. Just as Ruan Yunyun passed by, I couldn't help but ask, Ruan Yunyun, is that man in yesterday's photo, the one on top of you, Zhao Hui? His back looked so much like Zhao Hui's. Even his clothing matched perfectly. I realized I might have overstepped, but my curiosity got the better of me, and I couldn't resist asking in hindsight, I acknowledge my indiscretion. At present, Han Xin is engaged in conversation with Ruan Yunyun regarding boyfriends, while Chu Ran and Zhao Hui have also entered into a relationship. I wonder, will my inquiry disrupt the harmony among the four of you? Therefore, I have come specifically to apologize to Ruan Yunyun. Regardless of whether that man is Zhao Hui or not, I should not have asked. Ruan Yunyun, would you kindly disregard my question? Ruan Yunyun cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Qin. This Zhang Qin, with her insidious demeanor, feigned an apology while genuinely seeking to sow discord between her and Han Xin. Han Xin is acutely aware of the situation. Why provoke him when there are countless others to choose from? Such self-inflicted turmoil is inescapable. Han Xin cherishes himself above all. If you provoke me, await your reckoning at Han Qin's hands, you unperceptive individual. Unable to restrain herself, Ruan Yunyun remarked, Zhang Qin, if you don't court disaster, you won't meet your demise. Zhang Qin, however, remained obstinate. Ruan Yunyun, I have already apologized. Please, be magnanimous and do not stoop to my level, all right? Han Xin, I was merely speaking nonsense earlier. Please do not take it to heart. After all, who doesn't have a past, right? Han Xin shot Zhang Qin a disdainful glance once more. As a mere clown, you should refrain from causing trouble. I fear you may not withstand the consequences. Having uttered this, Han Xin took Ruan Yunyun's hand and exited. Chapter 72 was nothing short of delightful. Han Xin and Ruan Yunyun were unaffected by Zhang Qin's words and returned home in high spirits, confirming Zhang Qin's role as nothing more than a petty jester. After dinner, the two spent some time in the study when Han Xin suddenly recalled Zhang Qin's antics. Yunyun, what is the deal with Zhang Qin? Upon hearing Han Xin mention Zhang Qin, Ruan Yunyun sighed. She probably heard Chu Ran's provocations and disapproves of my dual affections. Dual affections, indeed, being your girlfriend while also being ambiguous with Zhao Hui. Han Xin comprehended the situation this time. Ruan Yunyun, you mustn't speak recklessly. I am not speaking recklessly. Zhang Qin was clearly attempting to imply that I am leading two lives. That is precisely why I labeled her a clown. Yunyun, would you like me to confront her? Let's not stoop to her level. Very well, by the way, Yunyun, tomorrow is Friday. Do you have any plans for the weekend? Ruan Yunyun shook her head in response. No plans, she sighed, having hoped to see her father this week. Yunyun, do you miss Uncle Ruan? Han Xin immediately grasped Ruan Yunyun's thoughts. Yes, somewhat. I feel as though it has been ages since I last saw him. Ruan Yunyun spoke the truth. Before her rebirth, her father had already passed away, and now that she had been reborn, it had been such a long time since she had seen him. Yunyun, I have good news to share with you. Han Xin could no longer contain his excitement. Good news? The days had been tumultuous, and with such a handsome figure beside her, Ruan Yunyun had barely had the chance to relish it. She gazed at Han Xin's dashing face, unable to suppress her admiration. Zhao Hui, Chu Ran, could you please cease your interruptions and allow me some time to enjoy our world together? In her previous life, she had died without ever experiencing love, and now, with such a stunning companion, she felt she was failing to seize the moment. It was high time for some good news to brighten her life. An extraordinary piece of news. Han Xin could not help but reiterate. Then do tell, Yunyun, you long to see Uncle Ruan, do you not? This Saturday, I will drive you to meet him. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Yunyun's eyes sparkled with joy. Indeed, missing her father did not necessarily mean waiting for him to return. She could go see him herself. Why had she not thought of this sooner? She felt so foolish for wasting 2 weeks. Yunyun, are you happy? Without hesitation, she rushed over and wrapped her arms around Han Xin's neck, showering him with kisses on his face. Han Xin, I adore you. Han Xin instinctively embraced Ruan Yunyun's waist. Yunyun, I need to hear the truth. Do you genuinely like me? Or is it merely because I'm taking you to see Uncle Ruan that you're pleased? Ruan Yunyun looked up at his irresistibly handsome face and suddenly realized how close they were. Recalling how she had just kissed Han Qin, it seemed there would be another opportunity for intimacy. Han Xin, I like you more than you can imagine. Really, more genuine than gold. How can you prove that? Proving it was simple. Ruan Yunyun opted for the most direct approach. She stood on tiptoe and offered her lips to Han Xin. Kissing him, his lips remained as soft as ever, and Ruan Yunyun hesitated to kiss him too forcefully. Perhaps sensing her gentleness, Han Xin cradled Ruan Yunyun's head to deepen the kiss, until they were intertwined, reluctant to part. Han Xin, does this suffice to demonstrate my love for you? Ruan Yunyun playfully teased. That is more than enough. Han Qin was profoundly moved, unable to articulate the depth of his feelings. He cupped Ruan Yunyun's face in his hands. Yunyun, I am immensely happy tonight, truly. Is it because I kissed you that you're happy, or because I said I liked you? Ruan Yunyun continued her playful banter. Your declaration of love brings me joy, but your kiss brings me even more joy. I haven't felt this happy in such a long time. Han Qin's words were heartfelt and sincere. How delightful to know that making you happy is so simple. From now on, I shall tell you I like you every day and kiss you daily to ensure you remain joyful. Ruan Yunyun found teasing Han Qin to be immensely enjoyable. Han Qin, however, failed to recognize her playful tone. He only perceived a surge of emotion as he lifted Ruan Yunyun's face and kissed her passionately once more. This time, while his lips remained soft. His kiss was fervent and assertive, striking Ruan Yunyun's heart with overwhelming force, instilling in her the sense that she belonged solely to him, with no one else to contend. After reaffirming their feelings for each other, Han Qin reluctantly released Ruan Yunyun. Yunyun, my intention in taking you to meet Uncle Ruan is somewhat selfish. Selfish? Indeed, selfish. You see, ever since we established our feelings for each other, I have endured much inner turmoil. I have been longing for Uncle Ruan to return soon so that I may ask for your hand. I fear you might slip away, or that you may not want me anymore. These thoughts have caused me considerable anxiety. Therefore, my desire to meet Uncle Ruan is indeed selfish. I wish to have him personally hand you over to me, after which we can smoothly choose a date and prepare for our wedding. Is it really so soon? Han Qin, you could simply call my father directly. He would be more than willing to entrust me to you over the phone. After saying this, Ruan Yunyun felt her cheeks flush. Had she been too hasty? Just moments ago, she had criticized the speed of events, yet here she was, wishing for her father to hand her over to Han Qin today, marry tomorrow, and hold a wedding the day after. Is that truly acceptable? Wouldn't it seem too lacking in formality? Not at all. My father doesn't care for such formalities. As long as you treat me well, in truth, it was Ruan Yunyun who was indifferent to such ceremonial nuances. However, she could not openly express this sentiment, lest Han Qin form a negative impression of her. Upon hearing this, Han Qin discerned Ruan Yunyun's thoughts and could not help but smile. This matter does not hinge on mere days. Han Qin, I am merely mindful of your eagerness. If there is no rush, then waiting a couple of days is perfectly fine. The prospect of seeing her father soon while also gaining a handsome partner filled Ruan Yunyun with exhilaration. It was indeed a double blessing. Chapter 73. A Claim on the Heart. For Han Qin and Ruan Yunyun, tonight marked the most joyous evening of their time together. The intimate exchanges between them allowed for a clearer understanding of each other's feelings and the planning of a beautiful future, dispelling the accumulation of gloom that had lingered in their hearts. Suddenly, Han Qin's phone flickered twice. Upon checking WeChat, he discovered a message from Chu Ran. Disappointed, Han Qin promptly dismissed the notification. Who was it? Ruan Yunyun inquired with curiosity. Do not ask. It is someone intolerable. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yunyun chuckled. Anyone who could elicit such a reaction from Han Qin must have been among those who had bullied her. Indeed, while they were basking in their affection, the people who lacked tact were just a handful at that moment. Han Qin's phone lit up again. Though he had no desire to respond, Ruan Yunyun had already guessed it was Chu Ran. Han Qin, it's Chu Ran, isn't it? Take a look. Perhaps she wishes to negotiate. Reluctantly, Han Qin took the phone and read the message, confirming that Chu Ran was indeed seeking a discussion regarding the incident involving the images and videos. Yunyun, as expected, Chu Ran wants to negotiate. She says she is downstairs. Then you should go. Ruan Yunyun was also eager to discern whether Churan sought negotiation or was merely intent on creating trouble. Han Qin pondered over the fact that he had dismissed Zhao Hui and Churan, and now, with a mutual understanding shared with Ruan Yunyun, only the approval of their parents remained. Thus, the sole matter plaguing his mind was that image and video. If he could resolve the issue of the image and video with Churan tonight, there would be no obstacles between him and Ruan Yunyun. Very well. Han Qin descended the stairs with purpose. To prevent Ruan Yunyun from entering, he deliberately stepped outside the courtyard and closed the gate behind him. Churan, speak your mind. How do you wish to negotiate? Upon noticing Han Qin's emergence, Churan glanced towards the villa. Ruan Yunyun is upstairs, isn't she? Churan, let's refrain from discussing irrelevant matters. We should not squander time. Let us get straight to the point. I permit you to express your thoughts directly. What do you wish to negotiate, or rather, what must I concede for you to delete the image and video? Han Xin was disinclined towards lengthy discussions. He preferred to cut through the confusion succinctly, especially since Ruanyun awaited him at home. Han Xin, do not be hasty. Before we engage in negotiations, there is something crucial I must inform you. Han Xin was about to interject, suggesting that trivial matters could be overlooked, but Churin continued. It concerns Ruanyun and Zhao Hui. Han Xin pondered what Churin might be attempting to incite. Speak. Do you know that Ruanyun met with Zhao Hui today? Churin was aware that this was a matter of great concern for Han Xin, and she knew her words had captured his attention. Han Xin scoffed. What is the fuss about? They are classmates. It is not unusual to see each other. However, did you know they had an arrangement? Has Ruanyun mentioned anything to you? Churin's question left Han Xin momentarily speechless. If there had been a meeting and an arrangement, why had Ruanyun not confided in him? Churin smirked. I see you are unaware. It appears you do not hold such significance in Ruanyun's heart. Enough with the nonsense. If you are not interested in negotiating, then leave, Han Xin retorted, agitated. Although disappointment stirred within him, he believed it was not Ruanyun's fault. Surely, he had faltered in some respect, prompting her silence. Han Xin, you feel disheartened, don't you? To be honest, I too am feeling rather low today. You see, Zhao Hui seized the opportunity while I was away, took my phone, and deleted those images and videos. Thankfully, he was foolish enough not to clear the trash bin, and I managed to recover the files from there. It is quite natural for Zhao Hui to wish to erase the images and videos from your phone. After all, he is one of the subjects in them, and they are particularly detrimental to him. Indeed, when I later questioned him, he candidly admitted that Ruanyun had approached him today, asking for his assistance in deleting the images and videos from my phone. As for any transactional dealings between them, Zhao Hui was reluctant to disclose. This is why I sought you out. I suspect that Zhao Hui is unwilling to inform me, and Ruanyun likely doesn't wish to tell you either. Which leads me to believe they may be rekindling their connection. Han Xin was resolute in not allowing Churin to sow discord. Silence. Such a scenario is utterly implausible. The reason I am here to meet you tonight is solely to negotiate. If you wish to continue, then let us proceed. If not, then our discussion ends here. Han Xin, do not be so rash. We will certainly negotiate. But before we do, Han Xin interrupted Churin. If you continue to divert the topic, then we shall cease this conversation immediately. I ask you to leave at once. Let us talk now. Very well, then please state your demands. What must you have to delete those images and videos? Han Xin, are you certain that any condition can be proposed? Han Xin nodded indeed, as long as it is within my capacity. However, Churin, should we reach an agreement, and I discover that you have failed to adhere to its terms, I possess ample means to deal with you, rest assured. Since you have declared that anything within your capability is acceptable, then here is my proposition. Agree to part ways with Ruanyun and consent to be with me. And I shall delete those images and videos. What do you say? Such delusions. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Xin rejected her outright. Churin, it appears you lack any genuine intent to negotiate tonight. As such, there is no need to waste further time. You may leave. Han Xin was resolute in his decision not to squander any more time with her. She was simply a distraction. Just as he prepared to depart, Churin stepped forward and grasped his sleeve. Han Xin, do not leave. Han Xin recoiled, wishing to shake her off, but Churin boldly attempted to encircle his waist with her arms. Her intentions for the evening were twofold: to seduce Han Xin and to provoke jealousy in Ruanyun. After all, Ruanyun had summoned Zhao Hui to delete her videos. That moment, the courtyard door swung open as Ruanyun rushed forward, decisively removing Churin's hands from Han Xin and forcefully pushing her aside, causing Churin to fall to the ground. And of course, she feigned the fall, but alas, there was no one here to offer her sympathy. Seeing Ruanyun assertively protect him filled Han Xin with elation. Churin, you are utterly shameless. How dare you covet my man? Get out of here at once, or I shall throw you out myself. Ruanyun then brandished a stick in front of Han Xin, declaring her claim. Han Xin looked at Ruanyun, who was asserting her ownership over him, and felt nothing but gratitude and joy. He had finally found his rightful partner. Churin had publicized the identity of the man in the photo as Zhao Hui and continued to spread rumors that Ruanyun had actively pursued him, successfully landing Zhao Hui in trouble. Chapter 74. Those who don't court death shall not die. Once the two returned to their room, Han Xin joyfully embraced Ruanyun from behind. Yun, I am exceedingly happy tonight, truly. Ruanyun mirrored his happiness. It because I confessed my feelings for you and kissed you. Or is it due to my declaration that you are my man? Both. Your actions bring me joy. However, the moment you fiercely pushed Churin down was the highlight for me, along with your proclamation. Churin, you are truly shameless. How dare you covet my man? At that instant, my happiness soared to new heights. Is that so? That was merely my rightful defense. I simply wish to protect my happiness. Han Qin, as long as you are happy, that is enough for me. I am happy, and I feel an overwhelming sense of bliss. In that moment, Han Qin was enveloped in happiness, reluctant to come back to reality. How long did you eavesdrop on my conversation with Churin? Actually, the moment you went downstairs, I followed closely behind. Ruan Yun did not truly believe that Churin would comply with the negotiation. But she was unprepared for the moment Churin attempted to embrace Han Qin, prompting her to rush out and push her down. Ruan Yun, what were you worried about? Han Qin, you misunderstand. I am not worried about you. Rather, I am concerned about Churin. You have only just come to care for me, and I cannot allow anyone to take you away. Churin has always delighted in seizing what I hold dear. So to be safe, I decided to follow you discreetly. Thankfully, I did. Otherwise, Churin would have succeeded. Rest assured, even if you hadn't come, Churin would not have triumphed. I despise her. I wouldn't allow her to touch even a single finger of mine. Had she not messaged me about the negotiation, I would not have wished to see her at all. Han Qin suddenly recalled Churin's mention of Zhao Hui and Ruan Yun meeting earlier. Ruan Yun, perhaps you should clarify why you met with Zhao Hui today, what transaction you discussed, and why you didn't inform me. Han Qin, do not let Churin sow discord between us. I indeed met with Zhao Hui. But it was solely to offer him a few words of caution. There was no transaction involved. Caution? Han Qin was displeased with the idea of Ruan Yun maintaining contact with Zhao Hui. This matter traces back to Zhang Qin. Earlier today, as I passed through the corridor, I saw Zhang Qin with two classmates repeatedly saying like while looking at Zhao Hui's back. When I approached, Zhang Qin blocked my path and inquired if the man in the picture was Zhao Hui. I noticed she had that same picture on her phone. Logically, this should have been a closed chapter, yet it resurfaced when Zhang Qin brought it up again. I suspect Churin is behind this. Hence, I sought Zhao Hui to caution him against Churin's continued use of that image. Should it escalate, he would ultimately bear the consequences. Zhao Hui likely took my advice to heart and attempted to delete the images and videos from Churin's phone. But there was no transaction between us. Very well, I trust you, Yun Yun. However, you were mistaken in not informing me of this matter promptly. You must understand that when Churin mentioned it, I could not help but let my imagination run wild. Fortunately, my faith in you remained unwavering. Otherwise, Churin would have succeeded in her attempts to incite discord. Ruan Yun recognized her error. If both of them did not stand firm, it would be easy for others to create misunderstandings. Han Qin, I apologize. This is my fault. I assure you it will not happen again. In light of your impressive efforts this evening, I have chosen to forgive you. Alas, it is regrettable that not only did we fail to reach a successful negotiation tonight, but also that Churin's interference has dampened our spirits and squandered our precious time alone together. As Ruan Yun listened to Han Qin's words, she turned her body towards him and embraced him tightly. Then let us continue to indulge in our enthusiasm and relish our time together, shall we? Certainly. The two of them once again held each other close, engaging in profound conversations about life. The following day was Friday. During a break between classes, Ruan Yun encountered Zhao Hui. Recalling Churin's words from the previous night, she casually inquired, Zhao Hui, I heard that you deleted the pictures and videos from Churin's phone last night. Is that true? Not at all, however. I did advise Churin to delete those images and videos, but she refused to comply. This revelation suggested that Churin had indeed lied the previous night. Zhao Hui had not acted as she claimed. So, you did make the suggestion, but Churin rejected it, correct? It appeared that Churin was deliberately trying to sow discord between her and Han Qin. Indeed, Churin informed me that only she possesses the video, meaning no one else can view its contents, nor would anyone know that it was me. Therefore, the images can continue to circulate without any connection to me. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yun couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that Zhao Hui had been swayed by Churin once more. Zhao Hui, your intellect seems to be lacking. If Churin has the video, why can't we? True, Han Qin deleted it, but just a few days ago. My jewelry went missing, and Uncle Mao has already restored and copied the surveillance footage, which means he possesses the evidence. If the images continue to spread, I will inevitably have to reveal the truth to quell the situation. Zhao Hui, If you fear the consequences, you should advise Ruan Yunyun to refrain from using the images as leverage. After hearing this, Zhao Hui found Ruan Yunyun's reasoning compelling and promptly sought out Churin. Upon returning to the classroom, Ruan Yunyun overheard her classmates engaging in lively discussions. Have you heard? The recipient of this year's Outstanding Student Scholarship has changed. Indeed, in previous years, this scholarship was always awarded to Zhang Qin. It's perplexing how it has shifted this year. Rumor has it that Zhang Qin offended someone she shouldn't have and was subsequently reported. With Zhang Qin's notorious inability to choose her words wisely, it's unsurprising that she has caused offense. Just yesterday, she couldn't help but confront Ruan Yunyun. Ruan Yunyun is infamous for her vendettas. Provoking her is like asking for trouble indeed. She seems oblivious to the consequences. Look, now the repercussions have arrived. Listening to these remarks, Ruan Yunyun realized it was a blatant attempt to frame her. While it was true that Zhang Qin had confronted her, Ruan Yunyun had never regarded Zhang Qin as a threat and had no intentions of retaliating. Clearly, someone was scheming to create misunderstandings, leading Zhang Qin to believe she had manipulated the situation. Consequently, Zhang Qin would undoubtedly take action. Zhang Qin, come quickly. Your name is absent from the list of scholarship recipients published on the campus website. A female classmate exclaimed. Zhang Qin swiftly checked her phone, logging onto the campus site only to discover that the list of students receiving scholarships did not include her name. Chapter 75. No pain? No gain. To a classmate, unable to contain herself, remarked, Zhang Qin, just yesterday your name was at the top of the list, but today it has vanished. Clearly, someone is up to no good. This student deliberately glanced at Ruan Yunyun as she spoke. Zhang Qin immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, she had spoken harshly to Ruan Yunyun the day before, and given Ruan Yunyun's vengeful nature, it was evident that she had orchestrated this. Ruan Yunyun, just wait. You won't let me have peace. And I certainly won't let you have it either. I'd rather shatter like jade than remain whole like a tile. Naturally, she intended to confront the teacher to inquire why this had occurred. Zhang Qin promptly exited the classroom and made her way to the teacher's office. Teacher Deng, I demand to know why my name has been removed. Zhang Qin confronted Teacher Deng directly upon entering the office. Teacher Deng understood the implication behind Zhang Qin's question. Zhang Qin, in previous years, scholarships were awarded solely based on academic performance. However, this year, the evaluation criteria have shifted to include a comprehensive assessment of students' achievements. Therefore, it is entirely normal for your name to be removed. Normal? Teacher Deng, I have consistently ranked first in my studies and excelled in other comprehensive metrics. Until yesterday, I was far ahead in the rankings. Why, then, am I suddenly relegated today? There must be some hidden agenda at play. I demand a reasonable explanation. Zhang Qin, there is no hidden agenda as you claim, nor is there anything that requires explanation. This year's selection process was conducted by several of us evaluating teachers based on comprehensive scores. The students' overall performance has already been posted on the bulletin board for you to review. Your academic performance is commendable, but your comprehensive ranking is comparatively lower. Thus, regrettably, you will not receive the scholarship this year. Please strive harder next year. There is no conspiracy as you suggest. I urge you to approach this matter with a calm mind. If you will. Zhang Qin, however, was unconvinced by Teacher Deng's words. Nevertheless, she needed to check her comprehensive ranking on the bulletin board. Upon reaching the bulletin board, she discovered her overall score had indeed fallen to the teens, with her interpersonal relationships being a significant factor in the decline. What on earth is this interpersonal relationship metric? Just then, Churin arrived at the bulletin board. Zhang Qin, do you know why your ranking has dropped by so many places? Zhang Qin glanced at Churin. You know? Of course I do. You know very well whom you've offended, don't you? Ruan Yunyun. Right? Indeed, it is her. I saw her speak to the teacher yesterday. But I advise you against confronting her. Those who challenge her often come to regret it. What do I have to fear? I fear nothing. She has cost me my scholarship. I will ensure she loses even more. The class bell rang. And Zhang Qin and Churin returned to the classroom just as Teacher Deng entered. Students, I have two pieces of good news to announce. Point two of our classmates have been awarded the A-School Outstanding Student Scholarship, Zhou Zihai and Wang Zihan. Let us offer them our warmest congratulations. The classroom erupted in applause. Would the two students please come up to receive their awards? More applause filled the room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qin was incensed. Ruan Yunyun had deprived her of the scholarship, and now she was determined to make a spectacle of herself in front of the entire class. She stood up, indignantly addressing the teacher. "Teacher, I object." Seeing Zhang Qin's outburst, Teacher Deng quickly clarified, "Zhang Qin, I have already explained to you in the office that this year's scholarship is based on comprehensive rankings. This year, your comprehensive ranking is lower than that of these two students. Hence, regrettably, the scholarship is not yours. Please try harder next year." Zhang Qin remained unconvinced by the teacher's reasoning. "Teacher, I have heard that my low comprehensive score is due to someone maliciously reporting me. Correct? And that person is Ruan Yunyun, isn't it?" Ruan Yunyun anticipated that the blame would be placed on her once again, but she refrained from interjecting, opting to listen to Zhang Qin's claims. Han Qin could no longer contain himself and was about to stand up to defend Ruan Yunyun when she stopped him with a message. "Let me handle this." He reluctantly restrained himself. Who would have thought that someone as morally corrupt as Ruan, whose values are utterly shattered, would have her complaints taken seriously by you teachers? Morally corrupt? Values shattered? Teacher Deng could not help but retort. Indeed, morally corrupt. The author of that article issued an apology video admitting that the content was fabricated, yet she did not deny the authenticity of the image. What does that imply? It implies that the image indeed exists. And the man in the picture is Zhao Hui from our class. My point in sharing this is to highlight that Ruan Yunyun is precisely that kind of morally corrupt individual. Zhao Hui, the person in that image is you, is it not? Zhao Hui, taken aback, realized that Zhang Qin was indeed using this matter against him. He intended to remain silent. Who would have thought that the person in the picture is truly Zhao Hui? I thought it looked remarkably like him, so it really is him. The classmates began to murmur among themselves. Zhao Hui, you need not defend Ruan Yunyun. Just reveal the details of how she seduced you. So everyone understands what kind of person Ruan Yunyun truly is. It is precisely because I couldn't stand her that I confronted her, and now she retaliates by maliciously reporting me. Teachers, why do you accept her claims? Ruan Yunyun regarded Zhang Qin, recognizing that she was merely spinning her own narrative. Teacher Deng then turned to Ruan Yunyun. Ruan Yunyun, do you have anything to clarify? Ruan Yunyun met Teacher Deng's gaze. Teacher Deng, should I not be the one seeking clarification? First and foremost, this student Zhang Qin accuses me of malicious reporting. May I ask if I am indeed the one who made such a report? I'm afraid I have not received any malicious complaints from you, Teacher Deng responded. Secondly, Zhao Hui, would you care to explain what transpired that day? Or perhaps release the complete video from that day? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hui could not help but tremble. Since everyone is so curious about the identity of the man in that picture, I shall satisfy your inquisitiveness. That man is Zhao Hui. However, the truth is far from what it seems. It was he who intended to harm me, not the other way around. I know you may not believe my words, but to silence your incessant chatter and to prevent my classmates from continually bringing this matter to light, I feel it is time to bring this to a proper conclusion. Zhao Hui, you should confess. If I were to report you, it would not merely result in a few days of detention. I shall give you half an hour to contemplate. Ruan Yunyun compelled Zhao Hui to make a choice. Chapter 76. Playing the lute to a cow. Had Zhao Hui heeded Ruan Yunyun's words and intervened sooner, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this extent. This is the consequence of ignoring counsel. After clarifying the issue regarding the photograph, Ruan Yunyun turned her attention to the matter of Zhang Qin's wrongful accusation. Churin, you were the one who lodged the complaint against Zhang Qin, weren't you? Ruan Yunyun was straightforward. I personally witnessed you visiting Teacher Deng's office yesterday. Faced with this evidence, Ruan Yunyun was eager to hear Churin's defense. However, before Churin could respond, Zhang Qin could no longer contain herself. Ruan Yunyun, do you truly believe I would accept your words? How shameless of you, attempting to frame Churin. Zhang Qin had not anticipated that Ruan Yunyun would not only be malicious but also audacious enough to blame Churin. Classmate Zhang Qin, if you doubt me, you may review the surveillance footage to ascertain the truth. If you do not believe me, you should at least trust the facts. Indeed, Ruan Yunyun, you are correct. It was I who visited Teacher Deng. Churin had nothing to hide. She had indeed complained about Zhang Qin, intending to frame Ruan Yunyun and provoke Zhang Qin into exposing her. Yet, she had not anticipated that Ruan Yunyun would reveal the truth. What difference would it make to Churin? She would suffer no consequences, and as for Zhao Hui, that was his concern, not hers. Ruan Yunyun's cold laughter echoed, you delight in such duplicitous behavior, and you relish sowing discord. Zhang Qin merely believed your provocations, hence she targeted me, correct? Indeed, I did visit the teacher, and my claims are accurate. Classmate Zhang Qin's interpersonal relationships in class have never been exemplary, as everyone can attest. Churin was unafraid of offending Zhang Qin. After all, it was Zhang Qin's folly to heed her words. Zhang Qin had truly not foreseen that it was Churin who had lodged a complaint against her. Only moments ago, she had aimed her accusations at Ruan Yunyun, and now she found herself the fool. Churin, regarding the photograph and video, the truth has been unveiled. There is no longer any need for you to retain that image and video on your phone. Please delete them. In the future, refrain from using such materials to instigate further trouble, lest more individuals be drawn into your schemes. Teacher Ding had not expected such turmoil before the class had even commenced. He had not foreseen that the much-discussed image would lead to such revelations. Several individuals had already been affected due to this incident. It was time for a thorough resolution. Zhao Hui, Churin, Zhang Qin, please come to my office. The rest of you, prepare the lesson. Half an hour later, Churin and Zhang Qin returned to the classroom, while Zhao Hui was taken away by the authorities. That afternoon, the school's official website released a notice. Zhao Hui had been expelled. In addition to expulsion, he would face legal repercussions. Ruan Yunyun and Han Qin were unaffected by this incident, as they were not the instigators, and besides, teaching Zhao Hui a lesson was not unwarranted. Should Churin continue to stir up trouble, she would not hold back. That evening, while Ruan Yunyun was discussing plans with Han Qin to travel to City B to see her father, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Churin. Given that Zhao Hui had already been incarcerated, was Churin now calling to plead for him? Ruan Yunyun answered the call. Ruan Yunyun, come down. I have something to say to you. Ruan Yunyun felt it necessary to give Churin a stern warning to cease her harassment, lest she meet a fate akin to Zhao Hui's. What is it? Upon meeting Churin, she got straight to the point. Ruan Yunyun, have you relished the defeat of those who have bullied you one by one? Are you not standing here perfectly fine? It was amusing how the one who instigated everything remained unscathed. Churin smirked mischievously. If you think you can bring me down, you are sorely mistaken. Ruan Yunyun gazed at Churin, perplexed by her confidence. Churin, if I truly wished to deal with you, do you believe you would still be so self-satisfied? You are without parents, lacking reliable relatives, and have no protective shield. Were I in your position, I would refrain from overestimating my capabilities in confronting others. Did she not realize her own limitations? Yet, seeing Churin still smiling, Ruan Yunyun felt as though she were speaking to a brick wall. Let us cut to the chase. What do you want from me? I came to warn you. This is far from over. Unable to suppress her laughter, Ruan Yunyun replied, So, you are not here to plead for Zhao Hui, then, plead for him. He is not worthy. Had it not been for your relentless flattery, I would never have given him a second glance. The disdain you now harbor for him mirrors my own. You are unaware of how bothersome he has become, and I wish nothing more than for him to vanish, so, you orchestrated this deliberately, intending to see Zhao Hui imprisoned, am I correct? You could say that. While my ultimate goal is you, his predicament is a bonus. Churin, I had hoped that Zhao Hui's expulsion and incarceration would serve as a warning to you, prompting you to temper your actions, but it seems otherwise. You are correct. I am here to declare war on you, war. Indeed, a declaration of war. Everything you hold dear, I will find a way to destroy. Even Han Qin, I will find a way to steal him from you, Churin proclaimed with unwavering confidence. You, Churin, do you not realize how presumptuous your words are? Whether I am presumptuous or not, you shall see for yourself soon enough. Very well, Churin, let loose your schemes. I am not one to bully the weak, but I will not be bullied either. Churin, I reiterate, I harbor no grievances against you. There is no need for you to target me incessantly. You could simply lead your own life, and you would thrive. Should you persist in your pursuit, I assure you, I am not easily trifled with. Once Ruan Yunyun finished speaking, Han Qin emerged, taking her hand. Churin, I will not allow you to bully Ruan Yunyun. If you dare to harm her, I will not hesitate to deal with you. Churin could not help but chuckle at this. Good, I have heard you. Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Yunyun, stop wasting your breath with her. All right. As Churin watched them walk away, she seethed with frustration. Chapter 77. Meeting father. Upon returning home, Ruan Yunyun's mood soured considerably. Churin was like a piece of dog excrement she had stepped in, repulsive and impossible to shake off. It was utterly exasperating.